Against this backdrop, Deng's speech offered attendees a sense that honesty and openness were returning to agriculture policy makings, steering away from the inflated, optimistic, empty rhetoric of the Mao era. Xi made a frank and comprehensive statement stressing the seriousness of the problem. He acknowledged that China's agriculture policies had changed too often and too unpredictably, and too often did not conform to the local conditions. Participants knew that the party had to resolve the food shortage that still existed, and Deng proposed that the agriculture problems be resolved by increasing investments, improving the supply of the seeds and chemical fertilizers, doubling the loans available for farmers, and increasing the purchase price of a grain by 30%. But Xi's openness and Hua's gesture of conciliations were not enough for what was rapidly becoming a frank discussions reflecting of a deep conviction was that Hua was no longer able to provide the top leadership the party needed, and not long after the session began, participants in the Central South small groups, for example, declared unanimously that by they supported practice is the sole criterion for judging truths. And by November 11, the second day of the work conference and this first day of the small group discussions, many of the participants were in revolt against the efforts of the Hua Gongfings and Wang Zisons to block the further reversal of the verdict. They wanted to clear the name of the respected departed officials and bring back their former colleague. November 11th, three highly respected officials, Chen Xiaodo, Len Changst, and Lu Zhenko, spoke out in their small groups on the need to reverse the moral verdict. The atmosphere was so electric by the end of the day that the Marshal Yi advised Hua Gonfins to either to accept the change and mood or prepare to be left behind. All the participants, including Hua, knew well known in 1964, Khrushchev had been pushed out of the Soviet leadership in a coup led by the Brezhnev and the other officials. On November 12, nine other people spoke out in their small group on the need to reverse the verdicts that Hua and Wang Gongxing had refused to change. Chen Hua was the most influential of those, and some accounts of the conference mistakenly credit his speech, which Hua Gongxing had helped polish for changing the atmosphere, but in fact the atmosphere had already changed before his speech. Others had made the point in a small groups meeting before he did. Chen Yuan's speech, however, did offer a comprehensive, up-to-date data by drawing on the personal records because of the Chen Yuan's leadership in a personal work dating back almost 4 decades. His speech carried more weight as he addressed the Northeast small groups. Chen Yuan rejected Huang Quan's effort to focus on economic issues, countering that to engage the enthusiasms of officials to succeed in economic work, the party had to first deal with the unresolved political controversies. In particular, they must clear the names of the five group of people who had been criticized unfairly. There's 61 members of the renegades of the groups led by Bo Wingbo, who had been criticized during the Cultural Revolutions. Those accused of voluntarily surrendering to the enemies to secure their release from the prison in the 1940s. They deserve to have their party membership restored. Tao Zhu, Wang Ziho, and others who have been imprisoned in 1937 and were, without basis, criticized for revealing under pressure information about their colleague. Marshal Peng Dehui, already deceased, who should be treated with honor and whose remains should be buried in the Baboa Shonst in a cemetery for revolutionary hero. Those involved in the April 5th, 1976 Tiananmen incidents, which should be treated as a popular mass movement. Chen Yuan added that Kang Shen, who during the Cultural Revolutions had attacked and destroyed career lives of many outstanding party leaders, though deceased, should be held responsible for his crimes. It is not difficult to imagine that Chen Yuan spoke with some passion. His grievance grand deep, and particularly Hua Gonfins had not restored him into high positions, and Wang Dongxin had refused to print his speech at the March 1977 Central Party Work Conference, arguing that Deng Xiaoping should be allowed to return to work. But he was not only the speech infused with the strong emotions. A torrent of previously suppressed anger was released by the speaker in all of the groups against officials like Hua Gefunst and Wang Dongxin, who had blocked the returns of the good official unjustly accused. Those who spoke out could identify with those who were not yet being allowed to return. For many knew that it was to suffer humiliations and physical abuse. In each of these 6 small groups, speaker after speaker demanded the rehabilitations of the official unjustly accused and the posthumous condemnations of the Kangxins, who had been responsible for so many deaths and whose former secretary Li Xin was even at the moment assisting Wang Dongxin in preventing the reversal of the verdict. It was this passion that fueled the dissatisfaction with the Hua and Wang Dongxin. While the Central Party Work Conference was still in its opening days, the atmosphere at the conference was reflected in action by the Beijing Party Conference committees, which were responsible for preserving security in the city of the Beijing. On 9th October, Lin Huanjuan had become party first secretary of the Beijing Municipal Party Committees, replacing Wu Di, who had supervised the arrest on April 5th, 1976. As soon as he was appointed, Lin and the Beijing Party Committee began considering when and how to free those still not exonerated for their role in the April 5th demonstrations. Even before the work conference, they had just begun preparing drafts of possible announcements. Lin Jua here was also participant at the party conference work conference and head of the North China small groups on November 13, fully aware of the change atmosphere following Marshal Yi's meeting with the Hua and Chen Yuan speech. Lin called an enlarged meeting of the Beijing Party committee. After the meeting on behalf of the Beijing Party committee, he released an announcement that went well beyond Hua's concession that the April 5th demonstrations were not counter-revolutionary. It read, on the spring grave sweeping festivals of 1976, the masses of the people gathered at Tiananmen Square to mourn our beloved Zhu. They were gripped by a deep hatred of the crime of the Gang of Fours who brought calamity to the country. This action is entirely a revolutionary action. To all the comrades persecuted for their involvement shall be rehabilitated and have their reputation restored. Beijing Daily, it's a big move. Beijing Daily, which was directly under the leadership of the Beijing Party Committee and was now headed by the Lin Hujua, immediately published the announcements. Furthermore, 3 media officials who were attending the Central Party Work Conference, Zheng Tao, resident of the New China News Agency, and Hu Jiwei, the editors of the People's Daily, and the Wang Jiang, editors of the Guangming Dailies, all of whom were also vice heads of the propaganda departments, boldly decided to publicize the contents of the Beijing Daily article in their respective publications. The next day, November 15, People's Daily and Guangming Daily printed the news release from the Beijing Daily with the banner headlines, Beijing Municipal Party Committee Autonomous Tiananmen is a revolutionary action. The NCNA immediately released an announcement that not only were the masses engaging in revolutionary action, but the incident itself was a revolutionary. On November 16, People's Daily and government reprinted the NCNA announcement. Ordinarily, such an important political announcement required a polyverbal approval, but the 3 bold editors, sensing the changing political moods, took the risky step of acting via the higher level permission when Hu Wangbang complained that the 3 had not told even him beforehand, let alone the polyverbal. Zheng Tao answered that they thought that if Hua Yang had been asked, he would have to shoulder a heavy responsibility for this. It was better for them to accept responsibility and just to publish it. The publication of the announcement caused a flurry of excitement at the conference. Lin Jua was understandably concerned that he might be criticized for his bold actions. On November 16, after the article appeared in the 2 papers, he called one of the editors to ask who had authorized their headlines. Upon hearing that the editors had simply decided to print what was already in the Beijing Daily, Lin said that he would take responsibility for the articles in the Beijing Daily, but that the other 2 must assume responsibility for the headlines in the papers. Lin Jua, however, worried that Hua Hongfei might be angry. He also phoned Hua to explain and ask for understanding. To his great surprise, Hua did not complain about the announcement publications. Okay, just paper articles response. Okay, where was I? Announced publication. In fact, on November 8th, 3 days after the appearance of the newspaper's article, Hua went so far as to write in his own calligraphy the title page for collections of Tiananmen poems, a new book extolling those who had taken part in the April 5th demonstrations. A photograph of Hua signing the title page was carried in the press. The ever curious and politically sensitive public in Beijing understood immediately. Huang Gofeng accepted a complete reversal of the judgment on the Tiananmen incidents. He was already following Marshal Yi's advice to adapt to the changing atmosphere, so he would not be left behind. On November 25, Huang Wenping delivered his scheduled presentation. It was not a self-criticism, but rather a statement that he accepted the dominant views of the party members and was ready to continue to serve, even if that meant representing views completely different from those he had earlier espoused. He accepted that the April 5th Tiananmen incident was an authentic, patriotic revolutionary movement, and the people involved should be all rehabilitated. See, Hua admitted that after Mao's death, he had been wrong to criticize the rightist reversal of the verdict that had led to the criticisms of the Deng, and he advised that the criticisms of those who were accused of resisting cultural revolution in February 1976, the free counter currents be reversed and their reputation restored. Peng Duhan's ashes were to be placed in the Babao Shan cemetery for the revolutionary heroes. The case against Tao Zhu would be reversed. The label given to Yang Shangkun's that he was a conspirator against the party would be removed, and he could take part in a single regular party list meetings and receive new assignments. Kang Shen was to be criticized, who acknowledged that the political problems should be resolved on the basis of the facts and in accordance with the principle that practice is the sole criteria for judging truths. Who acknowledged as well as that the most conference participants felt that Deng comments on agriculture did not go far enough. In his speech, Hua no longer pointed to Daziye as a model. Hua's address was warmly welcomed by the conference participants. He followed up with another address on December 13, in which he acknowledged that he had personally made errors by yielding to the changed political climates and completely reversing himself on numbers of issues. Hua avoided a fight. As he put it, he acted to preserve party units. Many believe that with the decisive change of atmosphere that had been building up over the summer and the fall and the had crystallized during the first 3 days of the work conference, Hua had no real options as a burst. Hua was allowed to remain as a chairman party, premier, and chairman of the central military commissions. When a new policy line was introduced, it was expected that the chief supporters of the former lines, now referred to as the incorrect lines, would engage in a self-criticisms and declare their support for the new correct lines. But some of the who was close associate did not move so quickly and deftly as he did. Wang Tongsing, the vice chairman of the party communist and directors of the central of the party who controlled the handling of the special cases and supervised propaganda works, had resolutely opposed rehabilitating large numbers of the official and breaking free of the Mao's ideology. Senior officials were convinced that as Mao's loyal bodyguard, he had acquired a position beyond his ability, and that his great contribution in arresting the gang of Fu had permitted him to remain in the position that he did not deserve in the first place, and from which he was blocking progress. After Hua accepted the dominant party atmosphere on November 25, two participants felt sufficiently confident of the changing winds that they criticized Wang Dongxing by name, and without prior consultation, they chastised him for blocking the returns of the senior official for opposing practices the sole criteria for judging the truths, for upholding the two whatevers, and for denigrating Deng Xiaoping. Others joined in the attack on someone who many regarded as the biggest obstacle to rehabilitating the wrongly accused officials and to breaking free of the rigid Maoist ideology. Wang Dongwing refused to accept an oral self-criticisms, but on December 13, at the end of the work conference, he presented a written version. He acknowledged that he had made a mistake in the handling of these special cases. I did not pay due attention to the work as so to redress some framed false and wrong verdicts, and I did not act promptly and fail to do work well. Wang also agreed that the material from the central group also on the examination of a special case and a special groups on the examinations of the May 16 special cases would be handed over to the organization department following the decision of the party centers. The post I hold exceed my ability. I sincerely request that the party central committee remove me from those posts. Wu Di and Li Jings were also criticized, and shortly after the third plenum, Zhang replaced the staff writers Wu Lengzi, Zhong Fu, Zhong Xing, who had sided with the Hua Gongfing, and the two other whatevers were subject to serious, though milder, criticisms. Wang Wenst and Wang Dongzi remained for the time being members of the Politburo standing committees, and three of the Hua's allies, Wu Di, Zeding Gui, and Jidiswan, stayed on the Politburo post. Deng, as the emerging preeminent leaders, was made some changes in the work assignments, but decided to that those serving on the Politburo and its standing committees who had made self-criticisms need to be removed. Deng chose to avoid confrontations and to avoid conveying to the public, but both at home and abroad, that a power struggle was going on. The Central Party Work Conference not only set in motion the replacements of the Hua by Deng, it served as a forum for high-level officials to review past errors more openly and consider new policies for the future. In a small group discussion, speaker after speaker related his personal experience in the dealing with this disastrous food shortage and supported the need for national inputs to solve the problems once and for all. For many leaders, this discussion provided a personal catharsis, as they acknowledged publicly the failures they had not yet faced so directly, failures that had caused the worst suffering and deaths that they had seen personally. Even if they laid primary blame on the higher officials, they could not completely escape responsibility for many officials. It was trauma from which they never fully recovered. One of the boldest speech on agriculture was given by Hu Yongbong in the Northwest Group. He argued that Ji Dengqing proposal were insufficient to resolve the rural problems and still reflected shackle thinking. Further he who boldly contended that the union of the political and economic activities in a single local unit, the commune, was not working to solve the problem. The party had to find a way to strengthen the initiative of the peasants and the local officials. Who said that if the collective was mismanaged and did not capture the enthusiasm of the peasants, it could not be effective. Here, who was articulating his colleague widespread support for the decentralizing the rural production teams to smaller groups, but no one, not even Hu Weibeng or Wang Li, who was then experiencing in Anhui with a smaller group work below the production teams, then discussed the possibility of the contracting down to the household levels and abolishing the communes. They knew that having such discussions among the party elites would be highly controversial and would undermine the authority of the local party officials still trying to make the collective works. Participating in the small group also discussed economic issues. Liang Lingwing, Minister of the Light Industries, and the later government of the Guangdong, stressed the importance of the political stability. He reminded others that 3 periods of relatively rapid growth, the early year after 1949 to the first year and the period of adjustments, and after the great leap forwards, for all times of political stability. Liang also argued that the higher priority should be given to improving light industries so that it could better meet daily household needs. He was somewhat ahead of his time in arguing that the market needed to play a greater role. In his view, new production technology should be imported and to increase export taxes on to increase export taxes on export had to be reduced. Towards the end of the work conference, participants began turning to other questions dear to all their hearts, who should be added to the central committee, the parliament and standing committee. The work conferences had no authority to make personal decision, but most of those who would later make a decision were in attendance. Since Deng did not want to remove the members of the political or standing committee, participants acknowledged that in the short run the political would become somewhat larger so as to allow the entries of the new members. It was understood that the people has a right over for unfit the size of the political would again be reduced. Participants accepted Dem's view that the new member should have a proven records of boldly making things happen. The Northwest small group recommended with a show of hands vote that Chen Yuang, then Yuang Ching, this, and will be added to the Politburo. At the formal meeting of that followed the work conferences, these recommendations were officially confirmed. There were widespread recognition at the conference that in an era where economic was the top priority, the wisest and the most experienced specialist in economics, Chen Yun should be given high positions. Chen Yun, thoroughly aware of Deng's broader experience in two critical areas where he lacked experience, foreign affairs and military, said that for the paramount positions, Deng was the only appropriate person. But participants enthusiastically recommended that Chen Yu be made a vice chairman of the party. What united Deng and Chen Yun at the time of the work conference was their determination to reverse the verdict on the senior officials and allow them to return to work. Deng became, in fact, the spokesperson for the collective leadership, especially in foreign affairs, and along with Marshal Yi, he already held informal authority in the militaries, but Chen Yun acquired authority over personal issues and within a week took responsibility for economic work concerned in overall political status, that is, in determining political direction and selecting key personnel. Chen Yun was Deng's equal. Deng prepares for reform and opening. Deng's prepare for reforms and opening. When Deng returned to Beijing from Southeast Asia on fifth day of work conference, When they returned to Beijing from the Southeast Asia on the fifth day of the work conference, Marshal Yi briefed him on the changed political climate and advised him to prepare for his new responsibilities. At this point, the highly respected Marshal Yi, whose seniority dated back to 1927 when he had taken part in the Guangzhou uprising and who never wanted the responsibilities of the power, emerged as a kingmaker. Marshal Yi believed deeply that errors of the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution had been caused by the excessive concentration of the power in the hands of one person. He urged both Hua Gofin and Deng to work together in leading the party and the country. When Ye met with Deng, so Deng agreed that they should strengthen the collective leadership and limit the publicity given to the single person. Hua too had accepted Marshal Yi's advice to yield on the content of the party policy and to accept Deng as the preeminent party spokespersons without any public celebrations. Then Deng accepted Marshal Yi's advice to prepare for his new role, even as Hua Gofin retained his formal title as head of the party, the government, and the military. To prepare for his new responsibilities, Deng had to reassure his colleague and to revise the speech he was preparing to give at the closing in a session of the work conference and the third plenum. Deng met with the members of the Politburo standing committees and again reassured his colleague, who were aware of his differences with the Mao, that he would not become China's Khrushchev. Chairman Mao had made extraordinary contribution in the party, and party should not launch an attack on Mao like Khrushchev's attack on Stalin. He also reassured them that the country would remain united under the banners of the Mao Zedong's thoughts. Observing the eager optimism generated at the work conference, which he had followed by reading these daily summaries, then the experienced elder statesman cautioned his juniors against the dangers of becoming giddy with the success. He warned that China would not be able to resolve all its problems quickly, and they should not arbitrarily try to force a resolution. He also noted that it might take some time to turn around previous decisions on a particular issue, such as that on Peng Dehuai and then on the leaders of the February 1967 counter current. Some difficult problems could be resolved only by the next generations. Wanting to avoid reopening the wounds from the Cultural Revolution, he recommended further studies. He counseled against, as he had many times before. Looked first at the bigger picture, then think about the smaller picture. Seek first to understand the broader truths, then consider the specific truths. Then declared that before China could begin to bring in investments and technology from abroad, it would first need domestic stability. Only with the stability could China realize that for modernizations, it was vitally important then to avoid giving the Chinese public and the outside world any impression that there was a power struggle in China. Deng's comment to the Public Standing Committee was accepted as the views of the party. They were printed and distributed to the conference participants a few days after the work conference. Since he would now become the preeminent leader, Deng had to redraft the speeches he was slated to give at the closing session of the work conference and at the third plenums. But December 2nd, a few days after Hua An had yielded on all major points of the policy, Deng called in Hua Yunbing and Yu Guomeng and committed reforms who would oversee preparation of his speech for the closing sessions of the work conference, a speech that might be the most important of his life. He was then busy finalizing negotiation with the United States on normalizations of relations and making military preparations for a strong response to Vietnam's attack, expected attack on Cambodia. But Deng had been considering the issues he would address in the speech since at least 1969-73, when he had been banished to Xinji. Hua Yangbang and Goyang would be assisted by the actual drafters of the speech, and by, as usual, Wu Zhuangmi was to supply the final polishing. Rarely did Deng write out notes for a speech, but for this meeting on December 2nd, he took out 3 pages of notes with some 1600 Chinese characters, about 800 words, and explained to those responsible for the draft what he expected in terms of the speech style, content, and outline. He told the writers that he wanted the speech to be brief and clear. He wanted short, concise sentence because they would be more forceful. He wanted to make it clear how backward China was and how much it needed to change. On December 5th, after he read the first draft, then gave the speechwriters detailed line-by-line comments. When he met them to review new draft on December 9th and 11th, he again went through the same detailed process. In the speech, Deng did not present new policies, for he had not had the time nor the staff to prepare them. Instead, he gave the assembled party leaders an overview of his approach for the new era. His speech reflected his perspective on big issues that he was then wrestling with: how to encourage fresh thinking while minimizing resistance from the conservative officials, how to show respect for Mao's while departing from Mao's policies, how to present optimistic visions while preventing later disappointments, how to maintain stability while opening up the economy, and how much freedom to give local officials while still maintaining national priorities. In his notes for the first time meeting with his speechwriters, Deng had listed 7 topics: emancipating our minds, promoting inner party democracy, promoting inner party democracy, okay, and the legal system, reviewing the past to guide the future, overcoming excessive bureaucracy, allowing some regions and enterprises to get rich first, clarifying assignments of the responsibilities, and tackling new problems. At the second meeting, Deng told his speechwriters that he had decided to combine the last several topics in one, so that the final draft would address 4 themes. On the afternoon of the December 13th, at the closing session of the Central Party Work Conference, Deng began his speech by announcing his themes. Today, today, I mainly want to discuss one question, namely how to emancipate our minds, how to free our mind, seek the true path from facts, and unite as one in looking for the future. Then praised the work conference as the best and the most open discussion that party had convened since 1957. People, he said, must be allowed to express their view about the real situations. Centralism can be correct only when there is a full measure of democracy. At present, we must lay particular stress on democracy. People, for quite some time, there was too little democracy. The masses should be encouraged to offer criticisms. There's nothing to worry about, even if a few, malcontents to take advantage of democracy to make trouble. The thing to be feared most is silence. Deng did not then or any other time advocate unlimited free speech. In fact, by November 29, a few days after some people began posting their views on a wall not far from the Tiananmen Square, Deng had already stated that some opinion posted on democracy wall were incorrect. To praise Mao while still giving himself room to depart from some of his policies, Deng said, without Mao's outstanding leadership, we would still not have triumphed even today. Chairman Mao was not infallible or free from shortcomings, or at an appropriate time, they should be summed up and lessons should be drawn from them. However, there is no need to do so hastily. He repeated his view that Mao had committed errors, that he himself had made errors, and that any leaders who tries to accomplish things makes errors. Deng expressed the prevailing view at a high level that China's two huge disasters, the Great Leap and the Cultural Revolution, were caused by a system that allows one person to dominate without any input from other voices. China therefore needed to develop a legal system to so that the single individual, no matter how able, will not dominate. If laws are initially imperfect and incomplete, they can be made fair and just step by step over time. I think Deng seems to be a reasonable person. Till now, Deng's strategy for achieving modernization stood in stark contrast to Mao's reliance on a spiritual appeal to advance a great leap forwards. As Deng said, initiative cannot be aroused without economic means. To small numbers of advanced people might respond to moral appeal, but such an approach can only be used for a short time. So instead, Deng argued China must create an internal structure that will reward those who advance science, technology, and productivity and promotions and a comfortable way of life. And particularly, Deng advocated giving more flexibility and to local officials who would take more initiative. Deng declared that the theory of the collective responsibility had meant in practice that no one is responsible. He advocated assigning responsibilities to individuals and acknowledging that what to do so. One must also give individuals power. When in 1975 he had said that lower official must dare to think and dare to act, official worried that Mao might reverse these policies. In 1978, when he repeated the phrase, those listening to his speech did not have to worry about the possible policy reversal. They felt empowered to try to help the country, even if they might make some mistakes along the way, then supported reversing verdicts made cultural revolutions. Our principle is that every wrong should be corrected, but he was adamantly opposed to people settling accounts against those who in the past had attacked him or their friends or relatives to avoid a cycle of retaliations. Injustices should be settled promptly without leaving those loose ends. But he said to go into every detail is neither possible nor necessary. People should not dwell on the cultural revolution, which he knew could only be divisive. But let time clarified, stability and unity are of prime importance. People who had engaged in beating, smashing, looting, factionalism could not be placed in important positions, but many who committed errors and then engaged in a sincere self-criticism should be given new opportunities. They made a point of mentioning, however, that the party would be stricter with those who made mistakes in the future, then try to anticipate some of the problems that would rise with the new policies and not diffuse the hard feelings of those who would be unhappy about the team. He knew that inequalities would increase, that given the speed of change that was to come and the many needs of the Chinese, some will get rich fast, but he said others will have the opportunity latest, and those who get rich first should help those who are initially left behind. He warned that problem would emerge when that would be unfamiliar to them and other party leaders, but that overall interest of the party and the state had to remain priority. They must all keep on learning. Although he did not yet get into specific, Deng stood ready to allow some markets and told his colleague not to fear that they would cause economic chaos. He acknowledged that there would be frictions between those responsible for overall planning and local officials determined to exercise more autonomies. The conflict of interest might be more serious than before, but he argued the long-term development of the production forces would help ease such problems. To prepare for the many changes to more, then recommended that the party official study three subjects, in particular economic science and technology and management, and he specified how officials would be evaluated. The party committee in an economic unit would be judged mainly by the unit's adoption of the advanced methods of management, by its progress in making technical innovation, by increasing its productivity, and its by profits measured in the party by personal income of its own workers and its collective benefit it provides. The participants were often eager for a more specific guidance in this new environment. Although members ordinarily dispersed after the last major speech of the new work conference. After Deng's speech, the attendees agreed to extend the conference for two more, so that the small groups from the various regions could continue to discuss how they could implement the new directions Deng had described. Many ideas expressed in Deng's speech seemed to a Western business manager like the common sense. Some of them even had roots in the policies carried out in China before 1949, as well as in the more stable years of the early 1950s and early 1960s. But those leading China in 1978, Deng's ideas represents a fundamental departure from the Mao Zedong. Listener had reason to hope that China's painful period of mass mobilization, class warfare, hardline ideology, hero worship, intensive collectivizations, and all-encompassing economic planning would at last be brought under control. Now that's a very important step. I think it seems that he did played a very important role. And the now next is the third plenum. Okay, the third plenum, December 18 to 23, 22, 1978. The third plenum of the 11th Party Congress began on Monday, declared December 7, 18 at the Xingzi Hotel, where the work conference had ended the previous Friday. Slightly over half the participants at the plenum had also taken part in the work conference, but the plenum had also included all the members of the Central Committee who held the key positions in the party, government and militarist, whereas the work conferences had included other prominent party leaders elected because they could help provide a broad theoretical perspective. Those attending the plenum who had not attended the work conferences assembled on the Monday morning and afternoons before the others arrived to read the conference speeches by Deng Xiaoping, Marshal Li, and Hua Guangping, so that they could, all share the same perspective. There followed 3 days of formal plenary sessions and small group meeting, led by the same leaders of the work conference. The third plenum, in a sense, was the celebrations of the spirit of the work conference, the formal approval of the new direction, and a ceremony that announces the result of the work conference to the Chinese public and to the rest of the world. Plenum are identified by the numbers of the party congress that they follow, but the changes wrought by the third plenum of the 11th Congress were so momentous that when a Chinese person says simply the third plenum, listeners know exactly to which third plenum he or she referring. In our minds of the Chinese people, the third plenum marked the beginning of the Deng's reforms and opening that was so to transform, China. Although reform and opening had in fact begun under Hua, they were realized under the leadership of the Deng. As agreed at the time of the work conference, Hua Guofeng retained his title chairman of the parties, premier of the governments, and chairman of the central military commissions. Deng retained his title vice chairman of the party, vice premier of the governments, and vice chairman of the CMC. But the foreign press and diplomatic community, like the Chinese public, soon understood that in fact Vice Premier Deng Xiaoping had become the paramount leader as early as November 23, 2 days before Hong's November speech. 25th speech. Journalist in Hong Kong explained to Robert Novak and visiting American columnist that Deng, only a vice premier, now runs the authoritarian government of the China. The person who gained most at the third plenum was Chen Yun. Prior to the plenum, he was not even on the plateau, Politburos, but at the plenum, he became a member of the standing committee of the Politburo and a vice chairman of the central committee. At its last plenary session, the Central Commissions for Discipline and Inspection was formally established, to which Chen Yun was named first secretary. Chen, rather than Wang Dongxing, was empowered to give final approval on any cases considered for reversal of the verdict. It was understood that many cases of the senior official would be reversed in the months and years ahead, enabling them to return to work. Ordinarily, the highest officials at the plenum presence at the thematic reports, but with the Hua as the titular head and the Deng as the preeminent leaders, it was not easy to decide who should give it. The plenum organizers resolved the awkward situations by eliminating such reports, but in fact, they treated Deng's speech given earlier at the work conference as the work that set the tones for the direction of the party. Although Hua presided at the final sessions, participants focused on the two real powers sitting next to each other in front of the assembled central committees who would lead China in the years ahead. Deng and Chen Yuan, Ren Zhuangzi, co-head of the Northeast small groups, said that just as the Zhuangzi conference represented the triumph of the Mao Zedong's thought over dogmatism, also the third plenum represented the triumph of the good traditions of the party democratic discussions over the two whatevers. In his closing speech, Chen Yun made a different parallel, commenting that just as the rectification campaign in Yan'an had provided unity enabling the party to lead the country after 1949, so the work conference had provided the unity needed to lead the country to achieve the four modernizations, succession without coronations. In the annals of the world political history, it would be difficult to find another case where a person became a top leaders of a major nations without formal public recognitions of the succession. Before the work conference, Deng was the vice chairman of the party, vice premier, and a vice chairman of the CMC. After he became the preeminent leaders at the third plenum, he was still vice chairman of the party, vice premier, and a vice chairman of the CMC. Not only was Deng, not given a coronations and inaugurations, there was not even a public announcement that he had risen to the top positions, but a peculiar combination of circumstances has created such an unusual situation. And what were the consequences? At the time of third plenum, Chinese leaders wanted to avoid giving the impression to the Chinese public and to the rest of the world that China was undergoing a power struggle. Hua Guofeng had just come to power in 1976, and the top leaders feared that an abrupt change of leaderships could lead to domestic instability and hamper China's efforts to attract foreign capitals and technologies. For the next 30 months, that means 12 to the 24, what's it, 2.5 years. Deng did in fact push Hua Guofeng aside and became the unrivaled top leaders, but he did not step by step. He did so step by step in a relatively orderly process that did not upset the Chinese public and the world at large. High-level officials who chose not to give Deng any new titles were also concerned about the dangers of concentrating the nation's power in the hands of the one person. They believed that the disaster of the Great Leap Forwards and the cultural revolutions had resulted from the arbitrary exercise of such unchecked power by Mao, who had held all the power formal positions. Had Hua Guofeng remained leaders, this would have not been a worry. While Hua was was in charge, Marshal Yi and others had been concerned not only that that he had too much power, but that he too little power to govern effectively. With Deng Xiaoping, however, there was a reason to be concerned. He was so confident, so decisive, so sure-footed that they worried he might become too much like his mentor Mao Zedong. They decided then not to give him all the titles and to balance his power with that of an equal Chen Yun. The strange arrangements of giving Deng authority without formal recognitions worked because everyone knew what was going on, and because Deng himself was more interested in real power than in any formal short titles. He really readily accepted his responsibilities on an informal basis without demanding public display. From the third plenum in December 1978 until December 1979, when Deng began to push aside Huang Gongping for the good of the party and the country, Deng and Hua spoke respectfully of each other in public. They both wanted to modernize and strengthen the countries, and they both were prepared to be pragmatic and flexible. Yet during 1979, when Hua was still chairman and Deng was wielding his informal authority, the relationship between the two men was especially awkward. In a showdown, Deng's informal authority would trump who was formal authority, but Deng, like his colleague, tried to avoid any public dissensions. Hua continued to chair meetings, to represent the party and the government in public meetings. And not only was he a member of the Politburo standing committees, but also several of his allies were members as well, who also enjoyed the support of the two senior councils, Marshal Yi and Li, Jiangzhen, who wanted a collective leadership and feared a dictatorship. In 1979, Hua was, in Western terms, a weak chairman of the board who could not dominate, but who still had allies and whose views could not be ignored. Deng did not then tower above Hua as the preeminent leader, and he had not yet put in place where his personal teams and his own governing structure. But Deng had the power, but the leverage, the political skill to weaken Hua's power based. By mid 1979, Deng, who sought tighter controls and more of effective governing structures, began to move us step by step to weaken Hua's and then push him aside. While the third plenum was elevating, Deng, within a few hundred yards of Zhongyanani demonstrators, was putting up all wall protests that both directly and indirectly supported Deng Xiaoping by criticizing Lin Biao and Gang the Force. Some even dared to criticize Mao himself. Before long, some wall posters were even criticizing Communist Party and Deng Xiaoping. This wall protests were not just a thorn in the Deng's side. They also forced him to deal with the issue that to plague him throughout his year as the top leaders. How much freedom should be allowed? Where and how should party and government set the limits of the public expression dissents? Okay, now chapter number 8, setting the limits of freedom. Setting the limits of the freedom. The Cultural Revolution was in fact an anti-culture revolution, for it did more to attack the old culture than to create a new one. Red cards used historical analogies and stories not only to attack present-day officials, but to able to criticize virtually all novels, stories, plays, essays, as the Cultural Revolution drew to close, due to a close with the Mao's death and the rest of the gangs of four. Many Chinese who had for years been silenced by terror passionately sought a chance to speak out. Some wanted to attack their tormentors, others drove to defend themselves, and still others wanted simply to give voice to the suffering that they had and their families had endured. A number of party leaders saw an opportunity to take advantage of this pent-up anger and direct it against their own enemies. Others, with no political purposes, wanted to express their personal feeling. Yet party leaders who thought about the whole system, including Deng Xiaoping, worried that if too much freedoms were allowed and protesters could organize, the country might again fall into chaos as it had during the cultural revolutions. Tens of millions had suffered or had relatives who had suffered from political campaigns or starvation. Hostility was strong not only against local leaders who oppressed the local people, but against high-level officials who had been a part of the system that had caused such suffering. In Deng's view, the society was so large, the population so diverse, the people so poor, the mutual hostility so great, and the lack of common agreement of the code of behavior so pronounced that some measures of authority imposed from above was needed. How much could the boundaries of freedom can be expanded without risking that Chinese society would devolve into a chaos as it had before 1947? And during the cultural revolutions, this question remained a central and divisive one throughout the years of rule. Party leaders had no agreed way to judge when the reply to the public criticisms might threaten the breakdown of the order. Consequently, they found it difficult to avoid disagreements among themselves about where to draw the line and how to maintain it. Officials responsible for science, higher education, youth affairs, and united front work, reflecting the views of the people with whom they work, generally advocated more freedoms of expression. Those responsible for maintaining public security maintained cautious and advocated greater restrictions of freedoms, and leaders in the propaganda apparatus were of the two minds. Some of them, well-educated humanitarians and social science, sought more freedom for themselves as well as for others. But in carrying out their jobs, many became petty tyrants as they transmitted and enforced the limits. Meanwhile, the people who dared to test the boundaries acceptable public opinion in a public discussion, acceptable public discussion generally did not have a landlords of bourgeois family backgrounds, non-party intellectuals from those bad class backgrounds who had been terrorized and intimidated for decades were also not at the forefronts in complaining publicly. Instead, those who pushed the boundaries in the post-Mao era were usually bold youth, party members, veterans, or people who had friends or relatives in powerful position who might protect them. In principle, Deng supported the expansion of freedoms, and he was prepared to be pragmatic, yet because he bore ultimate responsibility for maintaining public orders when he had serious doubts about whether order could be maintained, he moved swiftly to tighten controls. After the third plenums, Deng, sensing the broad public support for ending the cultural revolutions and for launching a new era of the reforms and opening, allowed two important discussions to take place that expanded freedom of expression for the Chinese people. One, open to the public, began spontaneously on a wall near Tiananmen Square that came to be known as the Deng's democracy wall, and was then replicated at Chinese cities throughout the countries. The other was party-sponsored discussion close to outsiders. It brought together some intellectuals and leading officials responsible for party policies in the cultural area to explore guidelines for their work in the new eras. Democracy Wall, November 1972 1979. For a decade, it has been a Chinese custom to post official notices and a newspaper on bulletins to both in village, town, urban neighborhoods, and at setting and at public gathering places such as bus stops in Beijing. Perhaps no space received more attention than the bulletin board posted about a wall several hundred yard west of Tiananmen at a place called Xideng. The huge grey brick wall was about 12 feet high and 200 yard long. Next to the wall was one of the busiest bus stops in the city, where many different bus lines dropped and took on passengers. During the Cultural Revolution, the then wall had been covered with a poster denouncing those parties' leaders, including Louis Xiaoping and Deng Xiaoping, accused of following the capitalist roads. And around the time of April 5th, 1976 demonstration, the wall was filled with a poster denouncing the Gang of Four, praising Zhou Enlai and supporting Deng Xiaoping. On November 1978, scarcely a week after the Central Party Work Conference opened, and in the context of a new political atmosphere and entire issues of the Communist Youth Legal Journal, not yet available in newsstand, appeared page by page on the walls. The Communist Youth League are training grounds for the possible communist members and stood at the forefront of the public's efforts to expand freedoms. A few months earlier, its journal had been one of the closest, one of the first to receive permission to renew publications after having been closed down during the Cultural Revolutions. With encouragement from Vogel, youth league officials, and the first issue to the printers. It was scheduled to appear on September 11, but when Wang Dongwing was responsible for supervising propaganda, saw the planned publications, he immediately ordered it withdrawn. Wang Dongwing complained that the publication not only lacked any poem by Mao's, but even criticized the practice of the worshipping Mao's. The staff members of the journal, however, were not easily deterred. On September 20, only a few days later, copies were distributed to the newsstands. As soon as they arrived on the newsstands, Wang Dongjing had all the copies collected, withdrawn from the circulations, and banned from all any further distribution. It was this first issue, which had been withdrawn from the sale and distribution, that appeared in Zhendan Wall on November 19th, 4 days after the decision of the Beijing Party Committee to reverse the verdict on demonstrations on April 1976. The poster attracted enormous attention. Some of the articles posted from the Youth League Journal passionately demanded a reversal of the verdict of the young people who remained in the prison as a result of the 5th April demonstrations. Other articles spoke against the two whatevers and raised questions not only about the Lin Biao and the Gang of Fours, but even about the Mao's. Just ask yourself, one article read, without Mao's support, could Lin Biao have achieved power? Just ask yourself, didn't Chairman Mao know that Jiang Qing was a traitor? If Chairman Mao had not agreed with the Gang of Four, had achieved the aim of striking down Deng Xiaoping, it is not difficult to see why Wang Dongxing, former bodyguard and the loyal defender of Mao, was upset by this criticism. Following the posting of the Youth League Journal, a few brave souls began posting other messages, many of which criticized the crackdowns on 5th of April 1976. At first, who walked by the wall were afraid even to look at the posting, let alone put up some news. But as day passed and no one was punished, and especially after rumors spread that the Deng has supported the freedom to put up poster, people became emboldened. After the decades of the Cultural Revolution, when information had been tightly controlled, many people were simply curious. Others, knowing that in the past any incorrect view might lead to punishments, humiliations, or banishment to the countrysides, remained terror striking. Nevertheless, there was a burst of excitement around Zaidan Wall as new posting continued to appear. Some people posted poems, brief personal accounts, or philosophical essays. Some big characters posters were written with a large brushes. Some poems and essays were written by pen or notebooks, papers. Many were written by the youths, offspring of high-level officials who had a closer view of the change atmosphere at the Central Party Committee Work Conference, which was being held at the same time. Some were posted by the other young people who were inspired by the newfound freedom, but having lived in a closed society, lacked the experience and wisdom to inform or temper the judgment. Under the terror of the Cultural Revolution, the individual could not test their ideas, and larger movements were unable to hone their strategies. In addition, advocates of freedom and democracy like these critics were not experienced or well informed about foreign developments. As they began to question Mao Zedong's thought and Marxist theories, and to discover that other countries were far more advanced economically than China. Some expressed an almost naive faith in Western democracy. Others wrote that all they had been taught Marxism-Leninism, and Mao Zedong thought was wrong. The wall became known as Zidane Democracy Wall, or simply Democracy Wall. At its peak, hundreds of thousands of viewers stopped by the wall each day. Similarly, similar walls appeared in the other cities throughout this countries. The posting were passionately written, with some authors fearing possible retributions, using pseudonyms and other using the real name as a way of seeking redress. Some living far from large cities travel long distance to post their grievance. Many who had been tortured or whose relatives had been killed during the cultural revolutions took their chances to tell their stories at last. Those with relatives and friends still in the countryside in the presence or under house arrest called it for freeing the victims. Relatives of the accused who had died wanted their family reputations restored so they could lift themselves out of their lives of misery. Of the 17 million youths who had been sent to the countryside since 1967, only about 7 million had been allowed to return to the cities. Many of the complaints came from those who had lost their opportunities for higher education or for good jobs and were living impoverished lives in the countrysides. Others with a great political sophistications alluded to current debates in party circles and gave voice to these attacks on the two whatevers and to the demands for evaluating the April and 5th 8th incidents. On November 26th, the day after Huang Hofing addressed the work conference and publicly backed away from the what two whatever. Then Xiaoping told Sasaki Royosaka, the head of the Japanese Democratic Social Party, the writing of the big characters posters is permitted by our constitutions. We have no rights to negate or criticize the masses for promoting democracies and putting up big character posters. The masses should be allowed to vent their grievances. He rhetorically asked what is wrong with allowing people to express their views. In addition, Marshal Yi and this one's both expressed support for the people posting their opinion. On the same afternoon, when John Fraser of the Toronto Globe and Mail went with the American columnist Robert Novak to see the then democracy wall, word circulated among the hundreds who surrounded them that Novak could see Deng the following day. Lucas gave Frosters, who could speak Chinese, saying some questions for Novak to ask Deng Xiaoping, and Fraser agreed to report back to the Lucas the next morning evening. And at the appointed time and place, when Fraser returns, there were thousands waiting to hear Deng's responses. When Fraser reported that Peng Duohe official reputations would soon be restored, they cheered. When he announced that Deng has declared the wall to be a good thing, they shouted with joy and relief. As the crowd gathered, daily at the wall, brimming with excitement, individual Chinese staff for information and eager to speak with the foreigners, bombarded the foreigners with the naive but deeply sincere questions about democracy and human rights in other countries. Who in your country decides what appears in a newspaper and what is heard on your podcast? Foreign correspondents who had been trying for years to get people to express their opinion eagerly reported to their home countries on the candid conversations and vibrant democracy atmosphere at democracy wall. Although the official Chinese press did not pass on the message appearing in Zidan Wall to the Chinese public, through the Voice of America, BBC, through these conversations were beamed back into China. Although the crowds at Zidan Wall remained quite orderly, after several weeks, some people began posting politically charged message of demanding democracy and the rule of law. Public security officials in Beijing reported some scuffle around the wall and expressed worries that in the growing crowds posed the threat to orders. In this conversation with the Sasaki in late November, Deng had already warned that some posting were not conducive to stability, unity, and the realizations of the four modernization. Nevertheless, as the third millennium was drawing to close, after a month of posting on democratic world, China's top leaders were willing to support the freedoms to post one's view. In his closing speech at the Central Party Work Conference, for example, Marshal Yi said that the conference was a model of democracy in a party and that Zidan Democracy World was a model of democracy among the people. On December 13th, shortly before the Central Party Work Conference ended, then took aside Yu Gonyang, a staff member in a political research office and one of the drafters of Deng's speech for the third plenary, and asked him to prepare a speech supporting Zidan Democracy World. He said to Yu, "What is the harm of a little opposition?" Although People's Daily did not report the events at Zidan, staff members and the newspaper who supported the wall published a bold editorial in January 1979. It declared, "Let the people say what they wish. The heavens will not fall. If the people become unwilling to say anything, that would be too horrid. The suffocation of democracy produces as a result." By mid-January, the comments on the wall were becoming increasingly political. On January 14, a column of the people held banners that announces that they were persecuted people from all over China, declaring we want a democracy and human rights. They marched from Tiananmen squares to the gates of the Zhongnai here, where the most people, party officials, lived and worked. The marchers tried to enter the gates, but were stopped by the armed soldiers. Roger Gersites, a British diplomats who observed the protesters, described them as the angriest group of people I've ever met. Other group began to print magazines and distribute them free to people. Okay, just wait. Where was I? Okay, free people who came to view the hall. On January 17, a group of protesters calling themselves the China Human Rights Association printed a 19-point declaration that demanded freedom of speech, the right to evaluate party and state leaders. Open publication. Right to evaluate party and state leaders, open publication of the national budgets, permission for outsiders to sit in on meeting of the National Public's People's Congress, free contact with the foreign embassies, and the right of educated youth to be reassigned. This angry protest took place a few days before Deng was to leave for the United States, but Deng did not impose restraints. He knew that if he clamped down on democracy wall just before leaving for the United States, his action would be reported in the Western press and could affect the success of his trips. When Deng returned from the United States and Japan on February 8th, however, he did not ask Yu Guens to see a copy of the speech he had prepared for Deng in support of a democracy wall. More importantly, Deng never delivered it. By March, more essays had been posted attacking the basic system of the Communist Party rules, embodied by the absence of the government restraints. People began to criticize the entire Communist Party, the political system, and even Deng Xiaoping. On March 25, Wei Jingxing, a zoo employee, a former soldier, took a bold step beyond the old boundaries. He posted a fundamental critique of the Communist Party system called for the fifth modernizations, the democracy. We had not attended universities, and the piece was not a sophisticated analysis of democracy, but what we lacked in sophistication, he made up for the in a passion. He had There's a mention of Tibetan. But what we lacked was a sophistication. He made up for in a passion. He had a Tibetan girlfriend whose father had been jailed and whose mother had committed suicide after being jailed and humiliated. He himself had been assigned to work in a remote area of Xinjiang and was troubled by the people he saw begging for food. He sought to understand why so many people had died when some officials were living such comfortable lives. He accused the party of using the slogan "the fourth modernizations" to mask a system of class struggle that in fact remained unchanged. He asked, "Do the people enjoy democracy nowadays? No. Is it that people do not want to be their own masters? Of course they do. The people have finally learned what their goal is. They have a clear orientation and a real leader. The banner of democracy with his public declarations, Wei Xingcheng, immediately became a sensation in the global media, which elevated him to the status of leading Chinese spokesperson for a new democratic systems. It was around this time that the China attack on Vietnam had ended, and and then could devote more attention to domestic matters, including democratic walls and the theory work conference for the attack on Vietnam. See this one. But then democracy wall had proved to be of a great value to the Iran. Politically, it had allowed people to give vent out to their objections to the handling of the April 5 demonstrators and to the error of Chairman Mao, thus providing Deng more political room to follow a new path without having to take part in the attack himself. In theory, Deng may have found a democracy attractive as he was just taking over the reign of the powers. He encouraged more democratic discussion within the party, but when protesters attracted huge crowds and resisted basic rule by the communist leadership, then moved decisively to suppress the challenge. As one provincial first party secretary later said, Deng's view of the democracy was like Lord Yi's view of dragons. Lord Yi loved looking at a book with the pretty pictures of dragons, but when a real dragon appeared, he was terrified. Although Hua was chairman of the party and premier, it was Deng who decided to curb the criticisms. On March 28, Beijing city government officials, reflecting the changing political climate and Deng's personal view, issued a regulation declaring that slogan, poster, books, magazines, photographs, and other material which opposes socialism, the dictatorship of the proletariats, the leadership of the Communist Party, Marxism, Leninism, and Mao Zedong thoughts are formally prohibited. As in imperial days, orders was maintained by general decree and by publicizing severe punishments of a prominent case to deter others. Deng's crackdown continued with the rest of the Wei Jingsense on March 29th, just 4 days after Wing's article on democracy had appeared on Democracy Wall. With Wei's arrest, the number of people going to view the wall certainly dropped, and only a few brave people continued to put up posters. The best informed foreign estimates of the numbers of arrests in Beijing in the following week is 30. Okay, is 30, and decimal compared to the hundreds of thousands arrested in 1957 or during the Cultural Revolutions. No deaths were recorded. Remaining posters were moved to a much less traveled spot at Yudan Park, well beyond easy walking distance from the Zidane. Articles began to appear in the press criticizing some of the posting on the wall. At Yudan Park, officials were assigned to request the names and the work units of anyone who wished to hang a poster. Wall posters were not officially prohibited at Zidane until December 1979, but at the end of the March Democracy Wall had ended. Yu Guomin reported that Yu Guomin as an obedient official publicly supported Deng's decision, but officials who attended the opening sessions of the theory work conferences could see that Hu Yongbang personally believed that granting more freedoms would not endanger public orders. When the wall was closed down, for a few things among the general public dared to protest, although many in the party firmly supported Deng's action as necessary to prevent the chaos that had characterized the cultural revolutions. Another party official, including many intellectuals, were deeply disturbed by Deng's decision. In Yu Guang views, Deng's change from approving of the wall in the mid-December to closing it down within 3 months later was one of the key turning points in China after the death of the Mao. Now, conference on theoretical principle. Conference on Theoretical Principles Part 1. In late September 1978, Marshal Yi, concerns about the divisive battles between conference theoretical principle, concerned about the divisive battle between the advocates of the two whatevers and the forward and those who favored practice as the sole criterion for judging truths, proposed holding a conference to create a common. These both articles, man. Common basic principle to guide party works in the field of cultures and education. Impressed with the success of the work conference on the economy, he believed that a free discussions of theoretical principles would unify party leaders as they entered a new era. On December 13, at the close of the Central Party Work Conference and with the approval of the other leaders, Hua Guofeng formally announced plans to hold the conference on theoretical principles. The first parts of the conference was held from January 18 to January 15 with a few-day break after January 26 for the Spring Festival. It was convened by the party propaganda department and the Chinese Academy of Social Science. By the time the concrete plan for the conference had been completed, there was general agreement among the elite leaders that practice as the sole criteria for judging truth had won out over the two whatevers. Hu Xiaoping had just become the head of the propaganda departments, and Wang Dongxing, the leaders of the more conservative forces, had undertaken a self-criticism. Those in charge of planning for the conference were largely cosmopolitan liberal leaders in the propaganda field at a plenary sessions opening the conferences. Hu Yaobang described the purpose of the conference to review propaganda work over the past 3 decades and to outline how the parties should support the greater opening of the countries and implementation of the full modernization. Hu praised the great progress that had been in a liberating thoughts following the fall of the gangs of First 2 years of progress that had been laid in a recent months by leadership Deng, who had advocated seeking the true part from the facts. Hu Yaobang also explained that during his first part of the conference, which would last until mid-February, the participants will be divided into 5 small groups. During the second part, a larger group of more than 400 leaders of propaganda units from all over the world countries would make plans to implement the consensus reached during the final part. Hu Yongbang selected as the chairman of these small groups, mostly liberal, open-minded intellectual who worked at a newspaper and in university think tanks and the propaganda department, although some of the participants such as Wu Lengxing and Hu Lengxing were more conservative in their thinking. 4 of these 5 C-section leaders, Hu Jiwi and Yu Yongyongst, Wu Jiang and Zhu Yang, had played active role in their early discussion of the practices the sole criteria for judging others' truths, which was an incident attack on the rigidity of the Maoist orthodoxy. And the 5th member, Tong Dalin, was a liberal close to Jung, and although 2 of the most senior official presence, Zhou Yang and Lu Yingyang, held the highest position in the propaganda apparatus at the time of 1957 anti-rightist campaign, they later expressed serious regrets about his campaigns against intellectuals and subsequently became strong advocates of greater freedoms. Participants at the conference came from all over the countries, and following the meeting in Beijing, many local areas held their own similar conferences. As the conference began, democracy world was in full bloom. But whereas Zidane Democracy Wall was a mass movement with no formal organizations or planning. The conference on theoretical principle was carefully orchestrated from start to finish. In addition, the poster writers and onlookers had waited from the start to finish. In addition, the poster writers and onlookers at Zidane's were casual strangers who met one another occasionally at the wall, but the 160 participants at the conference on theoretical principles were carefully selected party members who interacted almost daily for the month. The talks were more polished and reflected broader understanding of the party, histories, and the world developments than the posting at democracy wall. Even so, the two venues had common roots. The heartfelt desire to create a more open intellectual atmosphere in the new era. There were other connections between the two venues. Wang Ruanxi, the deputy director of the People's Daily, and the participation at the conference on theoretical principle was assigned to report on the happening at Zidane Democracy Wall. After going there to observe, he reported back to conference participants that democracy wall seemed vital and peaceful, that the posted comments seemed sincere. Other participants at the conference conveyed similar views based on the observation of democracy wall. Democracy wall. In guiding the conference on theoretical principle, Wu Yangbang made an effort to retain the support of the both Hua Yongping and Deng Xiaoping. He declared his speech at the opening plenary session with the Hua Yongping, and it praises the success achieved under the Huan's leadership. Deng was busy planning his trip to the United States and attack on Vietnam, but on January 27th, the day before he was meant to depart for the United States, when Hu reported to Deng plan for the conference, Deng told him that no one had yet clarified what kind of a democracy was appropriate for China and that careful thought should be given to these questions. Deng told Hu Yongbang to organize 20 or 30 staff members to help clarify the relevant issues and to prepare an essay of 20 to 30,000 characters on the practice of democracy to be delivered on the 16th anniversary of the May 4th demonstration. Deng said that the essay should show that socialist democracy would surpass the bourgeois democracy. The atmosphere at the conference on theoretical principle was epitomized by the treatment of Wu Lengxi, the former editor of the People's Daily, who had been a critic of practice as the sole criterion for judging truths. Wu was ordered to write self-criticisms, and when his first self-criticism was judged insufficient, he wrote another. Liberals were gaining in power, but they used the same technique of criticisms and self-criticisms to achieve the unity that had previously been used to support the radical causes. Participants at the conference reminded Wu that Deng Xiaoping had clearly told him in August 23, 1978, that the editing of the Volume 5 of the Mao's selected workers should express the spirit of the practice as the sole criterion for judging truth. Wu confessed that because he had not wanted to damage Mao's reputation, he had supported the two whatevers. He acknowledged that he should do more to liberate his thinking. Participants responded eagerly to Hu Yongbang's opening speech at the conference, which encouraged them to liberate their thinking and to speak without inhibitions. The new mood brushed the boundaries of restraints, allowing unprecedented levels of the candors and criticisms of party affairs. Participants were free to criticize past editors of the Maoist periods and to consider a broader range of ideas as the new boundaries for what was acceptable squadrons. Wang Rushi, deputy editors of the People's Daily, powerfully argued on behalf of more freedom in a talk examining the questions of how Mao and a small group of his followers could lead the entire populations to the disastrous great leap forwards. He pointed to the attack on intellectuals in 1957, and that left him terrified to speak out and therefore unable to prevent Mao from committing the horrible errors. A professor of philosophy at the People's University went so far as to call the Gang of Four fascist dictatorship. Yan Zhenghe, later head of the Political Science Institute of the CAS, to recommend limited terms of the office for all the officials to prevent a recurrence of such disasters. From the beginning of the conference, however, some of the participants were worried that they might get in trouble if the political tides turned and the top leaders became more conservative. One participant said that unlike the 1957 100 Flowers period, there should be a legal guarantee so that the people will not be punished for speaking out. As usual at such conferences, printed summaries of the sessions were distributed to top leaders who did not attend the sessions, and as they read the report, several high-level leaders complained that the theorist of the meeting had gone too far. At the same time, Hong Kong and foreign journalists began writing about de-Maoizations, which puts pressures on the Chinese leaders to demonstrate what they were guilty of this charge. Some Chinese leaders even feared that the China theorists were in danger of following the path of Khrushchev's, whose Stalinization program had weakened the Soviet Party's authority. Indeed, senior party officials began to complain that the views expressed at the conference were dangerously close to criticizing virtually everything that had occurred during the Mao's era. Some veterans had held important positions in the Mao's era, worried that they too might be tired with the growing criticisms of Mao and began to raise questions about whether Hu Yongbang and others at the conference were being revisionist, anti-Mao, and anti-party. The gap between certain senior party officials on the one hand and the outspoken people at Democracy Wall and the conference on the theoretical principle on the other hand was proving too large to bridge. Chen Yuan, Lin Zhuang Yan, and others who had supported Deng at the third plenum in December 1978 began to express fears that the criticisms of the party was going so far as to threaten their ability to maintain disciplines and order. Hua Yongbang, sensing the growing dangers of a conservative in reaction, warned conference participants that their criticisms by some individuals had exceeded the bounds of the good judgment and loyal party behavior. At a journalist conference at the propaganda department on the February 28, Hu Yongbang said that although Mao had made errors, we must objectively acknowledge the great contributions of Chairman Mao. This comments, however, were not enough to stop the party conservative from continuing to criticize him in the conference. Conference on Theoretical Principles Part 2. On March 16, the day Chinese troops left Vietnam after. It seems that Vietnam is a small country compared to other big countries, but they had a war, a guerrilla war with the with the United States, then the most powerful, and still right now is. The United States lost, Vietnam won. I mean, Vietnam won in a sense that all they have to do is just survive, and they survived. They had a war with the China also. They also survived in that. So yeah, I mean, kudos to them. The Chinese troop left Vietnam after a month-long war, then addressed a meeting of party leaders. Now that his visit to the United States and the attack on Vietnam were behind him, so he could refocus on basic domestic political issues. He assured participants that general conditions were good for national stability and unity, but he warned that there were some worrisome threats. Consequently, it was necessary to firmly hold to the high banner of the Mao Zedong. Otherwise, there was a danger. He warned that the party itself would be attacked, which would denigrate the People's Republic of China and mar an entire period of Chinese history. In order to preserve stability and unity, Deng insisted that the party set aside for now the evaluation of some historical issues such as the cultural revolutions. The newspaper cautioned China's paramount leaders should give this issue a careful attention. Having read the reports of the small group sessions at the first part of the conference on the theoretical principle, Deng agreed with the other party leaders who complained that the party theorists had gone too far in criticizing Mao and the party. Just as Mao, after the campaign and to let 100 flowers bloom in 1957, felt that intellectuals had gone too far in their criticism, so Deng in 1979 felt intellectuals had again overstepped. Learning the negative lessons from the Mao 1957 counter attacks, Deng did not want to overreact and lose the support of the intellectuals. Meanwhile, those who supported democracy, while in the spirit of the first part of the theory conference, complained privately that the summary reports written under the supervision of the conservative Deng Liqin and Hua Yongming had exaggerated the level of criticisms of the party in order to provoke Deng Xiaoping and into breaking with those who wanted a more democratic discussions. Deng Xiaoping was especially upset at Wang Ruzi, deputy editor of the People's Daily, who not only criticized Mao but also allowed his views to be published in Hong Kong like other high-level officials. Deng insisted that the differences of opinion among the party leaders were not to be made public. To help prepare his speech for the conference, Deng turned again to Hu Zheng, who had attended the first part of the conference. Deng's meeting with Hu Yongpang, and others on March 27 to go over the draft of his speech took 2 days after the posting of Wei Jingxing essays on democracy that had so alarmed senior parties officials. Although Deng wanted to allow more freedoms during the Mao's era, he also wanted to establish principles that would draw a firm boundary about what kinds of the political commentaries were acceptable and unacceptable. He told Hu Yongpang, that the other drafters of the speech that the four basic principles should be presented to clarify the boundaries of the freedoms. Although his speech was prepared within only a few days, it has not only set the tone for part two of the conference, but also served for a decade as a guide for deciding whether or not to give an article or book or movie or political acceptable. Four Cardinal Principle, March 30, 1979. Page number, it's 262. Okay. Four Cardinal Principle, March 30, 1979. In his influential major address, Deng laid out the four cardinal principle to draw the line between what was acceptable and what was unacceptable. Writing should not challenge the socialist path, the dictatorship of the proletariats, the leadership of the Communist Party, the Marxism, Leninism, and Mao Zedong's thoughts. Then continued to acknowledge that in some areas China could learn from the capitalist countries. He also recognized that a socialist country can make serious errors and suffer setbacks such as those caused by the Lin Biaos and the gangs of force, but he denied that China's problems stem from the socialism. In his view, they resulted instead from the long pre-communist history of feudalisms and imperialism. China's socialist revolutions had already narrowed the gap with the capitalist countries, and they could continue to do so. Moreover, dictatorship of the proletariats would continue to be needed in counter forces hostile to socialisms and to socialist public orders, including counter-revolutionaries and enemy against and agents and criminals. Even as China allowed the practice of socialist democracy, which remained essential for modernization. Like modernization, Deng said, democratization could advance step by step. If anything was sacred for Deng, it was the Chinese Communist Party. He instinctively bristled at criticisms of the party and emphasized that the public criticisms of the party would not be tolerated. He acknowledged that Comrade Mao, like any other man, had his defects and made errors, but he argued that the Mao Zedong's thought is the crystallizations of experience of the Chinese people's revolutionary struggle for over half a century. History, he said, it's not made by one person, but people can respect one person. The unleashing of popular criticisms at Democracy Wall and the Conference on Theoretical Principles helped Deng weaken the hold of a Maoist orthodoxy, which accepted literal interpretations of everything Mao had said and justified criticisms of party errors at even the previous 2 decades. But Deng still positioned himself personally not as one who had led the attack on Mao, but rather as one who defended the greatest of Mao. Marshal Lee's goal of unifying party thinking was not achieved because the gap between the hopes of the liberal intellectuals and the fears of the stalwart conservative proved too long to bridge with the gentlemanly consensus based on open discussion. In the end, Deng attempted to impose unity from above with an authoritative statement underpinned by the power of the Deng states. As a reluctance witness to the division within the party, Deng was convinced that China was not yet ready to achieve national unity without some measures of coercion. After Deng's speech on March 30, the conference broke up into 12 small groups where the participants discussed for 3 days how to implement Deng's message. On April 3, in his closing speech at the conference, Hu Yongpeng, a disciplined party member, expressed his full support of Deng's positions on the four cardinal principles, but those who had heard Hu Yongpeng during the first party of the conference knew that he personally would have preferred a more open society, that he believed that nations would not be thrown into disorder if different views could be expressed more freely. Although Deng and Hu shared commitments to modernizations and continue to work together, their differences on where to draw the lines of freedoms continue to fester, eventually leading the Ukraine state decision in 1987 to remove the Hu from his positions. As recent as Deng's speech seemed to party leaders to intellectuals, the underlying message was disturbing. The boundaries of the freedom were narrowed. Democracy wall did not officially close down, but the chilling effect of Deng's speech, along with the rest of Wei Jingjing and the intimidations of the people who continued to hang posters, brought an end to democracy wall and to the hopes of a genuine 100 flowers in the cultural fields. To those who had hoped for more freedoms, could not easily forgotten the heady movements of exuberance at democracy wall and thoughtful intellectual explorations at the in a theory work conference. Intellectuals at the CASS and elsewhere were silenced, but many were not persuaded for of the wisdom of the new policy. The new, more conservative line emanating from Deng's four cardinal principle rippled across the media, stress conference participation, and the struggle to adapt to the new political reality. People's daily editorial of the May 5 stated, some people think that democracy means that they can do whatever they want. What we advocate is democracy under the guidance of the consensualism. Lower level official issued propaganda based on the new narrower line about what was permissible. Many intellectuals were deeply disappointed at the limitations of their freedoms, but Deng's reaction was far more restrained than Mao's attack on intellectual had been in 1957. Deng knew he needed their cooperation to achieve modernizations. Following his enunciation of the four cardinal principles, intellectuals became more cautious about criticizing the party in the public, but only relatively small numbers of intellectuals were criticized, humiliated, or removed from the position. Some of the best-known critics were allowed to travel and stay abroad from where they continued to speak out. Indeed, the long-term trends between 1978 and 1992 was towards expanding the space for free discussions, to upset at the sometimes clumsy and arbitrary efforts to enforce the boundaries of a free expression. General public as well as intellectual continue to seek opportunities to push back the boundaries that constrain their freedom. It was impossible to set the boundaries of free expression once and for all. To allow new ideas to be tried out into secure cooperations of intellectuals, they needed to allow larger measures of freedoms to then was permitted before 1978. At the end of the October 1979, at the Fourth Congress of Literature and the Arts, Deng managed to articulate this delicate balance of freedoms and control in such a way that he retained the support or at least the passive acceptance of almost intellectual, while rebuffing any attacks the judged might threaten a party authority. When preparing his speech to the Congress on Literature and the Arts, Deng's staff shoved a draft copy to Zhou Yang and the cultural czars in the 1950s, who in the late 1970s has become a champion of a greater freedom for intellectuals. Zhu Yang advised Deng not to give a long speech. Following Zhu Yang's suggestion, Deng gave a short, simple greetings of congratulation in which he praised the creativity of Chinese people in the arts, affirmed their progress in the 1950s, criticized the restrictions of freedom imposed by the Lin Biao and Jiang Xing, and said he looked forward to continuing advances in the cultural space. His speech received warm and enthusiastic applause from the people in literary worlds, even from those who remained upset at the speech on the four cardinal principles. Unlike Mao in 1957, Deng in 1979 did not lose the support of mainstream intellectuals. Many who complained privately about the arbitrariness of the government's restriction continued to work actively for the four modernizations. But throughout his rule and until he stepped down in 1992, Deng would face a continuing tug of war over the boundaries of freedoms. On June 4, 1989, this tug of war would lead to tragedy. Yes, 1989, there was a Tiananmen Square protest, and and at that time, I think India was also having big pressures. That I think around 1990, India was having dried up the foreign reserves. They had to open their economy. So yeah, They had to open, so that's why they have LPG liberalization, privatization and globalization in 1991. LPG, because of that. Chapter number 9, the Soviet Vietnamese threat, 1978 to 1979. Just wait, okay. I want to see why there was a war, okay. Why Vietnam, war happened. The Vietnam War started primarily as a struggle for national independence by the communist-led Vietnamese nationalists, which later escalated into a major proxy conflict of the Cold War. The roots of the conflict can be traced in the following key factors: decolonizations and independence. Following the World War II, Vietnamese nationalists led by Ho Chi Minh sought to end French colonial rules after the French were defeated in 1954. The country was temporarily divided into communist North, supported by the Soviet Union and China, and Western-backed South. The domino theory. During the Cold War, the United States was deeply committed to containing the global spread of communism. US leaders feared the domino theory, which poses that if the Vietnam fell to communism, surrounding the South Asian nations would topple like dominoes. Civil conflict and foreign interventions. North Vietnam objective was to unify the entire country under the single communist regime. In response to this communist expansion and guerrilla uprising, the Soviet Kongs, the United States steadily increased its financial, military, and advisory support to the South Vietnamese. In direct US involvement, the situation escalated in an official war in 1964, following the Gulf of Tonkin incident. Okay, this one. Okay, who won? Right. Okay, who won the war, and what was the involvement of US of the China, and okay, and then later also I think they might have had some war or something. Okay, just wait. So North Vietnam won the war. Okay, officially reunifying with the country under the communist government when the Soviet Soviet Vietnam capital Shenzhen fell on this one. So the United States withdrew its combat troops in 1973, following the Paris Peace Accords, rendering its objective of maintaining a non-communist South Vietnam a failure. China played a crucial multi-billion-dollar supporting role for North Vietnam, serving as its primary lifeline support alongside the Soviet Union. However, the alliances was driven more by Cold War strategies than true friendships, ultimately collapsing into a broader war shortly after this one. Military and logical supports to get troop deployed within this one. China sent over 320,000 military personnel in the North Vietnam, defense engineering, weapon and supplies. Okay, strategic motives, creating a buffer. Aftermath from allies to okay, so that's what I'm saying. Okay, that's okay. Strategic is a Sino-Soviet rivalry. As China and Soviet Union split ideologically, Beijing competed with Moscow for influence over the Hanoi. Aftermath from allies to enemies. The alliance did not last. Once Vietnam unified in 1975, it aligned more closely with the Soviet Union, which deeply angered China. In the late 1978s, Vietnam invaded Cambodia to overthrow the genocidal Khmer Rouge regime, which was backed by the China. In retaliation, China launched a surprise invasion of North Vietnam in February 1979, sparking a brief but bloody war that permanently stained the relationship. Okay, just wait. Okay, and then who won the war? Vietnam and China, and involvement, and is there any involvement of Russia? I don't know what India was doing that time. I mean, it's good that I think India was busy with the Pakistan. The 1979 Sino-Vietnamese war resulted in a tactical stalemate where both sides claimed victory, but historians generally viewed as a military failure for China and a successful defense by Vietnam. So Vietnam successfully repelled the initial onslaughts using the local militias and border guards, while China suffered unexpectedly high casualties. However, China did achieve some long-term political objectives by proving that its military would act aggressively to protect its interests. Russia, then Soviet Union, played an essential heavy-handed supporting role behind the scenes, while Moscow did not deploy direct ground troops. Its intelligence massive supply in this. Okay, so it's the last date. The war lasted just in the 4 weeks, February 17 to March 16th. Because the objectives of both nations differed, the winner remained highly debated. Okay, a massive involvement. So there's a political, the military victories, and there's a political victory. Chinese leaders in Xiaoping stated his role was simply to teach Vietnam lessons for invading Cambodia. Once Chinese forces captured several this one borders, Beijing carried aid machine complete. Okay, so I mean, obviously both will. This is exactly what happens. What is happening now also, right? Some United States, they might have a military victory, but politically they have lost. The Soviet Vietnamese threat occurs from 1970 to 79. In the mid-1977, when Deng once again became responsible for China's national security and foreign affairs, he faced two overriding concerns: defending China against the threat from the Soviet Union and Vietnam, and laying the groundwork to enlist foreign help for China's modernization. To reduce the danger from the Soviet military, he sought to firm up relation with the China's neighbors and to block Soviet advances for help with the modernization. He returned to Japan and United States. In pursuing these goals, for 14 months beginning in January 1978, Deng undertook a whirlpool tour of the more countries than he had visited in his entire lifetime. During these trips, he improved relations with the China's continental neighbors, opened China for more widely than it had been opened any time since 1949, and set China on an irreversible course of active participation in international affairs and in the worldwide exchange of ideas. In the five trip abroad, he visited Burma, renamed Myanmar, okay, after 1989, Nepal, okay, Nepal, South Korea, no, North Korea, Japan, Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, United States. During these 14 months, Deng also concluded a treaty of peace, friendship with the Japan, negotiated the normalization of relations with the United States, and led China into a war in Vietnam. Deng inherited the foreign policy mantles and then returned to party work until the summer of 1977. He did not seek responsibility for foreign affairs. At one point, he even said that he preferred not to take on the jobs because it was taxing. But China needed Deng to manage foreign affairs. Not only had he been at Mao's or Zhuo Len's site in foreign meeting leaders for almost 3 decades, but he himself had been in charge of foreign affairs from mid 1970s to the end of 1975 under the tutelage of both Mao and Zhou. So his colleague recognized that after Zhou and Lai's death, no other leaders could compare with Deng in terms of knowledge of foreign affairs, strategic thinking, personal relationship with the foreign leaders, and skill in building goodwill abroad while firmly defending China's interest. Diplomats like Huang Hu, who replaced Zhuang Guanhua as a foreign minister in December 1976, had extensive knowledge of other countries and past negotiations. But China's diplomats lacked the confidence to make important political judgments and the stature to meet up the foreign leaders as an equal. Foreign policy had long been a central focus of the top Communist Party leaders. Mao and Zhou, in particular, had been towering world-class strategists, confident in dealing with the world's other leaders as an equal. Though China remained already relatively close before 1978, Mao and Zhou gave foreign affairs a great deal of attention, and they took both personal responsibility for guiding policy. When Mao met foreigners, he exhibited imperial confidence and talked of philosophy, history, and literature, as well as of the raw dynamic of the world power. When Zhou met with the foreigners, at home and abroad, he was erudite, elegant, charming, nuanced, considerate of his guest, and ready to discuss details as well as to paint the big picture. Like Mao and Zhong, Deng possessed an instinctive national loyalties, strategic visions, and an underlying toughness in pursuing national interest. When meeting foreigners, Deng, like Mao Zedong, not only covered an agenda but also tried to size up his visitors to characters and objective. Deng, however, was more systematic as well as more direct, straightforward than Mao or Zhou in focusing on the major issues of the concerns of China. Before meeting a foreign guest, he did not receive an oral briefing. He wanted to read a memo from his staff about the visitors, the purpose of the trips and what topics should be covered. And as with Mao and Zhou, the foreign visitors often met a Chinese diplomat first, and diplomat could pass to Deng a memo about the visitors' concerns before Deng met them. Foreign diplomats in Beijing respected Deng greatly and saw him in someone with whom they could work. He became a favorite of foreign visitors for for his wit, intensity, disarming frankness, and desire to solve problems. George H.W. Bush, who saw him often in 1975 when he headed the U.S. liaison's office in Beijing, once said he had an intense demeanor and talked with a bluntness that left no doubt about his meaning. Hua, who said in on many sessions with the Mao's on Zola, and then when they met foreign leaders, said of things, he was a good at grasping major issues, understanding and expounding briefly the essence of the problems in a profound ways, and making judgment and decision and resolution and a straightforward way. Unlike Maoist, who harbored visions of a grandeur for China that exceeded its power and leverage, Deng remained realistic in acknowledging China's weaknesses and backwardness. But Deng also had an underlying confidence. He knew that he was representing an enormous country with an extraordinarily long history as a great civilization, and he drew strength not only from his own success in overcoming personal challenges, but also from his broad knowledge of domestic and international affairs. Unlike some Soviet leaders, he did not attempt to impress foreigners from more modern countries, even if they towered over him. So instead, Deng engaged foreign leaders as partners in solving problems, and soon got down to the issues at hand. Lacking any psychological hangs up, he could firmly resist without becoming defensive or nasty. Even any foreign pressures that he judged were not kept in with the China's interest. Deng had not always displayed such confidence. When he first visited in New York in 1974 to speak to the United Nations, Deng sounded cautious and uncomfortable, formal, for he knew that his staff would report back to Mao. But he said and did. Deng continued to be careful about during 1975 because all important foreign policy issues he still needed to obtain Mao's approval finals, as even Deng acknowledged Zhou Enlai's knowledge and experience far surpassed his own. After Mao and Zhou died, however, Deng could negotiate with the foreign leaders without worrying about the views of others. When he returned to take charge of the foreign affairs in the mid-1977, Deng continued the policy he had been carrying out in 1975. But foreign officials who met Deng after July 1977 found him more spontaneous and confident and more willing to express his opinion on broad range of policy foreign issues. From 1977 July until late 1999, okay, in his conversation with the foreign leaders, Deng spoke respectfully of a chairman who asked. But from the time Deng returned in 1977, this foreign guest harbored no doubts that Deng was the one in charge of foreign policy. He functioned not only as China's negotiator but also as its grand strategist. And although he read the report from a diplomats for important decisions, he relied more heavily on its own seasoned judgments. Deng could be relaxed with a sure-footed understanding of how the topic at hand related to the overall strategies and confidence in his own ability to deal with its counterparts. Over time, Deng developed his own characteristic style in conducting meetings with the foreigners. He would begin with a few witty remarks to welcome his foreign guest and then shift to focus on the main issues he talked about, addressed to making his point directly, clearly, and forcefully. The Soviet Union as the main enemy. In his strategic analysis, Deng's starting point was the same as Mao's: identify the main enemies, cultivate allies against the main enemies, to neutralize the enemies allies and draw them away from the enemies. By 1969, it was clear that the Soviet Union had replaced the United States as this China's main enemies. In July of that year, President Nixon in Yukon's announced that the United States, state would not, become involved in the land war in China or in Asia. Also, following border clashes between China and the Soviet Union in March and August, Sino-Soviet relation remained very tense. After the US troop pulled out of Vietnam in 1975, the Soviet Union and Vietnam took advantage of the opportunities to fill the vacuum created by the US troops' withdrawal. In Deng's view, increasingly threatened China's interest, but Deng concluded the Soviet Union was determined to replace the United States as the dominant global power, and that the Vietnamese were aiming to become the dominant power in the Southeast Asia. Therefore, China should form a single line, uniting with other countries at the same latitudes. The United States, Japan, and Northern Europe against the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, China would also endeavor to pull other countries like China would also endeavor to pull other countries like India away from the Soviet Union side. When Deng returned, just imagine, okay, yeah, I mean, what you imagine, it was right, okay, China, India, and Soviet Union, good relations. In the middle, there is a China. So both the sides, they have to be very, very careful. And they don't have a good relation with the South Korea. They don't have a good relation with Vietnam. They don't have a good relation with Japan. So yeah, I mean, okay. And Soviet Union kept massive numbers of When Deng returned to work from work in 1977, the Soviet Union and Vietnam appeared increasingly menacing to him as they cooperated to extend their power in the Southeast Asia. Vietnam had allowed the Soviet Union to use the ports that the United States had modernized and left behind at Da Nang and Cam Ranh Na base. These cooperations would give the Soviet Union the freedom to move its ship into the entire area from the Indian Ocean to the Pacific. Missile bases in Vietnam were also constructed and held Soviet missiles aimed at China, with Soviet personnel and electronic equipment on the base to provide technical assistance. And the Soviet Union kept massive numbers of troops along the China's northern borders, a situation that seems more threatening because to the west, India was cooperating with the that's what I'm saying. Soviet Union and the Soviet Union was poised to invade Afghanistan. Meanwhile, Vietnam had already taken as a Laos and was preparing to invade China's ally, Cambodia. Deng, like player of the Chinese board game, Wei Gi, thought of these developments in terms of countries staking out different locations and winning by surrounding the enemies. To Deng, China was in danger of being encircled. Of all these developments, the alliances between Vietnam and the Soviet appeared to Deng to be the most threatening. China. Vietnam appeared to be the location where bold Chinese actions could have greatest impact in preventing Soviet encirclements. Deng said that Vietnam, after expelling the American troops, was beginning to act like a proud peacock, showing off its tail. In May 1978, when Brzezinski met with Deng to discuss plans for normalization, he was surprised at Deng's vehemence in denouncing Vietnamese perfidy. Other diplomats who met Deng Xiaoping in 1978 observed that whenever the topic of Vietnam came up, he became viscerally angry. Deng's relationship with the Vietnam. Towards Vietnam, Deng felt a sense of personal as well as a national betrayals because China had sacrificed for Vietnam during the American attacks, yes, and because he had a deep personal ties with the Vietnamese for 5 decades, half a century earlier. When Deng was a worker student in France, he had worked with the Vietnamese allies in the anti-colonial struggle against France. And there is no evidence that Deng met Chin in France, even though they both were there at the same time. But he definitely met Ho in Yan and in the late 1930s. Also, Enlai did know how in France, and also a colleague at the Vamsa Military Academy in the 1920s. When Deng was assigned to Quanzi in the late 1920s, he passed through Vietnam several times where he was aided by the underground Vietnamese communists in 1940s and early 1950s. Deng and Vietnamese communists were fellow revolutionary fighting for the communist victories. victories, but after 1954, they were fellow government officials who are striving to protect the national interest. The connection with the General Wu Guangping, one of the Deng's former underlings, and also ran deep. Wei had served under Deng in Guangxing and in the Hui campaigns and was a member of the Zhou minority from the area of the Guangxing where Deng had established the revolutionary base in 1929. Deng explained to Singapore Prime Minister Lee Yuan Hu that in 1954, when the Vietnamese were fighting for the French, Vietnamese lacked experience in large-scale combat, and General Wu Guofeng from China had played a key role in guiding the fighting at the Dien Bien Hu. The Vietnamese had wanted to retreat, but Wei Guangyu refused. Air defenses in the northern part of the Vietnam too were managed by the Chinese fighters. Deng understood the complexities of the relationship between China and Vietnam as a national interest shifted and were reinterpreted through new lenses. He knew that over the centuries, Vietnamese patriots had regarded the Chinese as their main enemy because of the Chinese invasions and the occupation. He understood that Vietnam was trying to maximize an aid from both China and the Soviet Union at that time when each endeavored to pull Vietnam closest. He also realized that although China considered the contribution of General Wei Huangqing and the Chinese counters volunteers to have been critical to the victories at Dien Bien Hu, the Vietnamese were still bitter out about China's failure to support their efforts to unify the country at the 1954 Geneva peace treaties. Daily discussion. Deng was acutely aware that Hu Chin in his last will and testaments written in 1965 declared that Vietnam should be the dominant power in Indochina, a statement that Chinese did not agree with, and he knew that Vietnam had been upset that China, starting in 1972, had begun to sacrifice its relation with Vietnam in order to gain better relations with the United States. But China had also been very generous in helping North Vietnams to fight the United States. And when the Vietnam Party Secretary, Lee Duan visited Beijing from April 18 to April 23, 1965, seeking help during the stepped up U.S. air attack on North Vietnam, President Chiu Lai-shih told Liu Din that whatever the Vietnams needed, the Chinese would attempt to supply. During that visit, Deng met Liu Duan upon his arrival at the airports to join Liu Guan's in meeting with him, and then he saw him at the airports. Afterwards, the Chinese set up a small group under the State Council to coordinate China aid to Vietnam. North Vietnam state represented some 21 branches of the government, including military transport, construction, rail services. According to the Chinese records, from June 1965 to August 1973, China dispatches a total of 320,000 volunteers to Vietnam to help with the anti-aircraft weaponry, machinery repairs, and road railway constructions, communications, and airport repairs, mine sweeping, rail services, and other activities. At their peak, there were 170,000 Chinese troops in Vietnam at one time. China reported some 4,000 Chinese casualties during the war, but some Chinese scholars estimate that this fight is in the tens of thousands. In 1978, Deng reported Singapore Prime Minister Liu Yuan used that while the Americans were in Vietnam, China had shipped goods to Vietnam that were worth over $10 billion at the time, and even more aid than China had provided to North Korea during the Korean War. As the Chinese expanded their support to Vietnam, they sent in their own engineering and construction troops, anti-aircraft, artillery, and additional supplies. 1965, Deng, on behalf of the Chinese government, offered to greatly increase China's aid to Vietnam if the Vietnams would end their relationship with the Soviets, but Vietnam refused. Instead, when US bombing attacks in Vietnam increased, Vietnam turned increasingly to the country with the high technology and modern weapon it needed for defense Soviet units, and the Soviets in turn used their increasing leverage to pressure Vietnam to lean to the Soviet side in the Sino-Soviet dispute. The gap between China and Vietnam widened in the mid 1960s when Vietnam stopped criticizing Soviet revisionism, and when China showed its displeasure with Vietnam's close ties with the Soviet by pulling out military divisions out of Vietnam. 1966, when Zhou Enlai and Deng met Ho Chi Minh, Deng and Zhou were keenly aware of Vietnamese complaint that Chinese troops were acting like the arrogant Chinese invaders who had appeared frequently in Vietnamese long history. Deng argued that the 100,000 troops were there solely to guard against the possibility of a Western invasions, and Zhou offered to withdraw them. But Vietnam did not request their withdrawals, and China continued to supply substantial amounts of the ammunition and weapons and equipment. Hu Chin, who spoke excellent Chinese and had spent years in China, worked hard to maintain good working relations with China as well as with the Soviet Union. But after his death in September 1969, Sino-Vietnamese relationship deteriorated. Chinese aid was reduced, and the China eventually pulled its troops out of Vietnam. So when the Chinese improved relationship with the United States after Nixon's visit in 1972, and then reduced aid to Vietnam. So Vietnam is viewed as a sign of the Chinese betrayal of Vietnam's war against the United States. After the American pulled out of Vietnam, the Soviets were generous in supplying large-scale aid to rebuild the war-torn countries. In contrast, on August 13, 1975, a few months after the American left Vietnam, Zhou Enlai, hospitalized and pale from the cancer, told the top Vietnamese planners Liu Thon's night that China would not be able to give much aid for Vietnam's reconstruction. China was exhausted from the Cultural Revolution, and its economy was not in a good shape. You Vietnamese, Zhou said, should let us have a respite and regain our strength. But in the same month, other Chinese official welcomed the Cambodian deputy Prime Minister and promised them a US dollar is equals to $1 billion of aid over the next 5 years. By then, the Soviet was working closely with Vietnam, and China was working with Cambodia to prevent Vietnam from dominating all of Indochina. Then later told Singapore's Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew that China had stopped giving aid to the Vietnams not because it was difficult to match the amount of Soviet aids, but because Vietnam sought hegemony in the Southeast Asia, the Southeast. Soviet Union, stood ready to support and profit from the Vietnam's ambitions, whereas China did not. 1 month later, in September 1975, Vietnam higher officials to first party secretary Liu Duan led a delegation to Beijing with the hope of avoiding a complete break in the relation with the Chinas. Vietnamese leaders wanted to receive some Chinese aids, in part to achieve measures of the independence from the Soviet Unions. Then hosting the versus under the watchful eyes of the mouse shared, Liu Don's goals of avoiding a rupture in the relationship. Deng met Vietnamese delegation at the airport, spoke at the welcoming banquets, continued discussion with the Lane Duans, and sent delegations at the railway stations. He was able to sign an agreement on September 25 that provided Vietnam's with a small loan and modest amount of supplies. Had Deng then remained in office after 1975, he might have been able to patch over the long history of the Vietnam's hostility towards China and the current differences. But after Deng was weakened, the Gang of Four took a march tougher stance demanding that Vietnam renounce Soviet hegemonism. Such demands by the Chinese radicals proved too much for Liu Din, so he refused to sign a joint communist and left Beijing without giving the customary returns banquet. A month later, Liu Don landed in Moscow, where he received the promise of a long-term aid that he was seeking. Vietnam would have been preferred not to only depend on the Soviet Union, but badly needed help to rebuild the countries. Lee Duan, lacking leverage from China or elsewhere to resist Soviet demands, signed agreements supporting Soviet foreign policy positions. These Soviet-Vietnamese agreements further polarized Vietnamese relation with the China and led the China to strengthen its relation with the Cambodia. In early 1977, the Vietnamese ambassador in Beijing said that if Deng were to return to power, he would approach these issues more pragmatically, and relations between China and Vietnam would improve to the extent that China had a foreign policy after Deng was removed in 1975. It was filled with revolutionary slogans lacking in perspective, delivered without finesse, and the radical had virtually broken Chinese ties with Vietnam and pushed Vietnam closer to the Soviet Union. On November 9, 1975, shortly after Deng lost control of the foreign policy, Vietnam announced a political consultative conference to prepare for the reunification of the North and the South Vietnam. Other communist countries sent a congratulatory message, which China returns 3 days after the conference. China's Gongming really reversing things prior acknowledgement the dispute over the Sparkly Islands remain unresolved. They pushed a stronger statement declaring that the Sparkly Islands were a part of the sacred territory of China. After Deng was formally dismissed in April 1976, one of the criticisms against him was that he had supported negotiation with the Vietnam over the Sparkly Islands. And in 1976, in response to the Vietnam's request, the Eastern European countries, North Korea and the Soviet Union, all promised aid to Vietnam, but China did not. The radical had undone the efforts by Deng and then Lee want to keep the relationship alive. After Mao's death and the rest of the gangs of foes, there was a brief interlude when Chinese and Vietnamese leaders explored the possibility of improving ties. On October 15, 1976, just days after the gang was arrested, Vietnamese officials, hoping that China might now pursue a more fraternal policies and offer some help for the next 5 years plans, sent a request to Beijing for economic assistance, but the request went unanswered. And in December 1976, when 29 fraternal Communist Party sent delegates to Hanau for the Vietnamese Party Congress, China under the Huang Gonping's leadership, did not even reply to the invitation to attend. In February 1977, 5 months before Deng's return to power, Beijing simply reiterated to a visiting Vietnamese delegation that no aid would be forthcoming. Just wait, okay? I want to see Vietnam's capital. Is it Hanoi? VIET capital. Okay, yeah, Hanoi. That's okay. Vietnam. The capital of the Vietnam is Hanoi. Now, prelude. That's okay. Prelude to the Sino-Vietnamese conflict. Had Deng not been purged in the late 1975s, he might have been able to avoid the complete break between China and Vietnam. But when Deng returns to work in July 77, he confronted a changed situation in which Soviet Vietnamese cooperation had increased and China's relationship with both the Soviet and Vietnam had deteriorated badly. In March and May 1977, a few months before Deng returned to work, Vietnamese General No Vo Guanin Yap was in Moscow, where he concluded an agreement with the Soviet in which the two sides would expand military cooperation. The Soviet had just had begun to send personnel to naval bases in the Yangnang and Kansas with the prospect that the soon Soviet ships would have access to the entire Chinese coast. Furthermore, the clashes between Vietnamese forces and the Cambodians and Chinese along their respective borders have become larger in scale and more frequent. Vietnam had been hesitant about joining the Council for the Mutual Economic Assistance to the Trade Organization of the Communist Countries, but because it would require Vietnamese to give up some of their cherished economic independence. But on 27 June 1977, the Vietnamese, with an economy badly in need of reconstruction and no other source of income, helped agreed to join. Meanwhile, ethnic Chinese had begun fleeing Vietnam after taking over the South Vietnam in 1975. The Vietnamese communist leaders had begun the immense task of collectivizing and nationalizing its economy. In the process, they began attacking 1.5 million ethnic Chinese in South Vietnam, many of whom were small business people opposed to collectivization. If Vietnam were to invade Cambodia, or if broader clashes with China were to become more serious, Vietnamese leaders feared that the ethnic Chinese might turn against them. So Vietnamese launched a huge campaign that rounded up a massive numbers of the ethnic Chinese and sent them to detention centers, causing many other to flee the country. The Chinese government demanded that Vietnam desist mistreating the ethnic Chinese in the Vietnam, but the Vietnamese official paid no attention. By the time Deng had returned in July 1977, the campaign had eventually expelled an estimated 160,000 ethnic Chinese from the Vietnam, was well underway. In retaliation, in May 1978, after Deng had returned to work, China suspended work on 21 aid projects benefiting Vietnam. As Deng later explained, by the time China did not believe that more aid would have been enough to pull Vietnam away from the Soviet. Deng, like Mao and Zhou, thought in terms of decades. In 1978, the threat was not one of the imminent invasions of China, but the larger dangers that if the Soviet Union were to continue to expand its use of the bases in Vietnam, it could lead to Soviet and Vietnamese encirclement of China. In explaining the situation in the Western East, Deng referred to Vietnam as the Cuba of Asia, a base by China's side. I mean, yeah, even in Cuba, there was a Cuban missile crisis, so which is famous, a base by China's side from which the Soviets could position their planes, their missiles. Scarcely a decade earlier, in 1962, the Soviet Union had withdrawn its missile from Cuba because the American had threatened to use their superior military powers, but the Soviet Union military was far superior to China's. If the Soviet installed missile in Vietnam, it would be difficult at best for the China to force the Soviet to withdraw them. Deng believed that it was urgent to strengthen cooperation with the other countries to resist Soviet Vietnamese expansion before the bases became strong. During his 14th months of the travel, Deng visited only one communist country, North Korea, and seven non-communist countries. He first visited several countries that had a good relation with the China and that could help shore up the China's security along its borders. One of his five to abroad, the first were made to the countries along China's continental borders, like traditional Chinese rulers. Deng sought to pacify China's borders, but he also sought the cooperation of these countries in resisting China's Soviet and Vietnamese advances. He then visited Japan and United States, the two countries that could be the most helpful to China as it pursued the four modernizations, and that also had a great response to military strength, possibly help restrain the Soviet Union and Vietnam. Europe was another major area of the world that could help with modernizations, but Europe's cooperation had already been assured with the Deng's 1975 visit to France. Follow-up arrangement with the Europe and could be managed by Guomong's delegation. They did not require another trip, I think. Visits to Burma and Nepal in January. 1978. I think first foreign visit after assuming the responsibility for foreign affairs was the two countries to China's south and west. Both were long common borders to Burma and Nepal. China's common border with the Burma extended to almost 1,350 miles, and the border with the Nepal almost 850 miles. Deng did not aim to sign any particular agreement with neither nation. The wild red guards had frightened all of China's neighbors, so to develop a good cooperation, would first require some fence mending. With better relationship, the countries on the China's borders would be more likely to cooperate in resisting the Soviet efforts to expand its influence in the regions. Despite recent memories of the Red Caste, Burma and Nepal already had relatively good relations with the Chinas. For his visit to Burma, for example, then could draw an almost 2 decades of friendly relation with the relatively unaffected by the cultural revolution. China and Burma had resolved their border issue in 1960s, and after Ni Wen's 1962 coup, Burma remained relatively isolated from the most countries, but China had to maintain a close relative relations, which which included helping Burma with the constructions of the electric power plants and other infrastructure projects. Zhou Enlai had visited Burma no fewer than 9 times, and by 1977 formed a General Ni Wins to ruled from the 1962 until 1981. Had visited China 12 times. In 1969, China and Burma signed a Treaty of Friendships and Cooperation, and in 1977, Deng Yingchuan Zhou Enlai widows visited Burma, and Deng Xiaoping himself twice hosted Niu Jing in Beijing. During one of these visits, Deng urged New Win to strengthen relations with China's client state, Cambodia, which was already under pressure from Vietnam. A week after Ning visit to Beijing, New Wing became the first head of the state to visit Cambodia. In his presentation in Burma, Deng was careful to refer to Chairman Hua, Confing respectively. He even reiterated China's policy that class struggle was the key link, and something that we would drop from these comments later in the years as the mood in the party began to shift away from the Maoisms and Deng's personal stature rose. Deng believed that when visiting the other countries, he should not only see political leaders but also show appreciation for the country's culture and society as a way of forming deeper bonds. In Burma, he talked with the key leaders of various social groups and showed respect for the local cultures by visiting famous Buddhist temples and other sites. Since Buddhism was also widespread in China, there was obviously cultural links through Buddhism. His remark stretched the long history of the friendship between Burma and China, and he spoke of the common views about these, countering Soviet and Vietnamese influence in the Southeast Asia. Nevin expressed concerns about the China's continuing ties with the communist insurgents in Burma and the other parts of the Southeast Asia, while China was not yet ready to play. This problem was limited to the extent of China-Burmese cooperations, but the visit was followed by an increase in the cultural exchange, and in the following year was an agreement on economic and technical cooperation. Even more importantly, although appearing to maintain its policy of non-alignments, Burma entitled further towards China to the struggles against Soviet and Vietnamese hegemony. Like Burma, Nepal gave Deng a warm welcome. During the 1950s and 1960s, Nepal had tried to maintain a neutral position between Indian and the Chinese interest. But in the 1970s, when Indira Gandhi took a tough line towards Nepal, Nepal's king Virendra turned to China for support. China supported Nepal efforts to establish a zone of peace, and its expanded aid to Nepal opened direct air links and agreed to exchange visits of foreign officials. By June 1976, King Birendra had visited both Sichuan and Tibet. In Nepal, Deng visited temples, museums, and various historical sites. He he spoke of millennia, 2 millennia of the Sino-Nepali friendships and reaffirmed support for King Birendra's zone of peace. Deng said that all nations desire independence, and he urged that countries in the third world cooperate in resisting imperialism, colonialism, and domination by outside powers. Deng asserted that rivalry between the two superpowers had created serious instability in South Asia, but that conditions still remained unfavorable to the superpowers, and China would continue to help Nepal safeguard its national independence. He not only avoided criticizing India but also composed his message in Nepal in a way that might well appeal to India, I'm sorry. China also assists all nations in the regions trying to pursue an independent policy. Deng was paving the way for improved relations with the Indias, which he hoped might help pull it away from the Soviet Union. In January 1978, Deng did not yet have a full mandate to depart sharply from Mao's thinking. As in Burma, he talked not only of rallying behind these party centers, he headed with Chairman Hua Conference, but also of implementing Chairman Mao's revolutionary line and his policies in foreign affairs. It would take some months before a new Beijing consensus would allow Deng to bid farewell to class struggle, but the visit to Burma and Nepal went well and helped to strengthen those countries' cooperation with China. North Korea, September 8, 13, and 1978. Once Vietnam had aligned itself with the Soviet Union, it became even more important for China to maintain a good relation with the other sizable communist country in the Asia, North Korea, and not allow it to become another Cuba in Asia. Fluent in Chinese, Kim II Sung had lived in China for a total of nearly 20 years. 20 years before returning to Korea in 1945. After returning to North Korea, he continued this one's okay. Okay, where was I? He continued to maintain close relations with the Mao's and Zhou Enlai, who during the Korean War sent large numbers of troops, volunteers to assist North Korea and to provide logistic support from Northeast. China's Northeast, like Vietnam, had skillfully used the Sino-Soviet rivalry to get aid from both. Although it generally leaned towards China in relation with the North Korea, Deng benefited from having helped as finance minister in 1953 to launch an aid program for rebuilding North Korea after the Korean War, and from having hosted Kim II Sung in April 1975. North Korea capital was closer to Beijing than the capital. North Korea's capital was closer to Beijing than the capital of any other countries. North Korea's relation with China was closer to its relation with the Soviet. The first official foreign officials whom Deng received after returning to work in mid 1977 was the North Korean ambassador to China. In 1978, Hua Guanping visited 4 countries and Deng visited 7. Only one country hosted both of them, North Korea, as two communist powers. China and North Korea maintained both party to party and military to military relations as well as a government to government relationship, and China made us of all those channels. The general on the two sides who had fought together during the Korean War frequently met, and the International Relations Department of the Chinese Communist Party kept up contacts with its North Korean counterparts. China's decision to expand relations with the China United States, the major power aiding its enemy, South Korea, would be deeply upsetting to the North Koreans. During Deng's forthcoming visit to Korea, longtime enemy Japan, which was also aiding South Korean economic developments, would be a grave concern as well. Well, Deng had wrestled with the question of how to control the damaged relation with North Korea as he opened relation with the Japan and the United States. Deng did not want North Korea to turn more towards the Soviet Union, so he decided that it was better to give North Korea a full explanation beforehand than to surprise them later. To warm the relationship, Deng made a special efforts to show respect to North Korea in the ways that it appreciated most. North Korea was small, but it had visions of grandiose, and one way it measured its grandeur was by the number and rank of officials from the abroad attending its national day celebrations. As the Cultural Revolution was ending in China and foreign leaders resumed visits to Beijing, Kim's second song undertook invitation diplomacy, informing that heads of the third world countries scheduled to visit China that they also would also be welcome to visit North Korea 1977. Only 4 high-level visitors accepted Kim's invitation. Yi Jiangjing representing China and a representative from the East Germany. Okay, so that time Germany also were two. There's one East Germany and West Germany. So there's a Yugoslavia and Cambodia. Kim received them royally. Prince Sihanouk from Cambodia was given his own palatial residence, and when East German leader Erich Honecker visited, he received the biggest welcome of his lifetime. For the 13th anniversary of the founding of the North Korean government on September 10, 1970, Kim's second son went to great lengths to encourage high-level foreign leaders to attend the celebration. Deng honored Kim by spending 5 days in North Korea. He was the highest-ranking official from any country to attend. In public gathering during the week, Kim pleased that such a high-level Chinese official had accepted his invitations. Always placed Deng next to himself. In North Korea, Kim met Deng several times, both privately and publicly. Deng explained China's serious economic problems and its needs to modernize. At that time, North Korea industrial developments constituted a higher share of GNP than China did, but Kim was beginning to fall behind South Korea's bourgeoisie industrial takeoff. As Deng told Kim, the world's cutting-edge technology must be starting point for our modernization. Recently, when our comrades have gone abroad to take a look, the more we have seen, the more we realize we are backward. China needed access to the most modern technology to improve its industrial capacity. This was the message that Kim, who had modernized with the help of the Soviet and China, would well understand. They also explained how difficult it had been to get Japan to agree to anti-hegemony clause directed against Soviet unions, and he briefed Kim on the progress of his secret talks on normalization of the United States. He spoke of the dangers of the United States in the Soviet Union, saying that to avoid a war, one must prepare for a war. In this way, the Soviets would remain more cautious, staying cautious that they must avoid appeasing the Soviet Unionists. Considering the policies that Deng was pursuing with the United States and Japan, his visit went remarkably well. Kim's second son would not join Vietnam's in curling China's and instead would continue to maintain a good relation with China. In later years, Kim's second son assured that others that Deng was his friend, and he even defended to a group of Eastern European communist leaders. Deng's policy of opening China economically and politically on this 1970 trips then succeeded in a very delicate measures, without which North Korean might have improved relations with the United Soviet Union, a distant from China, which was turning to North Korean enemies, United States and Japan. Seeking allies in Southeast Asia, November 5th to 15, 1978. Back in China, the Ipoh Making Central Party Work Conference was set to begin in November 10th, 1978. But Deng regarded the eminent Vietnamese invasion of Cambodia as sufficiently alarming that he put aside work conference participations and normalizations discussion with the United States so that he could travel to Southeast Asia for 10 days to gain their understanding of the China's planned response and attack to Vietnam. By the summer of 1978, it appeared to Chinese that Vietnamese were planning to invade Cambodia, and the prospect of the invasion became a tripwire for Chinese actions. Cambodia had become China's client states, just as Vietnam had become a client of the Soviet Union. China would come to the aid of any ally to whom it had been giving aid and assurance. What was especially disturbing the Chinese was that the most Soviet advisors and equipments were arriving to assist the Vietnamese attack. U.S. official estimated that between 3,500 to 4,000 Soviet advisors were in Vietnam by August 1978, and by mid-October it was reported the Soviet fighters they were unloading aircraft, missile tanks, munition. By this point, Deng had enough. He decided that the first he must stand firm. The peaceful climate for modernization would have to wait. He would then cooperate with the Pol Pots Pol Pot had credible international reputation for his wanton killing, but in Deng's view, he was only Cambodians with enough troops to be usefully ally against the Vietnamese. In July, Vietnamese began bombing Cambodia with as many as 30 sorties a day, and in September the number increased as to as many 100 a day. In November, Chinese leaders observing Vietnamese preparation concluded that Vietnam would invade Cambodia in December during these dry seasons when it couldn't move its tank. Deng believed so strong military responses was absolutely necessary. Deng had warned the Vietnamese, saying that France and the United States did not have the will to remain involved after the forces had suffered such heavy losses in Vietnam, but that China, his neighbor, was there to stay. The Vietnamese, however, were not heeding the warning. Deng, had told Kissinger and for 3 years earlier that Hitler had invaded the West because the Western leaders had not shown that they were ready to make a strong military responses. Deng believed from his long experience in dealing with the Soviet, the discussions would not work. He believed that to get Soviets to desist from expanding in Southeast Asia, he needed to take the strong military actions. He was ready to teach a lesson to the Vietnamese about the high cost of ignoring China's warning and of providing basis for the Soviet. As the Vietnamese were extending their power into the first Laos and then Cambodia, continental Southeast Asian countries were being pressured by the Vietnamese to accommodate it to its power. Southeast Asian did not welcome Vietnamese dominance, but they felt powerless against the Vietnam supported by the Soviet Union and felt they could not easily resist further Soviet expansion in the regions. They then feared that the mainland Southeast Asian countries, Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, would feel compelled to accommodate to Soviet Vietnamese power to determine of China's long-term interest. In Deng's view, it was essential to attempt to pull Southeast Asian countries away from the Vietnam. In this, September 1978, Vietnamese Prime Minister Pham Vong Dong traveled to East Asia to seek understanding of Southeast Asian countries as Vietnam prepared to invade Cambodia, although Pham failed in his efforts to sign a friendship treaty with the Association of Southeast Asia nation ASEAN. Southeast Asian countries were beginning to accommodate to Vietnamese power for they saw no other choices. But by November, Deng had decided he had to travel to those same areas to prevent their accommodation to growing Soviet Vietnamese threat. By the time he left for his Southeast Asian trip, Deng had begun military preparation to respond to Vietnamese invasions of Cambodia, but his plans were not announced to the public. Even if Vietnam penetrated deeply into the Cambodia, China would not respond favorably to Pol Pot's request to send troops to Cambodia as it had during the Korean War to help North Korea. Then feared getting bogged down. Instead, Deng decided China should teach Vietnam a lessons by invading, taking several county capitals to show that it could penetrate furthest and then withdrawing quickly. This would also reduce the chance that Soviet Union might send in troops to assist Vietnam. The Vietnamese would learn that the Soviet Union would not always come to its aid, and the Vietnam should reduce its ambitions in the regions. And by attacking Vietnam's, not the Soviet Union's, China would show the Soviet Union that any effort to build up its forces in the area would be very costly. Deng displayed confidence that Chinese troops, despite the cultural revolutions, and had taken on military training discipline, despite the lack of battle experiences, would be adequate to achieve its political goals against a more experienced and better equipped enemies. Once Chinese troops had withdrawn, they would continue to harass the Vietnamese forces along the borders. Fortunately for Deng's visit, Southeast Asia on 5th of November, 5th of November, 2 days before he arrived, the Soviet Union and the Vietnamese, cemented the pact they had been negotiating by signing a 25 years treaty of peace and friendships. The treaty alarmed Southeast Asian countries and made them receptive to Deng's suggestions about cooperating to resist Soviet and Vietnamese expansion. Leaders in Southeast Asia had no doubt that Deng was in charge of Chinese foreign policy and that whatever he said about the foreign policy would be accepted by the other Chinese leaders. Thailand, November 5, 1978. When Deng arrived on November 5, he became the first Chinese communist leaders ever to visit Thailand. Thailand Prime Minister Kriang Sak Chaumanan welcomed Deng warmly. Deng chose to start his Southeast Asian trip in Thailand not only because Chinese forces would need to pass through the country in order to supply plots for forces in Cambodia, but also because China enjoyed a better relation with Thailand than any other country and any other Southeast Asian countries. Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia each had about 5 million ethnic Chinese, and leaders in all three countries fear that that their ethnic Chinese population might be more loyal to China than to their own country. The fear intensified during the Cultural Revolution when China began sending radio messages in those countries to encourage the local people to carry revolutions. At the time of Deng's visit, this radio's appeal had not yet stopped. The problem was most acute in Indonesia, where local Chinese had joined in resistance to Sukarno that had nearly toppled his governments. Indonesia feudals did not normalize relations with China until 1990s, but in Thailand, the ethnic Chinese were far more assimilated, and the fear of ethnic Chinese becoming a fifth column was far less serious than in Malaysia or Indonesia. If Deng could successfully make his case there, then Thailand could prove helpful in persuading other Southeast Asian countries to cooperate with China and Cambodia in resisting, Vietnamese expansionism. Historically, Thailand had tried to preserve its relative independence by accommodating the wishes of stronger foreign powers to France, Great Britain, Japan. Deng believed that if the China did not assert its interest, Thailand might soon tilt towards Vietnam. Fortunately for Deng, at the time of his visit, Thai leaders who were closely allied with the United States sought to avoid accommodating Soviet and Vietnamese power and welcome Chinese cooperation in resisting Vietnamese domination in the regions. To help prepare Thai public opinion before his trip and to help himself get up to speed up about Thailand's concerns, Deng had several meetings with the Prime Minister Kang Sek during his visit to Beijing earlier that year, and he met with the delegation of Thai journalists in Beijing in early November, October. During Kang Sek's visits, Deng had told the Prime Minister of his desire to work with ASEAN and to normalize relations with Indonesia and Singapore. The two leaders shared perspective on world issues and agreed in principle to increase cooperation between Soviet and Vietnamese dominations. Deng also agreed to support Krang Sek's efforts to enable Asians to remain a zone of peace and neutrality. Perhaps most important, when Deng hosted a Sino Thai Friendship Association delegation to Beijing in June, he urged Thailand to settle its differences with Cambodia. 1 month later, it was announced that in the principle, Thailand and Cambodia had agreed to settle their long-standing border dispute and to exchange ambassador. When Deng met Krang Sek in Thailand in November, he again told him of his desire to work with ASEAN and to normalize relations with Indonesia and Singapore. He presented his analysis of the global ambitions of the Soviets and the regional ambitions of the Vietnamese. Soviet bases in Vietnam asserted threatened not only China but the regions and the world. In a private meeting with only a note takers and interpreters, Deng warned Krang that Vietnam troops were preparing to invade and occupy Cambodia. Thailand, with its longer border with Cambodia, would soon come under threats. Krang Seks agreed to grant China air rights to deliver supplies to Cambodia. Deng also tried to reassure Krang about the loyalty of the local ethnic Chinese in Thailand. He asserted that China encouraged Chinese living overseas to become citizens of countries where they resided. Once they had chosen the Thai nationality, they would automatically forgo their Chinese nationality. He further expressed the hope that those who became Thai nationals would abide by their Thai laws, respect local customs, and live in amity with the local people, while those who chose to remain Chinese nationals would contribute to Sino-Thai friendships and to Thai's economic, cultures, and public welfare. Deng's confidence-building message provided a striking contrast to Mao's message, delivered scarcely a decade earlier, encouraging people in Thailand to promote revolution. Within Thailand, Mao's message appealed most to the ethnic Chinese in his public press conference in Bangkok in November 9. Deng was less explicit about a likely conflict with Vietnam than he had been with the currencies in private. He has stressed the necessity for Thailand and China to cooperate in dealing with those nations that seek to act like a hegemon, and especially the importance of strengthening Sino-Thai cooperation to ensure peace and security in Southeast Asia. He acknowledged that China's past relations with the Thai Communist Party could not be ended overnight, but he said that it would not interfere with the governments to government relation. Privately, however, Deng had assured Krasnak that China would end its support for the Communist Party of Thailand. He had explained that he would stop the Chinese clandestine radio broadcasting and encouraging revolution as soon as he had a chance to prepare the local people who had worked with China and their supporters with China. 8 months later, on June 10, 1979, the radio broadcast came to an end. As on his other foreign trips, Deng made public appearance and took an interest in the old cultures. During the visit to Thailand, which is 90% Buddhist, Deng was shown on television attending Buddhist ceremony. He also met the Thai king and queen, visited sports contests and military demonstrations, and attended a ceremony supporting scientific and technical cooperation between the two countries. 285. Okay, so yeah, 285. Malaysia and November 9 and 10, 12, 1970. Malaysia in November. Malaysia proved to be a far greater challenge to Deng than Thailand. Malaysian leaders didn't have concerns about Vietnam and Soviet aims in the regions, but they were even more worried about the activities of the ethnic Chinese living in Malaysia. Deng, knowing this, did not expect to receive the enthusiastic receptions he had received in Thailand. At best, following a classic United Front strategy, he hoped to neutralize Vietnam's efforts to court Malaysia and to draw Malaysia closer to China's sides. Deng's host Prime Minister Datuk Hussein bin On had good reasons to be concerned about local ethnic Chinese and the relationship with the Chinese. In the 1950s, the communist movement in the British colony of the Malaya was so strong that many Malays had feared that the communists might take over after Malaysian independence. After Malaysian independence was achieved in 1963, Malays were afraid that ethnic Chinese, who had a strong political party, would dominate the governments. To avoid this, Singapore 75% ethnic Chinese and part of the Malaya was out cast out in 1965 and forced to become independent. Thereafter, the Malays were a clear majority, and even though ethnic Chinese still dominated the economy and universities, and even though their powerful political party remained a constant thorn in Hussein on sides, the ethnic Chinese also kept in close ties to their original homelands. And many in May 1969, race riots erupted and lasted for 2 months. And many local ethnic Chinese worried about their futures chose to keep their Chinese citizens. And when Deng visited November 1978, the Communist Party of Malaysia was still active. Most members were ethnic Chinese, and their General Secretary Chinn sometimes took refuge in China. Deng struck a more neutral tone with the Communist Party in Malaysia than the Vietnamese had done, although he could not move right away to shut down the clandestine radio broadcast. Clandestine, I think it's okay. Yeah, secret, right? Okay, it's something secret. Broadcast he did resolve to stop such activities. And in June 1981, at the time of 6th plenum, when Hoa Huofin was formally removed from his post, China did finally shut down the clandestine voice of the Malaysian revolutionists, but then carefully avoided distancing himself too much from the communism in Malaysia. Okay, Malaysia, for instance, 2 months before Deng visited Malaysia, he even though he was a communist, Vietnam Prime Minister Pham Vong, this one had laid a ceremonial ceremonial wreath at memorial for the Malay officials who had died suppressing communist insurrection. Because they wanted Malaysian support, and because the Chinese Communist Party was no longer a revolution party, it would have been easy for them to do the same. But neither did he lay down the wreath, nor did he renounce the local Communist Party. Deng explained to Hussein on that he believed it would be difficult for China to attract and keep supporters abroad if it suddenly were to disown previous allies. He said the Chinese government hoped to work with the Malaysian governments, but the Chinese Communist Party would continue to have relations with the communist parties abroad, including Malaysia's. Datuk Hussein bin On replied that Malaysia found that unacceptable, but Deng held firm. He had already resigned himself to the Malaysian governments, not giving China its wholehearted cooperation, and he knew he could not certainly disown China's past policies and the people with whom China had cooperated. In 1974, when China and Malaysia established formal diplomatic relationship, Zhou Enlai announced that China would not accept dual nationalities. Now Deng reiterated Zhou Enlai policy, saying that ethnic Chinese who acquired Malaysian citizens would automatically forfeit their Chinese nationality, and the China encouraged all who lived in Malaysia to follow the local customs. Deng was also on the defensive when pressed to discuss Pol Pot, who was anathemas in Malaysia, then acknowledged the problem and explained that Pol Pot was only a Cambodian leader who could resist Vietnam, and the country was too important strategically for China to push for a potentially destabilizing change of leadership. Deng's support and best hope for finding common grounds with Malay was lay in his supports for the Malaysians' proposal of a neutral political zone. So in 1971, that time, 1971, Malaysian leaders Tun Abdul Razak had proposed a zone of peace, freedoms, and neutralities designed to preserve local independence from the two Cold War powers. Deng praised Malaysian initiative in establishing a zone of peace, urging all the ASEAN countries to close ranks and defend their ideal of a neutral zone in Southeast Asia as a way of resisting increased efforts by the Vietnam to infiltrate and expand into the area. Prime Minister Hussein was himself worried about the threat of the Vietnamese expansionism, and who was aware that China was a major importer of the Malaysian rubber. Acknowledged Deng's points, although he referred to Vietnam only indirectly. He agreed that foreign aggressions, interference, and control and subversions were intolerable. In his talks in Malaysia, Deng made no efforts to evade the problems between the two countries. Rather, he was frank and forthright in acknowledging them. At the end of his visit, Hussein commented on his new openness, saying that Deng's visit had been a great opportunity to develop further mutual understanding. The 2 rounds of discussions had been most useful and helpful, and expressed some confidence that leadership and relationship between the two countries will prosper and be strengthened in the future. Given the circumstances, this was the most Deng could hope for. Singapore, November 12 and 14, 1978. Deng understood that Singapore, with a population that was 75% ethnic Chinese, did not want to appear to its largest and strongest neighbors to be pro-Chinese. He realized as well as that as a city-state of a mere 2 million people, Singapore had to adapt to the power realities in the region as the Soviets and Vietnamese increased their influence. But he also knew that Prime Minister Lee Yuan Koo of Singapore had an unusual grasp of geopolitical realities and exercised great influence in ASEAN. And with the Western government, he hoped that then that Lee might help persuade ASEAN to resist Vietnam's and even help persuade the United States to assist China, or at least not stand in the way if China should enter into a conflict with Vietnam. During Lee's previous visit to China in May 1976, Deng was rusticating in Jiangxi. So when Deng arrived in Singapore on November 12, 1970, it was their first meeting. There was a respectful distance between the two great leaders from a very different background, each aware of the other's reputations. Lee's understanding of China was derived from more from academic study than from personal experience, where he had grown up in a Anglicized family and had been educated in English, not Chinese schools, and had and had excelled as a student at Cambridge University, England. In fact, although he could speak four languages, he was not completely fluent in Mandarin, and he spoke English during the meeting to signal both that he was not constrained by his ethnic backgrounds and that his first loyalty was to Singapore. Deng, meanwhile, spoke only one language, Mandarin, with a Sichuanese accent. Deng, Lee's elder by 18 years, was the leader of a socialist country, whereas Lee was the leader of a capitalist country. Lee had to face election. Deng faced Poliporto. Okay, when they met, Singapore was an orderly, tidy city-state, already rapidly growing. Gigantic China was poor and messy. China's population was 400 times that of a Singapore, but Singapore as the intellectual and financial centers of the Southeast Asia, and with a strong leaders as far more influential than its size would suggest. Both Deng and Lee graciously tried to bridge their personal differences. Briefed on Deng's habits, Lee had prepared a spittance and offered an asterisk for Deng to smoke with a specially constructed duct in the wall to allow the smoke to exit. Deng, however, who had been informed about Lee's views and allergies, did not spit or smoke in Lee's presence. Then spent the entire first 2.5 hour meeting spelling out the threats from the Soviet Union and Vietnam without notes. He gave a tour of the geopolitical horizons like Kissinger's or Zinzou might have done. They then came entirely from his own synthesis and long-term historical perspective. But what struck Lee Won Yu most was Deng's grim intensity and the power, the sense of urgency about the threat from the Soviet Union and Vietnam. The Soviet Union, Deng said, was spending more on ornaments, 20% of its GNP, than the United States and the Europe combined. It had some 4.5 million men and women in its armed force, and just as the Russian Tsar had coveted a corridor in the south, so too did the Soviet leaders now hope to push to the south, first to establish ports on Indian Oceans, and then to control the sea lane from the Middle East. In pursuit of this goal, Deng warned that the Soviet Union had already amassed about 750 warships and was rapidly expanding its Pacific fleets. Soviets were also seeking military bases and control over the resources, but although war seems inevitable, then said China was determined to oppose the strategic deployment of the Soviet Union. Deng went on to discuss the Vietnamese perspective. The Vietnamese had a long cherished dreams of forming an Indo-Chinese federation to control Laos and Cambodia and to dominate Southeast Asia. The Vietnamese already control Laos and considered Soviet help essential for advancing towards their immediate goal of unifying Indochina. China was considered a central obstacle in this context. Deng explained continued Chinese aid to Vietnam would never be enough to counter the Soviet support for their dreams of hegemony and would only help Vietnam expand. So China had decided to cut its aid to Vietnam. When Deng, with great intensity, laid out the dangers of Soviet Vietnamese dominations, Lee pressed Deng on how China would respond to Vietnamese invasion of the Cambodia. Then would only saw that it depended how far Vietnam went. Lee surmised that from his answer that if Vietnam had crossed the Mekong River and went on to Phnom Penh, China would certainly respond militarily. Then, aware that Lee was highly respected by the American political leaders, expressed the hope that Lee Kuan Yew would pass on to the United States before Deng's own visits there. The fact that China was very concerned about a possible Vietnamese invasion of Cambodia. Lee later compiled. Deng was on to discuss long-term prospect for relation in the regions. In particular, he said that the conditions were not yet ripe for China to try to pull Vietnam away from the Soviet Union, but in another 8 to 10 years, a better opportunity might arise. Deng's estimate proved remarkably precise. The following morning, on November 13, Lee laid out for Deng the various Western estimates of the Soviet military powers. There was no doubt that the Soviet military forces were the largest and growing, but although some experts believed that the Soviet power posed an imminent threats, others were convinced that the Soviet Union was overextended. To allay Deng's worries about Singapore's willingness to welcome the Soviet to the regions, Lee explained that Singapore traded mainly with Japan, the United States, and Malaysia, and the European Union. Only 0.3% of its trade was with the Soviet Union. At the time, Singapore trade with China consisted only about 1.8% of its total trade. Lee explained that ASEAN countries sought economic development, political stability, and national integrity. To Deng's surprise, Lee told him that Southeast Asian countries were more worried about China than about Vietnam. What? Lee then described how the Southeast Asian countries worried about Chinese broadcast encouraging revolution, especially among the ethnic Chinese, echoing the concerns Deng had heard from the Thai and Malaysian leaders. Lee said that Southeast Asians were also aware that Vietnamese Prime Minister Pham Vong Thong had placed a wreath on the memorial to Malaysians who had fought against the communist insurgent, but Deng had not. To Lee's surprise, then asked, "Why? What do you and the ASEAN countries want us to do?" Lee replied, "Stop the radio broadcast." Deng said he needed time to think about it. Lee was surprised that Deng, unlike virtually all other leaders whom he had met, was willing to change his mind when confronted with an unpleasant truth. But Deng was not willing to consider laying a wreath in Malaysia for those who had killed communists. Palm, he said, was selling his soul. Deng went on to say that the Chinese leaders have spoken honestly, and if China promises something, it will carry it out. By the time Deng left Singapore on November 14, the two leaders had developed a special relationship that between Zhou and Lai and Kissinger enabled them to communicate with a mutual respect on a common wavelengths. Lee and Deng had both come of age fighting colonialism, and both had lived abroad in a colonial powers. Both had been bold leaders during the country's revolutionary struggle, and both understood what it took to build order from a chaotic situation. Although Lee had received an English education, he had also studied Chinese history, so could sense what Deng was coming from. They were both straightforward, realist, utterly dedicated to the nations who had risen to a responsible position at a young age and believed the need for a strong personal leadership. They understood power and those thought strategically, taking into account long-term historical trends. Only one other person outside the mainland China, Y.K. Pao, founder of the Hong Kong Worldwide Shipping Groups, and no other political leaders had bonded with Deng the way Lee did. Deng had close ties with the many foreign leaders, but his relationship with Lee reflected a greater depth of mutual understanding. From Deng's perspective, what made Lee and Y.K. Pao attractive was their extraordinary success in dealing with the practical issues, their first-hand contacts with their world leaders, and their knowledge of world affairs, their grasp of long-term trends, and their readiness to face facts and speak the truth as they see it. Lee considered Deng to be the most impressive leader he ever met, one who thought things through, and when something went wrong, was ready to admit the mistake and set out to solve it. Deng admired what Lee had accomplished in Singapore, and Lee admired how Deng was dealing with the problems in China. So before Deng's visit to Singapore, the Chinese press had referred to Singaporean as the running dogs of the American imperialism. Before Deng's visit to Singapore, the Chinese press had referred to Singaporean as the running dogs of the American imperialism. A few weeks after Deng's visit to Singaporean, however, these descriptions of Singapore disappeared from the Chinese press. Instead, Singapore was described as a place worth studying for its initiative, its environmental preservation, public housing, and tourism. Lee and Deng would meet again in 1980, 85, and 88. Although Deng's purpose in going to Singapore had been to win support to stop Vietnamese and Soviet, in Southeast Asia, Singapore made a deep impression on Deng. When he visited New York, Paris, and Tokyo, he had not been surprised that they were all more modern than China. But Deng, who had spent 2 days in Singapore on his way to France in 1920, marveled at the progress that had made there in the intervening 58 years. Even as China's economy and society were still mired in poverty, Deng had not yet decided what policies to pursue in China, but Singapore helped strengthen Deng's convictions of the need for fundamental reforms. As Deng once said, "If I had only Shanghai, I too might be able to change Shanghai as quickly, but I have the whole China." Did he say that? If I had only Shanghai, I too might be able to change Shanghai as quickly, but I had the whole of China. Though Deng had read reports about Singapore, overwhelmingly his information had come from his leftist sources in Singapore. To his surprise, then he found that he was not greeted by enthusiastic throngs of the Chinese, ethnic Chinese, and that the people had their own independent thinkings and would not be subservient to China. Apparently, the local communists in Singapore, like some of their counterparts on the mainland, were so eager to convey what Beijing wanted to hear that the reports were unreliable. But Deng wanted to see and hear what was really going on. Consequently, he saw firsthand a city-state that was far more advanced and more orderly than he expected. A year later, when the fighting with Vietnam was over, Deng commented in a speech in China on some of the good points he had observed about the factories set up by foreigners in Singapore. They pay taxes to the governments. They provide work opportunities, and laborers receive some income for their incomes. Foreign capitalists, he said, need not to be so frightening. Deng found orderly Singapore an appealing model for reforms, and he was ready to send people to learn about the city planning, public management, and controlling corruptions. Okay, and yeah, I mean, it seems that Deng Xiaoping is hell of a person, honestly, by the looks of it. Now, quoting the ethnic Chinese in Southeast Asia, after returning to China, Deng continued working on the problem that had brought to him in Southeast Asia, the Soviet Vietnamese threat. But as a result of his visit, he took greater interest in the whole of the role of the ethnic Chinese living outside China, both as a contributors to the four modernizations in China and as a good citizen who could help improve relations between China and their home countries. Deng and his colleague began to give more attention to how ethnic Chinese abroad could supply funds and, in Deng's view, even more importantly, acknowledge of the developments abroad to mainland China. In the early 1950s, many of those in China who had relatives living overseas lost their lands, their businesses, and some had their and had even lost their lives. Many who survived were taken again attacked during the Cultural Revolution. Just wait. Some ethnic Chinese living abroad could never forgive the Chinese communists for their cruelties to relatives who had remained in China. Others whose relatives had not been treated so harshly, however, responded to opportunities to make contribution to the hometowns of Chinese villages. Of efforts that were rewarded with the name of buildings, the medical facilities, and they were some of the relatives living overseas or business opportunities in China in October 1970s, a few weeks before Deng trips in a high-level efforts to heal the old wounds. Lao Zhengxi launched a large-scale attack on the former overseas Chinese policy of the gangs of it was still too early to acknowledge that the policies had led to persecution had originated with the Mao's, but Liao's attack on the former and bad policy allowed Deng and another official to distance himself from the horrors of the past as they endeavor to open a new chapter. Deng also supported the efforts for China to make amends to those mainland relatives of the ethnic Chinese overseas who had been badly treated. Some living overseas were invited back to live in the previously confiscated family homes. When that was not possible, many received some compensation for the lost jobs and lost property, often in the forms of better jobs, better housing, and better educational opportunities for their children. Deng realized that suspicions would not quickly disappear, but he took a long view, and the policies he adopted for overseas Chinese continued during the and after his years at the top. Okay, oh, where was the top? Deng wanted to keep good relation with the both ethnic Chinese living overseas and with the Southeast, Asian governments in the countries where they lived. So when the conflict began between ethnic Chinese and the Southeast Asian governments were especially acute in Malaysia, it was difficult for China to stand up for their failure, fair treatment of the ethnic Chinese. But because China had poor relations with Vietnam, it complained loudly about the Vietnam's government's rounding up of ethnic Chinese and sending them to detention counters or expelling them actors that cost an estimated of 160,000 to flee the country. Deng's visit to Southeast Asia helped strengthen Chinese determination to encourage ethnic Chinese in Southeast Asia to be loyal to their countries. Within 2 years after Deng's visit to Southeast Asia, support of the revolutionary broadcast was ended. The Chinese Communist Party, as well as the Chinese government, endeavored to work with the Southeast Asian governments and parties in powers. Those changed parallel to the communist transition at homes from the revolutionary to the governing party. Then even the term overseas Chinese fell into disfavor, for it applied that the ethnic Chinese living abroad were in the final analysis Chinese. They were instead described officially as Malaysians or Thais or Singaporeans or the Chinese ancestry. The trip by Deng to Southeast Asia thus advanced efforts to improve relations with the Southeast Asian governments by 1990s when Indonesia and then Singapore normalized relations with China. China had thriving governments, business and cultural relationship with all of the Southeast countries of the Southeast Asians. By then, all Southeast Asian countries could see the economic advantage of trade with the mainland China, and citizens of the Chinese industry were regarded mainly in a positive way as potential go between bringing benefits both to China and the country they were they live. Change through problem solving. Deng's response to China and Vietnam's decision to invade Cambodia illustrates the process by which many changes occurred during the Deng's era. So Deng, the pragmatist, when confronted with a new problem, first tried to understand the related issues, and then only did he decide what to do. When his actions created a new set of problems, he would tackle those one by one. So when Deng saw that the threat of the Soviet Vietnamese expansionism, he decided to prepare China's military for a response. And then, when Chinese military deficiency proved serious, he focused on improving China's military performance. See chapter number 18 for an account of the China's Vietnam War. In considering how to respond to the Soviet Vietnamese threats, Deng realized that he urgently needed the cooperation of the nearby Southeast Asian countries, and thus he arranged to visit the countries to strengthen relation. But once there, he realized that to win the cooperation of the countries, he had to both phase out Chinese supports to local revolutionists and encourage the ethnic Chinese to show their loyalty to the country where they lived, to respond to the ever-increasing Soviet Vietnamese threats, as well as to obtain support for the achieving the four modernizations. Deng would also seek to deepen China's relationship with the two large powers that were capable of restraining Soviet Union, Japan, and United States. Chapter number 10, Opening to Japan, 1978. On his trip to Japan in October 1978, Deng sought Japanese cooperation in resisting Soviet Vietnamese expansions, but he also knew that no country, with the possible exception of the United States, could be helpful more helpful in its for modernization. Japan had modern technologies and effective management, and it has and had lessons for China in how to accelerate growth and expand modern industries and make the transition from more regulated to the more open economy. It was located nearby, and many Japanese were prepared to be generous. They knew for that the relationship with the Japan to work well, he would need to convince the Japanese that China was stable and prepared to be responsible partners. Deng also knew that he had to overcome resistance from the Chinese people to working with the former enemy. As Deng traveled to Japan, the Chinese film crews that accompanied him captured images that world helped transform China's ideas about the post-war, Japan. The movies they created showed modern factories and trains as well as friendly, peaceful-looking Japanese people who welcomed the Chinese guest and proclaimed their readiness to help China. They knew that these images were critical for helping the Chinese publics who had learned to hate Japan to accept the Japanese people as guest employers and teachers, and that this task would be at least challenging as convincing the Japanese to funding, supply, technology, and management skill. Japan had been the enemy ever since the Sino War, Sino-Japanese War of 1890, War of 1894 to 1895, when Japan had taken away Taiwan and made it a Japanese colony. Some Chinese people who were over 40 years old in 1978 would still recall the horrors from World War seconds, but all the Chinese were aware from the Chinese media or from speeches played for the 3 decades from the loudspeaker at school and work units of the savage actions of some of the Japanese troops during the conflict. No propagandas had been more effective in stirring up patriotism than the searching account of the Japanese atrocities during the Second World War. Then the die-hard pragmatist personally had no difficulty making a cool assessments of national interest and acting accordingly. As a young man, he had passionately denounced the Japanese and other foreign imperialists, but he had been seasoned as he rose to the responsible positions and observed how national interest changes. And then harbored no illusions about their talked in determinations of capitalist and capitalist countries in pursuing their own interest. And in working with them, he stubbornly defended China's interest. But in 1978, both Japan and the United States, alarmed by Soviet expansion, were eager to draw China further away from the Soviet, and this created a window of opportunity for Deng to tell passionate Chinese patriots they should learn from the Japanese took political courage and determination. Fortunately, just as President Nixon had the political base to open relations with the former enemy, Communist China, because he had proved he was a passionate anti-communist. So Deng, as a soldier who fought the Japanese for 8 years, had a strong political base to take the brave step of improving relationship with Deng. Before Deng visited Japan, he first had to negotiate a treaty with Japan to pave the way. After Mao and Prime Minister Tanaka Kuge had rushed to normalize relationship between two countries in 1972, relationship between the two countries had stagnated. Mao and Tanaka had not dealt with the host of legal issues needed to establish consulates, carry on commerce, and promote exchange of people. Before traveling to Japan, they needed first to address this issue. Sino-Japanese Treaty of Peace and Friendship, and then returned to work on mid 1977. Negotiations on a treaty to underpin Sino-Japanese relation had been dragging on for years. The key holdup was Japanese unwillingness to accept accept a Chinese demands that the treaty includes an anti-hegemony clause, which specified that the both countries agreed not to seek to dominate the regions and to resist any other country that it's to China's negotiators who wanted to draw Japan further away from the Soviet Union knew that the anti-hegemony clause would anger the Soviet. Japan's relationship, with the USSR had deteriorated after just wait, okay. Okay, Japanese relationship with the USSR had deteriorated after September 1976 when a Soviet pilot had defected by flying his plane to Hokkaido. The Japanese, working with the American to analyze the plane's capacities, had refused to return the aircraft to the Soviets. But Japan, not trading nations, which then had limited capabilities for fighting military outside its borders, sought to avoid overtly antagonizing any country, especially one with the ample oil reserves after the oil shock of 1973. The Chinese had initially proposed that these two governments negotiate a peace treaty, but Japan answered that it had already signed a peace treaty with the Chiang Kai-shek, who was acting on behalf of the Chinese government, and that it remained in effect. The Chinese countered with the suggestion that the two nations sign a treaty of peace and friendship as Japan had done with the many other countries. But until 1977, his approach had not solved the problem, despite the efforts of the Prime Minister Miki Takwai, who succeeded Tanaka, the Prime Minister Fukuro Tokai, who succeeded Miki in December 1976. The right-wing nationalist of the Japan refused to meet the determined Chinese halfway. Then, uncomfortable with this slow democratic process, both at home or abroad, wanted to move quickly to resolve the problems, but he persevered in working with the Japanese in spite of the domestic political difficulties. As the standoff continued, Deng hosted in September and October 1977. Several visiting Japanese political leaders judged to be sympathetic to China, including Mikhailo Sumago and Guzman, to explore possibilities for concluding a treaties. Meanwhile, in Japan, various business groups and local regional associations eager for more contact with China lobbied for greater flexibilities in finding a way to conclude such treaties. Fukuda, a bright former finance ministry bureaucrat, had already received pay some other Asian leaders for the Fukuda doctrines, by which Japanese was providing assistance to its Southeast Asian neighbors. When Fukuda reorganized his cabinet on November 28, 1977, he appointed as the foreign minister Sonoda. This one was an old friend of China. Was the official most likely to be able to conclude a treaties. Fukuda encouraged Sonatas to negotiate with the foreign minister. Okay. Okay, this one, who are to resolve the issues important to completion equals to from minister. Okay, from late 1977 until mid this month, so there was almost continuous rounds of discussions on the details of possible treaties, but the anti-hegemony clause remained the chief sticking point. In March, there were signs of progress as Japan seemed willing to consider a slightly altered, carefully worded statement. The Japanese believed that if mitigating the clauses was inserted, that said, the treaty was not aimed at any third party, the Soviet would tolerate it. On July 21, 1978, under Deng's guidance, formal negotiation began. The two sides held the first of what would become 14 rounds of discussions on the treaties, and in the ensuing rounds, various draft proposals were exchanged. By the beginning of August, the Japanese negotiators and Beijing were sufficiently hopeful that the Chinese would yield on the mitigating clause. That Foreign Minister Sonoda personally traveled to Beijing for the negotiation. Later, the deputy head of the Japanese Treaties Division, Toko Kazuhiko, reported that Deng Xiaoping apparently made a political decision and that when Foreign Minister Huang Hua during the negotiation had accepted the Japanese wording. We were so happy that under the table I shook hands firmly with my boss. The mitigating clause reads: the present treaty shall not affect the positions of the either contracting party regarding its relation to third countries. So the treaty was signed in Beijing on August 9, 1978 by Huang Hua Sonata. As to why would they, then Xiaoping, after 8 months of discussions, suddenly break the diplomatic logjams and permit the Japanese to include the mitigating clause in the treaties? He was in a hurry to get on with the modernization, but at the time, the prospect of the conflict in Vietnam gave a special urgency to moving quickly. Deng had announced 2 weeks earlier, on July 3rd, the withdrawal of all Chinese advisors from the Vietnam. But then it seems likely to Deng that Vietnam would invade Cambodia, and if that it did so, China would be forced to respond to discourage the Soviet from entering the conflict. Deng sought to deepen relationship with the major powers, Japan and the United States, as quickly as possible. As expected, the Soviets were upset with the Japanese over the treaty, but with the mitigating clauses, they tolerated it. The Treaty of the Peace and Friendship did not require the high-level Chinese leaders to go to Japan to celebrating its signing. It was appropriate for China to send a high-level leaders to Japan to reciprocate Tanaka Korea's 1972 visits to China, but for 6 years, no Chinese leader had traveled to Japan. Deng was ready to go to the island nations. Deng's triumphal visit to Japan, October 19 and 29th, 1978. In the first 60 years after World War II, the three foreign leaders who visited Japan had such an electrifying effect on the Japanese public that they fundamentally changed the way Japanese people regarded their country. In the early 1960s, Robert Kennedy, the brother of the President John F. Kennedy, to engage groups of students and ordinary citizens in Frank. Just wait, okay, Robert Kennedy, that's okay, JFK Kennedy. I want to see his face. Right now there is a John F. Kennedy. This is the John Kennedy, and he was the 50. Yeah, he was president, serving from 1961 until his assassination in 1963. So children, John F. Kennedy. That's okay, John F. Kennedy. So brother. That's okay. Where is the brother? Siblings. Okay, it's John F. Kennedy. 10 Kennedys. Okay, Rosa Kennedy. Just wait. Then who is this? Robert Kennedy. Okay, Robert Kennedy. Robert Kennedy. Robert Kennedy. Is he talking about the Robert Kennedy? So he is 72 years old. No, so initials, okay, okay. So is it not listen? Robert Kennedy, brother of Ulysses John, engaged groups of students and ordinary citizens in frank, lively public dialogue that went beyond what Japanese public had ever before experienced with foreign leaders. Bobby Kennedy, he is Bobby Kennedy, Robert Kennedy. Bobby Kennedy's vitality, his refreshing youthful idealism, his sincere desire of humanities around the world, and his obvious respect for the views of the other deepened Japanese understanding of the meaning of the democracy at its best and strengthened Japan's goodwill towards American. 3 decades later, in 1998, another important leader, President Kim Dae-jung of South Korea, made an equally dramatic impression on the Japanese when he thanked those Japanese who had saved his life in 1973. Kim had been kidnapped and abducted by the South Korean CIA while in Tokyo and placed in a small boat to drown. He was saved not only by a daring rescue missions, when Kim trying to overcome the deep Korean hostilities to Japan, speaking in Japanese with the obvious sincerity, said the South Korean and Japanese should not look backwards, but instead only forwards and toward the futures of the peace and friendship. He touched his listeners in public opinion polls of the Japanese and Korean people in the following months. Each side revealed a far more positive attitude to the other sides. Visiting Japan between these two electrifying moments, Deng in 1978 had an equally dramatic effect on the Japanese people in the 2,200 years of the contact between China and its island neighbors. Deng was the first Chinese leader to set foot in Japan. He was also the first to meet the Emperor of Japan. When Deng said that despite an unfortunate period during the 12th 20th century, the countries had enjoyed a 2 millennia of a good relationship, that and that he looked forward to future. Where was I? Just wait. Look forward to futures of a good relation. It touched the Japanese who knew how much of the Chinese had suffered from Japanese aggressions and who deeply wanted to express the sorrows and to extend the hand of the friendship. Then came with a spirit of reconciliations, and he brought the hope that people will could live together in a new era of goodwill and peace and goodwill. Many felt that at last the healing, some three decades after the World War II had begun. Studying the Deng Street, many Japanese expressed sorrow for the suffering they had inflicted, and Japanese political leaders pledged they would never let such a tragedy occur again. Deng accepted their apologies without demanding that they spell out the horrors in more detail. So Japanese were in various ways helping China modernize as an expression of their repentance about Japanese past behavior as well as of contributing to the China's prosperity, and act that would itself increase the chances that the two would live in a gather in peace. Virtually all Japanese households already had televisions, and the Japanese public shared a deep emotion as the leader apologized to them on behalf of their nations. Although televisions were not widely diffused in China, film strips and photos shot in the Japanese factories the Deng visited allowed the Chinese public to see warm welcomes the Japanese were giving to the Deng, as well as the new technology that showed for how far behind China really was. In 1974 to 75, when Deng was responsible for meeting high-level foreign leaders, he saw far more visitors from the Japan than any other countries. Although through his personal interaction with the Japanese representative, he had to come to understand that the Japanese people from all their society shared an affinity for Chinese culture. Again and again, Japanese hosts expressed to them their gratitudes to China as the wellspring of the Japanese culture, their Buddhisms, their written language, their art, their architecture, especially in the cities the Japanese embraces the heart of the old Japan, Nara, Kyoto. During his 10 days in Japan, then Xiaoping and met people from all walks of life, government leaders, members of the ruling parties and opposition parties, representatives of the big business, ordinary citizens from the and local communities, and members of the media. He was hosted by many of the people whom he had welcomed to Beijing in 1973, 75, and 77 to 78. He greeted them as Chinese Greek people they've seen before as old friends. Deng arrived in Japan on October 19th, 1978, before he became a paramount leader, but he was treated as if he already spoke for China. When in Japan, Deng had a full schedule. Deng, the ex-military commanders who believed in a strict discipline, could not help but be impressed by the care his host took in arranging his visit. They paid so much attention to detail as quality control engineers in Japanese factory. On the morning of October 23rd, Prime Minister Fukuda Tokoi and 400 Japanese formally welcomed Deng in the hall at the state guest house, and then took part in the ceremony to ratify the Treaty of the Peace and friendships. 28 ambassadors from leading countries with embassies in Tokyo attended the ceremony, but in accordance with the request by the Chinese, the Soviet ambassador was not invited. After the ceremony, when he went to meet Prime Minister Fukuda, Deng took out a pack of panda cigarettes and offered cigarettes to everyone, which immediately enlightened the mood. So Deng said, "For years I've been looking for an opportunity to visit Japan, and finally I can realize I'm very happy to have a chance to to get to know the Prime Minister Fukuda." Fukuda replied, "The unusual relationship between China and Japan that have existed for almost a century have come to an end. The purpose of the treaty is to establish permanent, peaceful, and friendly relationship. The treaty is the result of the decision by the Vice President Deng Xiaoping." When Fukuda said that he knew China only from before the war and hoped someday to have a chance to visit China Again, Deng immediately replied, "On behalf of the Chinese government, I invite you to visit China and China at a time convenient to you." His host accepted on the spot, saying, "I will definitely visit China." After Fukuda spoke of strengthening the relationship, Deng laughingly said, "It's really amazing for Japan to took such a poor person as a friend." Deng, laughingly said, "Okay, why? Do they have that thing, that inferior mentality that it's really amazing for Japan to take such a poor person, China as a friend?" After Sonata and Huang Yun signed and exchanged the official documents, Deng unexpectedly gave a big hug to Fukuro, who looked nonplussed but quickly recovered and took it as a sign of goodwill. Deng would do the same to the communist comrades in other countries. Deng declared that the peace treaty, by advancing the political, economic, cultural, and technical and other exchanges, would have a positive influence on the peace and security of the Asian and Pacific areas. Friendly relations and cooperations are the common wish of the billion Chinese and the Japanese people, and it is the current of the historical evidence advanced that is on behalf of the people in both countries to continue the friendship generation for after generations. During his visit, Deng also had a 2-hour lunch with the Japanese emperor at the imperial palace. To guarantee that the emperor will speak freely to visitors, the Japanese do not keep a record of such discussions. But Deng later reported that they had an excellent conversation. Foreign Minister Hua Hong was in attendance. Reported that Deng had said, "Bygones should be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. And we must be forward looking in the future and work in every field to develop relations and peace and friendships between our countries." In noting that the emperor had used the expression "unfortunate happening," Wahoo reported that this is amounted to an indirect apology to the Chinese for their war crimes damages, but the emperor and Deng expressed the view that the two countries could now enjoy a peaceful, friendly relationship that would continue forever. That afternoon, Deng had a 90-minute walk with Fukuras, who later hosted a banquet attended by the Secretary of General of the Liberalized Democratic Party, Ohira Masayoshi, for this one, and former minister, the Nakasone Yashura, a rising star who later became prime minister. In his talk on the banquet, Fukuda, after reviewing the 2,000 years of close relationship, declared that in this century we have suffered the distress of an unfortunate relationship. He then departed from his printed text to add, "This was indeed very regrettable. A message message the Chinese recognize as an apology." Fukuda continued, "Such a thing can never be allowed against. The Treaty of the Peace and Friendship is precisely meant for this and for vows to each other." They then replied that although our countries have gone through an unfortunate period in the more than 2,000 years of history of a good relationship, the period was really only a short instant. Deng explained to his host that he had come to Japan for 3 reasons: to exchange documents ratifying Treaty of Peace and Friendship, to express China's appreciation to the Japanese friends who in recent decades had dedicated themselves to improving Sino-Japanese relationship, and like Zufu to find a street magic drug. Japanese listener laughed for they were familiar with the story of the Zufu, who 2020 years earlier, on behalf of the Emperor Qing, had dispatched to Japan to find a drug that would bring eternal life. Deng went on to explain that what he really meant by the magic drug was the secret of how to modernize. He said he wanted to learn about modern technology and management. In the good-natured banters that followed, the Speaker of Japan, Lobo House Shori, this once remarked that the best drug could being good Sino-Japanese relationship. Later, when Deng was touring the Ninju Castle in Kyoto, his host said, "All the cultures you see here were introduced by our ancestors who learned it from China and then gradually adapted it to our unique ways." Deng, immediately responded, "Now our position as a student teacher is reversed." I mean, it does seem to me that he's quite a person, confident of his authority at home in Beijing and familiar with many of the people whom he was meeting, then could relax and share his natural charm and spontaneity. When crowds assembled to see him, then aware that he was touching the heart of his listeners, responded with the ebullience of politicians who knew that he was winning over his audience. Deng's main guide to Japan was Liao Zhengxi, with whom he had worked closely for many years in Beijing and on Japanese, Hong Kong, and overseas Chinese affairs. Liao, who was 4 years younger than Deng, was enormously popular among the Japanese. They knew he was born in Japan. He lived there through primary schools, had attended Waseda universities, and for decades had hosted Japanese visitors to Beijing. Liao's Zhongkai had been one of the leading candidates to succeed in Sun Yat-sen until 1925 when he was assassinated by rivals. Liao Zhenji, like Deng, had participated on the Long March and had become an alternate member of the Central Committee in 1945. No Chinese leaders before or since could compare to Liao in terms of his intuitive understanding of Japan. close relationship, close personal friendships, and high political position within Japan. He was perfect companion for Deng on his visits. Deng was aware he was toured, he as he toured, Japan's modern factories, that good technology required effective management, and that the good management wasn't interrelated to the broad national system. He expressed interest in learning from Japan's experience and moving from a government-directed closed economy in the World War II to a more open, dynamic economy in the 1950s. He knew that Japanese government had played a central role in Japan's modernization while managing to escape the rigidities of social planning. But Deng was also fascinated by the modern technology that he saw in factories, in public transport, and in construction project. He wanted to find a way to bring modern technology and modern management to China. And Japanese businessmen, especially those who had spent more time in China before or during the World War II, were prepared to be generous to China. Deng paid courtesy call on former Prime Minister Tanaka Kakoi, Speaker of the House of Representatives Hori Shinguri, and Liberal Democratic Party leader Ohira Masayoshi. Then moved on to the diet for reception. Tanaka was then under house arrest with a Lockheed scandals, and many Japanese were awaiting him. In spite of this, Deng, at his own request, was driven to the Tanaka's homes, where he remarked that one of the reasons he had come to Japan was to express his appreciation to old friends who made a personal effort on behalf of the improved Sino-Japanese relations. He wanted to thank former Prime Minister Tanaka for his contribution to friendship between the two countries and for signing the joint proclamation between China and Japan. Deng said that although Tanaka had come to Japan when Deng was in the peach garden, banished to Jiangxi, we can't forget how what you did for our relationship. But Deng had then gave a formal invitation to Tanaka to visit China as a guest of the governments. Later that day, Tanaka told reporters that the union of China and Japan in the Treaty of Peace Friendship was the best thing that happened since the Meiji Restoration. Tanaka said that of the all foreign leaders whom he met, Zhou and Lai had created the greatest impressions. And today, in the visits of Deng Xiaoping, I have the same feeling as I had when I met Zhou and Lai. By 1978, most Japanese citizens who had played a role in keeping up the contact with China in 1950s and 60s had passed away. In the evening of October 27, at the Akasa State Guest House, Deng and his wife Zhou Lin welcomed the few who were still alive as well as surviving family members, primarily the widows and the children of the deceased politicians who had maintained relation with the China during those difficult years. Then apologized for not having time to visit each one of them personally and said that, like Zhou and Lai, who lived in Japan from 1917 to 19, he wanted to say this to Japanese friends that when we drink water, we cannot forget those who dug the well. He added that even in the days before normalizations, they all had to believe a day would come when normal relationship would be achieved, even if some could not be there to share the joys of the day. Their efforts would not be forgotten. Their names would remain permanently in the records of the good relationship between the two countries, and encouraging the two nations to continue to move forward. Deng added that these individuals, as well as the widows and children, were China's friends, giving the Chinese confidence that their good relation between the people of the two countries will be passed down from generation to generation. Deng then invited those in the audience to visit China frequently. Many listeners were moved to tears. So that afternoon, Nissan chairman Kawamata Katsuji accompanied Deng on a long tour of the company's Zama plants, which had just introduced robots on the manufacturing line, making it arguably the most automated automobile factory in the world. After watching the production line and learning that the plant produced 94 cars per worker per year, Deng remarked that this was 93 cars a year, better than China's best. The first automobile works in Changchun. When he finished touring his Nissan factory, Deng declared, "Now I understand what modernization is." Okay, just wait. Okay, is it a lot? After watching the production line and learning that the plant produced 94 cars per worker per year. Okay, I mean that is quite a lot then. Yeah. On the next day, Deng met with the Prime Minister Fukuda, attended a luncheon sponsored by Darwin, the leading Japanese business federations, and in the late afternoon had a press conference for Japanese reporters. Met with the Japanese resident of the Chinese ancestry and hosted a banquet at the Darwin's luncheons. To record 320 top company executives were in attendance, surpassing the previous records of the 300 guests during the Queen Elizabeth's visit. In China, Deng had never held a press conference, but on that day, he became the first Chinese communist leaders to hold a Western-style press conference in any location. Some 400 reporters attended at the Japanese press centers. Deng opened up the short presentation on the dangers of the countries seeking hegemony and on the importance of Japan and China working together to resist such efforts. But Deng, sensitive to the strong neutralist sentiments in Japan, insisted that the China wished to resolve international issue peacefully. In fact, they needed a peaceful environment in order to modernize. At this point, Deng opened the floor for questions. When reporters asked about the ownership of the Senkaku Island, the audience became tensed. But Deng replied that the Chinese and Japanese held different views, used different names for the islands, and should put the issue aside so that the later generation would who would be wiser than those present could solve the problems. The audience was visibly relieved and impressed with Deng's wise answer. Finally, when asked about the horrible things Mao had done to his country during the Cultural Revolution, then answered, "This were not just Mao's mistake, they were all our mistakes. Many of us made mistakes. We lack experience and had poor judgment." He added, "We are very poor, we are very backward. We have to recognize that. We have a lot to do, a long way to go, and a lot to learn." In answering a question about the full modernization, Deng declared that China had set a goal of making a breakthrough by the end of the 20th century. To achieve this, China needed the correct political atmosphere and the correct policies. The Chinese would not be like ugly persons who tries to make herself beautiful just by putting on some nice clothes. He went on to say, "We must admit our deficiencies. We are backward countries and we need to learn from Japan." When asked his impressions of his visit, he expressed appreciation of the excellent hospitality. He said that he had been received very cordially by the emperor, by the Japanese business community, and by the Japanese people from different walks of life. He also said that he had excellent talks with Fukuda, and the top official, top Chinese and Japanese leaders should meet every year. Although his trip was brief, he said he wanted a good relation between Japan and China to continue forever. The Japanese deeply wanted to, hear such a message, and at the end of his talk, those present stood and applauded for several minutes. How could a communist leader holding his first press conference score such a triumph? In part, the answer can be found in Deng's long experience in explaining problems to many different groups in China, but his success also stemmed from his familiarity with the Japanese issues and opinion. His confidence in talking about the Chinese policy, his frankness in acknowledging China's problems, his obvious goodwill towards Japan, and his relaxed, colorful language. In addition, there were a widespread recognition among those who attended the press conference that Deng's visit to Japan was a historic moment, and the Japanese people hope that the visit, with with its apologies for the past injustice and pledges to help China modernize, would launch a new era in which the two nations would work together in a peace. The next day, Maya Yogishira, chairman of the New Japan Steel and president of the Japan China Economic Association of Business Leaders who trade with China, accompanied Deng on hovercraft, a kind of a speedboats not yet known in China, across Tokyo Harbor to the Kimitsu steel factory. Kimitsu was an automated steel factory that alone produced about half as much steel as China was then producing in all of its plant together. After observing the facility, they immediately realized his desire to build a Chinese steel plant modeled after Kimitsu. Actually, the plan for Boschanst, modeled after Kimitsu, had already begun taking shape. From Tokyo, then took the Shinkansen bullet train to Kyoto, and also visited nearby Nara and Osaka at a hotel in Kansai area. Then walked by a room with the festivities and got a glimpse of women in a beautiful white dress. When asked what was going on, and learned that the wedding celebration was in progress, and he said if he could see a happy couple pleased that the wedding had become an international news story, happily posed for a picture with Deng, to the great amusement of the onlookers. Deng toured 8th century Kyoto, whose city plan, art, and architectures were modeled after those of the Tang capital of Changdan. There he met the Kyoto governors, the mayor of the Kyoto city, and regional business leaders from the Kyoto. He traveled with a special train to Nara, which was also based on Chinese model and built earlier, even earlier than Kyoto. In Nara, he visited the greater Tojata temples, built in the temple in a style of the southern Song temples, and lunched with the Nara city officials. From the ancient capital of Nara, Deng went to visit a state-of-the-art Matsushita Electronics factory in Osaka, which also produces the Panasonic and National brands. There he met Masushiti, this who had started early as a laborer making bicycle headlights in 1920s, and had grown his enterprises until by the time Deng arrived, he had become the world's leading electronic company. Like other Japanese business leaders, Masushita was deeply remorseful over the great suffering that Japan had caused in the China, and he relayed his visions of helping to raise the living standards of the Chinese people by producing good, inexpensive television sets so that ordinary Chinese families who at the time could not afford televisions could buy them for their homes. At Massachusetts, Deng saw the mass productions of not only color televisions but also fax machines and microwaves, neither of which had been introduced in China. Deng, who knew Matsushi's reputation, called him the god of management and urged him to teach the Chinese all the latest technologies. Masu's teacher explained to Deng what apparently Deng's advisors had not. The private companies like his earned that they're living by technology that had developed, and so they would be reluctant to pass on the latest secrets. Masu, this one factories went up rapidly in China, and the company did teach the Chinese technology that within a decade would help China to realize Masu's dreams of having affordable television sets for the Chinese public. In the evening, Deng dined with Osaka government's leaders and with the daughters of the late Takasaki, that is one whom he requested to see, express his respect and appreciation for her father's contribution. Her father had worked with Liao Chenzi to reach the 1964 Lao-Takasi trade agreements, which had established the trade offices in each country and had allowed to control Sino-Japanese trade and exchange of journalists even before the normalization of relations in 1972. Japanese public television's coverage of Deng's factory visit showed an exuberant, observant, and confident Deng Xiaoping, curious and enthusiastic about, not, but not obsequious about all the superior Japanese technology he was seeing. Had he been too, deferential, he would have been vulnerable to charges of fawning over the foreign things foreign. Deng must have struck the right chord. For after history, Chinese school children were taught that that he had given the perfect answer to reporters' questions about what he thought of the Shinkansen trains. Deng had simply answers it was very faster. That is, he acknowledged the value of the foreign technology without sacrificing Chinese pride. The word, the word and the action of the Japanese leaders, even during strip, also played well to the Japanese home audience. Even decades later, young Japanese labeled the generation of senior leaders who had hosted Deng as a statements. That is, unlike their successors who had been preoccupied with the financial details and petty political squabbles, the leaders who welcomed Deng, Prime Minister Fukuda, Foreign Minister Sonado, Kedarnin, and head Dogo Toshi, business was equals to Inayama, Yasuhiro, and Masushito, this one's okay, were indeed bold planners and builders. They had guided and desolate, defeated nations with not enough, to eat as it flowered into the vital nations. That 1978 was still growing rapidly. The senior Japanese leaders who had experienced World War II and knew personally what horror Japan had caused. They knew that they never could repay China for the damages inflicted by Japan, but they wanted to make it possible for the next generation to live in a peace. They were prepared to share their experiences and the technical innovation to help China modernize in a way that that went beyond their company's profit. This was a generation of Japanese leaders to whom Deng could relate and from whom he could learn as he worked to rebuild his country. To challenge the Japanese had confronted as they recovered from the devastations of the World War II. Inayama, Deng's primary business host in Japan, had begun selling steel to China in 1957, and by 1971, his company was playing a major role in modernizing China's Wuhan steel factory plants, making it the most modern steel factories in China. Some of Inayama's employees were unhappy that he was transferring, he was transferring so much technology, outdated Soviet-style, steel plants instead of building a completely new facility. Inayama responded that he was pleased to modernize the plants when his steel company Yadawa had opened its first factories in Japan in 1901. The iron ore had come from Wuhan, so he was happy to return a favor to this tiny city. This was not the first time that Inayama had been criticized by subordinates for his philosophy of endurance, for being too generous to other companies and other countries, even at the expense of his own company's interest. He did not want his company to lose money, but he sought to benefit society. He believed that the transfer of steel technology would benefit South Korea and China, and that such gifts to the other countries could be mutually beneficial if all shared in prosperity. He was willing to risk what Japanese call the boomerang effect, the passing of technology to China, only to find later that cheaper Chinese exports were entering Japan and destroying. Yeah, man. Uh, you know, I think it's a spot on, right? Okay, the passing of technology to China, only to find out later the Chinese, cheaper exports were entering Japan and destroying the domestic production base. He expressed confidence that Chinese market was large enough to absorb the Chinese product steel in the hovercraft ride to Kimitsu. Inayang and Deng chatted about being born in the same years. When Inayang asked Deng how he stayed so healthy, Deng replied, by just being a simple soldier. Inayama later commented that Deng appreciated those Japanese who wanted to help China. Deng expected that his trip would advance the plan to build a large, totally model steel plant on China's coast, a project that Inayama had discussed with the Vice Premier La Xing the previous year. At Kimitsu, then the world's most advanced steel plant, Deng saw a new continuous casting production line and computer control technology that would become the model for China's first modern steel plant in Huasua, just north of Shanghai. Deng said that to make Boashan work, the Chinese needed Japanese aid to learn the management skill. He added only half jokingly, if the student doesn't do well, that means the teacher hasn't taught him well. After visiting Japan, the term management took on a deeper meaning for Deng, and he began to use it more often. He tried to explain it to his countrymen who believe what they have been taught under Mao about the Western exploitations of workers, that their reality was really different, quite different. Japanese workers owned their own homes, they were their own caste and electronic equipments that was unavailable in China during his visit. They not only saw things that previously he had only read about it, he wanted to study how Japanese organized workers to maximize their dedications and efficiency, which he summed up as a management. From his trip, he concluded with, we must firmly grasp management. Just making things, isn't enough. So we need to raise the quality. A century earlier, Chinese patriots had insisted on retaining the Chinese spirits while adopting Western technology by using the neutral term management to refer to studying Western ways, and by keeping his unwavering commitments to socialism and the Communist Party. Deng allowed the introductions of more technology while reducing the resistance of the Chinese conservative. Indeed, They argued that socialism could also be use modern managements, and the Communist Party could champion it. So Japanese media reports of Deng visit raved about the success of the trip and about the strengthening of the relationship between China and Japan. The reporting in China was more official in tones and more subdued, but the essence of the message was the same. In China, films and photographs of Deng's trips allowed the Chinese public to see what modern factories were like and to gauge for themselves how far behind China was and how much work was still needed to catch up to the world level. The fruits of the Japan trip. Before the end of this trip, my arrangement had been made for delegations to one of economic leading economic officials from the Beijing, Tianjin, to Shanghai to follow up with a more detailed study tour of Japan. Deng Liquin served as an advisor to the delegations, and Yuan Bo, deputy head of the China State Economic Planning Commissions, as head. The group arrived in Japan a few days after Deng's departure and remained for a month. After the visit, the delegation produced a remarkably upbeat report that outlined how China could learn about economic management from Japan. Mindful of its audience of the Communist Party leaders, steeped in their Marxist perspective, the delegation report explained that Japan had made important adaptation to the early capitalism described by Marx. Japanese management had cleverly, learned how to earn profits by providing incentives to workers who worked hard because they were better treated than the exploited workers. Karl Marx. Workers Marx and observed after the group returned to China, then Liquin took the lead in organizing a new associations, including the Quality Control Associations and Enterprise Management Association, modeled on the association that the delegation had observed in Japan, drawing on what they had learned. Training programs for high level economic officials in each province were established to master some of the Japanese practice. For instance, how to adjust prices to reflect production cost, how to set production targets not by arbitrary mandatory planning but by adapting to the market demands, how to manage quality control but not by inspection but through care in the original productions, and how to use indicators to evaluate the success of the manufacturing operations. China Chinese factories posted banners stressing the importance of studying Japanese management style and establishing training programs. Deng also initiated cultural exchange that brought Japanese culture, movies, stories, novel arts to China. Japanese movie, for example, proved popular with the Chinese audience and helped increase Chinese understanding of the Japanese as a people. They understood that this sorts of appreciation would provide a solid base for expanding economic and political relationships between the two countries. Under Deng's leadership, China's attitudes toward Japanese showed a striking improvement. Deng thus made enormous progress in laying a foundation for sound Sino Japanese working relationship after his trip. Business relation with the business relationship were hampered for 3 years by China's retrenchment policies, which limited foreign investments. But during most of Deng's era, Japan and China continued, despite some ups and downs, to enjoy good relations. In fact, by December 1980s, Sino-Japanese relations had already improved sufficiently to convene the first joint cabinet-level discussion between the two countries. In addition, in the same month, Hua signed an agreement with the foreign minister to Maya Suachi for the long-term loan from Japanese Overseas Economic Cooperation Funds on favorable terms from 1979 to 2007. The OECF granted more funds to China than to any other countries, a total of 2.54 trillion yen. Based on the 2007 exchange rate, this amounted to roughly $25 billion. Japanese industrial firm set up factories throughout the China and Japan's external trade organizations opened up an office in Shanghai using its broad network of contacts with a Japanese firm to find companies willing to respond to Chinese request for training programs in various sectors. During Deng's year at the helm, no country played a greater role in assisting China build its industries and infrastructure in Japan. Okay, so Japan was an important role. And I think Japan, it was mostly coming or because of the cooperation with the United States, United Kingdom, and some Germany. Okay, now comes chapter number 11, opening to the United States. I think this is going to be the important role, right? Because, and I want to know about I don't think there is an opening with the India. It happened very late, 2000. Okay, and all. I think opening to the United States, chapter number 11, 1978 to 79. On the afternoon of August 22, 1977, just 3 days after Deng officially returned to work as a member of the Politburo Standing Committee, he met Secretary of State Cyrus Vance. Okay, JD, is it related to the JD Vance? Deng wanted to accomplish some things in his few years in office, and the timing of this meeting reflected the high priority he gave to normalizing his relation with the United States. Hua Gofin's the Chinese chairman and premier met once that day, the day after Deng did, but American official understood that the key visit was not was with Deng. Ever since Nixon visit in 1970, China had expected the normalization would follow quickly. Somehow, American politics had always interfered, and China already had been waiting impatiently for 5 years. Deng, in particularly, who was just back from 18 months of forced retirement, was ready to move towards more normalizations, and he had reasons to hope that the once visit would pave the way. The Watergate episode had passed. Okay, yeah, this is President Richard Nixon. The Watergate episode had passed, and in February 1977, President Jimmy Carter invited Huang Zhen, head of the Chinese liaison office in Washington, on to meet him. She told Huang, "I hope we can see a strong movement towards normalizations," and he offered to host Huang at a concert or a play. In addition, just before Deng met Vance, Leonard Woodcock had arrived in Beijing to head the U.S. liaison office, with understanding from President Carter himself that he would be negotiating a normalization relation between the two countries. Earlier, when Zhou Enlai and Mao had met with the Kissinger and Nixon to improve U.S. relationship, China relationship, both sides were driven by the Soviet threats. When Deng met once in 1977, he too was driven by the Soviet threats. But in 1977, Deng was also beginning to consider what was needed for China and modernize, and he knew that Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan had relied heavily on U.S. and science, technologies, and education to improve modernization. He had found the way, that many of the patents for goods produced in Europe were held by the U.S. individuals and Western companies, so that even the technological help from the European would require cooperation with the China United States. Normalization of the Sino-American relation was thus an important first step in building a relationship with the United States, and that would enable China to modernize. To achieve this goal of normalizing relationship with the United States, Deng was prepared to be flexible on many issues. On one issues, okay, just wait. The manufacturing of the China. Uh, 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 Ezra. Okay, yeah. So, okay, so yeah. I'm sorry. Back. To achieve this goal of normalizing relations, this one's okay. Okay, at unshakable principle, he would refuse to normalize relations with the United States unless the United States broke diplomatic relations with Taiwan, ended the U.S.-Taiwan mutual defense treaties, and withdrew all its. Okay. To achieve this goal of normalizing relations with the United States, Deng was prepared to be flexible on many issues. On one issue, however, Taiwan, Deng, like Mao and Zhou, had an unshakable principle. He would refuse to normalize relations with the United States unless the United States broke a diplomatic relation with the Taiwan. Okay, so that time, what happened? What happened was that United States, because China was a very different country. That's okay. So because Taiwan also considered themselves a republic of China, China also considered themselves as China. Now, question is, who is the real China? So United States, I think they have a relationship, a diplomatic relationship with the both of them. That means United States is recognizing both as China, so they don't want that. So that's why, to achieve this goal of normalized relation, this one, so Deng was prepared to be flexible on many issues. On one issue, however, Taiwan, Deng, like Mao and Zedong, had an unshakable principle. He would refuse to normalize his relation with the United States unless the United States broke diplomatic relation with Taiwan, ended the U.S.-Taiwan mutual defense treaties, and withdrew all its military forces in Taiwan. Deng expected that with the end of the mutual defense treaty, Taiwan would see few options and would accept reunifications. Not only Deng but also American officials expected this would happen within several years. Cyrus once, a step backward, August 1977. Deng held high expectation for the first visits of the Secretary once, but U.S. politics again interfered. Carter told once to lay the basis of an agreement with Beijing to normalizations. But when once met President Jimmy Carter on the eve of his departure for the Beijing, Carter expressed his concerns about the congressional support that was needed to pass the Panama Canal treaties to end U.S. control over the canal zones. If the controversial matters of the recognition of China was raised at the same time as the Panama issue was being resolved, the powerful Taiwan lobby would stir up enough opposition in Congress to derail support for the Panama Canal treaties. Carter thus believed that it was necessary to postpone the questions of normalization with China until the Panama Canal treaties was concluded. Once the issue with the Panama had been resettled, congressional support would be sufficient. I think, is it a Suez Canal? Okay, it's a Panama Canal. Okay, I think, was it that time? Okay, I don't know. One with the Panama has been settled. Congressional support would be sufficient to normalize relations with the China. I once personally believed at the time the achieving the thaw, right? Okay, personally believed that the time the achieving the thaw with the Soviet Union through the strategic limitation treaty talks, a project that absorbed much of his working time, was a more urgent priority than normalizing relations with China. If the United States began the normalization process before the SALT talks were completed, it might upset the Soviet Union and once you potentially derail the SALT negotiation. Moreover, since Carter was in no hurry to move ahead, once felt it would be worth trying to negotiate with China for a stronger governmental presence in Taiwan than the Japanese had been able to obtain when they had normalized relations with China. Even before once arrived in Beijing, the Chinese began to get an inkling of the stance that once might take. In keeping with the usual Chinese practices, Foreign Minister Wang Hu first met with the once, then passed on once concern to Deng, who then could prepare to discuss the key issues in his presentation to Foreign Minister Hong Kong on August 21. Wang explained that the United States hoped to move towards normalizations, but it wanted to retain some government personnel on Taiwan. He also explained that the United States was interested in a peaceful settlement of Taiwan issues. Once expected the Chinese to be disappointed, but he did not anticipate how upset they would be. On the following morning, when Once met Huang Hua for a second session, Huang Hu exploded with the lengthy diatribe attacking Wan's proposal that the United States would keep some official representation on Taiwan. Huang Hu went so far as to speak of liberating Taiwan, implying that mainland Chinese forces were ready to get active necessarily. That same afternoon, when Deng met with Vance, Deng began by jokingly, reminding Vance that the last time they had met was in 1975, just before Deng was dismissed from all his position. For the third time, he added, "I'm internationally a well-known man. It is not because I have many capability. It is because I have been three times up and three times down." Once later acknowledged that during the meeting with Deng had been the embodiments of the Chinese courtesy, but he was tough in criticizing US stance on the Taiwan. Deng began his discourse with a broad tour of the international political landscape that focused on the overall balance of the power between the West and the Soviet Union, and two on the relative strength in Africa, the Middle East, and Eastern Europe. He concerns on two issues: how to respond to the Soviet challenge and how to resolve the Taiwan issues. Deng, who had been critical of the United States for being soft on the Soviet Union since 1974, when he had criticized Henry Kissinger for promoting détente, was especially critical of the US passivity towards the Soviet Union after it withdrew from the Vietnam. To charge their presidential memorandum number 10, concerning the Soviet Union amounted to appeasements, letting the Soviet have control of the over third of Germany after World War II, had given the Soviet effective control over the Balkans, which in turn had a huge influence on the Southern Europe. Although he did not mention the broad game wiki, in fact, Deng was telling the ones that the Soviet, who already had pieces in Yugoslavia, were beginning to place others in Austria and would move from there in to other places, parts of the Western Europe. Deng warned against continuing his concession to the Soviet. You will end up with Dunkirk. You will end up with the Dunkirk. I mean, Dunkirk is a position, yeah, where Soviet was, this one coming. Soviet army were coming from the one side, and the other side there's an entire ocean. So in the middle there was the United Kingdom and the France army, nowhere to be go, nowhere for the exit. So they had to. I mean, yeah, it was a difficult. Yeah, there's a so Dunkirk, where was it? Dunkirk. Concerning Taiwan, Deng referred to two documents: a summary of the presentation with the president in December 1975, and a statement by Kissinger that Deng asked Nancy Tang to read aloud to once. In these two moments, in these two statements, Kissinger and Ford both indicated the United States was ready to accept the Japanese formula for normalization that would keep only unofficial of American representative in Taiwan. Okay, unofficial. Deng claimed that at present the United States was occupying Taiwan, which was a part of China, and so was blocking Taiwan's unification with the mainland China. Further, he said that the U.S. request for China not to use force to absorb Taiwan amounted to interference in the internal affairs of the other countries. In answers to one's assertion that the United States was concerned about the security of Taiwan, Deng told him that Chinese people themselves are more concerned about the issue pertaining to their own country than the United States. China was pretty impatient. Deng explained, but Americans should realize that the Chinese would not put off the resolution of this question indefinitely. Deng criticized one's proposal for trying to maintain personnel in Taiwan as creating, in effect, a flagless embassy. But he added that if the United States wanted to hold on to Taiwan, China would wait. Deng concluded, I would like only to point out that your present formula is a retreat from the previous state of affairs. To be candid, we cannot agree to your formula, but we still look forward to further discussions. On August 28th, after once returned to the United States, officials who had traveled with him tried to give a position in a positive spin to the visits, despite the Deng's projection of the one's positions. They told reporters that once had successfully conveyed the US perspective. Sorry. Reporters John Walla, who listened to government official explanations, wrote that China was softening in Taiwan's issue once, despite valiant efforts, could not stop Walla's inaccurate report from being published and from receiving a great deal of attention. They not only, they not about to soften on Taiwan's or to tolerate the misunderstanding, angrily denounced the Walla report as a completely inaccurate. Deng still wanted progress in the relationship with the United States, so he tried to, in other approaches, believing once was a bad partner, so he sought to involve. Just wait, okay, I want to see. When did Chinese who lost election, election, right, went to Taiwan? I think around like 1940 something. It was the sole ruling party of the China from 1928 to 49, but gradually lost control while it was the real one. It was the sole ruling party of China from 1928 to 1949, but gradually lost control while fighting the empire of in China in second Japanese war and the CCP in the Chinese Civil War. In December 1949, the Kuomintang retreated to Taiwan to following its defeated by communist. Defeated, okay. So they didn't have any elections, okay, understood. I thought there was an elections. No, it was not elections. The Chinese nationalists who moved to Taiwan did not lose the democratic elections, okay. Rather, they retreated to Taiwan in December 1949 after losing the Chinese Civil War, led by the Chiang Kai-shek, the nationalist party known as the Kuomintang. Fled mainland China, being defeated by the Mao Zedong Chinese Communist Party. The timeline, the evacuation of the Republic of China government took place throughout the 1949, so with the official relocation of the Taipei. So ROC, Republic of China. Migration, approximately 2 million people, including soldiers, governments, officials, and civilian refugees, across the Taiwan Strait to the island. National treasure, the KMT also transported China's gold reserves and hundreds of thousands of ancient artifacts from the palace to the museum. But how did they transfer? Just wait, okay. Okay, but who were there? Okay, but who were there in Taiwan, in that Taiwan place before, okay, but who were there in Taiwan place before they moved? Was it empty? I don't know. Before the Chinese nationalists arrived in 1949, Taiwan was already home to about 6 million people divided into 3 distinct groups. Taiwanese, Hoklo, Hakka, the majority who were there, the Han Chinese immigrants who arrived centuries earlier, mostly between 17th and 19th century from Southeast China. The status, they made up 80% of the population and had a distinct local identity over generations. Taiwanese indigenous people who were there at the origin, Austronesian speaking inhabitant who lived in the island. This status, they were divided into numerous distinct Japanese resident and influences. Japan ruled Taiwan as a colony for 50 years. When the 2 million mainlanders arrived in 1949, tense cultural and linguistic divides immediately sparked between the two newcomers and established two locals. To how the Japanese colonial period changed daily life in this one, the clashes and tensions between the local and the newly arrived KMTs, the history and the cultures. Okay, just wait. Okay, I'll see if there's any. Okay, Chinese. Okay, Chinese nationalist party moving to Taiwan. I want to see if there's any picture known as the Kuomintang. But okay, so it seems that they have a big ship. Videos, right? Taiwan video or pictures. Taiwan in times, the Great Retreats, Taipei. Okay, 2 million people is a lot, man. How did they how did they transfer the entire people? Okay, so I'm back to the book. Deng still wanted progress in relationship with the United States, so he tried other approaches. Believing once was a bad partner, he sought to involve the White House in the negotiation and have Brzezinski as his counterparts. He also went directly to the US media and to US Congress to build support for normalization. At a time when China was just beginning to emerge from isolation, there was not yet a mainland China lobby to match the Taiwan's lobby in the United States. In fact, the Chinese liaison office in the Washington. What is Taiwan lobby? That means the people who will support Taiwan. Okay. The Chinese liaison office in Washington has scarcely begun to build a staff to work with the Congress or the US media. The best single channel China possessed for the influencing the US media and the Congress was Deng himself. He made a full use of US curiosity about China and his frankness, charming wits and feistiness. On September 6th, Deng hosted a high-level U.S. media delegation, headed by the Keith Fuller, managing editors of the Associated Press, which included Arthur O. Schulzberger, publisher of the New York Times, and Catherine Grahams, publisher of the Washington Post. In their wide-ranging discussion, Deng talked of the problems left over from the Bin Liao and the Gang of Four, the need to send Chinese students abroad for advanced training to help China overcome its backwardness, and the need to provide material incentive to Chinese workers. But above all, Deng zeroed in on the Taiwan issue, declaring flatly that once a proposal regarding Taiwan presented a step backward that China could not accept. To normalize relations with China, the United States had to enter its military pact with the nationalist Chinese, break up diplomatic relations with them, and withdraw all its troops from the islands. China would strive to resolve the Taiwan issue peacefully, but the matter was entirely a domestic one, and China would not accept foreign interference. Okay, just wait. Okay, I want to see who recognizes Taiwan. Okay, which all country recognizes, okay, Taiwan separate country. I mean, it's difficult because right now, if you see the influence of China. I mean, right now, China. Currently, 12 countries officially recognize Taiwan, officially, officially the Republic of China, China as a sovereign state, rather than People's Republic of China. Beijing, because Beijing enforces the one China principle. No nation can have a formal diplomatic ties with the both governments simultaneously. So, this few countries have a, they consider Taiwan as a separate countries. Okay, I mean, Latin and the Caribbean, Belize, Guatemala, Haiti, Paraguay, Saint Kitts and Nevis, Saint Lucia, Saint Venice, Vincent and Grenada, Marshall Islands, Nauru, Polo. I think not many significant countries. Okay, and they're wide ranging. Okay, discussion and talk for problem left was okay. This one's okay. Then said this okay. And okay, so on September 27, Deng saw Republican leaders and future President George H.W. Bush, whom he had known since 1975 when Bush had headed the US liaison office in Beijing. Then repeated to Bush what he had told to advance US policy towards the Soviet Union amounted to appeasements as enforcements and authoritative editorial in the People's Daily stated. Certain leading figure of the US monopoly bourgeoisie have forgotten the lessons of Munich. Deng told Bush that in normalizing relations, China had no room to maneuver on Taiwan issues. Democratic Senators Ted Kennedy and Henry M. Jackson, known to favor normalization, were also invited to visit Beijing on January 1978. Deng stressed to Kennedy that he wanted an agreement as soon as possible. The chief barrier was Taiwan, and Deng repeated the Taiwan problem was an internal issue as China anticipated. Kentucky, upon returning to Washington, drew on his visit with Deng to advocate proceeding of normalization. On February 16, 1970, Deng met with Senator Henry Jackson's an ally in taking a hard line towards the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, Deng and his foreign policy team kept up this criticism of the U.S. appeasement of the Soviet Union and the failure of the United States to push ahead on normalizations. To an ambassador, Leonard Woodcock returned to the United States for a brief trip in 1978. He publicly expressed his impatience with the lack of progress towards normalizations. Before Woodcock had accepted his assignment in Beijing, Carter had offered him a numbers of cabinet posts that he had turned down, and he had agreed to head the U.S. liaison office with the understanding that he would carry on negotiation towards normalizing relations with China. On February 1, 1978, in an address to the United Auto Workers in Washington, Woodcock said that the U.S. policy towards China was based on an obviously absurdity. Since the end of the World War II, the United States has recognized the nationalist government as representing all of China, but in fact, the nationalists could only represent the small island of Taiwan. Woodcock's statement about the absurdity of the US policy received wide publicity, causing Woodcock to worry that he might have upset Carter, and who remained concerned about the SALT talk with the Soviet Union. But when Woodcock met Carter shortly after the speech, Carter told him privately that he agreed with him. Unlike Vance, who worried about being able to move forward on the SALT talks with the Soviet Union if normalization talks with China begin, Carter decided that his administration could push forward on normalizations negotiation with China. At the same time, it conducted the SALT talks. Another potential barrier, however, had to do with the relations with Vietnam. Some in the administrations were advocating the United States responded to the Vietnam's desire to normalize relations with the United States. But given the growing tension between Vietnam and China, it seems as though the United States had to choose to hold a normalization talks with either one country or the other, not both. Carter resolved the debates by saying that US interests would be better served by pursuing normalization with China. Carter thus gave the go-ahead for normalization talks with China, but fearing that Taiwan lobby in Congress could derail their discussion, he insisted they be kept secret. That is, they had to be conducted by a small group of White House officials rather than by the State Departments. To prepare for the discussion on normalization, Carter dispatched to Beijing a White House official whose tough stance on the Soviet Union and readiness to hasten the normalizations of the US-China relation was similar to things. He was also, I think, around that time, right? United States stopped funding CIA, stopped funding Tibetan issue because now they want to have a normalization with China. Okay, this one. Then he was also the very person Deng had hoped to have his counterparts, National Security Advisor Zbigniew. This one. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Zbigniew Brzezinski stepped forward, May 1978. In mid 1977, Dash and Michael Osenberg, his deputy for Chinese issues, had begun to explore with the Chinese representative in Washington the possibility of his visiting Beijing in early 1978. He initially announced that his goal was visiting to hold broad consultation on global issues. The issue of normalization was not mentioned, but as soon as the Chinese liaison office in Washington was notified of the presence is interesting in the visit, this one was interested in visiting. They immediately responded that China would welcome him, and he lost no time in planning the trips. Deng would receive him as soon as the United States was ready. On March 1978, the day after Congress passed the first Panama Canal Treaty, the Chinese liaison office was notified that President Xi was ready to make the trips. And on April 19, the day after the second and final Panama Canal Treaty was signed, the date was set. President Carter authorized Briganti to lay the groundwork for negotiations on normalization. From Carter's perspective, the ideal time to complete such a negotiation would be just after the November 1978 congressional elections. He felt optimistic that with the Panama Canal Treaty successfully concluded, he could obtain congressional support for both SALT treaty with the Soviet Union and the formal agreement to normalize relations with China. So when President Carter privately told congressional leaders from both parties about his intention to begin talks on normalization, they responded positively. They believed that doing was in the best interest of the United States, but the issue was still politically charged, as one congressman added. If the issue became public, he would have to oppose it. Oh, if the issue became public, he would have to oppose it. In his talk in Beijing, President Zins communicated this concern to Deng, saying, "I would like to suggest that this discussion be confidential and that no advance publicity be issued. This would minimize some of the political complications in our countries." Deng replied, "Please rest assured that in China there are better conditions to maintain secrecy than there are in the United States." President Xi agreed, "I am afraid you are absolutely right. That is why it is better to conduct the negotiation over normalization here rather than in the Washington." Though Vance was personally concerned about upsetting the Soviet Union during the continuing sensitive, disarmament talks, he was loyal. He was a loyal official and a follower. Followed Carter's instruction. He had his staff draw up a plan for the U.S.-China discussion on normalizing relationship. When Carter received once June 1978 memo on the matter, he penned in his comment, "Leaks can kill the whole efforts. We should limit the dispatch and negotiating information strictly. Avoid any public hints of degree of progress. I don't trust Congress, White House, State Defense to keep a secret like the Republicans, Nixon and Kissinger before them. The Democrats, Carter, Brzezinski, and Vance all believed that even in a democratic country, strict secrecy would be necessary. And just as in Kissinger White House days, the secret, highly secret channel to Beijing from the White House worked to reinforce the influence of the White House national security staff in the personal institutional rivalry between these ones. Thing for his part supported using the White House channel, instead of going through the State Department. On May 21, 1970, the first morning after arriving in Beijing, President Xi met with the Foreign Minister Huang Hong, as Kissinger and Zolai had done before. President Xi and Huang Hong exchanged views on global developments in discussing key issues on each of the continents, with particularly emphasis on the prevailing balance of power between the Soviet and the West. As President Xi observed in responding to Huang Hong's presentation, the two agreed on a wide range of issues, but there were some important differences. The United States did not seek to establish hegemony and accepted a world of diversity. The United States did not believe there was a war was inevitable, and the Soviet United States was not increasing the Soviet Union, but rather competing with the Soviets on the worldwide scale. Knowing that the result of the conversation would be passed on to things to whom he would be seeing later that afternoon, Brzezinski told Hong Kong that Carter had authorized him to say that the United States accepted the three Chinese conditions concerning Taiwan, but the United States would reserve the right to announce the resolution. The resolution of the issues between Iran and China and the Taiwan should be achieved peacefully. That afternoon, Deng met with Brzezinski for 2 hours, and then over the dinner, as the two discussed global strategies and laying the ground for the talks on normalization. Then, knowing that Presidency had just arrived, graciously suggested, "You must be tired," but President replied, I am exhalated, exhilarated. Deng and President, each firmly upheld his nation's point of view. But President later wrote, "Deng immediately appealed to me, but bright, alert, and shrewd. He was quick on the uptake and with a good sense of humor, tough and very direct. I was impressed by his sense of purpose and drive." Deng quickly got to the point. So the Chinese side speak straightforwardly about their views and ideas. Then he explained that it is not difficult to understand China. Chairman Mao Zedong was a soldier, 7 was a soldier, and I too am a soldier. To what which he replied that the Americans were also very direct. Presidency was so enthusiastic about his visit with the Deng that on May 26, when he reported back to Carter, Carter wrote in his diary, "Zenbig was overwhelmed with the Chinese. I told him he had been seduced. In his talks with the presidency, Deng proved to see how prepared the United States was to break relations with Taiwan. The question remains how to make up one's mind. If the President Carter had made up his mind on the issues, I think it will be easier to solve. What do you think should be done in order to realize the normalization? Brzezinski, after explaining Carter's determination to move ahead and to accept Chinese principle regarding cutting off relation with the Taiwans, they proposed that the two sides begin confidential talks about normalization in June. They immediately accepted the proposals while continuing to inquire about what concrete measures the United States would take to implement the three principles on Taiwan. When he said, "We look forward to the day when President Carter makes up his mind," President Xi replied, I have told you before, President Carter has made up his mind without spelling out any concrete action the United States would take. President Xi repeated the United States accepted the three principles. He went on to say that the United States planned to release a statement stressing the importance of the mainland and Taiwan resolving the Taiwan issue peacefully. Deng assured him that China did not object to the United States making such a statement, but we cannot accept this as a condition. Taiwan is a domestic issue. It is an issue of the basic sovereignty. President Xi concluded from this that if the United States were to make such a public statement, China would not publicly oppose it. Presidency also informed Deng that beginning in July, Leonard Woodcock would be prepared to enter into serious discussion with the Hong Kong to explore whether normalization would be achieved on the mutually acceptable terms. Deng expressed concerns about the military expansion of the Soviet Union and he repeated his view that the United States was not responding with a sufficient firmness. Deng talked of the growing military cooperation between the Soviet Union and Vietnam as evidenced by the Vietnam's generals Wo Nu Nguyen gave two recent trips to Moscow and one in March and the other in early May. Deng convinced that it was in China's interest to have a West build up its forces in Europe, which would lead the Soviet Union to move troops from the Asia to the Europe, argued Maoist and Zhou Enlai had done earlier, that the Soviets' major goal were in Europe, not Asia. Deng needled Brzezinski, pushing the United States to stand tougher in responding to Soviet actions. Perhaps he said, "You have a fear of offending the Soviet Union. Is that right?" President replied, "I can assure you that my inclination to be fearful of offending the Soviet Union is rather limited." Deng pressed hard, so pointing out the disadvantages to the United States side of signing the SALT agreement with the Soviet, saying, "Whenever you are about to conclude an agreement with the Soviet Union, it is the product of the concession on the US side to please the Soviet Union." President Gabriel responded, "I would be willing to make a little bet with you as to who is less popular in the Soviet Union, you or me." Brzezinski also sought to use his visit to develop closer relationship between the bureaucracies in Beijing and Washington, and the Chinese responded positively. He brought several U.S. officials from the different government department to engage in a more detailed discussion with the counterparts. Morton Abram was a senior diplomat then on a loan to the department, for example, met with the Chinese counterparts in defense to discuss issues such as their respective analysis of the Soviet Unions. During their meeting, Deng pressed an presidency on U.S. reservation of the export technology on China. He cited three high-tech import cases: a supercomputer, a Japanese high-speed computer with the US parts, and scanners. In all three cases, the US manufacturers were eager to sell, but they had been blocked by the US governments. Also, during the discussion, Deng alluded to his interest in visiting the United States, saying he had only about 3 years left as a top leader. From his presenting, Deng had a sense of urgency about making progress in Sino-American relationship. Presidency, knowing that Deng would not visit the United States until normalization had been completed, showed his confidence that they would finish such talks quickly by inviting Deng to have a dinner at the Washington host. Deng immediately accepted. The presidency also encouraged Deng to deepen China's relationship with Japan, and after the presidency visit, Deng moved quickly to conclude the Sino-Japanese treaties and the peace of friendship. So on his way home, Presidency did his part as well, stopping off, in Japan, a brief Japanese officials, about the U.S. plan to begin negotiation with China on normalizations. When Presidency returned to Washington, Carter, even as he teased Presidency about being seduced by the Chinese judge, they visit success. Discussion on normalization. 321. 321. Okay, 321. Soon relation had warmed shortly afterwards when the United States asked that Beijing cease its stream of public criticism of the US policies. China complied immediately, gave up the pressures on the United States to move quickly on normalizations. Only one day after Deng talked with President Deng told an Italian delegation that China would welcome trade and technology exchange with the United States, but would give preferential treatment to those countries with which it had regular diplomatic relations. On June 2nd, less than 2 weeks after President met with Deng, Deng Huan, who in Washington, and told Cyrus once that if he wanted Deng to visit the United States, which he would do only after normalization was completed, they had to work harder because Deng was getting older. On August 6th, Deng reiterated this time to an Australian delegation that China would give preference in the trade to countries with which it had formal diplomatic relationship. In September 27, Chai Zemin, head of the Chinese liaison office in Washington, told presidency that the pace of normalization negotiation was too slow, and the leap forward in education exchange. When it became likely that relationship with the United States could be normalized, within a few months, Deng focused immediately on the areas at the top of his American wish list: not trade, not investment, not science, but science. Okay, not trade, not investment, but science. To Deng, science was the most important crucial factors of achieving modernizations, and the United States was far ahead. Fortunately, his combination of responsibilities, foreign relations, science, technology, education, gave him the authority to move in this area even prior to the third plenum. He would not send students to the United States before normalization, but soon as the relationship was normalized, he wanted to prepare to send young Chinese scientists to the United States for further advanced training. As China's National Science Conference on March 1978, Chinese scientists were told by the Chinese government for the first time since the early 1950s that they were not only permitted but encouraged to have contacts with the fellow scientists in the West. Relatives of Chinese American scientists who had remained in China and had become targets in the numerous campaign after 1949 were given better housing and better working conditions, and the Chinese scientists were no longer labeled landlords, capitalists, or rightists. It was impossible, of course, to make up for the years of torment and broken careers, but the government gave compensation for the past suffering, and high official in effect apologized for them while recommending that when they meet Western Chinese, they should not elaborate about the past troubles with the Chinese government. Deng encouraged not only Chinese American but all Western scientists to visit China, and the American scientists who overwhelmingly believe in the universalities of scientific research were happy to oblige. From July 6 to 10, 1978, President Carter's science advisors Frank Press led the highest level delegation of USA scientists ever to visit any foreign countries. Press, formerly an MIT professor specializing in earthquake science, had been chairman of the US Committee on Scholarly Communication with the People's Republic of China from 1975 to 77, and therefore took a special interest in scholarly exchange with China. Deng spoke to the press delegations about the China's backwardness in science and technology and expressed his concerns about American constraints on the high-tech export. He also spoke of China's need for foreign investments. In the question period following Deng's representation, Richard Atkinson, head of the National Science Foundation, asked Deng if he feared the Chinese science students abroad might defect. Deng replied that he was not worried. Chinese students, unlike their Soviet counterparts, he said, were loyal to the country, and even those who studied abroad did not return immediately would in the long run still be an asset for China. At the time, Frank Press expected that as in the past, Chinese political leaders would continue to keep tight control over the scientists going to the United States, and that they would be cautious about expanding scientific exchange. Frank Press was taken aback as then proposed that Chinese United States immediately accept 700 Chinese science students, with a larger goal of accepting tens of thousands within a few years. Deng was so intent on receiving prompt answers that the press, considering this was one of the most important breakthrough in his career, called President Carter, waking him at 3 a.m. Washington time to ask permission to agree that 700 Chinese students would be welcome immediately, and that far larger number could be accommodated within a few years. Carter, really awake in the middle of the night during his presidency, responded positively, though he wondered why press had woken him up to such ask of the question. He felt he had already given press the authority to approve such request. The press delegation received such attention from the Chinese. The People's Daily rarely published speeches by foreigners, but in this case, it printed a press banquet speech stressing the advantage of globalizations, and Michael Osenberg, presently deputy of China policy, who sat in some 14 meetings with Deng, said he never saw Deng more intellectually curious and more involved in articulating his vision about China's future. Indeed, with the exception of President Nixon's visit, press received the warmest reception U.S. delegation has received in Beijing since 1949, since Deng would not send students abroad before the two countries established a normal diplomatic relation. The first group from the China, some 50 students eager but tense about whether they would later be in trouble for the American connection as the elders have been, flew off to America in early 1979, shortly after normalization. In the first 5 years of this exchange, some 19,000 Chinese students would go to the United States for study, and the numbers would continue to increase. Okay, 19,000 for the first year. Okay, I want to know, I'm very curious about this. When foreign dignitaries come to India, which politician or officer would receive from the airport. Okay, when foreign dignitaries come to India, How does government of India decides DECI decides on which politician officer would receive from the airport? I mean, that's a valid question, right? The government of India decides who receives foreign dignitaries at the airport based on established diplomatic ranks, with the standard operation managed by the Ministry of External Affairs. With the standard operation managed by the Ministry of External Affairs, the host ministries and the local dignitaries are generally selected as first. Head of the state. Okay. Okay, if it's a head of the state, president or a monarch, typically received by the president of India or especially designated union cabinet ministers. Heads of the government, prime minister, generally received by the union cabinet minister or minister of state for external affairs. Okay, cabinet minister received by an official representative of the ministry and the Indian ambassador, high commissioner designated to that country. Protocol exception: the prime minister or chief minister may personally receive a dignitaries at the airport to signal a highly strategic partnership, showcase a personal warmth, or a break to diplomatic protocols. Okay, is it with this? Is it similar with like most of the country? Most of the country, or no? I think yeah, it is. Yes, the airport reception process is highly similar in most countries because international diplomacy relies heavily on reciprocity. Okay, reciprocity and standardized hierarchies, while specific local tradition vary. That is being dragged with the garland in India versus receiving a traditional bread and salt welcome in Eastern Europe. Underlying administrative structure, the principle of reciprocity. Okay, if country A sends a low-ranking official to pick up a country B's president, country B will likely return this snub on the next visit. Vienna Convention, with the Vienna Convention of Diplomatic Relations, mostly codifies legal immunities and the process of protection of the embassies. It established the strict orders of the president's ranking and used globally. Every country uses that exact same tiers to determine who qualifies as head of the state, head of the government. Dedicated protocol department, just like the India's Ministry of External Affairs. Nearly every country has a dedicated protocol. Okay, again, understood. Breakthrough on normalization, December 1978. Following Brzezinski's visit to China, the United States and China began secret discussions on how to structure negotiation for normalization. Both sides realized from the beginning that Taiwan was the issue that would either make or break the deal. On June 28, once cabled Woodcock with the US proposal for normalization talks to be presented to the foreign minister Huang Hui. If cultural and commercial contacts would be able to continue between the people of Taiwan and the people of the United States while the Chinese peacefully resolved the Taiwan's question, the president was prepared to normalize the relationship within the framework of the theory principle enunciated by the China. Meeting would be held in Beijing every 2 weeks to discuss sequentially a series of issues that had to be resolved before normalizations. Woodcock also proposed that the regular Beijing meeting, the two parties first discuss the nature of the post-normalization U.S. presence in Taiwan and the nature of the formal statements announcing normalizations. That is, negotiators would first deal with the easy issue to show progress. Only later would they take on the more difficult issues such as the U.S. arms sales in Taiwan. Their goal was to have an agreement by December 15, several weeks after the US congressional election. The first meeting held on July 5th was a 40-minute session during which the two sides discussed procedures and each made an initial general statements on its Taiwan positions. On the Chinese side, Deng was kept informed but did not take part directly in the negotiations until the very end. Foreign Minister Huang Hu, who negotiated initially for the Chinese side, had unrivaled experience in dealing with the Americans. In 1936, he had guided Edgar Snow, author of The Red Start over China, from the Beiping renamed Beijing to northern capital in 1949 to meet with Mao in northern Shanxi. Huang was supervisor. A survivor who had served Mao, Zhou Enlai, and Deng Master with a very different style was for a time, during Cultural Revolution. China's only ambassador stationed abroad. He was cautious in revealing anything beyond what was authorized to say, and he could express both Deng's anger as well as his charming goodwill. In 1971, Huang Hu went to New York as the first ambassador to the United States nation from the People's Republic of China. In negotiation over normalization, he was assisted by the two of the ablest Chinese diplomats experienced dealing with the United States, Zhang Wenjin and Hang Nangling. So both sides brought their A team to the table. President Carter had chosen Leonard Woodcock, labor union leaders and professional mediators, to head mediators to head the Beijing liaison office with the rank of ambassadors, because Cartier valued his negotiating skills and because he had a strong political connections in Washington that would make it easier to win congressional support for any agreement he might reach. Woodcock could use his personal connection with the political leaders in Washington to coordinate policies that could not be easily resolved by ordinary bureaucratic procedures. Woodcock had a reputation as a tough, trusted labor negotiator and was known for his integrity and decency. Secretary once called Woodcock an instinctive and brilliant diplomat with a photographic memory, discretion, and verbal precision critical in this negotiation. Both the State Department and the White House had sufficient confidence in Woodcock that they saw no need for a high official to engage in shuttle diplomacy from Washington. By the time the negotiation began, Woodcock, who had already spent a year in Beijing Liaison's office, was already trusted with the Beijing officials and it readily accepted as the negotiators. Stapleton Roy, who arrived in Beijing in June 1978 to succeed David Deng as a deputy chief of the commission, had grown up in Nanjing, where his father was a missionary educator. He spoke Chinese, had a deep knowledge of Chinese history, and regarded as one of the ablest of the young professionals in the State Department. In the White House, President Carter, Vice President Walter Mondale, Brzezinski, and Michael Osenberg communicated directly with the Woodcock and Roy through highly secret channels. Osenberg, Brzezinski's deputy for China's matters, a bold and broad-scale strategist, was a politically savvy China scholar with an unbounded curiosity and enthusiasm. In Washington, only a handful of officials outside the White House, including Vance and Secretary of Defense Harold Brown, were kept informed. U.S. strategy was devised at the White House was inputs from the Woodcock, and the White House kept in touch with the Chiang Zhenmins of China's liaison's office in Washington and his deputy Han Zhu, but the negotiations were conducted entirely in Beijing. Then Xiaoping followed Huang Hun's meeting with the Woodcock in July 5th, July 14th, September 11th, September 15th, November 2nd, and when Huang Hu became ill, Han Yang Hong meeting with the Woodcock on December 4th. Then he then personally conducted the final negotiations with the Woodcock at 10 a.m. on December 13th, 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. on December 14th, and 4 p.m. on December 15th. During the negotiation, Deng continued to meet U.S. officials explaining the Chinese position, pressuring the negotiation to move on ahead. On July 9th, for example, 4 days after the first session between Woodcock and Huang Hu, Deng told a U.S. congressional delegation headed by the Congress Lester Wolf, head of the U.S. House of Representatives for Foreign Affairs Committee, that accepting the Japanese formula for maintaining a full range of private relations with Taiwan's already present at the Chinese concession. Deng said that we will do our best to create a condition to solve this question by peaceful means. He explained that it is in both of our great question it is in both of our great interest in dealing with the Soviet Union if we normalize relations. Then gave the Wolf delegation absolutely no hint the negotiation had already begun. In the negotiation, the Chinese normally prefer to start with the general principle, then move on to the details. And at the second meeting with the Woodcock on July 14, Huang Hua said that instead of dealing with one issue at a time, the Chinese side preferred the United States first put all the major issues on the table so that the two sides could examine the whole package. In the days that followed, different views on the U.S. side in Washington were resolved with accepting Woodcock's recommendation that in the interest of this creating a good mood for further discussion, they should accept the Chinese suggestion. Both sides then prepared the position and exchanged several papers on the key issues that needed to be resolved. At the third meeting on August 11th, the United States outlined the nature of its relation with the Taiwan after normalization with the mainland. China, cultural, commercial, and other relationship would continue, but without U.S. government, representation. The single most difficult issue in negotiation was whether the United States would continue to sell weapons to the Taiwan. The United States had made it clear that it intended to selling weapons, but each time the issue was raised, the Chinese responded that they were bitterly opposed. And Deng had hoped that if the United States to stop, selling arms to Taiwan, that then Taiwan would feel it had no realistic choice but to reach an agreement on the reunification of the mainland. And he hoped that this might happen quickly. While he was still at the helm. So in the making their cases, the Chinese held fast to their interpretations of the Shanghai Communist that the United States supported a one China, mainly mainland only policy. In fact, in signing the Shanghai Communist, Richard and Nixon only acknowledged that the two sides of the straits both maintained that there is only one China, and the United States did not challenge that view. So on September 7, 1978, when Assistant Secretary of the State Richard Holbrooke told Hanwon that any weapon sold to Taiwan would be defensive in nature, Han Zhu responded that the sale of weapons to Taiwan is not in unique conformity with the spirit of Shanghai Communist. On September 19th, when Carter announced to Ambassador Chen Zemin, the head of the China's liaison's office, that we will continue trade with Taiwan, including the restrained sale of some very carefully selected defensive arms. China replied, for the United States to continue to sell weapons, the Chiang Kuing-Kling would not be in conformity with the spirit of the Shanghai Communists. And on October 3rd, when Huang Hu met once at the United States, he reiterated in his prepared statement that the continued sale of arms to the Chiang clique would contravene the principle of the Shanghai Communists. Still, when Deng visited Tokyo in early October, He publicly announced his willingness to normalize relations with the United States so as long as the agreement followed the Japanese model without undermining Chinese opposition to the US weapon sales to Taiwan. He said he did not object to the continuations of the economic and cultural relations between the United States and Taiwan. By late October, Carter and Brzezinski began to worry that despite their care in limiting the numbers of the people who knew about the negotiation, the danger of the leaks would increase if the issues were not resolved quickly. Um, Brzezinski informed Chai Zamin that if China did not seize this opportunity to normalize relations, political issues would prevent any serious discussions of the issue later, until later 1979. Shortly after, the United States announced an agreement with Taiwan to continue selling its F-5E fighter planes, but not more advanced fighter. Meanwhile, the two sides had completed most of the negotiations, and on November 2nd, Woodcock presented the Chinese negotiators with a draft of communist normalization that was to be announced on January 1st. The Chinese, however, were busy at homes with the dramatic changes occurring at the Central Party Work Conference that began on 10th of November. They did not respond until December 4th. Deng himself had been in Southeast Asia from November 5th, and as soon as he returned on November 14th, he plunged into the Central Party Committee Work Conference, from which he would emerge as the paramount Chinese leaders. November 27th, 2 days after Hua Hongfin at the Central Party Work Conference had in effect acknowledged that consensus rally with Deng to the prominent leaders were accepting the president. This one story. Deng welcomed one of Washington's leading newspaper columnist, Robert Novak, who had been traveling in Asia at the time. So it was the first time major Chinese leaders had granted an interview to an American journalist since Zhou Enlai had met with the James restaurant in 1971, just before Nixon traveled to China. Deng told Novak that relation between the United States and China should be normalized quickly, not only for the sake of both countries, but also for the peace and stability around the world. Novak did indeed publicize the message from Deng to the American public. He concluded, "I believe Deng devoted 2 hours for me to send Washington the message that he wanted normalization quickly and did not have a high stake, and did not have a high asking price." Novak did not then know that Deng would soon be traveling to the United States and that the interview would help prepare the US public for its arrival. Woodcock's December 4th negotiation session with the Han Nainglongs, now acting foreign minister, replacing Huang Hu, who was ill, was the first meeting since November 2nd. What the Chinese side knew, but the United States did not know yet, was that on November 25th, Hua Hunfin had yielded to Deng as the preeminent leaders and Deng's approach to policy. On December 4th, the Chinese sides was certainly very forthcoming. Han presented Woodcock with the Chinese draft of the announcement to be issued on normalization, with only one slight revision from the American draft and call for the January 1 deadline for its release. Han explicitly said that if the US side made a statement expressing hope for the peaceful solution of the Taiwan issues, the Chinese side would not contradict it. After this discussions concluded, as Woodcock was getting ready to depart, Han said, "Finally, I would like to tell you that the Vice Premier Deng would like to meet you at an early date. We will let you know the definite time." In his analysis sent to the Washingtons, Woodcock said that Han objected to arms sales to Taiwan, but concluded that this issue was unlikely to be an insurmountable obstacle to normalizations because the US sides did not know precisely when the meeting with Deng would take place. Woodcock asked Stapleton's tried to cancel a planned trips and to be available on short notice to participate in the meeting with Deng. Meanwhile, in Washington, on the afternoons of December 11th, already in December 12th in Beijing, the day before Deng would meet with Woodcock, Brzezinski met Chai Zin to present a revised draft of the announcement on normalization to convey Chai that the US side wanted to meet the target date of the January 1 for normalizations and to invite Chinese leaders to the United States as soon as the agreement was completed. At the time, Hua Guanfin was still officially of a higher rank than Deng, and the United States assumed that China would choose to send either Hua or Deng. President also gave Chai advance notice that there might be a US summit with the presidency in January. Deng met Woodcock on Wednesday, December 13th in Jiangsu Room of the Great Hall of the People. After an exchange of pleasantries, Woodcock presented Deng with the 4 copies of one-page drafted of the proposed commune in English. Deng asked his interpreters to translate it orally, and instead of waiting for an official translation, he took up the issues on the spot without Chinese text. He clearly wanted to move ahead without delay. Deng asked why, since the defense treaty with the Taiwan was to terminate, it would take a year to remove the US military presence on the Taiwan. Woodcock explained that the United States was proposing to break off diplomatic relations with the Taiwan on as of January 1, and the existing treaty required a 1 year notice before termination. Although the United States was in fact planning to withdraw its forces within 4 months, Deng replied that the plan was acceptable, but he also hoped the United States would be willing simply to omit all references to Article 10, which called attention to the 1 year period before termination of military operation. He also expressed his wish that the United States not sell arms to Taiwan during this time, because if the United States did sell arms, Chiang Xing would stir his tail feathers and would this would increase the chances of conflict over the Taiwan Strait. I want to know, okay, does Uh, does US have a military base in Taiwan? Do they have a military base in Taiwan? The United States does not have any official permanent military bases in Taiwan because of the U.S. One China policy. A formal permanent presence was a formal permanent presence was withdrawn in 1917. However, the U.S. maintains a rotational presence of military trainers and special operation forces in the island to assist with the training and defense operations. Okay, so they don't have a permanent. Okay. Deng noted that the Chinese draft of the Communist mentioned the anti-hegemony clause and the U.S. draft did not. He said that the U.S. draft was satisfactory, but he hoped that the United States would add an anti-hegemony clause for their joint declaration. Otherwise, it might appear to the world as if the two sides are disagreed. Woodcock said he would convey Deng's view to the Washingtons and awaits an answer. Deng agreed that the January 1 was a good date for the making the announcements. In response to the US invitation for a high-level Chinese leaders to come for a visit, Deng told Woodcock, "We accept the invitations and the US government to visit Washington. To be specific, I will go there that same afternoon on December 13, knowing that the issue of normalization with the United States had been basically resolved. Deng had an important new feather in his cap as he presented his epoch-making speech to the Central Party Work Conference on Reforms and Opening. The next day, December 14, Woodcock and Deng were supported and are supposed to meet at 4 p.m., but instruction from Washington had not yet arrived. The small Washington team, already overwhelmed, was trying to adjust to Carter's decision to speed up the announcements of normalization to the very next day, December 15, Washington time. As the level of the activity at the White House had picked up in the rush to complete all the details for January 1st, other officials had become suspicious that something was going on. So Carter, hoping to head off a leak and resulting congressional flare-up that could derail the process, he decided to push ahead and announce normalizations on December 15, instead of 1st of January. The formal communique would then be released when relations are normalized on January. The team's multi-team in Washington was working secretly on this negotiation, attempting to reach a consensus among the key part players, writing draft documents, planning strategies for dealing with the Congress, and considering the variety of adjustment needed for commercial, military, and academic activities was pushed to the breaking point to the point they accelerated deadline. State Department in China, specialist Roger Sullivan, at the invitation of the White House, reported sick at the State Department for 3 days while he joined the forensic secrets efforts at the White House to help churn out all required documents. The U.S. team in Beijing was working at a similarly frantic pace. 3 decades later, when the American embassy in Beijing moved into a new building, it had a staff of over 1,000. But in 1978, there was only 33 American working in the U.S. liaison office in Beijing, and among them, only a handful were dealing with the highly secret preparations. In addition, like the Washington teams, they had persuaded to have January till this ones to complete all negotiations and paperwork for normalizations. It would take a Herculean efforts to get things done in order for the new December 15 headlines. When Deng and Woodcock met at 4 p.m. December 9 14 star Beijing time in absence of instruction for the Washington, they focused not on substance but only on the scheduling of normalizations and on Deng's forthcoming visit to the United States. Deng accepted the US request to speed up the announcement on normalizations. He agreed to begin his visit on January 28th, which was one of the few dates convenient for the US sides. The two men then adjourned, agreeing to meet later that evening when Woodcock expected to have instruction from the Washington at last. At the 9 p.m. meeting, Deng and Woodcock discussed a series of minor changes in the wording for the joint communists, in which agreement fairly quickly with an understanding that Zhang Wenjin and Stapleton Roy would together go over the wording to ensure that the Chinese and English texts were both correct and compatible. Washington had accepted Woodcock's suggestion that they accept China's request for an anti-hegemony clause, since it has already been included in the Shanghai Communique. The atmosphere at the meeting reflected the belief on the both sides that they would have reached an agreement. In his report of the meeting to Washington, Mr. Woodcock wrote, Deng was clearly elated by the outcomes of our sessions, called this most important matters, and asked that his personal thanks to convey to the President, Secretary Vance, and Dr. Brzezinski. Woodcock reported to Washington that the meeting went extremely well. Meanwhile, in a conversation with the Chinese liaison office in Washington, Brzezinski was surprised to hear that Ambassador Chai Zemin still thought that the United States had agreed to cancel all military sales to Taiwan, and feared that Beijing might still misunderstand Washington's determination to continue to sell arms. The United States had agreed to Deng not to make new arms sales during 1970s, but it intended to resume sales thereafter. As Carter, Brzezinski, and Osinski worked to begin focus on how they would present the normalization agreement to Congress, they worried that the Congress would fix its attention immediately in the issues of the military sales to Taiwan. If the Beijing still thought that there would be no further military sales, then when sales were announced, it could set back the China-US relationship just as they were ready to be normalized. The stakes were high. A misunderstanding on this point, Deng stated unshakable principles could derail relationship between the two countries at a critical moment. Brzezinski therefore wired Woodcock to ask if he was certain that Beijing understood that military sales would continue Woodcock and Roy immediately prepared a cable saying that each side had put its position on arms sales clearly on record. Woodchuck replied to Brzezinski that they had previously told Chinese counterparts normalization will not preclude the American. That means will not preclude, or preclude means seclude. Just will preclude. I don't know that this one will preclude him from doing this. Okay, just wait. Normalization will not preclude. Normalization will not preclude the American people from maintaining all the commercial, in cultural, and other unofficial relations with the people of Taiwan, which I decided, which I described to Acting Foreign Minister Han on December 4th. He also wrote that Acting Foreign Minister Han did raise empathetic objection to arms sales after normalizations. Upon receiving Woodcock's message, President Carter and Brzezinski believed there was still a doubt as to whether they clearly understood that the United States would continue selling arms after 1979. Brzezinski therefore wired Woodcock to hold another meeting with the Deng to make it absolutely clear that if the Congress raised questions about the arms sale to Taiwan, it would be politically impossible to answer the United States would impossible to answer that the United States would not assume or sell this one. The United States, however, would try to sell arms in moderation. Okay, so I think it's very important that both the so now this is how it is, right? How the back channel, the diplomacy works. Just have to ensure that both are in the same page. That means both are able to understand it. Okay, so preclude. That means preclude means I know. I mean I know, but I don't know how to say it. Preclude. To prevent something from happening or somebody from doing something to make something impossible. Lack of time precludes any further discussions. Lack of time precludes any further discussion. What is the to preclude means to prevent something from happening or to making it impossible to beforehand, right? A strict non-compete clause in his contracts precludes him from working for rival firms. Precludes, okay. Okay, so that means precludes. It does, it will preclude him from doing it. That means it will unable to make him do. That's okay. Yeah, precludes him from doing. That's a preclude. A lack of time precludes. Okay, to prevent something from happening or somebody from doing something to make something impossible. Preclude. Agree, Deng agreed to Woodcock original request to meet against. When they met at 4 p.m. on 15 December Beijing times, Woodcock thanked Deng for his willingness to meet on such a short notice. He explained that in the spirit of the total frankness, President Carter wants to be absolutely sure that there is no misunderstanding. He then read out the statements sent from the White House. Then they explained that politics in the United States required that arms sales to Taiwan would continue. Deng, furious but controlled, said that it was totally unacceptable and he raged for 10 minutes. Then he bellowed, "Why has this question of the sale of arms been raised again?" Woodcock explained that they did not want the president to say something in his announcement that would surprise the Chinese. Then continued, "Does that mean that president in answering question from corresponding will say that after January 1st, 1980, the United States will continue to sell arms to Taiwan?" Woodcock answered, "We will continue to keep alive that possibility, yes," Deng said. Okay, so he didn't say, "Yeah, we will sell it." We will continue to keep alive that possibility, yes. Deng said, "If that is the case, we cannot agree to it because this actually would prevent China from taking any rational formula to have a dialogue with Taiwan to solve the problems of reunification of the country." Deng explained that Chiang Jong-un could be extremely cocky. A peaceful solution of the Taiwan issues would be impossible, and the last alternative would be the use of force. At this point in discussions, Woodcock, assured Deng that the United States would approach the problem with utmost caution. Deng countered that the Chinese sides had made it clear that China, would not accept continued arms sales to Taiwan, and that he had raised the issues the previous day. Woodcock took responsibility, saying that perhaps he had misunderstood. Deng became so upset that Woodcock and Roy had serious doubts as to whether Deng would agree to the proceed with normalization. After almost an hour of discussion and his torrent of objections, Deng said that the problem of Taiwan was the one problem remaining unresolved. What shall we do about it? And Woodcock responded that he thought that after normalizations, with the passage of time, the American people would accept that Taiwan as a part of China and that they would support unification, which at the time many American officials as well as Chinese officials expected would occur within several years. The important first task, Woodcock said, was to accomplish normalization. Deng then replied, "Okay," with that word, the impasse was overcome. Oh, impasse, it's a French word. Why there's a lot of French word? Impasse. Impasse, a difficult situation in which no progress can be made because the people involved cannot agree with what to do. Deadlock, that's okay. So, origin, that's okay. Origin of word impasse. Impasse, entered the English language and made this one as a direct borrowing from the French word impasse. It breaks down into two core parts. It's impasse, a negative prefix from the Latin "in," meaning not opposites, and the noun from the right. Okay, command. It literally translates to no passing or impassable. Historically, the term was popularized by this one, as a euphemism for a cul-de-sac or a blind alley. No exit. Impasse. 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 I think it's impasse. 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 That's impasse. United States. UK. American impasse. UK impasse. Impasse. So impasse means it's like a dead end, right? A difficult situation in which no progress can be made because the people involved cannot agree what to do, so to break and end the impasse. With that, the impasse was okay. The impasse was overcome. At the meeting as the meeting was ending, Deng cautioned that if the President Carter called the public attention to U.S. arms sales to Taiwan, the Chinese both sides would have to respond, and that public quarrel over the issues would reduce the significance of normalizations. Woodcock reassured Deng that the U.S. governments would do everything possible to make the world realize that normalization was as significant as the two-step bill to believed to be. Deng then remarked, "Okay, so we'll issue the documents as planned." With no consultation with any other Chinese official, their decision on normalization was finalized. There is no available records of things. A personal calculation making one of the most critical decisions in his life. The decision to normalize relations with the United States, despite continued U.S. arms to sale. Why did he agree to a decision he knew would thwart one of his most cherished goals, the reunification of Taiwan with the mainland during his lifetime? At the time, Deng was just emerging as the first leaders among the equal, and it is possible that he calculated that achieving normalizations would strengthen his personal position among the Chinese leadership. Perhaps more important, Deng also knew that normalization of the relations with the United States would make it far easier for China to have access to the knowledge and capital and technology that China needed to in its strive for normalizations. A few weeks earlier, Brzezinski had informed China this one. The American politics provided a brief window of opportunities, and that if they did not move quickly, the next chance would come at the end of the 1979. So many years had gone by as a new obstacle to normalizations kept cropping up. Deng saw a good opportunity and he took it. After another consideration, another considerations high on Deng's concerns at the time was the increasing military threat from the Soviet Union to China's south. At the time, he believed there was a very real risk that Soviet Union would advance into Vietnam and move through the Thailand and Malaysia to the Strait of Malacca. Deng believed that showing this face of Sino-American cooperation would make the Soviet Union more cautious. It would reduce the risk that the Soviet Union would respond to China's impending attack on Vietnam. So Deng also knew that Brezhnev hoped to visit Washington before he did, and then reaching an agreement with Woodcock would likely enable his visit to preempt presence. Deng made a calculated decision because he did not have enough leverage to make the United States both normalize its relations with China and stop arms sales to Taiwan. If he wanted normalizations, he had to pay the price of yielding on U.S. arms sales to Taiwan. He did not give up his goal of reuniting Taiwan with the mainland. After normalization, he would use every opportunity to pressure Washington to reduce such sales. The announcements of the record was made simultaneously in Beijing and Washington at 10 a.m. Beijing time on the morning of December 16th and 9 p.m. on Washington the night of the December 15th. Both sides released this joint communique. The United States of America and the People's Republic of China have agreed to recognize each other and establish diplomatic relations as from January 1, 1979. President Carter made announcements to the American public in China. Huang Feng, who was still officially the top leaders, held a press conference to announce the decisions. When the news was broadcast in Beijing, the mood among the public as well as in the party inner circle was jubilant. The people in Taiwan Taiwan people will be sad. The people in Taiwan where Chiang Ching-no was awakened in the middle of the night to be told of the impending announcements were as upset as the people in Beijing were euphoric. Taiwanese officials and their friends in the US Congress were outraged, and the other conservative joined in criticizing US officials ready to cooperate with communist enemies. But the image of the two great nations with very different cultures extending the hands of the friendship to create a peaceful world had appealed to the American and Chinese alike. As President Carter himself reported, the serious oppositions we had expected throughout our countries and within Congress simply did not materialize. The worldview reaction was remarkably positive. Okay. Deng visits the United States January 28, 19, February 5, 1979. 6 weeks later, 42 days later, Deng with his wife Zoerlin Woodcock and his wife Sharon and Deng's staff boarded a Boeing 707 for the United States. Fellow passengers report that during the long flights, Deng spent most of his time alert and sober, not reading or talking, but deep in thoughts. On some level, Deng must have felt overjoyed that he had not only successfully established a formal relation with the United States, but also on a more personal level had returned triumphantly from the third perch to become the preeminent leaders of the China, and was about to become the first Chinese communist leader to be a state guest for the United States. Yet Deng's responsibility was heavy, and his visit extremely important. Before he met a foreign guest, he would take a few minutes to order his thoughts about how, what he would say. So now he had to think about what he would say to many people. He would deliver some prepared speech, but many of his talks would be improvised and without even notes. Moreover, he had already determined that China would attack Vietnam, and there was a danger that Soviet might in turn, attack China. So how could he secure U.S. cooperation against the Soviet without allowing President Carter was working, towards an agreement with the USSR? What would he say to, Carter about Vietnam? How could he be most effective in establishing a good relation with the president, the Congress, and the American public, as so as to promote China's modernization? On January 9th, told he had told a visiting delegation led by Senators and Sam Nunn that he would not discuss civil rights in the United States. Said he had some opinion critical of the way the United States exerts pressures about human rights, but he would not raise them. How would he respond to if there were pro-Taiwan demonstrators? How would he respond to the Western TV anchormen? What would he say to the 33 Chinese reporters who were accompanying him and each day would be sending home new releases and TV reports for his Chinese audience? How could he keep up the pressures to the United States to reduce arms sales to Taiwan without antagonizing U.S. officials? In preparation for Deng's arrival in Washington, Swans and his staff prepared for President Carter and other officials who would be receiving briefing material on Deng and his significance of the trip. So in 13-page memo, once called Deng a remarkable man, impatient, feisty, self-confidently outspoken, direct, forceful, clever. He predicted that Deng's objective could include helping Carter to sell normalization to Congress and to American people, broadening the U.S. People's Republic of China's relations so that changes would come irreversible, pressuring the United States to resist further Soviet Union expansion, stimulating U.S. hostility to the Vietnam. But the significance of the relaxation of tension between the United States and China was even broader than this individual coast. It could have a dramatic impact on the political and strategic landscape of Asia and on the world. Before Deng's arrival, his trip had attracted the greatest public interest of any foreign leader's visit since Khrushchev's 1959 trip to the United States. The US media were full of stories about Deng's comeback, his decision to push for reform and opening to the West, his commitments to normalizing a relationship, and now his trip to the United States. Time magazine, in its January 1st named Deng 1978 Man of the Year for his role in taking closed communist country into a new open path, and it acknowledged that Hua Guangfeng was still the chairman, but called Deng the architect of China's four modernizations time, unaware of how much Hua had been wounded in the Central Party Work Conference. It described Deng as the chief executive officer of China and Huang as the chairman of the board. For the American public, long curious about the mysterious, closed ancient civilizations on the other hand on the side of the world, Deng's trip provided a fascinating spectacle that attracted even more attention than Nixon's 1972 trip to the China. Would this resilient, tiny leaders be more like a communist, rigid and ideological, or more open like Americans? US business peoples with the vision of what they might sell to China as its huge potential market open up wed to receive invitation to the state banquets and other meetings, and news agencies that hope to establish bureaus in China or competed for chances to be noticed by the Deng and his delegation. President Carter, like Deng, appeared subdued and serious as the trip began. His efforts to bring about peace in the Middle East, which originally had seemed so promising, had just collapsed, and his popular support in the polls had dropped to around 30%. He had expressed concerns about how the public and Congress would respond to his decision to break formal relationship with Taiwan and normalize the relation with the communist mainland. Members of the Congress kept in dark during the negotiations over normalization expressed their annoyance on not being consulted. Among Taiwan supporters, Carter was vulnerable to changes that he had abandoned in old partners, and he notified Tiang Ching-gu in such a disrespectful manner by having U.S. official awaken him in the wee hours to tell him that the United States would announce it was breaking diplomatic relation with Taiwan and normalizing relation with the mainland. Deng's trip had been arranged quickly. He arrived in Washington on January 28, less than 6 weeks after the 5th December agreements. Officials on both sides worked very hard to make the trip a success, and the visits generally went smoothly. Deng's plane landed at Andrew Air Force Base, and he was taken by the limousine to Blair House in the capital, where distinguished U.S. government guests were housed. Knowing of Deng's habits of using spittoon. He is American host. Plays several shiny new spittoons in the play. What is spittoons? SPIT. Spittoons. What is spittoons? A spittoon, also known as a cuspiter, is a receptacle specifically designed for spitting in. Okay. They are traditionally used for disposing of chewing, dipping tobacco, excess saliva, and medical spittoons. Okay. But why? Okay. Uh, Other details have been carefully considered. During his trip, Deng would not be taken to places with military equipment or other technology that not be sold to China. Any meat served to the Chinese delegation was sliced into a small portion rather than a huge pieces, so that it has to be easier to manage for official accustomed to eating with a chopstick. Indeed, when Georgia Governor George Busky asked Deng if he had discovered anything unique about America, Deng, tongue-in-cheek, replied that he didn't know American had well at every meal. Conscientious host in Washington and Atlanta briefed at on Deng's preference, which included meat like veals, had served him veal for several dinners in a row. At his next meal, no veal was served. Okay, what is veal? Okay, veal definitions. Okay, but that is the what is veal and is it healthy? Is veal a cow or a sheep? Veal is the meat of a young cow. Okay, it's a young cow. Calf. In here, here is how it compares to other types of meats. Veal, the meat of a calf, which are young cattle. Beef, the meat of the older cattle. Cattle. Lamb, the meat of a young sheep. Lamb, the meat of a young sheep, and mutton, the meat of an adult sheep. Okay, I didn't know that. It's called veal. Okay, it's veal. So VEAL, veal. Okay, just see. Let's see the pronunciation. Okay, meaning. Okay, I think this. Veal. Okay, veal. So veal and beef and lamb and mutton that I know. He was supposed to very depart securities, especially at an open air appearance during the welcoming ceremony on the White House lawn. Two men in the press sections who yelled "Long live Chairman Mao" were whisked away by security officers and then appeared unconcerned in an era before the metal detectors could screen off weapons on people at entrance to buildings. Security personnel took what precautions they could. So one concern was bad weather impeding the flow of the limousines. Aside from Washington's, then two of the four cities selected for the tours, Atlanta, Houston, and warm climates, and third, Seattle had a mild climate. It was natural to select Atlanta in Carter's home states. When Woodcock had asked Deng on January 1st what he wanted to see during his trip, Deng had responded immediately what he wanted to see: space exploration facilities and other advanced technologies. After Houston's, where he was shown NASA facilities as well as the state-of-the-art oil drilling technology, he flew to Seattle, where Boeing was producing the new jets plane that China was just beginning to purchase. Deng was interested in production, not consumption. He toured no shopping malls or private homes, except for dinners at Brzezinski home with the guest. In Atlanta, he visited one of the Ford Motors Company's most modern plants, where he was guided by the Henry Ford II, who had previously met with Deng in Beijing. Deng had no, Deng had no hand, Deng had no high-ranking advisors on Americas to compare with the liaisons in Japan, but he had Foreign Minister Huang Hu, who had lived for several years in the United States, and liaisons who head of the Institute of American Studies of the Academy of the Social Sciences in Beijing, who had uh, conducted a serious study of the American history and religions. In addition, Deng's main interpreters, Ji Zhuanggong, had spent many of his childhood years in the United States and had studied at Harvard until his junior year when he was turned to China in 1950. During Deng's visit to the United States, official at the Chinese liaisons office in Washington, which on March 1st was to become the embassy of the People's Republic of China, were so overstretched that they were not even answering the phones. Having learned English in China and with a little experience in the United States, Chinese officials were overwhelmed with their responsibilities, which included security logistic coordinations with their American host, preparation for toast and speeches and inquiries from some 950 Western press people, as well as 33 representatives of the Chinese new agency. They strained to get things right. And the Chinese media gave wide range coverage to Deng's visits. China then had only one television set for every 1,000 people, and most of this were located in the office of the important officials. Single sets panels were often viewed simultaneously by a group of many people. Chinese cities had only one TV stations, the national stations. Things and entourage included not only reporters from the leading papers and the newspapers from the news channel agencies in Hong Kong, but also China's leading news commentators. So this one, who while in the United States was in charge of moderating a half television program that was beamed back to China at the end of each day. In addition, A Chinese film crew was busy putting together a documentary film that would be shown in China at the end of the tour. For many Chinese, the Deng trip was a chance to see Americas and to get a sense of the country's and modern factories and its political leaders and ordinary American people. Deng encouraged his interest, hoping that it would help Chinese viewers to realize how backward just China was and how much needed to be changed. During his first few days of the public appearance, Deng remained reserved. He was formal, serious, extremely proper. Even when waving his hands, he did not hold press conference, and he revealed tight little of what he was feeling. Now, Washington D.C. On January 28, after landing in Washington and resting for a few hours, Deng, as he had agreed to in May, attended a small informal dinner at the home of his anti-Soviet and pro-normalization ally, Brzezinski. Although Deng understandably seemed tired from the long flight, Brzezinski reported that he and his wife displayed as excellent humor, and Deng proved to be a master of a quick repartee. When Brzezinski said that the Chinese and his French civilization both think of themselves as superior to all others, Deng said, "Let us put this way. In East Asia, Chinese food is the best. In Europe, French food is the best." When Brzezinski commented that Carter had difficulties with non-normalization due to the China lobby, pro-Taiwan China lobbyist, and asked whether Deng had encountered similar domestic oppositions, Deng in a flash responded, "Yes, I did. 17 million Chinese on Taiwan were opposed. Yes, I did. 17 million Chinese on Taiwan were opposed." At one point, when Deng was asked how China would respond if it were attacked by the Soviet Union, so he told his listeners, including Vice President Mondal, Secretary Wannst, Brzezinski, and Michael Osenberg, that the Chinese had a nuclear weapon that could take a Brest Dam, Novosibirsk, and possibly even Moscow, like Mao had, who had said China could survive a nuclear war and invasion by the carrying on a protected walls that wore down the invaders. Deng had thought through the worst case scenarios. Amid the informal conversation, Deng solemnly told Brzezinski that he would like a private group meeting with the president to talk about the Vietnam. The next day, January 29, Deng had morning and afternoon sessions with the President Carter, a lunch hosted by the Secretary Wannst and State. Carter wrote in his diary that night, "It's a pleasure to negotiate with him." Deng, he wrote, listens very carefully and asked questions about Carter's comments at their third and final session, which was held the following morning. Brzezinski reported that the Carters and Deng were frank and direct. The discussion were more like those between allies than between adversaries. At the opening session, Deng had asked Carter to speak first. Carter represented his views of the international situation, emphasizing the United States felt a responsibility to assist the people of the world to achieve a better quality of life, including political participation, liberation from the persecutions by the governments, and freedom from the outside hegemony. When it was his turn, Deng said the Chinese leaders had always felt that the greatest dangers came from the two dominant power, but recently they had begun to understand that danger from the United States was less than that from the Soviet Union. Deng had become intense and deadly serious as he spoke of the looming dangers of Soviet expansionism. He acknowledged that it was not advantageous at this point for the United States and China to form alliances. It was not advantageous at this point, but he believed that the two should cooperate closely in resisting expansions by the Soviet Union. Deng described Vietnam as the Cuba of the East, a Soviet base threatening China from the south. In Deng's view, the Soviet and Chinese had established an Asian collective security system that endangered in nearby countries, and because the Chinese need a long period of a peace to realize their full modernizations, China and the United States should coordinate actively should coordinate activities to constrain the Soviets. It was not yet possible for China to have a direct contact with the South Koreas, but Deng hoped as well as that North and South Korea would hold talks leading to a reunification. Japan too, which Deng had visited in October, could cooperate to limit Soviet expansionism. Just before he left for the United States, Deng had told Hadley Donovan of the United Times magazine that China should work with both Japan and the United States against the polar bear. Toward the end of the afternoon meeting, the second of the three sessions had held January 29th. Deng again requested a small private meeting with the Carters to discuss a confidential matter. Carter, Mondale, Wants, Brzezinski, Deng, and his interpreters then left the lunch groups and went into the Oval House office. There, during an hour-long meeting, in a grave but resolute manner, Deng told of his plans to deliver punitive strike in Vietnam. He explained seriousness of the danger posed by the Soviet and Vietnamese ambitions in Southeast Asia, beginning with the Vietnamese occupation of the Cambodia. Deng said it was necessary to disrupt Soviet calculations and to teach the Vietnamese an appropriate, less limited lessons. Cartier tried to discourage Deng from attacking the Vietnams, but he did not say he opposed the move. He instead He expressed concern that if China attacked Vietnam, it would be seen as an aggressor. He knew that would make it more difficult to win congressional support for the cooperation with China, especially since one of the administration arguments for expanded relation with China had been to preserve peace. The next day, when Deng and Carter met privately to conclude discussion on the Chinese attack on the Vietnam, Carter read Deng handwritten notes he has prepared for one night explaining why he advised against such a move. Among other points, Carter said that the armed conflict initiated by the China would cause a serious concern in the United States concerning the general characters of the China and the future peaceful settlements of the Taiwan issues. Deng explained why he stood behind his decision, but he assumed Carter that if Chinese troops attacked, they would withdraw after 10 to 20 days. Moreover, Deng insisted that the beneficial result of such a Chinese attack would be long lasting. If China did not teach the Soviet a lesson this time, the Soviets would use Vietnam the same way it had used Cuba. Deng also predicted that the Soviet would move into Afghanistan, which in fact the Soviet did the following December. Deng and Carter then returned to the larger groups. Carter, noted that Deng, having completed his truly serious business game, became more relaxed and light-hearted. Okay. I just want to see. Okay, why did the Soviet move to Afghanistan? To, I mean, is it because of the Pakistan? Is it because of the Iran also? I think during that time, Iran and United States had a good relationship, and also Pakistan. Uh, why Soviet invaded Afghanistan, right? So the Soviet invaded Afghanistan on December 1979 to prop up the country's struggling allied communist government against a growing Islamic insurgency. Driven by the Cold War geopolitical anxiety, Moscow feared that the collapse of this allied regime would lead to hostile Western aligned state directly on its southern borders. Protecting the communist regime in 1978, the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan seized power in a coup. Their radical socialist and land reforms sparked a widespread resentment and fueled a massive insurgency by anti-communist devotedly Muslim Mujahideen fighters by late 1970s. The government in Kabul was facing imminent collapse. The Brezhnev's doctrines, guided by the Soviet policy, the Kremlin leadership believed that they had a duty to intervene militarily to protect any socialist state from turning capitalist or falling out of the Soviet sphere of influence. Regional security in Iran. Moscow was deeply concerned about the spread of the radical Islam fervor spread by the 1979 Iranian Revolution into the Muslim majority population of Soviets and Muslims. They viewed as communist control of Afghanistan and the first. Cold War paranoid. The Soviet feared that if they did not intervene, the United States would step in and establish a stronghold in Afghanistan, significantly shifting in the balance of power. During Cold War, which country was the most powerful? Is it USA or Soviet? I think it was Soviet, if I'm not wrong. I don't know. The United States was generally considered the more powerful country overall during the Cold War, while the Soviet Union had advantages in land troops numbers and early missile programs. The United States proposed a strong economy, naval dominance, technological superiority, and the vast global alliance. Okay, and I also want to know, what is Cuban? Okay, Cuban Missile Crisis. Yeah, I think Soviet had a missile deployed, if I'm not wrong. The Cuban Missile Crisis was Cuban Missile Crisis was a tense 13 days confrontation in October 1962. I think in 1962, India had a war with China at the time between the United States and the Soviet Union. It was sparked with a secret Soviet deployment of the nuclear missile in Cuba, and stand as the moment the Cold War became closest to escalating into a full-scale war. Okay, so that time Cold War was at its peak. This one, it was sparked with the secret Soviet deployment of the nuclear missile in Cuba. You understand, as the moment the Cold War came closest to escalating into a full-scale nuclear war. Discovery on October 14, 1962, an American U-2 spy plane photographed Soviet nuclear missile sites under the construction in Cuba. The blockade. President John F. Kennedy announced a naval quarantines blockade to Cuba to prevent the Soviet from delivering additional military equipment. They stand up for nearly 2 weeks. The world watched in a panic as the two nuclear super faced off. Resolution almost this one was to Soviet Union agreed to dismantle and remove its missile from the Cuba, and the publicly promised never to invade Cuba and secretly agreed to remove its nuclear missile from Turkey. Direct communication. Following the crisis, the US and USSR established the hotline, a direct communication line between the White House and Kremlin to prevent similar miscommunication in the future. Hotline, okay. Nuclear test ban. The scarce shifted powers, okay, towards detente, ultimately leading to the 1960s nuclear limited. Okay, this one, right? Okay. Okay, when two country, prime minister or president talks. How do they talk? How do they talk? Do they directly talk or just exchange? Okay, just exchange message, and uh, what Okay, what okay, which technology, which tech is used? I'm sure they're not using mobile phone. They're using like satellite phone. If I'm World leaders do both. They speak directly on a secure phone, telephone line and exchange written message. These calls are heavily, pre-arranged by aides. They usually heavily encrypted networks, dedicated satellite phones, or highly secure text abstract signals, rather than a standard communication. Direct phone calls. This are scheduled in advance. The leaders speak hand-free, and professional interpreters both sides translate in real time. If the call is an urgent crisis between nuclear power, they use hotlines. This were historically, teleprinters to but are now secure. To direct computers links used to prevent misinterpretations. Okay, hotline. Exchanging message for a quick informal diplomacy or to set up a meeting. Leaders are use highly secure encrypted messaging. Like traditionally use a formal diplomatic cables to secure digital emails for a classified text exchange. How to figure this complex behind the scenes connection work. You can explore BBC new presidential phone call analysis to understand how communications. Okay. The United States and China were both concerned that the Soviet might enter into a conflict between Vietnam and China, and no, not longer. And not long after Deng's visits, US officials began issuing warning about how provocative it would be if the Soviet were to begin using Vietnam, Kam Raha Bay as a naval base. Although Cartier did not support the Chinese attack on Vietnam and later conveyed this to the Soviets, by the time the attack was launched in the late February, Deng had achieved its goal of making the Soviet more cautious about the joining the Vietnamese side. Because they were now worried that the United States might retaliate in some ways, while in Washington, Deng pursued his interest in sending Chinese students to the United States. But President Carter had its own concern related to the student exchange. He complained first that foreign students in China were kept separated from the Chinese students. And then he explained that China did this because living conditions in Chinese universities were not good, and China wanted to provide acceptable conditions for foreigners. When Carter said, next said he did not want China to choose which foreign students were acceptable to study in China, Deng laughed and remarked that China was strong enough to withstand students of various backgrounds and would try not to use ideology as a basis of acceptance. He added that travel would still be limited to foreign journalists, but there would be no censorship of their writings. During the final meetings, Carter and Deng signed agreements on consular office, trade, science, technology, and cultural exchange. Deng asserted that the United States and Japan could make a contribution to the world peace if they urged Taiwan to negotiate with Beijing, and if the United States reduces arms sales to Taiwan. He told Carter that Beijing would go to war over Taiwan only if, over a long period of time, Taiwan refused to talk with the Beijing, or if the Soviet became involved in Taiwan. Brzezinski described the state of dinner for Deng as perhaps the most elegant dinner held in the 4 years of the Carter White House. Carter himself reported that at the banquet held on January 19th, Deng's small size and exuberance made him a great favorite of his daughter, Army, and the other children's presence, and that the pleasure seemed to be mutual. In her descriptions of the family life, Deng's daughter would write that her father deeply enjoyed playing with his grandchildren, even though he did not talk much. Carter used the state banquet to engage Deng in a good-natured discussions of the different views of the missionaries in China's former Sunday school teachers. Carter, who in his youth had contributed his nickels through his church to missionaries in China, praised the role missionaries he had played in China. He said that many of the missionaries who went to China were good people and pointed to the schools and hospitals that they established. Deng responded that too many of the missionaries had tried to change the Chinese way of life, and although he acknowledged that some schools and hospitals were still in operations, but also expressed his opposition to allowing missionaries activities to resume. Carter then suggested that they allow distributions of the Bible and freedom of worship. And then, when the president later visited China, he felt satisfied that China had made progress in both of this area. Although Deng had been banished to the Peach Garden when Nixon visited China, he asked to meet Nixon to express his appreciation on behalf of the Chinese people for the former president's success in restoring relations between China and the United States. Carter agreed to Deng's request, allowing the two men to have private visits. Carter also invited Nixon to the state banquet for Deng, and for the time Nixon visited the White House, since he had left in disgrace in August 1974. After this visit, Nixon wrote a thoughtful private letters to Carter supporting Carter's decision on Hormuz relation and offering some ideas about the future of U.S. and China relations. A program at the Kennedy Centers for the Performing Arts following the state banquet, which was broadcast on a national television, was described by one official as probably the most glittering evening of the entire, Carter administrations. Georgia peanut farmer Carter stood hand in hand with the soldiers to thanks each representing these countries as they were introduced to the audience. The band played "Getting to Know You" after a group of American children, including Army cadets, sang some of Deng's favorite songs in Chinese. Deng, in a completely unscripted gesture, went up and kissed their hands. Vice President Mondale perhaps was not greatly exaggerating when he said there was not a dry eye in the hall. In his meeting with the cabinet minister, Deng focused on trade issues, meeting them on January 31, then predicted that if China were granted most favored nation status, okay, yeah, I think most favored nation status, which in fact would mean ordinary trade relation before long US trade with the Netherlands, which was then about equal to value in US and trade with Taiwan, would expand tenfold. In his meeting with the administration officials, then reached an agreement ending the freeze on Chinese assets in the United States and on US assets in China. US administration official agreed that in addition to elevating the respective license office to embassies, each country would establish two consulates in other cities. Trading discussed what need to be done to permit to direct flight between the two countries. Chinese and the official agreed to create a schedule for the US media to set up a new bureau in China. Deng also carried on discussion about expanding academic and scientific exchange. Deng did not fully understand the process involved in gradually upgrading technologies, nor did he fully grasp the calculation of private companies from using patents and or copyright to recoup their research and development expenses. But Deng just beginning to become aware of this complexity and filled with a value vaulting ambitions to simply declare that he did not want 1970s technology but rather technology that was cutting edge. The meeting in the US Senate, Deng was hosted by the Senators Robert Bryan, and in a meeting in the House of Representation by the Speaker of the House, Tip Oli. Deng was fascinated by Oli's discussions of the separation of the powers, especially the way in which legislative and executive branch competed for power and influence. Deng took a personal liking to O'Neill's Stevie, who, in response to Deng's invitation, later visited him in Beijing. But as Neil Oro later was, Deng had absolutely no doubt that, at least for China, the separation of the powers was a terribly inefficient way to run a country, something China should avoid. A key issue that came during the Deng's meeting in the Congress was whether China would let people immigrate freely. Just 4 years earlier, Congress had passed the Jackson-Vanik amendments, which required communist countries to allow those who wished to immigrate to the do before Congress would grant these nations normal trading relations. When members of the Congress pressed Deng about China, whether China would let immigrants leave China freely, Deng replied, "Oh, that's easy. How many do you want? 10 millions, 15 millions?" He said this with a straight face, and members of the Congress did not pursue this interest. China was given a waiver and allowed the benefits of the most favored nations status. Despite the careful preparations, a major flaw occurred in planning the location for a reception attended by the American China Hills. The event was held in the beautiful new east wing of the National Gallery, designed by the Chinese American architect IM to showcase the role of the Chinese American in the reception of the business, academic, and foreign policy communities interested in China was sponsored by the Foreign Policy Association, the National Gallery of the Art, National Committees on China-U.S. Relationship, the Committee on Scholarly Communication with the PSC, the Asia Soviet Society, and the U.S. China Business Council. It was grand gathering of the people from different sectors, many of whom he had known each other in Hong Kong. Then the main center for the China watches governments and journalism, businesses, and academic circle before China had begun to open. It was a festive occasion, the celebration of a day that many of the participants had been working for and waiting for. When I.M. Pai was later told about the reception, he was aghast that Deng had been asked to give a speech there since the acoustics were not tall or designed for public address. Indeed, when Deng spoke, the reception participant, unable to hear what he was saying with the microphone, continued casually chatting with the friends. Those who close to Deng knew that he was upset, but he continued reading his speech without revealing any sign of discomfort, as if he were addressing disciplined party members, sitting motionless at a party congress. 43. Ah, Philadelphia, Atlanta, Houston, and Seattle. In his talk with the Washington's officials, Deng dealt with the global strategic issues, but in his travel around the world, he observed with modern industries and transport as he encouraged American business people to invest in China, academics to promote scholarly exchange, and the general public to support closer relationship between the two countries. In his talk with the business people, he stressed that China had many commodities that would export to pay for the technologies he was so eager to obtain. At most, stops there with the protesters, waving Taiwanese flag at some boisterous American leftists protested Deng's bourgeois betrayal of the Maoist revolutions, but the overwhelming mood of these audience was supportive, a mixture of the eager curiosities and goodwill. In the United States, Deng did not hold an open press conference and did not answer questions live on televisions. Yet US reporters traveling with him were impressed with his accessibility and his continuing effort to respond to their questions and to chew into those of the US business people whom he met on the trip. He did met the primary television anchorman and Don Oberdorfer, a distinguished diplomatic and Asian affairs reporters who traveled with him on his visit to four cities. reported that Deng began to loosen after his early days in Washington. So they stopped. Deng raised his right hands and waved to the crowds, and then shook hands to special friends like Senator Henry, Jackson in Seattle. Deng gave a beer hug. Obrador wrote on Deng. His eyes glistened with a combination of uncertainties and fascination that is characteristics more of a youth and age. When he received an honorary degree at the Temple University in Philadelphia on January 21, Deng said in his speech, Temple University is also noted for upholding academic freedom. So this, I think, is an important factor for the thriving success of the university. You're conferring an honorary doctorate on me on believer in Marxism, Leninism, Mao Zedong thoughts is an ample proof of this. The American people are great people who, in the short span of 200 years, brought into being a gigantic force of production and abundant material wealth, and they made an outstanding contribution to human civilization. In the course of expanding production in the United States, a wealth of experience has been gained from which others can learn. In Atlanta, they captivated President Carter home states and dominated the media for days. With even though he stayed there only 23 hours, addressing luncheons of 1,400 people, he complimented the historical leaders of Atlanta who had reconstructed the city after the destruction of the Civil Wars. He related the city's past experience to China's current challenges. The American South had been considered a relatively backward area, even if it now becomes a pace setters. We in China are faced with this task of transforming our backwardness. Your great encouragement has increased our confidence. Atlanta paper showed pictures of Deng's wife Zhou Lin hugging Amy Carter and described her stay in Washington when accompanied by Mrs. Rosalind Carter. She visited Army schools and children's hospital and panels at the National Zoo. Woodcock recalls that in Houston, when entered a replica of a spacecraft at the LBJ Space Center, Deng was fascinated in that simulated vehicle, apparently coming in for the landing. He was grateful that I think he would have been willing to stay there all day and at a rodeo in Simonton, 37 miles west of the city. Orwell Sketcher reported, surrounded by his aides, ministers, and interpreters, pumping hands like a small town pools. Then approached the rails. A young girl on horseback gallop up and present him with a 10-gallon hat. The whistling, cheering crowds watches with delight as Deng theatrically don his new hats. And in this one simple gesture, Deng seems not only to end 30 years of acrimony between China and America, but to give his own people permission to join him in imbibing American life and cultures, arresting China's historic as a resistance to the West. All over the United States, the photograph of Deng smiling beneath the valley of the restoring U.S.-China relationship, expressed concerns about the peaks in American emotional response to China during the Deng's visits. They worried that the U.S. administration and the U.S. media had oversold China to the American public, just as they had oversold Chiang Kai-shek during the World War II when the United States was allied with China, and the American public had been unprepared for the corruption and rampant within the Kuomintang. After then his remarkable visit in 1970, an enthusiastic American did not comprehend the continued authoritarianism did not comprehend the continued authoritarianisms of the Chinese Communist Party, the defenses of national interest between the two countries, and the imminent obstacles still impeding the resolution of the Taiwan issues. And it is still the issue. In China, the effect of Deng's trip was even greater than in the United States. Deng's visit changed the popular American image of the Chinas, but in China, his visit helped set off a cascade of changes in Chinese mindset and aspirations of the future. Even more than Deng's trip to Japan and Southeast Asia, the trip to America introduces the Chinese public to a modern way of life. The daily updates on Chinese televisions and documentary movie that was made during the Deng's visit presented a very favorable view of American lives, not only of its factories, transportation, and communication, but also of the family living in a new housing with the modern furniture, wearing fashionable clothes. A whole new way of life was presented to them, and they embraced it. Even barriers between the small numbers of the American in Beijing and the Chinese broke down, and suddenly visiting in each other's home was no longer prohibited. Mao had talked of how a single spark could set off, prior fire of revolutions, but China, after 1979, underwent a revolutionary for far greater than long-lasting than one Mao began. This massive revolution ignited from many sources, but no single spark spread more rapidly than those resulting from Deng's visit to the United States. Just as American overreacted to Deng, many Chinese also overreacted to his opening with American. Some Chinese wanted everything immediately, not realizing how China had to change before they could enjoy the fruits of economic growth. Others rushed to embrace institutions and values that did not yet fit Chinese realities. It would not be easy to find an appropriate balance between Western and Chinese way, but the opening brought a hybrid vitalitist and intellectual renaissance that over time would make China. At the end of this trip to the United States in February 1970, Deng told one of his interpreters, Shi Jianan, that with this trip, he had fulfilled his responsibility. At first, she did not understand what he meant. It was clear to his Chinese companions as well as to foreigners whom he met that he enjoyed these trips. He seemed to relish the opportunity to see the world and to receive the adulation of the caste. But that is not why he's traveled. He traveled because he had a job to do this for a country. He saw it as his responsibility to improve relations with the neighboring countries and to open far wider the doors to Japan and the United States, both to curb the Soviet Union and to receive assistance from the Chinese modernizations. Now, having completed his missions and fulfilled his responsibility, he could move on to other important tasks. Deng had traveled abroad 5 times in just 15 months, although he had lived another 18 years. Never, he never again traveled outside of China. Now, the next chapter is chapter number 12, launching the Deng administration, 1979 to 80. Chapter number 12, launching the Deng administrations, 1979 to 1980. When Deng emerged as the preeminent Chinese leader in December 1978, he did not yet have place in its own leadership team, nor had he yet formulated a coherent visions of the China's futures the public could rally behind. The leadership was shared for the moment with Hoa Gofinst, who still held the official positions of a chairman, party and premierist, and with the Hua's four allies on Politburo. In December 1970, Deng had been moved to the top of the structure that he had not created. Did not care as much about title as he did about the developing an effective team and organization that he could work with to modernize China. It would lead a year to gain, firm controls, to select his key leaders and put them and his program into place. In the meantime, he chose to work. He chose to weaken and then remove Hua and his allies and replace him with his own team and gradually develop his own agenda and became the preeminent leaders. Deng also had a fine way to cope with the larger than life image of Mao and that still permeated the party while forging a new path for its administrations and for the Chinese people. Deng would have to minimize the alienations of those who were, still revered Mao and who stood ready to accuse Deng of being the Chinese Khrushchev, the one who brought de-Maoizations and revisionisms into China. And the spring of 1979, Deng sought to get tighter control over the some conservatives who were worried about the bold opening Deng might undertake. Many high military and civilian officials harbored doubts about the wisdoms of his attack on the Vietnam and worried publicly about Deng was betraying the party and leading the country down the road to capitalism. Deng's speech on the four cardinal principles on March 30, 1971, 79 was an important step in blunting the criticisms of the conservatives, but he still needed some months to deal with the resistance before he could firmly establish his own team. Deng had a strong support, but the resistance was also palpable. On May 21, for example, there was a report in the PLA newspaper, Xiaoping Bo, that many army units were resisting carrying out the discussions of the practices the sole criteria for judging truths, and that some units have reported that many as one third of the troops were not supportive of the overall spirit of the third plenum. There were reports that many soldiers supported Hua Gofing not because of his own accomplishment, but because Mao had selected him, and because he, in his view, supportive of the Mao's agenda. Urban elites tended to be much more critical of the Mao, but rural people generally more willing to accept the Mao's cult. In particular, soldiers from rural area appreciated rural collectives that provided special support for their dependents on the village, and many expected upon leaving the services to find employment in the collective system. They felt under threat from the Deng's initiatives to counter these conservative pressures. In the spring of 1979, Deng conducted a campaign to firm up the support for practices of sole criteria for judging truths and directed principal official to conduct some supplementary classes to consolidate support for his reform agenda. When Deng appeared in public, he did not criticize Mao, but rather criticized Lin Biao and the Gang of Four for the problems of the NS. To maintain the image of the party unity, he took care not to take aim at Hu directly, but rather that the two whatevers. Although Chairman Hu government power had been weakening, on June 18, he presented the government work reports at the opening of the second sessions of the Fifth National, People's Congress. Even though at the time the listeners were unaware, this could be one of the Hua's last major representations at a party or a government meetings. Shortly after the talk, Deng felt ready to move ahead in shaping the party. Descent from the Yellow Mountains and party buildings. On July 11, 1979, Deng set out on a month-long tour of north and central China. The tour began with a climb on the Ahua province's Yellow Mountains, Hua Chinn. Yellow Mountain is one of the China's most famous peaks, long celebrated Chinese literature from history. On July 13, Deng began this ascent, and 2 days later he returns. For anyone about to turn age 75. The journey was a formidable feat. A photo of a healthy-looking Deng pausing as he neared the end of his climb with his pants rolled up and holding his walking stick was widely circulated. When he returned to the base of the mountains, he was greeted by his ally Wang Li, first party secretary of the Anhui, who had broken through the blockage on railway transport and was now paving a way to overcome the obstacles to rural organizations and the base of the Yellow Mountains. Deng was also greeted by reporters. He told them, as for the exam in the mountain climbing, I completely passed. In Beijing, politically savvy official understood Deng's climb up Yellow Mountains like Mao's famous swim in the Yangtze River called attention to a healthy leaders ready to make a vigorous push in a domestic politics. But Mao's July 1966 swim, orchestrated during a time of the concerns about the 73 years old chairman's health, had been greatly overblown in the Chinese protest. A discerning leaders found it difficult to believe that the elderly Mao could have achieved the world record swimming pace that was claimed. But then climbed by goddess was treated as it was an impressive accomplishment of an unusually healthy person ready to undertake some vigorous activities. What what new work was then already taken was party buildings, choosing high official for key positions, selecting and training new party members. A few days after the climb, Deng gave a speech to an enlarged meeting of the Standing Committee of the Navy. The key issue facing the country, he told them, was preparing a successors. Deng said that China had resolved the key political and ideological issues and now needed to focus on the organization's issues, selecting and training officials to their key political goal. The achievements of the four modernizations had been confirmed at the third plenum. The ideological issues had been resolved in Deng's speech on the four cardinal principles on March 30 and by Deng's assertion of the Mao's ideology as interpreted by the Deng. To seek the true path from the facts, now it was time to establish the criteria for selecting and training those who would from the leadership team first at the top and then at the lower levels, turn down to the grassroots, and then they would recruit and cultivate new party members. In the weeks after this speech, Deng went on to visit Shanghai, Chengdu, and Tianjin, where he had several meetings designed to encourage party committees to lay plans for cultivating talent. Deng's choice of timing for party building followed this usual historic pattern since the founding party. Once one side won a dispute and consolidated its power, its leaders would not only select high officials but also undertake a recruiting campaigns to bring in those who would fit fit the criteria for new members. By contrast, by the summer of 1970, most of the senior party officials had returned and occupied key positions, replacing soldiers and radicals who had occupied key positions during the Cultural Revolution. Hoover was sufficiently weakened by the summer of 1979 and that he could no longer play a major role in the party buildings. When Deng and his senior official in charge, they could reach considerable agreement on the kind of an official they were seeking to cultivate. Over the year, winners of the inner party struggle had various preferences for the kind of new members they sought. Revolutionaries, soldiers, or radicals. Deng wanted for his team to those who could contribute to the four modernization. In particular, Deng was looking for officials capable of dealing with the modern issues of foreign trade, finance, technology, and in this turn meant recruiting and promoting those with a higher education levels and their knowledge of science, technology, management. And obvious as this may seem, leaders to many modern society in China had the time represented a fundamental changes. Since Mao's era, being read had been more important than being expert. Since 1949, leadership positions had mostly gone to those who were read, those from the workers and peasants backgrounds, while the educated expert from 1949 whose families could afford their education was labeled as coming from the bourgeois and landlord classes. Deng declared that those old classes were gone, that he wanted people of ability without regard to family backgrounds to make way for a new high-level leaders. Deng sought to remove Politburo members identified with the Congress conservative policies, beginning with the four of who was key supporters, Wang Dongwen and Zhu wins in this, and he explained the removal and the selection of the new leaders in terms of what was needed to achieve modernizations. Although Deng did not announce his choice for the key position in his administration until the end of 1979, he spent much of the year considering, consulting, and observing, except for a handful of personal staff members and military. Deng did not choose leader primarily on the basis of the personal loyalty to him, as seen in this one. Instead, he wanted the best man in each job and felt confident that each person was qualified and dedicated to the party. He could cooperate with them. Deng did not confide in the people whom he appointed, even those promoted to high positions. He dealt with them in a pleasant but business-like and somewhat formal manner. They were comrades dedicated to same cause and not a personal friends. For key positions, he selected people of the great talents and energy, people committed to reform and opening, who had been tested step by step, not people who had certainly risen from such a lower levels. A good judge of people, Deng spent a great deal of time considering personal appointments as Secretary General in the Defense. Decades earlier, before the Cultural Revolution, he had become familiar with many mid-level party members who, by 1980s, had become senior level of the party. But for key appointment, Deng also consulted privately with other officials, high officials, to obtain their frank assessments, especially of the people who would work closely, before making his decision. The two highest level members of the Deng team, Chen Yuanst and this ones not were not selected by him. They had such positions, high positions, that it would have been difficult to push them aside, even if he wanted to do. Then Chen Yuanst and Li Zhong were of the same generations, born in 1904 and 1905 respectively. They had known each other long before 1949. All three had worked in Beijing under Mao and Zhou and Lai in 1950s and early 1960s. Chen Yu and this ones could not compare with Deng as a public figure, but knowledgeable officials described the power structure in the 1980s as two and two and a half, meaning that within high-level party circles, Chen Yun was regarded roughly as Deng's equal, and Liu Junzi was half a step behind. Chen Yu stood, though a year younger than Deng, had for 20 years, beginning in the mid 1930s, had a position above Deng's, and no one could match his authority in guiding the economy nor in dealing with his history of personal issues. When Cheng Ning was on the sideline from 1962 to 78, Lin Xing had been responsible for leading the economy under Premier General Wayne Lai. Almost no high officials, 1 or 2 decades younger than Deng, had an opportunity to attend university. Deng chose for high political leadership those who respected education and had worked to educate themselves. Deng selected for his team 3 officials whom he comfortable with, people he could believe could lead China modernizations. Hu Yangbong, born 1915s, Zhuo Zhenliang, 1919s, and Wang Li, 1916s. Hu Yangbong had proved capable of leading scientists at the Chinese Academy of Science. Zhou Enzyme had directed promising experiment industrial organization in Sichuan provinces, and Wang Li had brought order to the railway. The three could in turn, help develop young officials capable of understanding China's need of the modern, area of the modern science, technology, and engineering, and lead them to implementations of innovative management techniques. Um, Even though three would dedicate themselves to serving Deng too, they too were comrades dedicated to common causes, disciplined followers implementing party policy rather than friends. Even Wang Li, though closer to Deng than Hu or Zhou, did not consider himself as a friend but a loyal subordinate. As 6 members of the Deng teams, then Linquist, did not hold an administrative position as high as others, but he could exercise great influence as a speechwriter and writers of the internal memoranda because he had strong convictions and enjoyed support of the Chen Yu and Wang Zi, 7 members of the team. Hu Jing played a special role in the guardian of the orthodoxy in an era when the institutions were in flux. The personal backgrounds, characteristic inclinations, and operation style of the 7 were critical in shaping developments during the 1980s. They were all people of high intellectual capabilities and broad experiences who for decades had held important position in the party. In the Deng administration in 1980 till 1987, when Hu was removed, to use Western terms, Deng was the chairman of the board and chief executive officer under Deng. Hu Yangbong and this ones were the active president of the 2 separate divisions, the party and the government. The party set the overall policies and manage personal and propaganda at all levels from the top to the grassroots, whereas the government carried out administration at all levels. High officials had both parties and government's positions, and the work often overlapped, but in principle, who and so guided activities in the respective space, preferred documents for Deng's approval and guided the frontline implementations, the daily work in party and the governments. Okay, despite the difficulties at the time, many few fellow officials later regarded the early 1980s as a golden age when high-level officials worked together to launch and implement China's reforms and opening. Deng was troubled by the fact that below this group of top leaders, because of the disruption of the Cultural Revolution, there was not a well-trained next generations of experienced leaders. Deng compared this situation to the shortage of the grain in the late spring when the grain from the fall harvest had nearly run out and there was not yet ripe grain in the field. To meet the people's needs, China, he said, was lucky to have some senior officials who were still able to serve, but it was urgent to close the gaps to ripen the green grains on the stake more quickly by training a successive generation from among those in the 30s and 40s. Then asked the party organization department to draw up a list of especially promising younger staffs who had the potential for rising for high positions. When the list was presented later in the year, Deng and Chen Yu were dismayed to see that only 31 of the 165 people on it were university graduates. Although he did not believe that educated young should suddenly be catapulted on the top, and Deng expected that as they proved themselves at each level, they should rise quickly. On July 1917, Deng directed the organization department throughout the country with the active participation of the top leaders at each level. aimed to cultivate new talent within 2 or 3 years. From September 5th to October 7, a national forum on organizational work held in Beijing was designed to follow up on Deng's efforts to cultivate talented successor. The major address at the uniform was given by Hu Xiaoping, who conveyed Deng's view that succession was the most pressing issue facing the country. Deng, like other Chinese communist leaders, talked frequently about cultivating successes, by which they meant, in addition to selecting and providing formal trainings, personal mentoring, how official in any unit were expected to oversee the overall developments of the younger people, placed under them by encouraging them to read certain works, to display their loyalty to the party and accomplish something through their work. Although key decisions on personal would be made by the top leaders in the units, organizations, department of the party at each level played a critical role in assembling the files on each party members, carrying out training programs, and sending files on the appropriate fields of candidates to higher education, high official to the consultations. While Deng was occupied with the party building, he and his follower leaders had to confront the deep public alienation towards the party that brought about the disaster of the Great Leap Forwards and the Cultural Revolution. Until late 1979, the party leaders had not acknowledged the responsibility for this disaster, making it impossible for the party to gain credibility when it talked of other issues. It was decided that the NPC meeting in June that Marshal Yi should attempt to deal with these issues in a major interest on the eve of the 13th anniversary of the founding of the Communist Chinese Party government. Marshal Yi's 13th anniversary speech, October 1st, 1979. Deng played a major role in shaping the speech that was to be delivered by Marshal Ji Zhenjiang. He directed that the drafters should give all overall positive assessments of the Chinese history since 1949, but should also present a frank recognitions of the errors during the Great Leap Forwards and the cultural revolutions, which the Chinese people knew all too well from their own experiences. It should offer a broad perspective on the Chinese Communist Party history and provide a party history and provide a sense of new direction for the futures. Hun Yomi and a staff of some 20 people helped to prepare it, and it went through 9 drafts that were vetted and among the high official leaders. And under Deng's watchful eye, Marshal Li was the ideal person to deliver the speech. He was the chairman of the NPC and was responsible for the supervising the government activities, and the anniversary was a government occasion, not a party occasion. Further, he was widely respected, had no ambition of the phones, and had managed to keep good relations with all sides, including Deng and Hua Gonpinst. He had never been severely criticized by Maoist and was known to be the close to the beloved Zhou and List, and he had a good relation with the military. Marshal Li was so weak physically, however, that he could only read the first few lines and the last few lines of each speech. Someone else read the rest. Marshal Yi's speech, some 16,000 words in length, told the story of how the Chinese Communist Party had acted independently from the Soviet Union in accord with the Chinese own social and historical heritage, and how the Chinese Communist Party had achieved victory. Ye traced the growth of the Chinese economy and the expansion of the public educations. He proudly related, how the party had overcome foreign aggressions, but he also acknowledged that in 1957 the party had been wrong to attack, wrong to attack so many bourgeois rightists, wrong to boast of its own accomplishments, and wrong to have steered up the communist winds, and that tried to achieve such a high stage of collectivization that it had departed from reality. He affirmed that the Cultural Revolution was a serious policy error that had allowed Bin Liaolei, the game for another conspirators to attack so many good people. Yet, he said party efforts to build an advanced socialist system had been immature, that the party had been severely chastised by its mistake, and it was not now working to build a more modern, powerful socialist countries that would bring a great future. In his speech, he also stressed the importance of the spiritual as well as the material civilizations, a theme that later would be developed more fully by Hu Yongbang. He made it clear that Mao had been at the helm when the country committed the error of the Great Leap Forwards and the cultural revolutions, to the first public, though somewhat indirect, acknowledgement by the Chinese officials. Chinese official that Mao himself bore some responsibility for errors. Ye also acknowledged that many party leaders were also responsible in part for the mistakes because of their impatience. We had become impatient in 1957. In 1958 was we departed from the principle of carrying out thorough, thoroughgoing investigations and study and of testing all innovations before popularizing them. With respect to the cultural revolution, he says, we were not always able to stick to the correct principles established during our first 17 years. As a result, we had to pay a very bitter price, and instead of avoiding errors, we committed even more serious ones. Marshal Li often then offered guidance on how to draw the proper lessons on the Mao's errors. After 1927, Mao had found that the correct road for the Chinese revolution by proceeding from the realities of the China. We Chinese communists and the Chinese people call it this developments of Marxism, Leninism in the Chinese revolution. Mao Zedong with the minor. Okay, so their main philosophy is Marxism, Leninism with the Mao Zedong's thought. Chinese revolutions. Okay, this one's okay. Proceeding Marxism in Chinese revolutions to Mao Zedong's thoughts. He also praised the Eighth Party Congress in 1956 chaired by the Chairman Mao when Mao had stated that the large-scale turbulent class struggles of the masses characteristics of the times of the revolution had come to an end and had declared that it was vitally important to unite the entire people for economic and cultural developments. The reaction to Marshal Yi's speech was very favorable. The educated public was pleased to hear that party leaders were finally rising up to their problems and moving in a realistic direction, but they could support. For those who had been attacked over the years, had no speech could truly make up for their suffering, but the admissions of the party editor was a welcome, if belated, message, a major breakthrough in ending the empty, boastful slogans and for dealing frankly with the issues facing the country. Okay, I want to see. Okay, when okay when did USA CIA stopped supporting Tibetan of freedom fighters? I think it was in 1980s. The USA CIA ended its covert operational support for Tibetan freedom fighters in 1972. The withdrawal of aid occurred during the following the President Richard Nixon's historic visit to China as American foreign policy shifted to normalizing diplomatic and trade relations with the People's Republic of China. The camp held trainings from the late 1950s to 64. The CIA trained nearly 300 Tibetan fighters in guerrilla tactics and sabotage. Okay, so 300 people. That's very less, man. Beginning the evaluations of party history. Before Marshal Yi's speech was delivered, Deng believed that speech would resolve the party's historical problems and that further discussion of the Mao's role could be postponed for some years. He feared that additional discussions of Mao's and his place in China's history would only extend the contentiousness that he wanted to bring to an end. It would be better simply to get one with the world. But Mao's role was so deeply embedded in the host of policy issue that many party leaders supported a further review of the party history. Some feared that if the Mao's ideas were not specifically criticized, political movement like cultural revolutions might reoccur. After the positive reactions to Ye's speech, then relented. Okay, sensing that it could lead some controversial issues could be discussed without splitting the country apart. He began to consult with others how to proceed with a more detailed analysis of the party history at Seventh Congress Party in 1945 at the Seventh Party Congress convened in 1945 as World War II was ending and the party was entering a new phase. The party officially had summed up the first 24 years of the party history in the light of the new era. In 1979, as the party was coming out of the cultural revolutions and entering another new phase, it seemed appropriate to gain again some of its historical experience as the leaders began to prepare its document called the resolution on certain questions in the history of our party. Discussions inevitably is focused on how to evaluate Mao's roles. To prepare for the historical evaluation, Deng organizes a small group with the committed reformers, Hu Yaobang in charge, and two conservative defenders of the party orthodoxy, Hu Yaominst and Den Liquens as the head and the administrators, respectively, of the drafting committees as usual. Deng first met the drafters to lay out the official major topics he wanted to be covered. He would meet with some of them 15 more times and go over each draft. Okay. Layout the major and human records. See with this one. Okay. Major drafts giving specific directions each time as who began to lose power in the mid 1970s. It was easier for Deng and his allies to reach a consensus that included negative criticism of the Maoist, and so the full evaluation would not be completed for over a year. By 1980s, however, the Deng had more firmly consolidated his control and weakened his base of power. Mao's error could be addressed more directly. Now, final preparation for the new administration, date 1979. Vogel had been basically sidelined by the middle of 1979 in areas where Deng and Hua Yanfin had overlapping responsibility. Deng had simply moved in to take charge. Indeed, by the time U.S. Secretary of the Defense Harold Brown visited Beijing in 1980s, Chairman Hua was so powerless that when he was speaking during the meeting, the other Chinese official in attendance carried on side conversations and paid little attention, a gross violation of the respect ordinarily accorded Chinese leaders. In the latter part of the October 1979, Deng met with the Hu Yangpangst, Yu Inlin, and Deng Lincoln. They had many important issues on the table as they prepared for the fifth plenum scheduled for the February 1980s, which may be regarded as the beginning of the Deng administrations. At that plenum, Hu Yangpang and this one were put in place, and Hua's four key supporters. Wang, this list would be removed from the plateau people. Deng also planned at the plenum to formally clear Liu Xiaomin's names. In addition, the leaders needed to discuss plans for the establishing the party's secretariats. When these crucial meetings were taking place, there were no confrontations with the Huayofins at the time. Following the situation, Deng and Li, this one, so was traveling in France, Germany, Italy, and England. He left on October's intervals while Hua was away. Meeting of the State Council and the Politburo were chaired by the Deng, and by the time Hua returned on November 10, the basic plan for the fifth prime entering the personal panel removal of the fourth Hua loyalists were in place. Once Hua supporters were removed and Zhuo and Hu were in place, it would be easier to proceed with the Deng's agenda on their historical resolutions. By the fifth plenum in February 1980, scarcely a year after the third plenum, Deng had consolidated his power sufficiently that he was able to set out his agenda for the 1980s, revise the structure for coordinating high-level party works, and name his team of senior officials. In American terms, the Deng administration took office in nearly 1980s. Deng's State of the Union address for the 1980s. On January 16, 1980s, Deng presented a major address on the present situation and the task before us. He laid out his goal for the entire decades of the 1980s. It was, in fact, his State of Union address. Hua referenced in his political reports in reports in the 11th Party Congress in 1977. It focused on the recent political struggle, and in his 10 years economic versions in 1978 had focused on economic issues. By contrast, Deng's brief address, the third plenum in 1978, was a rallying call for reforms and opening. His speech in January 1980 was the first major address after Mao's death to define the oral goal for the coming decades. Deng's logic was simple and straightforward, and adopt policies that would contribute to the realization of the four modernizations. Modernization is at the core of its major task because it is the essential condition for solving both our domestic and our external problems. Everything depends on our work, doing the work in our own country well. The role we play in international affairs is determined by the extent of our economic growth and the goal of our foreign policy. Peaceful environment for achieving four modernizations. This is a vital matter which confirms the interest not only for the Chinese people but also of the people in the rest of the world. In his address, Deng acknowledged that some people, especially young people, are skeptical about the socialist systems, alleging that socialism is not as good as capitalism. So how should China demonstrate the superiority of socialism? First and foremost, it must be revealed in the rate of the economic growth and in economic efficiencies. At the time, few foreigners would have predicted that the growth rate of the country led by the Communism Party would in fact surpass the growth of the Western countries for a whole decade, let alone 3 decades. Deng was still settling down the criteria for promotions. He told his officials that if they wanted to hold important positions, they needed to acquire professional qualification. He also stated with a strong economy, China would be better off in a better position to resist the hegemony and the achieving reunification of the islands. Island of Taiwan. We must work for the returns of the Taiwan to the motherlands for China's reunifications. We will endeavor to attain this goal in 1980s. He said that we must surpass Taiwan at least to a certain extent to in economic developments. Nothing less will do. With the success of the four modernizations and more economic growth, we will be in a better position to accomplish reunifications. Deng's goal of surpassing Taiwan economically and of reuniting with the Taiwans within the decade was to prove overly optimistic, but within 3 decades, the success of the Taiwan's economy is thoroughly dependent on its economic leadership with the mainland. Something few could have imagined in 1980s. What was needed for China to achieve economic modernizations? Then listed 4 requirements: a firm and consistent political message, political stability and unity, hard work with the pioneering spirits, and a contingent of officials with both in serving socialist orientations and professional knowledge and competence. The essence of the thing's message, the need for a firm political lines and stable social order, was consistent with the 4 cardinal principles he had announced 9 months earlier, and with the stance he would take throughout his time as a preeminent leader. In his talk on January 16, 1980s, he said they are hooligans, criminals, and counter-revolutionaries who carry on underground activities in collusion with the foreign forces and Kuomintang secret services. Nor can we take too light these so-called Democrats and other people with ulterior motives who flagrantly oppose the socialist system and the Communist Party leadership. It is absolutely impermissible to propagate freedom of speech, of the press, of the assembly, of association in ways implying the counter-revolutionaries may also engender that. Yet he also announces that the party would continue the policy of 100 flower blooming and would drop the slogan that literatures and arts are subordinate to the politics because it could easily be used as a theoretical pretext for arbitrary intervention. Literatures and art are subordinate to the politics. He warned, however, that every progressive and revolutionary writer or artist has to take into account the social factors in effect of his work. In an effort to lower the overly high expectation that had sprung up since 1978 December, Deng talked about this hard struggle ahead and the need to preserve a pioneering spirit. Having suffered for 2 decades, many people had begun setting goals, based on hope than on reality. Deng remained impressed with the Prime Minister Ikeda's plans to double incomes within a decades, which had stimulated Japanese growth during the 1970s. But having learned from the bitter disappointment of the Great Leap Forwards when goals could not be met, Deng took care to consult not only Chinese specialists but also foreign experts from the World Bank before setting out what he considered to be a realistic goal. Deng became convinced that between 1980s and 2000s, China could double its income twice, and therefore he popularized the slogan quadrupling income by 2000s. I mean, quadrupling means that is third. This is four times, right? Four. When it later seemed as if quadrupling, okay. When it later seemed as if the goal would be difficult to reach, he quietly began speaking of a quadrupling of the GNP, gross national products, rather than quadrupling of income, a goal that would be easier to achieve. He cautioned the public, however, that in a decade ahead, China would not have the resources to become a welfare state. After the 1978 third plenum, Deng became acutely aware that many leading officials in the previous provinces, impatient to start investing and growing, were unhappy with the Chen Yun's readjustment policy that restrained growth. But in 1980s, Deng still defended the policy, then reminded some comrades who were not satisfied with the current pace of modernizations, how much more progress they had made in 1978 to 80s compared to previous years. In truth, when defining the ideal role for the ruling party, Deng sounded more like a Western business executive than a Maoist. When he explained that Chinese should strive to raise labor productivity, reduce the propositions of the goods unwanted by the society, and the number of the factory rejected, lower production cost, and increase utilization rate of our funds, in weighing the importance of whether it was more important for official to be read or expert, Deng repeated this conviction that he had made it he had already made it clear we should make sure that the leadership of professional organizations at different levels, including the leadership of the party committees, is gradually taken over by the people with the profession skills. He cautioned that some new members who joined the party during the cultural revolutions are not qualified. So Deng closed his State of Union address with the ringing endorsements of the party. Without party leadership, it would be impossible to achieve anything in contemporary China. On February 9, 29, the last day of the fifth plenum, Deng spelled out what he expected from the party: efficient administration, sounding like factory managers with a military background. He said meetings should be small, short, and they should be able to held at all unless the participants have prepared. If you don't have anything to say, save your breath. If you don't have anything to say, save your breath. The only reason to hold meeting and to speak at them is to solve the problems. There should be collective leadership in settling major issues. But when it comes to a particular job or to a decision or affecting a particular sphere, individual responsibility must be clearly defined, and each person should be held responsible for the work entrusted to them. Those who knew Deng were not surprised at his determination to preserve public order. Public attacks would not be tolerated. They fought big freedom, to speak out freely, air views fully, to hold great debates, and to write big character poster, which in 1966 had given the Red Guards the right to launch their public attack and would be abolished in the revised constitutions. Deng explained what he meant by inner party democracy. Party members should speak out when they have something to say to help solve problems. Now, once top party leaders had listened to various views and made their decision, the party members were to carry them out. So Deng made it clear how party members who did not respond to his directives would be treated. Incompetent party members would be removed. By 1980s, his view had gelled. His speech remained a cognate summary of the Deng's policies throughout his time at the helm. The inauguration, fifth plenum, 1980, February 22 to 23 to 29. So at the fifth plenum, February 23, 29, 1980, the Central Committee for Mali ratified the decision made by Deng and his allies to the last weeks of 1979. The weak Politburo members who supported who against Wang Dongxing and this were officially criticized and resigned from the Politburos. Cheng because also lost their position as a vice premier. Wang Dongxing and Chen because were genuine radicals, but in fact, Wu Di and this were not innately radical but experienced party leaders who had long survived by accommodating the leftist wings. Their fate had been sealed by their role in the February 5, 1976 Tiananmen crackdowns and those expressing respect for his only and Deng's three main supporters, Hu Yongbang and Zhou Yunjing and Wang Li, took over the key positions. Hu Yongbang became general secretary of the party, although Huang Yongfeng was nominally the premier. Zhuo Xingxing became de facto premier and began leading the daily work of the State Council. Wang Li, meanwhile, became de facto vice premier and head of the state's agriculture commissions, paving the way for the policy of allowing rural production to be contracted down to the household levels. Formally, their position as a vice premier were ratified as a meeting of the standing committee of the State Council in the April and meeting of the standing committee of the NPC in August, when Xi Deng and this one's having been removed from the Politburo in February, formally lost their position as a vice premier. The plenum, in effect, marked the inauguration of the Huo Yongping and this one as the leaders of the daily work of the party and incumbents. A solid majority in the Politburo members were now enthusiastic supporters of the Deng's policies. This is important not because of the formal voting, but which rarely takes place. Indeed, the standing committee of the Politburo rarely met, but the change in membership created a different political atmosphere with the top 10 officials below quickly understood that their superior would be pursuing any policy direction. Accordingly, after the fifth plenum, lower level officials scrutinized even more carefully Deng's speech and the documents they presented at major meetings, and no longer had to hedge their bets by paying close attention to what whoever said. The other high officials, besides those at the very top who took office at the fifth plenum, were senior party officials of proven ability who were also committed to reforms. Deng excluded from key position in his administration officials who were risen during the cultural revolutions at the expense of the experienced senior official. For certain improvement positions within the military, he selected officials who had served under him in the Second Field Army, with the people with whom he had a special relationship or trust, but otherwise he had enough confidence in his own ability to lead a party members of the widely different backgrounds that he saw no need to require personal loyalty. He did not lead a factions, but rather an entire party, minus the beneficiaries of the cultural revolutions who had failed to make them transition to his rule. Deng did not need to give specific direction to the propaganda departments, to propaganda official at the fifth plenum, including the editors of the media. This was to the People's Daily New China Agency, Guangming released, and the party theoretical journals. Red Flags drew on Deng's presentations to write editorial and articles that reflected his view. Deng, long disciplined to bear weighty responsibilities and experience in judging how his statements might be interpreted, so was careful about what he said. Signal from the top was studied very carefully by those below. When a provincial party secretary went to the Beijing, it was common for him to talk first with the reliable acquaintance in the party secretariats who kept abreast of Deng's current concerns. Each ministry and each province also had a small political research group, and one of its key assignments was to be fully conversance with the latest thinking of this top leaders and with the implications for the ministry or provinces. So many documents flowed down from the above that it was impossible for lower level officials to read every word carefully. Within each unit, the political research group worked to keep the unit's higher level officials informed about which directive were most important and to anticipate what things General Secretary Ho Yangping and Premier this ones might do next. The leadership core in the unit then had a sense of what it had to do to stay out of the trouble and to how to appeal to the parties and of the resources. The personal changes in the early 1980s allowed Deng to manage routine work more efficiently and to move ahead with the several programs that the Maoists would have either slowed or stopped. The logjam. Just wait. Where was I? Logjam on reversing the verdict on Liu's unity was immediately broken. From 1945 to 66, Liu had been Mao's second in command, but the man Mao had attacked Liu as a traitor and for having capitalist tendency. Although Liu had passed away in 1969, his verdict was the most important awaiting reversal. At the fifth plenum, Deng declared that such a reversal was not necessarily an attack on Mao. As it turned out, the actions on the reversal of the Liu verdict was a straw in the fresh winds. It helped prepare party members for the revised historical appraisal of the Mao's that would acknowledge its error, and it facilitated the reversal of the verdict on other senior party officials who had worked closely with the Liu. The fifth plenum also re-established the party secretariat that had been abandoned in 1966 after it was established. Two key members of the Politburo had also responsible for leading a small group of leaders in various sectors kept their offices there. Indeed, the secretariat became the premier institution for coordinating the daily work of the party. Meetings were held regularly each week, and Premier Zhong Yang, who had his office at the state councils, would join in to provide some coordination between the party and the governments. The change made at the fifth plenum helped reduce the tension at the political meetings and ease the path to widespread reform. Consolidations of the new leaderships made it possible for them within just a few months to direct the resolutions of the local agricultural collectives and to pass responsibility for rural production down to their individual household. The plenum also paved the way for a push in late 1920s to complete the evaluation of the party history and remove Huo Yongping from all the official positions of the power. Farewell to the Mao era and Huo Yongping 19 and the fall 1980s and June 1991. To date, no reliable records have been released showing exactly when Deng decided to push how Wu Feng aside. Deng years of experience in observing how Mao removed officials and then orderly step-by-step removal of the Hua's power-based from December 1978 to June 1981. However, make it reasonable to assume that Deng had a strategy in place, even if it did not happen in December 1978, a precise plan for removing Hua. At least by then, he had considered how he might gradually reduce Hua's authority without shocking his colleague and without an open public struggle. In attacking high official levels, Mao had often moved to first remove their key supporters, which isolated them and made them easier to attack. Similarly, Deng removed Hua's right-hand man in February 1980s and brought in Zhou Zhengyang to perform the work of the premier. By the time Hua visited Japan in May 1980s, he had little power left, but his visit were there helped reassure foreigners that China was not splitting apart in a power struggle. In August 1980s, Wu formally gave up his post of premier formally gave up his protest later, beginning in November 1980s, at a series of political earnings. Despite bitter disagreements, the final decision was made to remove Hua from chairmanship of the party and the Central Military Commissions, a decision that was formally announced in July 1981. June 1981, I'm sorry. The evaluation of the history of the Chinese Communist Party, which focused on Mao, proceeded to tandem with the removal of the Hua. The two efforts had a natural link. Hua had affirmed that all of Mao's policies and directives, even when Mao had committed grave errors, and the errors were coming to light in the more honest appraisal of the Mao's error. The evaluation of the party history began shortly after Yi's 1970 national speech day, when Deng began a broad consultative process designed to reach a party consensus on evaluation of the Mao. The team that Deng set up under Hu Yongbang in the week after the Marshall this one speech held its first meeting on October 9, 30, 1979. Deng had given this issue on how to handle Mao's legacy serious thoughts from at least 1956, when he was present at the 20th Party Congress in Moscow, where the Khrushchevs had announced Stalin. Over the years, Deng had had ample opportunity to contemplate the issues, especially during this 3.5 year of rusticating and Jiangxing provinces during the Cultural Revolutions. As a young man, he had expressed tremendous admiration for the Maoist, and for decades he had dedicated himself in serving Maoist, only to the twice cast aside by him and subject to humiliation and public attacks. Then eldest son had been left paralyzed for life below the waist because of the Mao's red cards. It would have been inhuman if Deng were not deeply resentful and as tough as he was. Deng was very human at first, and yet he, in his handling of the historical issues, Deng did not display any of his personal feeling. The process of evaluating Mao was successfully consistent with Deng's irrational analysis of doing what was needed to retain the authority of the party while still allowing high official under him to depart from the Mao's policies. In August 1980s, when the evaluation was still in its early stage, Deng told journalists its Orania fallacy. We will not do to Chairman Mao what Khrushchev did to Stalin. And in October 1980s, when the discussion was taking place, Deng offered his guidance to the drafters. When we write about his mistakes, we should not exaggerate, for otherwise we shall be discrediting Comrade Mao Zedong, and this would mean discrediting our party and the state. The final document displayed enough oral respect for Mao that the authority of those who had worked closely with him, including Deng, was not endangered. Yet the resolution also had to show why of those officials criticized by Mao now deserved to return to work and to legitimize the undoing of the high levels of the collectivizations and the class struggle of the Mao era. The first draft was ready in February 1980s. Deng, reportedly unhappy with this early version, called in called in home and this one called in this so suggests the writers to praise positively Mao Zedong's thought and Mao's historical 1967. Okay. Mao historical role in the spirit of the seeking true, in the spirit of the seeking true path from the facts, make clear, Mao's errors during the cultural revolutions, and reach an overall conclusion that would help people unite and look forward to the futures. Of the 3 points, the first was the most important, the most fundamental, the most crucial. No matter how much he had personally suffered over the years from the Mao's criticism and decision, Deng told the drafters to make it clear that the party and the people must remain firmly committed to following Mao Zedong's thought. For the return of many high officials who had suffered under Maoist and not pouring of the criticisms of the Mao's undemocratically wall meant that there was a plenty of support in the key circle for criticisms of the Mao. Consequently, Deng could position himself publicly as a defender of the importance of the Mao without risking a return to past policies. Each time he spoke out publicly, then it was to complain that the last draft did not do enough to recognize Mao Chairman's great contribution. On June 27, 1980, for example, Deng complained that the latest draft was too negative. Not only did he want the writers to do more to stress the positive things about Mao stood for, but he also pressed them to acknowledge that Mao's mistake was primarily systematic and institutional. Then accepted Hu Kuomint's points that the draft trust had no choice but to acknowledge the error of the Great Leap Forwards, in which, unlike those of the Cultural Revolution, Deng had been deeply involved. Deng insisted, however, that in dealing with the Great Leap, The drafters should begin by listing some of the positive architectural achievements during the period and only thereafter acknowledge the weaknesses in order to gain a broad popular consensus, one that would lead to unity rather than polarizations. Then directed that high level officials in both Beijing and the provinces be given a chance to comment on the drafts. Thus, on October 12, 1980, after the reader's draft was cleared by the Politburo, the party general offices sent it to some 4,000 high level officials to all to express their views. A summary of the views would then be sent to the drafters for further considerations. In fact, including the 1,500 students at the party central party school, an estimated of 5,600 high party members joined in the discussion of the drafts. Some were outspoken and demanding a more critical amounts. Fang Yi, a specialist in science and technology, declared that Mao had been a tyrant. Then this one's one of those who had dared to complain about the Cultural Revolution and because declared that Mao had been acted against his own teachings. But when Huang, this one, who had been seriously criticized when his superior, Huang, this one, was attacked, defended Mao's contribution, it became difficult for others to demand a more severe criticism of the Mao. Although the round of drafting and consultations continued, the major discussions were concluded by the late November 1980s, March 24, 1981, when Deng discussed one of the later drafts when this one said that they should give more weight to the Mao's pre-1949 roles, which would emphasize Mao's positive achievements. Chen also suggested that they pay a special attention to Mao's contributions to theories, emphasizing the both Marxism, Leninism theory, and Mao Zedong's thoughts. Deng expected, this one view and passed them to other drafters. So the extended discussion reflected just how important high official considered the question of the Mao's reputation, since the place he would hold in history would determine. I think that time also still a lot of people who supports Mao. Otherwise, if most of the people don't support Mao, then they wouldn't be too hesitant to call out this. I mean, you should be able to call it what spade is a spade, right? The extended discussion reflects how just important high officials considered the question of Mao's reputation, since the place he would hold in history would determine both their own political future as well as the treatments of their family members and associates. Significantly, in these evaluations, the political differences between Mao and Liu Xiaoping and between Mao and Pang, this one, were no longer regarded as so serious as to be described as a struggle between the two lines. That gave everyone breathing rooms, but especially the victims, relatives, and friends who were grateful for the change in language. The final draft of the document was full of praise for the Zedong's thoughts, and for Mao's contribution as a great proletarian revolutionary, but it remained critical of Mao's role in the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution. The problem of the Great Leap Forward, for example, were due to the fact that Comrade Mao Zedong and many leading comrades, both at centers and localities, had become smug about this success, were impatient for the quick results, and overestimated the role of the man's objective and will and efforts. The Cultural Revolution, too, was responsible for that most severe setback and the heaviest loss suffered by the party, the state, and the people since the founding of the People's Republic. It was initiated and led by Comrade Mao Zedong. The documents dealt with the Mao's errors only in a general way, but Deng stated that 15 years later it would be possible to make another evaluation of the Mao's. The implications of Deng's comments seemed clearer. If the party were to criticize Mao too harshly in 1980s, it could be too divisive and weaken the support of the people. But years in the future, when the party could distance itself from the present emotions and the current personal issues, it would be possible to make a more detailed and franker criticism of the Mao. As in the Soviet Union, where Stalin merits were said to be 70%, and his weaknesses 30%, Mao's merits too were rated 70%. And Mao, after all, had admitted to making errors. Deng pointed out that during the Cultural Revolutions, Mao's estimates of the situation were wrong. The methods he had used were wrong, and the combination of these mistakes had caused serious damage to the party and to China. On March 1981, as the drafting of the evaluation aired in ends, Deng expressed his satisfactions with the discussions of the Mao's role during the Cultural Revolution. Deng was keenly aware that just as it was imperative to reassure the Chinese public that the process of evaluating Mao and Ho was orderly and proper, so it was important to convey to the rest of the world that no disruption, power struggle, and no demaoization was taking place in China. At this point, Deng agreed to an interview with the Italian journalist Orania Fallaci, one of the world's best-known interviewers of the high-level officials. Fallaci was known for her confrontational style, for being very well prepared, and for asking shrewd and tough questions. Deng enjoyed the challenge. The interview on the morning of August 21, 1980s went so well that at the end of the show, Deng joked, "Let's go have a lunch. My stomach is starting to lead a revolution," and he offered to meet her in a second time 2 days later. 2 weeks up before Fallacy first met Deng, Beijing had sent out to notice the numbers of the pictures of the Mao displayed in the public places and the posting of his poem. I'm sorry, it's not poem, it's poem. Poem could be reduced. So Fallacy, just wait, I want to see the pronunciation properly.
Poem. Poem.
Poem.
Poem. It's not poem, it's poem.
Poem.
Poem, right? Okay, it's a poem.
Poem.
We say it poem. It's not poem. It's poem. Poem. Poem.
Poem.
Poem. It's a poem. Poem. Let's say it.
Poem.
Poem. Right? So it's a poem. Poem. It's poem. It's not poem. It's poem. Poem.
Poem.
Poem.
Poem.
Poem.
Poem.
Should I want you to recite a poem. It's poem. Let's keep. It's poem. No, it's poem.
Poem.
Poem. Is it pronounced? Is poem pronounced as poem? Technically, no. Poem is meant to be a two distinct syllable. Poem or poem. It's a poem. However, pronouncing is the one syllable like the poem or this is commercial common is okay. Poem. It's a poem or poem. Poem.
Poem.
Poem. That's it. It's a poem. It's a poem. Poem. Man, it's difficult, man. Poem. Just wait. Let me see video.
Okay.
I did write a poem for him on my Instagram.
You tried to what?
Like a poem.
Oh, like a poem.
Poem.
Like a
It's not a
poem.
poem, it's a poem.
You wrote a poem for him?
Yeah.
Oh.
This word is neither pronounced as poem with the y sound and nor poem. Alright, this word has two syllables and you can either
Two
choose to
syllables.
pronounce it as poem, poem, or poem. Poem, right? I hope we understand.
Poem.
Let's use this word in some sentences. I wrote a poem about the beauty of the nature.
I wrote a poem. Okay, poem. It's not poem. It's poem. I read a poem.
We understand. Let's use this word in some sentences. I wrote a poem about the
I wrote a poem. Okay, it's not poem. It's a poem. I wrote a poem. Poem. It's a poem. It's a two syllable. It's a poem. Poem.
beauty of the nature. She recited her favorite poem in the morning
Poem.
assembly.
Okay, so it's not poem. It's not poem. It's poem. It's a poem. It's poem. No, it's not poem. It's a poem. Poem. Poem.
The poem captures
The
the
poem. The poem. The poem.
essence of love. Favorite poem in the morning assembly. The poem
The
captures
poem. The captures. The poem captures. The poem. The poem. 2 weeks later, the fallacy emphasized by this one had sent out a prank notice that numbers of the pictures of the Mao displayed in the public places and the posting of his poem displayed in the public places and the posting of his poem could be reduced. So fallacy began by asking if the Mao's portrait would remain in Tiananmen squares. Deng asked, it will forever. Deng explained that Mao had made mistakes, but unlike the crimes of the Lin Biao and the Gang of Foes, Mao's mistakes were secondary to his achievements. He explained that Mao Zedong's thoughts still provided important guidelines, even though Mao, in the later stage of his life, had lost touch with the reality and had taken actions counter to his view that he had earlier advocated. When Palissy asked about the mistake of the Great Leap Forwards, Deng replied that they were not Mao's alone, rather they were mistakes for which those who had worked with Mao must share the blames. When she inquired about Mao's selection of the Bin Liao, Deng said that it was feudalistic for leaders to choose his own successors. Deng's implication was unmistakable. It was also wrong for Mao to have chosen Goa for seeing his successor. And when asked how he experienced a cultural revolution could be avoided in the future, Deng explained that the party leaders were looking into restructuring China's institutions in order to achieve socialist democracy and uphold socialist law. Many other leaders would have become testy under fallacy confrontations, questioning, but Deng responded easily and confidently. Later, Fallacy, reflecting on her long career, listed her tour interview with Deng as the most of her favorites. Foreign Minister Huang Wenjing, who sat in on this and another meeting with Deng, rated Deng's performance in this two interview as one of his most brilliant. After May 1979, Hua Yongfeng did not often appear in public. In his last major representation on the NPC of the June 1980s, Hua did not explicitly say that class struggle had ended, but he did say that the class struggle was no longer the major contradictions, that the party should not undertake large-scale class struggle. On economic matters, his comments were in tune with the party policy of the time. He supported Chen Yuan's call for readjustments and stressed the importance of the agriculture and light industry. Some of the documents presently at the NBC, such as the guiding principles, were in fact a potent criticism of the Hua Yongfeng's leadership. At the Politburo Standing Committee meeting, members were asked whether in the document on party history it was better to use a brief 6-line to summarize the period since 1976, or whatever it was better to use a longer version that were greater details about the 4 years since 1960s, a version that inevitably would include the criticism of the Hua Yongfeng. Hua was, of course, against spreading out the details of those 4 years. The participants agreed that they would first send the briefers version to the other leaders of the discussion and sway their reactions. Significant numbers of those leaders were critical of the Hua Yongfin role in blocking Deng's prompt returns, and they argued for the longer versions. In the end, Deng agreed that the document should include the discussions of those 4 years so that the reasons for Hua's removal would be clear. The longer version thus became a part of the final draft. In the late May 1981, some 70 participants and at an enlarged Politburo meeting gave final approval to the revised draft on the party history. After the drafters did some fine-tuning, a polished final piece was presented at the 6th plenum and approved on June 27th. It was publicized throughout the country on July 1, 1981, the 6th anniversary of the founding parties. The issue of whether to oust Hua from his major position as the chairman of the party and chairman of the SAMC came to head in series of the 9th Politburo meeting held from November 10 to December 5th, 1980s. These discussions were considered so sensitive that even 3 decades later, most of the records of the meeting have not been made available even to the party historians. But one document speech by Hu Yongfei in November 19 spelling out Hua's problems was related to the public. In it, the main line of the argumentations were made clear. After retirement, Hu Yongpeng said that his most enjoyable years were those when he served under Hua, a comment that likely reflected his resentment for being pushed aside by Deng. Hua in 1980s, however, was assigned the task of making the case for the Hua's removal. In his presentation of the history of this period, Hua began by acknowledging that the party and the people would never forget Hua's contribution in arresting the gang of first, although Hua had overstated his personal role in that achievement given the political climates after April 5th demonstration. It had not been difficult to arrest them. Also said that after Mao died, Hua had continued Mao's errant policies of the pursuing a class struggle instead of correcting them, and he had rushed to publish volume 5 of Mao's selected works but without a broad consultations. When Mao was alive, Hua had sometimes disagreed with Mao and had even been criticized by him. Mao complained that Hua paid too much attention to productions. But after Mao's death, Hua had used the word "two whatevers" to strengthen his own power. Hua also criticized Hua for promoting a personality cult for his own self-glorification. Finally, recalling his own depressions after the April 5, 1976 incident, Hua said that he was not given the opportunity to speak with Hua Yifan from that time until February 26, 1977, and did not feel free to visit Deng Xiaoping until March 14, 1977. Hua reported that the Chen Yuan, who had not been allowed by Hua to return to work until the atmosphere of the third plenum demanded it, said that from Mao's death until 1977 March, Hua had been very harsh in the treatment of senior officials. In particular, Hua had refused to reverse the verdict on the April 5, 1976 incidents, afraid that the return of old officials would interfere with his ability to govern. Hua said that even though Marshal Yi and Lin Zexi had urged Hua on several occasions to allow Deng to return to the work, and even though Chen Yun and this one at the March 1970 work conference had agreed, Hua still had refused. Instead, Hua had relied on a tiny group of advisors, including Wang Dongxing, Ji Dengqing, Wu Di, this while sometimes keeping other officials in the dark of party matters until the last minutes. Hua Yongfin also tried to spur the economy to move too quickly. Hua acknowledged that this was not only Hua's errors but also Deng's and his own mind. Indeed, at the time, only Cheng Yun recognized that the plan was too ambitious. The most serious resistance to pushing Hua's side in late 1980 came from the Marshal Yi. During the party history discussions, Marshal Yi did not support the emphasis on Mao's later errors. He felt that for the good of the country, it was essential to go further than Deng in maintaining Mao's reputation. He preferred instead to place the onus on Jiang Jing and Lin Bao, the two issues more inextricably linked. For Yi, at one of the political meetings, Yi recalled dramatically that when he had gone to pay his final respect to Mao shortly before his death, Mao beckoned to him, although Mao was unable to speak. He understood what Mao wanted to say. Mao hoped that he would support Hua and help him grow into the leadership positions. Mao Yunzin, however, who had been with Mao at the time, declared that no such incident occurred. Reportedly, Marshal Yi believed that Hua should retain his titles and that Deng should continue to carry on his work, but that officially Deng should be under Hua. Why did Marshal Yi defend Hua Yongfin? Some speculated that Marshal Yi himself wanted to play a key role in Chinese party and governmental politics and was supporting the man who could make that happen. But Yi was too old and weak, and not only had he never shown any sign of personal ambitions, he had also for years been reluctant to manage daily affairs. More likely, as other party officials argue, Marshal Yi was concerned that Deng might become too authoritarian, that he would behave too much like a Maoist, and thus sought to remain Hua as a way of constraining Deng's power and promoting inner party democracy. In the end, the protests of the Marshal Yi and others were overcome by a majority view of the Politburo, which supported the resignation of the Hua and the centralization of the power in the hands of Deng and associates. In an internal memorandum circulated on December 5, 1980, immediately after the last in the series of the Politburo meetings, the Politburo announced it would recommend to the 6th plenum that Hua's resignation from the chairman of the chairmanship of the party and the CMC be accepted, that Hua Yongbing replaced Hua as the chairman of the party and the Deng replaced Hua as the chairman of the CMC. Hua would remain a vice chairman of the party and members of the political movement. Marshal Yi was not a strong-willed person who fought for his convictions. He preferred to avoid confrontations. He accepted the political decisions that it was, and in fact engaged in a mild self-criticism for his support of Hua. Indeed, once Deng became head of the CMC, Marshal Yi chose not to share the responsibility with Deng, but to withdraw to his home based in Guangdong, where his sons Yan this ones were already mayor of the Guangdong and vice governor, and he could enjoy a comfortable life. Marshal Yi was present at the beginning of the sixth plenum for pictures, but he did not stay for discussions with the resolution for party history. The removal of the Hua was formally passed later when Marshal Yi was critically ill in 1984, and 1986 Deng did not pay a courtesy visit. Did not pay a courtesy visit as he had done for Zhou. Marshal Yi died in 1986. The poorly worded resolution had finally emerged from this heated discussions was direct and forceful. Comrade Hu eagerly produced and accepted a new cult of personality in 1970s. Comrade Hua Coffins promoted some leftist slogans in the realm of economic growth, resulting in some severe losses and calamities for the national economy. Although Comrade Fing had also done some successful work, it is extremely clear that he lacked the political and organizational ability to be chairman of the party. That he should never have been appointed chairman of the military affairs of the commission. Everyone knows. Hua was finished, although he was allowed to remain on the political after the sixth plenum in June 1981. He was humiliated by the denunciations and rarely attended high-level party meetings. Deng had a good reasons to be pleased with both the process and the result of the historical evaluation, as well as with the removal of the Hua Yongfing. Hua Yongfing was removed without a public power struggle. In the historical evaluation, Deng had found a delicate balance that praised Mao enough to avoid weakening the authority of the party, while still criticizing Mao's role in the Great Leap Forwards and Cultural Revolution. The broad-based consensus among the high-level party leaders that Mao had made serious error in his later years opened the way for Deng to move in direction. What? The broad-based consensus among high-level party leaders that Mao had made serious error in his later years opened the way for Deng to move in direction that Mao would not have approved of, but that Deng believed that would be good for China. Now the next is the then era, 78 to 89, so close to 11 years. And it will start with the chapter number 13. Den's art of governing. Den would not tolerate the cult of personality that Mao happily indulged in sharp contrast to the Mao's era. Virtually no statues of Deng were placed in public buildings, and virtually no pictures of him hung in homes. Few songs and plays were composed to celebrate his triumph. Deng never even became man of the party or premier. Student did learn about his policies and could cite his best known aphorisms, but they did not spend time memorizing quotation from his writing. And yet, even without a cult or august titles, merely the position of vice chairman of the party, vice premier, and chairman of the central military commissions, Deng acquired effective control over the important levers of the power. How did he accomplish this amazing feat? By fully using his reputations and moving boldly to create a well-run system capable of building a strong, prosperous economy. The Mao were like an emperor above the clouds, reading histories and novels and issuing edits. Deng was more like a commanding general, checking carefully to see that his battles, plans were properly staffed and implemented. The structure of the power. Deng worked in his home office on Kong Streets, which by a car was less than 10 minutes northeast of the Zhongnan Hiai. As his hearing worsened, it was awkward for Deng to take part in the group meeting. His hearing problem resulted from an untreatable degenerative nerve disease, occasionally tinnitus, which led to the nerve deafness and ringing in the ears. As his hearing deteriorated in the late 1980s, a speaker had to speak loudly in his left ear. Deng also found it better use of time to read documents than to attend meeting. He preferred to read reports of the meetings and hear about them from his office director, Wang Runin, who attended the meeting on his behalf and knew the views of the other high officials by meeting with their office directors. Deng kept a regular schedule. He ate breakfast at home at 8 a.m. and at 9 a.m. went to his office. Deng's wife Zolin and Ronglin prepared material for him to read, including some 15 daily newspaper references material we translate from the foreign press, a large stack of reports on the ministries and from provincial party secretaries, internal memorandums collected by the News China Agency, and draft of documents sent for approval. For understanding the latest developments, Deng relied most summaries of the major activities produced by the party secretaries and the party general officer. Deng took no notes when he read and documents were to be delivered to his office before 10 a.m. and he returned them same day. He left no papers around his office, which was always clean and neat. Chen Yun had ordered that his office directors select five of the most important items for him each day. They were Deng wanted to see the entire pile so that he could decide for himself what would look at him more carefully. After he had read the material and made brief comments on some of them, he would pass the whole pile back to Wang Zunli, who would pass on those who with his circles of approval or his comments to the appropriate officials and place the rest in the right files. Deng's circle of approval in his comment on the such document constituted his way of guiding the overall work of the party. On some documents, he simply gave final approval, or other documents he sent back for more work, clarifications of its suggestion for a new direction to explore. Deng rarely met visitors during his 3 hours of morning readings, but for 20 to 30 minutes in the middle of the morning, he would take a brisk walk around the garden next to his house. Okay, after lunch at home, he is generally continued reading material, but sometimes would work various officials to meet him in his office. When important foreigners visited, he would he would meet them in one of the rooms of the Great Hall of the People, and sometimes dine with them. Early in his career, Deng acquired a reputation for being able to distinguish between a major and minor issues and to focus his efforts where they would make the biggest differences for the China, devising long-term strategies to evaluating policies likely to determine the success for his long-term goals, winning the support of the fellow officials and publics, publicizing models that illustrates the policies he wished to pursue. In some important but complex areas like the economics or science and technology, Deng relied on others to think through the strategies and present him what the options for final decisions on other issues like national security, relations with the key foreign countries, the selection of the high-level official. Deng spent more time finding out what he needed to know to devise the strategies himself. When Wang Rulin, Deng's office director since 1952, explained Deng's views to the outside, he was very circumspect in what he said and avoided adding his own interpretations. Many officials believed that, in contrast, when Mao Yun-zin in late 1975 and early 1970s explained his uncle's view to the outside world, he allowed his own strong conviction to color and even supplement his explanations of what Mao wanted conveyed to other officials. But Wang Rulin avoided giving his personal interpretations for any matters concerning the party or government. Even though his long relationship with the Deng made him more like a member of the family, it was important to Deng that Wang Rulin not embellish what he wanted to transmit to the outside, sometimes to ensure that on important matters others received his views precisely. Deng would write down his key points and tell Wang to pass the other those written comments along. General Secretary Hu Wangping, the executive for party matters, and Premier Zhuang Jingxing, the executive for government affairs, forwarded all important matters, mostly by paper and rarely in person, to Deng for the final decisions. Hu Yongbang chaired the Politburo committees, and standing committees and regular Politburo meetings, and Zhao chaired the state council meetings. Chen Yun and Deng rarely attended these gatherings, but instead were represented by their office directors. In his dictated memoirs, Zhang Jing report that he and this Wei Yong were more like a staff assistant than decision makers, but they were responsible for implementations. Deng, did reserve the right to make the final decision, but he was ordinarily not a micromanager. So rather, he set the agenda and let Hu and Zhou carry out his directives as they thought best. In making the final decision, Deng did consider the overall political atmosphere and the views of the other key leaders. He was authoritarian and bold, but in fact, he was constrained by the overall atmosphere among the Politburo members. In 1980s, the Politburo consisted of a top 20 five-party officials and two alternates. The inner core, this powerful standing committee, included 7 members. It was understood that the younger staff of the Politburo were potential candidates for the membership of the standing committees, and the members of the standing committee would be chosen from among the Politburo members. The standing committee in the early 1980s consisted of Deng, Chen Yan, Li Ziyan, Marshal Yi, Hu Yongfeng, Hu Yo-gong and Zhang Jing. The elderly Marshal Yi took little part in the actual work. Chen Yun and Li Zinswen expressed their views on major issues, but the daily party decision making was largely in the hands of the Dengs, Zhu Wongbong and Zhong this one. Each member of the standing committees was selected in a group of the Politburo members and an officer director. Mishu, sometimes translated as a secretary, located at the secretariat, whose collective material drafted papers, processed documents, and served as a liaison between the standing committees and the office of the other officials. Despite differences of view under Deng, and the Politburo was a relatively disciplined organization that responded to his directions. When Hua Guanfen was in charge as the chairman of the party, he held regular meetings of the standing committees of the Politburo, but Deng rarely called standing committee meetings. When Zhou once asked why, Deng replied, "What would two deaf people, Deng and Chen Yun, talk about?" Deng aimed to have a clear assignment of the responsibilities. Deng well understood that that to gain control over the levels of the people, it would be easier to start with a fresh organization structure than to send one or two leading official to an old organization that did not match his policies. After the secretary Secretariat was established. It became an entirely new organization over which Deng achieved a clear control. Deng located his new nerve centers for the top party leadership just inside the north gate of the Zhongnanhei to put his own appointee Wu Wangbang in charge to lead the daily work of the party. Politburo members had offices at the secretaries and held their regular meetings there. Unlike the Communist Party General Office, a larger administrative unit responsible for drafting and distributing documents and handling communications among party units in Beijing and provinces. The much smaller the handling communications, a much smaller party secretaries which serve only the highest officials work like in a party cabinet. Hu Yangbang chaired the secretariat meetings, although Hu also chaired the Politburo and standing committee meetings. After Deng formed his own administration, the standing committee rarely met and Politburo met less than one once. Although Zhuan Zhenyang is the premier who sat in on the secretariat meetings, then Jin Yun, then this one Marshal Yi did not personally attend them. Instead, their office directors went in their places. Each office director had a deep understanding of the views of the person he represented, and as a group of those offices directors could have frank exchange, insulted from awkward problems or tension that might have arisen among the leaders themselves due to concerns about the rank, power, of the need to save face. Deng's perspective helped shape the consensus, but ordinarily, he did not express a final decision until the issue had been weighted through the secretariat. Once a consensus had been reached on important issues, documents were drawn up and circulated to the standing committee's members, who would draw a circle to indicate approval or jot some brief comments, in which case the documents would be sent back to secretaries for another round of drafting. In the end, Deng would figuratively slap the table to signify approval of the decision or the final wording of the document. Several high officials, mostly just below the political levels, were assigned to party secretaries and the secretaries, and they all had a managerial authority. Politburo members in this party secretaries were placed in charge of a leading small group that was responsible for coordinating work in certain areas. Peng Zhen, for example, led the leading small group on political and legal affairs, where Wang Li headed the leading group on agriculture, Song Zhengguang on personal issues, Zhu, this one on large industrial and transportation projects, Yang Xinzu on militaries, Hu, this one's on party histories and ideologies, and Yua Yanling on economic planning, Wang Zhenzheng on propaganda, Fang Wei on science and technology, Gu Min on foreign trade and investments, and Peng Gong's on work on the Yangtze Delta area surrounding around Shanghai. Other top leaders sometimes disagreed with Deng's decisions and occasionally were upset by his failure to consult with them. Early on, Deng had to contend with the views of the Chenyans, who understood the economy better than Deng and who, in his opinion, carried great authority with the other leaders. In a military field, once Marshal Yi stepped aside, Deng did not feel inhabited by anyone else's opinion on military and foreign policy. Deng, confident of his own views based on his decades of experience, rarely yielded to others, though he relied on experts for the details and drafting of the documents. Even when other leaders disagreed with the decision Deng made, they exceeded party disciplines and did not express contrary views in the public. Deng could engage in relaxed conversations with his office directors Wang Runlin, but his relation with the Hu Yongbang and Zhou remained more formal, and he really saw them alone. They had a considerable freedom to run. Their offices as they saw fit. Deng learned that the views through the written documents they forwarded to him, supplemented by comments from the Wang Rulings. Deng did occasionally meet informally with senior veterans closer to his own age, like Yang Sangkunst, Wang Zhenst, and Bo Yogo, all of whom he had known for several decades. The high degree of personal trust among his small group of confidants enabled Deng to get more confidential estimates of the prevailing political atmosphere and personal issues. Deng had an especially close relation with the young Shangkunst, was also from Sichuan and had been in charge of the party general office when Deng was general secretary. Yang served as Deng's trusted go-between in dealing with the militaries. Deng also maintained less formal relation with his personal speechwriters and documents drafters, especially Hu Yongminst and Deng, this ones whom he enjoyed an easier give and take than Hu Yobong or this ones, being devoted considerable time to preparation for the party annual party prelims for the help forge a common perspective among the more than 200 regular members of the central committees and over the 100 alternate members. He gave even more time to the preparation of the party congresses held every 5 years for the help forge a consensus among the even greater numbers of the delegates who planned for a longer time periods. For the planning of such major meetings, then did work with Hu Yongbong and so this one would lay out his agenda for major issues to be covered, then allowed them to work with Hu this one's and others in overseeing the drafting of the documents and speeches. For Deng's major speeches, even after delivery, there was usually another round of editing to tailor his speech to for the long-term historical records and to include them in the selected works. Okay, selected work means those a book or something which is kept as historical evidence, not someone has written, but someone when they made a speech and all this. I think it's like a collection. Like other top officials, Deng generally spend a few weeks during the coldest months of January and February visiting warmer climates. During the summer too, he would go to coastal Beadals, okay, where top level officials gathered for relaxations and informal conversation. But for Deng, those vacations were of course also opportunities to deal with the party business. In 1984, for example, he spent his winter vacation in Guangdong and Fujian, the site of experimental zones, to affirm their achievement and declare them model for coastal developments. And in 1988, 1991, and 1992, Deng visited among other places, Shanghai, where he promoted plans for speeding up the city's development in his advantage. His advanced age, Deng found several ways to conserve his strength. He conducted most business through written documents, avoiding taxing meetings. Most of his phone calls were handled by the Wang Runnians. Deng required no oral briefing before meeting with the foreign dignitaries, though although his staff would see that he knew about some of the latest activities of the visits. If not meeting with this ones, Deng usually ate meal at homes with his families. After supper, he generally relaxed and watched TV with his children. He closely followed the news, but he also took an interest in sports, and once or twice a week he invited in people for dinners and bridge. But he did not engage in much idle conversations with his bridge partners or even with his family. Deng had a well-earned reputation even within his family for not being very talkative. Especially in his later years, Deng managed to conserve his strength so that he met outsiders. And when they found him alert, lively, dense, even intense. When Deng gave speeches that did not require formal presentations, he could make an organized presentation without notes. Typically, his only note was the topic of the speech and the speech he was addressing. After he turned 80 in 1985, Deng backed away from even giving lengthy speeches that required careful writing, editing, and presentations, with only few exceptions, such as the he talks from 1992. Southern China is this one's journey. His speeches were no longer crafted into long symbolic documents outside his immediate family, who considered him lovable, benign, and furnished. Deng was not an intimate person. His colleague and others had enormous respect for him, but they did not love him as they loved Hu Yongbong, or as someone loved, some loved Yu Zhon Enlai. They knew that in crunch, Deng would do what he thought was best for the country, not necessarily what was good for those who served him. Indeed, some fell in contrast to Zhu Enlai or this one. Deng refused and treated people as useful tools. By never returning to his home village after he left at age 16. Deng made it clear that his personal commitment was went to China as a nation, not to any locality, factions, or friends. Unlike Mao, Deng was not devious, or with the only rare exceptions, vindictive. Underlying saw him as a stern, impatient, demanding, but reasonable taskmaster. He maintained a respectful distance. He was a comrade for the overall cause, not a friend whose loyalty went beyond organization of needs. Mao had mercurial, change of moods, but Deng, as a paramount leader, maintained a steady, demeanor, and consistent approach of governance. Deng's guideline for governing and reinventing China. As a military leader during 12 years of warfare, Deng valued authority and discipline. Later, as a high civilian official participating in governing countries, Deng valued national authority because he knew how difficult it had been for Chinese leaders in century after Opium War to maintain the authority necessary to rule the country. As a leader in 1950s, Deng had experienced the godlike power of Mao Zedong, and he had seen what such authority could achieve. Right? But Deng also saw how difficult it was to accomplish anything when authority dissipates, as it had during the Cultural Revolution. As a preeminent leader, he knew that rules alone would not make people follow it. China was not yet a country in which citizens had internalized a general respect for the laws, in part because they had been seen leaders change law at will. Deng, like his fellow communist leaders, believed that citizens needed to be educated and in school and in lifelong propaganda to understand why they were expected to behave in a certain way, but the education needed to be supplemented by certain awe towards the highest leaders and a vague fear of what might happen to them and their families should they dare to flout that authority. Deng knew he could never inspire the awe that Mao once did, but he was sensitive to what could be done to preserve his own authorities. By the time he had become paramount leader, he was already enjoying personal respect based on his half-century of experience as a party leader. His training by Mao and Zhou in life for possible successorship and his ability to make good decisions for the countries. Until 1981, the image of the Mao had remained so powerful that to maintain his own authority, Deng had to show his reverence for Mao chairman, but by 1981, after Deng had gained acceptance that Mao's main teaching was to seek the true path from facts, and after the resolution on the party history that acknowledges Mao's errors in 1958, Deng could maintain his authority even when he was departing from Mao's views on specific issues. Deng embraced notions of inner party democracy, by which it meant that leaders would listen to constructive opinions to reduce the dangers of making serious errors. But once a decision was made, party members following democratic centralism had to implement it. Deng believed that economic growth would strengthen the authority of the parties, and his personal statutes and his assessment proved correct. When economic growth proceeded rapidly and smoothly, as in 1983 to 84, Deng's authority was almost unsaleable. But when economic problem became serious, such as in the late 1980s, when China suffered rampant inflations, the public became frightened and Deng's stature suffered. Deng never set out any guidelines for how to govern, but if one reads his speeches and consider the comment of his underlings and notes what Deng had actually did, it is possible to summarize some principle that underlie his pattern of rules: speak and act with authority. As a stern military leader for over a decade, Deng had learned to convey an air of commands even when he engaged with innovative conversations. Before a major presentations, he would clear his speeches with other prominently important leaders and with the guidance of orthodoxy, enforcing his confidence that he was speaking with the voice of the party. Once Deng announced a decision, he did not weaken his authority by admitting to errors with foreign guests. Deng could relax, but within party circle, he was cautious about putting his authority online, and when he did, he was decisive. Defend the party. Having seen in Moscow how Nikita Khrushchev's wide-ranging attack on Stalin in 1956 damaged the authority of the party, Deng was determined to maintain respect for the Chinese Communist Party. He remained in criticisms when he judged it. He would undermine his basic respect for the party of his leadership. If critics attracted a large following, he responded even more vigorously. When Deng judged that pace of Western media, such as Western-style democracy, implied serious criticism of the Chinese Communist Party, Deng was prepared to respond firmly to preserve the party's authority. Unlike Mao, Deng did not subject his critics to public humiliation, but he always tough. He was always tough with those whom he judged to be a threat to public orders. He supported the death sentence for Jiang Xing and imprisoned critics like Wing Jing party members too, despite their contribution, were critical to party, like Wang Rongwing. This one expelled from the party and dismissed from the opposition. In the end, he allowed such people to travel abroad, but he prevented most of from returning. Maintain a unified command structure. Deng did not believe that the separations of powers between executive, legal, and judicial branches would work in China. They believed that single unified command structures was much more efficient and effective. China may have had the Rudy, may have the rudiment of separation of power, with the party congress requiring quasi, legislative functions, the secretaries, the effective functions of the central commissions for disciplinary actions, or quasi-judicial functioning, examining the behavior of the party members. But under Deng, the strong line of the authority prevails to keep a firm grip on the military. Deng, like Mao, endeavored to retain personal as well as the party officials over the military. When Hong Kong showed signs of being too close to military leaders, they immediately moved to block his those ties. Even after giving up his official titles, Deng remained chairman of the CMC until November 1989. Throughout his team as a preeminent leader, he worked through his loyal supporters, Yang Song-sin, to guarantee the support of the military top brass. Deng appointed trust in true loyalty his former supporters in the Grand Second Field, this one to keep his position as head of the Beijing Garrison Command. In return, they helped ensure that no distinct dissident groups were considered challenging the authority within the party. Build public support before promoting path-breaking politics. Deng tried to avoid going out on a limb to advocate policy that might arouse the resistance of many officials and general publics. One of his most controversial moves was decollectivizing the countryside. In 1979, Deng did not publicly support decollectivization. He said only that where the peasants were starving, they should be allowed to find a way to survive. A view on even conservative opponents could not easily increasingly easily criticize. Upon receiving report that the starving peasants had dramatically increased productions after they had contracted down to the household, Deng ensured that the success was widely publicized. Only then, in May 1980s, when a substantial numbers of the localities reported success, and there was a widespread public support for the policy of their contracting agriculture production down to the household, Deng declared his own supports, and even when he did so without Okay, without a big public evidence, although he was still careful, to state that the household and responsibility system would be permitted only where the local supported it, and Deng had every reason to expect that the practice would continue to spread rapidly. Avoid taking blame. When Deng's policies proved unpopular or mistaken, subordinates were ordinarily expected to take responsibility, just as Mao's error were blamed on Lin Jun's Jingjing and lower level officials. In a country where discipline at the top still depended on a personal authority, Deng, like many other high party officials, believed that it was sometimes necessary to sacrifice the pawn to ensure continued respect for the king and the throne. Okay, that's a sacrifications. I mean, what is it called? Sacrifice of the pawn. Sacrifice the pawns to ensure continued response. There was some extreme situation when Deng judged it essential to put his own authority on the line to accomplish the task at hand. For example, when attacking Vietnam in 1979, but generally a subordinate leader was expected to shoulder the blame for things that went wrong. Some of the key problems that emerged with subordinates were the questions of who should accept the blame, set short-term policies in light of the long-term goals. Coming to power after 6 decades, during which he had witnessed numerous challenges and changes and leaders, leading a country period of over 2,200 years of history, Deng found it natural to take a long-term perspective on the ups and downs of national powers. Once in power, Deng did not have to face short-term elections and thus could focus on longer-term goals such as quadrupling of GNP between 1980 to 2000 in order to making the country a middle country by the middle of the 20th century. He could also offer Hong Kong and Taiwan the continuation of the separate system for at least a half a century after being observed in China. In making annual and 5-year plan to then place them in a perspective of a longer-term goals, pursue policies that help achieve long-term goals. Once Deng won widespread support for pursuing the four modernizations, he could then win public support for his policies that help realize the goals. Specialists were trained and hired, and older, less trained people were replaced by the younger people who were better out trained. Deng fought it to reduce the bloated bureaucracies, both civil and military, that were sapping resources needed to promote investment in China's modernizations. Reducing the size of the military and civilian bureaucracies took a great deal of Deng's time because of the powerful resistance of those who did not wish to retire. Deng also realized that many new programs had to be introduced step by step. He knew that raising traditional standards, for instance, would make many decades, and that many had to set benchmark for the educational realization of each cost. Aware that the eliminations of state enterprises immediately before new jobs were created could create a massive social and even political problems. Deng decided to postpone eliminating large numbers of the non-competitive state enterprises until more jobs are available, realizing that the forced retirements of the seniors who had fought in the revolution would create a massive protest if he willingly used substantial portion of the limited budget to provide benefits to those who agreed to retire, including power in providing housing, recreation centers, and for some high officials, even continued use of the official caste, and those who difficult transition were complete. He began to establish a regular system with a mandatory retirement age. Then greatly expanded the opportunity for promoting young people to receive better trainings and raised the status of the scholars and allow young intellectuals to return to the urban area of life for the country. He quickly set up training programs to allow some 4.4 million specialists who had been working without proper qualification to receive the supplementary trainings, personal exchange center, establishing and encouraged to obtain the resume of educated persons so as to facilitate their assignments to place where they were most needed. Deng was willing to allow transitional measures, but he kept the long-term goal in mind. In 1981, when Chinese university again began graduating after the classes after the Cultural Revolution, Deng continued the system of government placements of the graduates, whereby university graduates were directed to take particular job in a critical positions. Not until the end of the decades, when the numbers of the graduate increased, did Deng allow some leeway to the graduates to choose their own future employment. Deng did not believe that it was possible in 1978 to foresee which institutions would take. Okay, so I don't know. Is it because of that there was a huge protest in Tiananmen Square in 1989? I don't know. I don't still know what is the main exact cause of it. Deng did not believe that it was possible in 1970 to foresee which institutions would be most suitable for modernized China. So he commissioned a think tank under Zhao Ziyang to study the introduction of fundamentally different system in various localities. If the trial was successful, he encouraged others to see if the same results could be repeated elsewhere. Undercover even the unpleasant routes. Deng believed that it was important to learn how things really were. Having been at the centers of the Great Leap Forwards, the tragedy exacerbated, exacerbated through by the exaggerated reporting. Deng always sought to confirm his information through several channels before deciding if it was true. Even then, he remained skeptical and welcomed opportunities to see things for himself. Deng especially listened to select group of officials like Yang Songkunst and his senior office directors, Wang Rulin, who would report things as they truly were. He also listened carefully to foreigners who relayed their observations on China's. Deng not only avoided overblown language, but also he thought China could achieve in the long run. So he also sought to dampen the unrealistic expectations to local officials and of the public at large about what could be achieved in the short run. In addition, he accepted the advice of the specialist that China should not try to leapfrog into heavy, large industry sectors and instead should concentrate initially on light industry. Be bold, as the Chinese expression goes. Deng was ready to move heavy things as if they were light. Chen Yun, like Liu Bongdin, military commander with whom Deng had worked for 12 years, had a reputation for being very curious, moving light things as they were heavy. Chen Yun considered details, especially in economic matters, far more carefully than Deng did. But in Deng's view, generals who insist on gathering all information about the enemy before they go into battle will sometimes lose their chances. Right? Deng did spend a great deal of time analyzing the the potential consequence of his decision. But on important issues, he was often ready to push ahead boldly, even when all the facts were unknown. Before all the facts were known, push, consolidate, and push again. Deng believed that on issues where he encountered serious resistance, the most effective approach was to exert some frequent pressures, then wait for time things to consolidate, and then push again. In easing aside of example, Deng applied pressures in several stages, allowing the others to adjust before he pushed again. During the early 1980s too, he believed that it was not yet time to restore normal relationship with the Soviet Union, but he made all the small advances in directions and waited till the Soviets were overextended and thus willing to normalize the relationship with China's terms. Strength, unity, and minimized division. The China Deng inherited was suffering from a deep internal strife, the destruction of the landlord families in the late 1940s and early 1950s, and the frequent vicious political campaign culminating in the Cultural Revolution left many "I leave, you die" enmity. Moreover, the struggle had taken place within the individual village or work units, which meant that the victims or the children of the victims would often work side by side with their former assailants. One of the most fundamental issues they faced on assuming office was how to dampen the passions of the families and friends of the victims who were looking for opportunities to settle accounts. He frequently used the bully pulpit to encourage people to let bygones be bygones and to get on with their work. He also frequently used the phrase, "Let's avoid quarrels." He sidesteps many contentious issues by saying that solution to difficult problem could be left to the next generations, who would be smartest and thus better able to solve them. He also fully supported Hu Yongfeng's efforts to undo the damages done during the Cultural Revolution by restoring the victims' honor or compensating those who had suffered material losses. Avoid publicizing past grievance. Deng directed that the Cultural Revolution should be discussed publicly in general terms, but that one should not go over details that would highlight personal wounds and expose and quite likely revive old enemies. Those officials who had been wrongly criticized during the Cultural Revolutions were rehabilitated, but then advised bringing them back without fanfare or so to avoid stirring up old quarrels. Sidestep conservative resistance through experimentation. Many conservative party leaders feared the formation of capitalist enterprises, but when the young people who had been forcibly sent to the countryside under Mao's began streaming back into the cities, Deng and other officials became out concerned that if they couldn't find a job, massive social unrest would result. Due to current budget shortfall, the government could not afford to expand employment in state enterprises. Thus, in order to avoid massive unemployment, families were allowed to form a household enterprises in which the entrepreneur himself worked. Marx's statement in Das Kapital about a capitalist with 8 employees exploiting his worker was interpreted to mean that the working entrepreneurs who employed no more than 7 others were not capitalists. Household enterprises sprouted like bamboo shoots after the spring rains. Then, with Chen Yun consent, said, "Let's see how it goes." At first, entrepreneurs were cautious about hiring more than 7 workers, but as they observed, government took no actions. Others successfully followed suit. Then did not argue with them. They simply cited simple stunt, flower seed. The very popular toasted on sunflower produced by an illiterate farmer and his employees in Anhui. If you put the simplest ton with his flower states of out of business, it will make people anxious and they won't do any good. If we let him go on selling his seeds for a while, will that hurt socialism? With his clever explanations of why China should try to experiment with individual households and well-timed shrug at the conservative, Deng's ingenuity avoided an ideological battle, encouraged more employment, and permitted larger private enterprises. Used aphorism, right? So what is aphorism? I've seen it. Aphorism meaning? Aphorism. Aphorism. A short phrase that expresses in a clever way that something is true. A short phrase, okay? Aphorism. An aphorism is a short, memorable saying that states a general truth or a piece of wisdom about life. It takes the complex ideas and expresses it in a simple way. Action speaks louder than words. What you do is more important than what you say. Honesty is the best policy. All that glitters is not gold. Okay, so it's basically like a small quote, thought for the day. Aphorism versus quote versus proverb. The primary differences between aphorism and a proverb lies in the origin intent. A proverb is an anonymous piece of traditional folk wisdom used to offer a practical advice, and aphorism is an original philosophical observation about a life that is attributed to a specific writer's thinkers. Oh, the proverb means there's no. Does proverb have no writer or any of those things? Most single line proverb like haste makes waste are popular saying pressed terms orderly without they have no single authors. However, the biblical proverb is in use aphorisms to explain complex controversial issues. Once Deng had made a basic policy decision, he would explain it by using popular aphorism. This shrewd but folksy touch not only made it difficult to disagree with the policy but made Deng himself seem personable. It was not it was not the first high-level party leaders to use the aphorism that came to be associated with his name, but he made wide use of the cat theory. It doesn't matter if the cat is black or white as long as it catches the mouse. It was a creative way of winning further support for diminishing the importance of mouse ideology. It suggested that doing what worked was more important than following a particular ideology. If Deng had simply said ideologies are important, he would have provoked enormous controversy, but his cat theory made principle simple, people simple. In fact, some entrepreneurs even made and sold decorations with the cat themes. Another saying, some people can get rich fast, help lower the expectations of many who hope to get rich quickly after the reforms, and help disarm those who might feel envious of those who prospered before the benefit of the reform had anyone rich. It was also a promise that after some people became rich, the government would keep working to spread the wealth. Grouping for stones while across the rivers was a creative way of encouraging experimentations and acknowledging that in all situations that they should not expect that all policies would work well. Man make balanced presentations that explain underlying principles. Following well-established party practice and major policy documents, Deng aimed to present his program as a sound middle course, often criticized extremists, some both leftist and rightist, both feudalistic and bourgeois thinking. In addition, when presenting major policies to the public, Deng found it more effective to provide an explanation rather than to issue a direct order. To talk of the general situation of the long-range goals that required actions, avoid factionalisms, and select competent officials. Some lower level official believed that it was safer to choose as work associates, people with whom they shared special connections, such as the same backgrounds, locality, or education levels. Among the Beijing elites at the time, three kinds of people were said to form easy relationship with one another. First, those who had served as an official in the Communist Youth League. Princeling, that is children of high communist officials who attended the same schools, and those who had served as a mishu office directors were high officials. Deng, however, was prepared to work with all three kinds of people if they were competent, dedicated high-level officials and did not promote factional activities. He encouraged others to do the same, study and shape the atmosphere. Deng, as the paramount leader, enjoyed a considerable flexibility in choosing policies, but even he was constrained by political atmosphere among the highest level officials in Beijing. When Deng moved boldly, he wanted to ensure that other high officials would fully support him. Within limits, of course, Deng could help shape the mood through his speeches, his actions, and people whom he supported. But even when he spoke, he usually advocated broad general principle rather than specific details. Highest level officials, those in the Politburo, knew not enough about the national issues that they developed their own views about what was described as rightable or at least acceptable. On big issues, therefore, like handling of the Mao's reputations and rural and urban decollectivizations, departure from the economic planning, and allowing foreigners to travel freely within China and avoided moving before he sensed that political climates would be fully supportive. In keeping with democratic centralism, everyone, including high level official, was expected to express strong support for current policies and current leaders. It was not always easy, therefore, even for high level officials to discuss and to discern when other developed serious doubts about current policies and leaders, and became convinced that the changes were needed as they were in line late 1970s with respect to Hua Confing's Chinese policies, because contrary to opinion, important issues of the policy were not voiced openly by the high-level officials. Each province maintained an office in Beijing with officials who tried to discern signs of the possible changes of the policy to sense what certain actions the provinces was considering would be considered correct or at least tolerable to tolerate it. To understand the most, even Deng needed to rely not only on his own seasoned judgment acquired from reading all the papers that came to him, but also on listening to the small numbers of the people who dared to speak unpleasant truths to him, like Ten Lei Queens, Shang Shaguns, Yuang, this, and his own children. What altered the atmosphere at the highest level remained complex and subtle, for it was based on tacit understanding rather than direct open discussions. Perhaps nothing was more critical in shaping changes in the high level atmosphere than whether or not to given a policy, strategy, or leader was producing a result. If something was working, the policy or that person gathered support. If something was failing, however, people began to move away and to shun the failure. When economic results became in forward toward the end of the each year, for example, they affected the evaluation of a current economic policy, and of an official responsible for the policy, most high official approved of trying experiments in certain localities, and when an experiment demonstrates success, Deng and others felt free to push for its adoption on a broader scale. To be sure, views about how successful policies had been and what might work in the future were colored by the varying lenses of different officials, some more conservatives and more liberals and cosmopolitans. Deng made an effort to maintain the support or at least the acceptance of substantial minority as well as the majority on the East issues where he sensed strong opposition. Even from a small but influential minority, he would seek to find ways to win their cooperation, or at least their passive acceptance before undertaking a major initiative. Otherwise, he might postpone taking a firm stand until the climate became more favorable. Ultimately, democratic journalism requires that everyone jump on the bandwagons to endorse a political policy with the policies they considered appropriate. People were ready to sign up because they knew that if they failed to join quickly, they might suffer the consequence. But then, being a successful leader meant not just determining the correct strategic direction for the long run, but also knowing how to shape the atmosphere and how to time his bold steps so that they occurred when other officials and the public were ready to jump on board. Chapter number 14. Experiments in Guangdong and Fujian, 1979 to 84. On November 11, 1977, Deng Xiaoping in Guangdong for discussion to plan for a central military commission meeting in Beijing was briefed on the problems of a young man trying to escape across the border from China into Hong Kong. Tens of thousands of youth were risking their lives each year by attempting to run or swim across the border. Until that point, Beijing had regarded all the problem as security issues. A barbed wire fence was maintained all along the 20-mile land borders, and thousands of police and troops were assigned to patrol the area. When Chinese youth were caught trying to escape, they were housed in large detention centers. After hearing the briefing, Deng characteristically forthright in acknowledging unpleasant realities and said that the problem could not be solved by the police or the army. The problems, he said, had risen from the disparity of living standard on the two sides of the borders. To solve it, China needed to change its policy and improve the lives of the people living in the Chinese sites. During Deng's meeting in Guangdong, local officials also complicated experiments. Experiments in Guangdong. Guangdong. I think it's a Chinese city. Official complained about the shortage of foreign currency, which was needed. Okay, just wait. I'll just search which area is Guangdong. Okay, it's a Chinese provinces. Okay, map. Guangdong map. Guangdong. Okay, so Guangdong and Hong Kong. China map. Where is Hong Kong? Okay, so Hong Kong is that small. Okay, Guangdong. Understood. And which needed to pay for the foreign technology and to underwrite a construction project. Deng supported the view that no currency that to earn foreign currency, they should establish two agricultural location near one in Perth in country, later as a part of a Shenzhen. Okay, now it has successfully become a Shenzhen, right? That is the electronic city, and near the border with the Hong Kong, and one in the Zhuzhai next to the border with the Macau, to collect fresh fruits and vegetables to be exported across the borders. Aware that local areas had only limited agriculture surpluses, he said that the other provinces could help supply the produce for the export. He also said that the Guangdong should build more and modern hotels and other tourist facilities to earn additional foreign currency. At the time, some local officials were trying to revive local handicrafts, but Deng did not mention the prospect for industrial exports. There were then almost no factories producing goods for export and no immediate prospect that foreign companies would be allowed to build them. Foreign investments were also not yet allowed. After Deng's visits, the Beijing interest in Guangdong picked up as the government began to consider purchasing foreign technologies. The official focus on the shortage of the foreign currency. Informed planners already knew that the failure to find new oil field had ended their hopes of exporting high-priced oil after the 1973 oil shock. From 10th of April to May 6, 1978, the full supports of the Chinese Chairman Guang Gongping, a delegation from the State Planning Commission in Beijing visited Guangdong to explore how to increase export. Beijing officials under the leadership of the Guamo encouraged local officials in Guangdong and neighboring provinces of the Fujian to develop their tourist industry. They also suggested establishing export processing zones where foreign goods and agriculture would be brought in and the local labor would produce goods for export. In April 1978, just as the State Planning Commission delegation was in Guangdong to encourage local initiative, Xing, this once newly appointed as a provincial party secretary, and arrived in Guangdong to help prepare for the China's greatest openness to the international economy. Before Xing left Beijing, Marshal Yi, a Guangdong native and enthusiastic supporter of the Guangdong development, had told Xing that to get wholehearted cooperation from the people of the Guangdong, who were overwhelmingly Cantonese at home and abroad, he should first reverse the verdicts on the Guangdong officials who had been accused of localisms in the early 1950s. By the end of the 1978s, Zi Yongzong had replaced General Wei Kongdis as secretary of the province and also was following Marshal Yi's suggestion. In the meantime, Yang Zhongting had arrived in Guangdong as a provincial party secretary to help Zi Zhongxing to transform the provinces. Yang worked well with Zi, assisting his preparation for the export zones and serving as the personal liaison to Deng. When Zi Yongzong first arrived in Guangdong, he had a great deal to learn. Newly appointed after being under a political cloud, Zi began by following the official political line of the times, that is, pursuing class struggles. In one of his meetings with the local officials, he expressed Beijing's official line: the Chinese fleeing to Hong Kong were pursuing a bourgeois line and should be punished. A brave local party secretary spoke up, telling Zi that the people on the Guangdong side of her border worked day and night, still did not have enough to eat, but after fleeing to Hong Kong within a year, they had all they needed. Okay. On the spot, Zine announced that the official was fired, to which the man retorted that there was no need. He already quit. After the meeting, Zi listened to others explain the situation. They also told him about Deng's approach while visiting Guangdong. The previous November, the next day at the meeting with the other officials, Zi undertook self-criticism as own initiative, and he apologized to the local officials, asked him to stay online, and pledged to work to enrich the economy of the Chinese world. So from that, then they became a great supporters of the provinces and worked tirelessly to enlist Beijing's help in improving the local economy and boosting export. Zi, this one was originally from Shaanxi's provinces. After he retired in 1989, he chose to live in Guangdong. His son saying, "Oh, now his son will later become the next president. Right now, who is the current Xi Jinping." Was originally from Shanghai provinces, but after he retired in 1989, he chooses to live in Guangdong. His son, Xi Jinping, born in 1953, was selected in 2011 to become the president of the China beginning in 2012. For more on this one, see keep on this one. Upon his return to Guangdong from participating in the third plenum in December 1978, in which Deng became the preeminent leader, Zi Zongren briefed local officials on the implications of new policies of the reforms and opening for the Guangdong. For 3 decades, local officials had been frustrated that Beijing concerns about the Guangdong localisms, the bourgeois attitudes, and security risk and location that was so close to the open seas and the border with Hong Kong. He had held back Guangdong's industrial developments. Now, at last, Beijing, eager to promote exports, was willing to give Guangdong officials the opportunity for which they had been waiting, the chance to develop their own industry. On January 6, 1979, scarcely 2 weeks after the third plenum, Xi was given the green light by Beijing to prepare a proposal seeking Beijing's formal permission to Guangdong to accept foreign investments. Unlike Deng's suggestion of the November 1977, which called for agriculture producers for this one, the proposal was to establishment of the manufacturing facility that would make industrial product for this one. Xi Yongzong immediately convened a 2-week-long meeting to prepare for the drafting of the proposals. Fujian's provinces across from Taiwan was to be given the same status as Guangdong's, but since Taiwan at the time did not allow trade with the mainlands, Guangdong would take the lead, with the understanding that Fujians would later develop its export industries in similar way. As Zi Yongzun and local officials began preparing proposals, Guamo was made director of the newly created ministerial rank Special Economic Zones Office and was assigned to coordinate between the Guangdong and Beijing. In his new positions, Guamo made several trips to Guangdong to assist Xi Zongzhu, another local official and preparing for Guangdong's special status. Guang's familiarity with the foreign presence consumption and the respect he enjoyed in Beijing, his commitments to reform, opening, and his skill in solving problems made him an effective go-betweens. On January 31, 1979, scarcely a month after the third plenum, Li this once approved for the first case of foreign investments a proposal by the Hong Kong Merchant Steamship Group headed by the Guangdians to meet the strong demand in Hong Kong for scrap metal for its booming construction projects. Yuan Gin proposed destroying old Chinese ships that were no longer, serviceable and selling the scrap to Hong Kong builders. For years, he had been seeking a site for such a project. Hong Kong was too crowded, so he proposed a site in Xianghua and the west end of the Shenzhen to Bao's country. Yuan Zhen's proposal was the perfect trial balloon for Guangdong's new initiative. Since the reduction of the old ship did not require the reductions of new factors, work could begin almost immediately. Even more important, through the official, his company was considered a foreign. Yuan himself had joined the Communist Party decades earlier, and he had a deep experience in Guangdong and Beijing, originally from the Boss country, part of which later became Shenzhen. Yuan had fought the Tibetan local communities' guerrilla forces during the civil war after 1914. He worked in the International Relations Department of the Communist Party in Beijing, and later headed international liaisons of work for the Ministry of the Communication. Hong Kong Merchant Steamship Group descended from a late imperial government's company that had been taken over by the communists and had been replaced under the Ministry of the Communication with an autonomous branch company in Hong Kong, which Yuan Geng now headed. Yuan Geng's proposal, which Lin was forwarded to Li from the Ministry of Communication. Then under Ministry, Zheng Zisons, also Gao's a native who had been Yuan Gong's superior in guerrilla forces during the World War II, and later he is a superior in the Ministry of Communication. Yuan Jing has asked for a relatively small factor of the land in this one, at southwest of the Shenzhen, but this one offered a much larger one, where Yuan's business could do more than simply tear down old ships. Shikwai thus became the first place in China to allow foreign direct investments, and the first area where decisions about the China company inside the China would be made by people located inside the country. For Chinese leaders, it is a very special case of foreign ownership, but it was a breakthrough nonetheless. It opened the door for the other foreign companies to seek permission to establish enterprise in the mainland. And although there were some rumblings among national planning officials who worried that granting so many freedoms to Guangdong would interfere with the overall national plans, the Guangdong official won out with their arguments to establish more freedoms. They could not attract foreign companies to establish plans. In early 1979 April, Xi Zhongzong at a party conference, in Beijing, argued that Guangdong and other provinces as well did not have enough autonomy to do their work effectively. He was bold enough to say that if Guangdong was a separate country, then within several years it would take off. But as it stood at the time, many changes would be difficult. Other high officials were fully aware that China's economic planning had become overly centralized. Huang Wenfeng, who like Deng supported granting Guangdong a more independence to develop exports, and assured Xi the Guangdong would be given the autonomy necessary to attract foreign investments. On April 17, 1979, Xi Zongzing and his team of leaders from the Guangdong brought their draft proposal to Beijing for a round of discussions with Deng Xiaoping and other before the final documents were drawn up. Xi and his colleague, drawing an advice from the Guomu, proposed that the entire provinces be allowed to implement a special policy that would give Guangdong the flexibility to adopt measures to attract foreign capitalists, technology, and management practices necessary to produce goods from the export. China would supply the land, transport facilities, electricity, and labor needed by the factories, as well as the hotel, restaurant, housing, and other facilities needed by the foreigners. Beyond the general efforts to assist the province of the Guangdong and this one, additional efforts supported by the central government in Beijing. Would be concerns concentrated in three special economic zones in Guangdong: Shenzhen across the border from the Hong Kong, Zhuozhou across the border from the Macau, and Shantou on the northeast coast of the provinces and the Onwan Fujians. Deng was completely supportive. He told Xi let's call them special zone, and since in the past the border region in the Shanxi will call as special zones. The party center has no money, so we will give you a policy that all allows you to charge a heads and cut through your own official difficult loads. In saying this, Deng was responding directly to the appeal that the Guangdong delegation had made Beijing. If you don't give us Quinn money, then how about give us the Quan authority to raise our funds, Quinn and Quan. Okay, in his talk with Deng agreed that both Guangdong and Fujian would be given flexibility to attract investment from the ethnic Chinese now, and outside mainland China, whose ancestors hail from those areas. On July 15, the Guangdong proposal was accepted and became Central Committee Document Number 50, granting Guangdong and Fujian a special policy with the flexible measures to attract foreign investment. The zones were called special districts, as Deng had suggested. These four special were officially established on August 26, 1979. Considering the complexities of the national plans and the resistance of planning officials, it is tribute to the determination of Deng Xiaoping, Hua Yongping, Gomo, Xi, and other officials that the arrangement was completely only 7 months after the third plenum. Deng's experiments and its enemies. For 2 decades, China had been collecting materials about the export processing zone that had already been established in some 80 countries. China had been collecting material about the export processing. There had been a design to get around complex import and export rules by establishing zones where material needed for productions would come in, where local low-cost labor would produce goods that would then be exported without going through any of the usual formal export-import procedures. In China, until 1978, all efforts to establish export processing zone failed to receive the necessary political support. Beginning in 1979, the areas in Guangdong near the border with Hong Kong in effect became processing zones. But Deng had a broader visions broader visions for the special economics or special zones in Guangdong stand for fusions that merely exporting export processing. He sought to build a comprehensive metropolitan centers complete with industry, commerce, agriculture, livestock, residential, housing, and today's out industry. The zone would be given the flexibility to experiment with different ways of doing things. Modern management system would not only improve Chinese enterprises but also could be adopted by governments and the party units so that they could become more efficient. Circular response issued by the party centers and the state council explained that the four special zones would carry on a system and policy that are different from the other places. The special economic zones would be regulated primarily by the markets. Then could not have gotten the support to introduce such changes. Such changes for the entire countries, but it was far harder for conservatives to oppose experiments. For the idea of trying an experiment on one localities and extending what worked had become part of the party's conventional wisdoms. Industrial management reforms were being tried, for example, in Sichuan, Jiangsu, and this one, but in Guangdong and fusions, they allowed foreign companies to use their own labor and management system. Experiments that went far beyond those attempted elsewhere. In Sichuan, experiments and voting were tried long before village elections were held elsewhere. No place for a more laboratory than Guangdong. Special economics of Deng encouraged to experiment with the markets, industry, construction, labor, finance, foreign currency. Because Guangdong was at the cutting edge, it became the target for opponents who worried that China would become capitalist, that foreign imperialists were returning, and that the socialist planning system would be destroyed. It also became target of the province in the inner China that opposed the flaws of the resources to the coast. Westerners and even some Chinese circles claim that Deng was experimenting with the capitalism without using the name, but that is how Deng saw it. He was determined to expand markets, and he personally had no ideological objection to private enterprises. He accepted competition as the driving force in commerce, but he aimed as well as to keep the Chinese Communist Party firmly in control, to constrain the market, to ensure that they served public purposes, to prevent capitalists from dominating Chinese politics, to retain public ownership of the lands, to keep a large role for state-owned enterprises, and to maintain state economic planning. Deng said that the China would not be capitalist money, but he would not flow into his pockets of this ones. Even leaders too young even leaders too young to remember foreign imperialists, but had to learn about them from party propaganda, were frightened by what powerful foreign capitalists might do. Why should China, after 3 decades free from the foreign imperialism, now invite back the imperialists? Leaders of the state and collective businesses who knew China's kind of money had displaced by the expansion of the foreign businesses during the 1930s, worried that Chinese enterprises could not compete with the better financed and more modern foreign enterprises. Official fear that the Chinese when a foreign capital is experienced in international trade and harbored hidden agendas and would use international laws to trick Chinese businesses and gain monopoly control in China. Deng was careful in the way he presented his ideas to public. He joined in criticisms of those who slavishly imitated foreign systems. He was careful not to imply that foreign culture was superior, and instead express what Chinese could learn in a more limited way. China could study foreign modern management, but the study of the modern management was inclusive enough that ideas and system could in fact be studied on a broad scale without overly upsetting patriots who believe in the superiority by Chinese cultures or the Chinese spirit. The decision to open up Guangdong, Fujian, and other coastal provinces soon led to a fundamental shift in the location of the industrial from the inner China to the coast. From 1966 to 1975, under Mao's policy of the avoiding national security risk near China's borders, over one half of the Chinese investment funds had been spent on a third fronts, bringing goods and people to remote area with their poor infrastructure. After the attack on Vietnam in February 1979, however, Deng believed that the risk of foreign attack was minimal. Chinese planners were well aware that for both industrial and development international trades, the coastal area had all the advantages of convenient transportation, or more developed infrastructure like critical mass and specialized. In the lower cost 1979, 12% of China's export originated in Guangdong, but from the late 1980s, as an export grows to roughly 1/3 or more of Chinese export each year from the Guangdong alone, Deng acknowledged that people in Guangdong and future might well get rich first before the Chinese, but he proclaimed that the areas that got first rich then would help other guests. This one. Beijing officials in Beijing would try to keep an orderly, highly detailed national planning system. Faced a nightmare from Guangdong new flexibility as they tried to keep control over the flow of goods into and out of Guangdong. As Guangdong earned more income from the abroad, it could afford to pay higher prices for the goods, giving incentive to localities in the other provinces to pass on Guangdong some goods needed to fulfill plans in their own provinces. But by one calculation of no fewer than 64 central government units were involved in the decisions to keep Guangdong and Fujian more flexibility. Among the official trying to guide Local adjustments in planning Guangdongs were officials from the state planning commissions, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Finance, the State Construction Commissions, and the Ministry of Goods and Materials. In 1979, Guangdong official persuaded Beijing leaders to agree that provincial agreement with the foreign companies did not require prior permission from the Beijing, even if Guangdong could have to report all such agreements to the centers. Any increase in the quantity of a state goods shipped to Guangdong, however, did require approval by the relevant ministry in Beijing. Because the markets were constantly changing, calculation of different types of taxes eventually became more complicated. That Beijing agreed that Guangdong would make an annual lump sum payments of taxes to ensure that special economic zones not try political experiments. Chen Yu insisted that the term special zones be changed to special economic zones in March 1980s under pressures. Deng approved the name change. Deng reassured his conservative comrades that these are special economic districts, not a special political district. But then did not abandon the idea that zones could conduct a broad experiment with new management techniques. In typical Deng fashion, he accepted the name change and avoided arguments. But he in fact barged ahead. She did not stop Guangdong from continuing the broad experiment. China's Southern Gate. Okay, Southern Gate. Okay, so that is Hong Kong, Macau, and Shenzhen, all those, right? One possible site for a special zone was came Shanghai, right? Okay, one possible site for a special economic zone was Shanghai, a city that in the 1930s was bustling with enterprise and some 300,000 foreigners, making it the most cosmopolitan cities in Asia. It was then the leading center of the Asian banking and commerce for ahead of Hong Kong, and is an Asian industrial centers to a commerce for ahead of the Hong Kong, and is an Asian industrial centers to only a few Japanese cities surpassed it. By 1978, Chinese planners worried that allowing Shanghai to become an experimental zone was too risky. It was major industrial centers and contributed more revenue to the national budget than any other locality. So it would be disastrous for China if Shanghai Industries' revenue stream were to be adversely affected. Chen Yu, native of Shanghai, our area worried that the comprador's mentality of bending to the will of the foreigners remained alive and well in Shanghai. He opposed making Shanghai an experimental area, and his view carried the stay. Guangdong and Fusions, unlike Shanghai, had very little industry that could be at the risk if their experiments went awry. Because the coastal area near Southeast Asia and Hong Kong had been considered a security risk in the decades after 1949. Before 1970, Beijing had limited their industrial and commercial developments. In addition, if the contact with the foreign capitalists were to cause spiritual pollution, the two provinces were far enough away as to insulate the party centers in Beijing. And above all, the Chinese immigrants who had settled in Southeast Asia and elsewhere overwhelmingly had come from Guangdong and Fusions and spoke the local dialects. Many still maintained close personal relation with the areas, and some could be prevailed upon to help with the funding for the new ventures. When Deng visited Japan in October 1978, he joked that he had come looking for the magic potions to modernize China. If there were a single magic position for potion for Chinese economic takeoff, it was Hong Kong. Roughly 2/3 of the direct investment in China between 1979 to 1945 came from the Hong Kong, or at least through the southern gates between Hong Kong and mainland China. Beijing sought investment from overseas Chinese who lived in Southeast Asia, the United States, and elsewhere, but even more from the brethren. That means Tong Pa, literally those who from the same womb. Those living in territories claimed by the China, Taiwan, Macau, and this one's Hong Kong. At the time, not counting Taiwan, official estimated that some 8.2 million descendants of Guangdong natives and some 5 million descendants of Fujian native lived outside mainland. As the two provinces sought investment funds, these descendants would primarily get a target for money raising efforts. Although investments from elsewhere will be welcome, those returning to China visited in the year after 1978 overwhelmingly came through the southern gates to their ancestral home in Guangdong and Fusions. At the time, there was no direct trade between Taiwan and the mainland, and it would become almost a decade before Taiwan would allow its residential to travel there. Once Deng allowed Guangdong to open its doors, Hong Kong became a source of investment capital, entrepreneurial dynamism, and knowledge about the outside world. Hong Kong was full of entrepreneurs, including tens of thousands who fled there after 1948, when the Chinese communist and armies began taking over the mainland. 1949 until Hong Kong had remained a trading center linking China and the outside world, and its economic suffered greatly when the border to China was closed after the communist takeover. When the communists took over China, some industrialists from Shanghai and Ningbo fled to Hong Kong, where they helped build up the Hong Kong textile industries and global shipping sectors. By the 1960s, Hong Kong was becoming a leading international financial center, and in the 1970s, talent youth who spent the early years in Hong Kong and then gone abroad to study in England, United States, Canada, and Australia began returning to the colony with a sophisticated understanding of the modern finance, highly technologies, and international markets. Hong Kong in the late 1970s was thus offered to China, something that the Soviet sorely lacked, and a treasures trove of entrepreneurs thoroughly knowledgeable about the latest developments in the West, who shared the same language and culture as their motherlands and stood ready to help. In the early years of the Deng reform, the door between Hong Kong and China was opened only partially, and passed through the gates did not always proceed smoothly. Border checks continued, and for a long time now, most Chinese residents had difficulty securing visas to cross the borders. Many people in Hong Kong who had escaped illegally to Hong Kong, or who had left behind relatives on the mainland who had suffered miserably under the communist regime, were simply not prepared to pass through the gates. The social differences that had grown between the mainland and rapidly changing Hong Kong in the 3 decades after 1949 were not easy to bridge. In the early 1980s, Hong Kong business people, speaking among themselves, would pass on stories of the country bumpkins on the Chinese sides of the gates, who lived poor, simple lives and knew little about the ways of the modern world. Meanwhile, those in Guangdong's and regions who had met relatives or fellow villagers visiting from the Hong Kong resented their superior heirs and the power that flowed through from the veil, given that the poorer mainland cousins had remained in the motherlands, where they had suffered and sacrificed. Even the mainland Chinese officials, who then were living not far above subsistence levels, were wary of the proud, well-dressed Hong Kong business people with their efficient staff, modern equipment, and global connections. Yet many Hong Kong entrepreneurs remained eager to help their homeland and to take advantage of the nearly limitless Chinese market. Within 2 or 3 years, the trickle of the people, truck, and the funds passing through the modern gates became a steady stream and then a flood. So during Deng's era, mainland officials and Guangdong's and fusionists, especially in special economic zones, learned valuable lessons from the cosmopolitan Hong Kong, from the increasingly open television shows, newspaper, personal contacts, and from the factories, hotels, restaurants, and stores that they built in Guangdong's. On the streets of the Guangdong in early 1980s, one could distinguish by appearance and manners the stylish, well-dressed people who came from Hong Kong or elsewhere, from the rustic people who had grown up on the mainlands. But these differences gradually began to disappear, and by the end of Deng's era in 1992, many mainlanders and southern Guangdongs were indistinguishable from the residents who had come from the Hong Kong. From 1978 through the early 1980s, the communist organization in Hong Kong, such as the News Chinese Agency, Xinhua, the Bank of China, the China Resources, the trade unions, the patriotic schools, and the patriotic business people played a crucial role in informing mainland officials about the situation in Hong Kong. But by 1983, as Deng Xiaoping began seeing more often Hong Kong business leaders like the shipping magnates VK Parao, the small communities of the mainland representative in Hong Kong had largely completed their historical missions for betweens. The communists working in Hong Kong had not been part of the mainstream, so they lacked the easy access to the Hong Kong elites whose cooperation in Beijing now urgently needed. The Chinese official in Guangdong and Beijing began to bypass the local Hong Kong communist comrades and go instead directly to the Hong Kong mainstream leaders. In 1982, Deng sent to Hong Kong a former provincial party secretaries, this ones to who had directed access to Deng and other high-level leaders in Beijing to be the new heads of the Communist Party representative in Hong Kong, and he was to directly deal with the Hong Kong elite. The opening of the China was timed perfectly for the Hong Kong factory owners and labor-intensive industry. They had begun to lose their ability to compete in the international market because the labor shortage in Hong Kong was then the driving of the wages and costs. The low-cost labor available in other sides of the borders would not only save those owners of the textile, toys, and electronics factories in Hong Kong, but also provided vastly expanded opportunity. The shift happened rapidly, sometimes astonishingly too. So, Hong Kong newspaper reported some cases in which Hong Kong factory workers arrived at the factories in the morning to find that all the production equipments had been removed during the night and taken to village on the other sides of the borders, where a new factory had been established. Hong Kong construction company had that developed advanced building techniques during the Hong Kong construction boom in 1960s, 70s, suddenly found limitless opportunities on the other side of the border. Foreign business people from the Europe and North America who traveled to the China in 1970s and early 1980s usually entered through Hong Kong, but then took the train to the Guangdong, where they could fly to other destinations. But before they went to China, they were briefed by the Hong Kong business people who would sometimes become either their partners to their representative in China, foreign bidders, and forbidden by the law in their own home countries to pay bribes, could work through the less constrained Hong Kong agents who did what necessary to pave the way for the local Guangdong businesses. Taiwan businesses, people who were prevented in 1980s from trading with the mainland, also worked through Hong Kong partners. The Deng experiment opened the great southern gates between Guangdong and Hong Kong had become a China. The takeoff in Guangdong and fusion. Within 3 decades after Guangdong and fusions were granted a special status. Within 3 decades after Guangdong and this ones were granted special status, Chinese exported multiplied over 100 times, from less than $100 billion per year in 1978 to more than $1 trillion, with more than per year in 19 decades to more than decades, with more than one-third from Guangdong's. 1978 there were virtually no factories in Guangdong's, with the modern assembly lines. Within 3 decades, the visitors to Guangdong would see skyscraper large industrial sites, apartment buildings, world-class hotels, superhighways, and traffic jams. The entire Pearl River deltas are stretching from Guangzhou to Hong Kong was transformed. In the 1980s, towns and villages in the formerly production brigades or commune welcomed small manufacturers first from the Hong Kong and later from the Taiwan and elsewhere to set up factories. By the late 1980s, the entire 104 miles route from the Hong Kong to Guangzhou was lined both sides with the factories. 1979, Shenzhen, just over the border from the Hong Kong, was down over some 20,000 residents. But 2 decades later, the population of Shenzhen city, which now stretched to some of the more former rural areas nearby, sir, and approaching 10 million and still growing rapidly. Although no exact figures are available, it has been estimated that as many as 100 million migrants had flown from into the coastal areas of the Guangdong by the time Deng retired in 1920s. Many later returned to their original homes, but tens of millions of stayed. Zhongxing's and this one's worked to win Beijing's approval for the measures that enabled Guangdong to take off. But the person who was Guangdong's pilot during the critical takeoff in 1980 to 85 was the first party secretary, Zhen Yongxing. He was paired with the governor Ling Dunzong, the former Ministry of the Light Industries, to help Guangdong develop its light industries. After the, I think, yeah, Shenzhen is electronic city. The former minister, after Deng stepped down, just as all people over China thanked Deng for initiating the reform and opening this in Guangdong, thanked this one for his bold leadership. Years later, when President Hu Jintao visited Guangdong, he showed his respect for Ren Zhenzhen, who had retired 2 decades earlier, by paying him personal visits. According to the Circle of January 1982, Guangdong was required to submit to Beijing for approval request for the light industrial project costing over 30 million yuan and heavy industry project costing over 50 million yuan. When criticized by Beijing for exceeding the limits, Ren deftly lodged the accusations, reporting that the project in question was not a single project but several that happened to be located next to each other, each of which fell under the light limit. Ren's subordinates loved his willingness to work around the role for the Guangdong developments and his courage to supporting them. Indeed, Ren once said that his job in Guangdong was that of an electric transformer. Electricity came from Beijing, but he adapted and directed it to the local needs. As Guangdong official put it, Beijing has its policies, but we have our counter policies. Appointed provincial leaders were rarely invited to meet the top leaders before they took up their posts, but Rang Zongqi and Governor Liang Lingguang were invited for a private meeting with Deng as well as with the Huafing, Wang Li, this one, Marshal Li. When he met, Deng told them that their job was to help explore a path for the future. Deng, aware of the passion that the issue of localism had aroused in Guangdong, told this one and his view on how to treat diverse problems from the past. They should not avoid their subject entirely, but instead treat the issue in general ways, avoiding conflicts. Specifics. Deng said that if in their new positions they introduces the proper policies, their work would go smoothly. Deng also told them that he wanted officials in Guangdong's regions to provide guidelines for other localities based on their experiences. When Wang Li met them, he was bold enough to say that if Beijing directives didn't fit the local situation, they should do what was necessary to meet local needs. Because Guangdong was a cutting-edge experiment and vulnerable to being criticized as capitalist, Deng and his staff became a target for those who feared capitalism and did not want to see the Guangdong experiment, which was proving attractive to the provinces, spread to the rest of the country. Official under the Deng was charmed by his wits and impressed by his ability to make sound strategic choices. But what most won the loyalty was this willingness to accept responsibility when criticisms came from Beijing. Even without political pressure from the local officials found it difficult to chart an entirely new courses when they discussing building a road between Guangzhou and Shenzhen. For instance, the official worried about the limited budgets and unable to imagine the rapid growth of the motor vehicles, erred in the side of the cautions and decided to build a two-lane highways. Within the decades, it had to be replaced by an 8-lane expressway. Inexperience and political concerns also played a part in the missteps in one of the most sensitive areas, that is how to deal with the foreign businessmen if they wanted to attract their investments without becoming vulnerable to accusations of being soft on foreign capitalists. Initially, they did not know how to determine reasonable amount of tax compensations, how much local infrastructure support was required, and how it should be priced, and what local products should be marketed abroad. Consequently, many errors were made, with some local dragging their feet and even cheating the outside investors, and some investors, cheating the locals. In addition, new factors went up faster and regulations were promulgated to control them, and the new rules did not always prove workable, as the bolder, more ambitious local leaders stepped out in front of the more cautious bureaucrats. The result not infrequently confirmed the nightmares of the conservative skeptics. And I want to know, which city in China has the highest GDP? I think top. Okay, so first it's Shanghai, the economic and financial champion. At the pinnacle of China's urban economic hierarchy stands Shanghai, the country's largest city, economy, and undisputed financial capital. In 2024, Shanghai GDP approximately reached 5.39 trillion yuans or $757 billion. Okay, that is in 2024. So it must have crossed 800. So 800 means, I think Mumbai is it's 800. Mumbai is 400 something. List of top Chinese cities by GDP. So first is it Shanghai, and so Shanghai GDP. Okay, GDP. Okay, everything is in dollar. Okay, and USD. And first is Shanghai, Beijing, Shenzhen, Chongqing, Guangzhou, Hong Kong, Suzhou, Chengdu, okay, Hangzhou, Wuhan, Nanjing, Ni, okay, all these things. And there's no Lhasa as. Still Lhasa, I think there's no Lhasa, okay, Tangxing, okay, all those things. Okay, there's no Lhasa, Wuhan and all those shit. I mean, you have to learn from China, right? How to make a big. So what I've heard is that in China there is a competition among themselves in terms of the cities that we want to grow more. I mean, if you have a competition like this domestically, then obviously you are bound to grow. Lessons from the experiments in Guangdong and Fujian's local officials learned that to attract foreign factories, they had to set up a one-stop decision centers. Early foreign investors had been frustrated by having to deal with the different government bureaucracies to arrange for electricity, transportation, connection to construction, material, labor supplies, and various permits. But the mid-1980s, the area that were attracting the most foreign companies were those that had been able to reorganize and centralize the decision making so that officials could make all key decisions on one office. Another lessons learned had to do with the much to charge the outside investors. Local governments, initially with a little understanding of how to calculate cost in markets, economy often began by demanding fees that were far too high, too low by global standards. Within several years, they developed a much better sense of prices in foreign markets and began to set prices appropriately because the labor supply from the migrants was virtually unlimited. However, the cost of the labor remained far lower than in more industrialized countries. In addition, official localities that competed for investment funds learned early on that if they did not allow the outside investor to earn what they considered to be reasonable returns on investment, the investor would go elsewhere. And initially, some Chinese officials, hearing of the high price that products brought to insist on selling products to the foreigners at high prices, arguing that the Chinese labor were being exploited by the foreign capitalists. Gradually, however, Chinese officials began to accept the prices in international markets and found that they and their workers could benefit even if their workers earn far less than business people selling their goods overseas. Yet another learning curve had to do with reliability. Of local officials wanted an outside partners who could expand its investments. They had to be reliable. When foreigners wanted assurance that if the problem were to arise, there would be fair resolution, Chinese officials signed contracts and introduced some legal procedures. Local officials found that the Chinese localities that did well over the years were those that honored the agreements. Not surprisingly, foreigners were willing to continue the investment. They found groups of local officials who were reliable and could resolve creatively if necessary. If all the unexpected problems that arose in the wild years of the primitive, unregulated market in China, local managers working in the foreign companies in China also learned how important it was to complete work on the schedule and how to manage the various tasks efficiently. Other managerial staff learned modern accounting, how to prepare spreadsheets, how to calculate cost, and how to use calculators and then computers. Hong Kong architects and construction companies too, which had developed procedures for building skyscrapers during the 1960s and 1970s during the Hong Kong construction booms, began teaching their partners in Guangdong how to organize and administer such projects on mainland. They also brought in modern construction equipments and taught local workers how to operate. Customer services was another sore area sorely in need of developments. Before China's opening and its introduction to the market, Chinese state stores sold a small range of staple goods. The staff in those stores took little interest in customers. They made it clear that they were not stupid as to work hard, then they were compensated so poorly. But when the Hong Kong business people opened the Guangzhou Hotel, the first modern hotel in Guangdong, they knew it made good business sense to bring in the sales managers and service personnel from Hong Kong to teach cleanliness, efficient organizations, and responsiveness to the customer desire. The hotel and restaurant immediately began to attract crowds of customers, and other restaurants began to compete by offering compatible services. The rural migrants who went to work in the factories and stores in Guangdong quickly learned to be on time and to coordinate the work with that of others. Those who were paid by the price also learned to be more efficient as they stuffed sponges into the dolls or added other parts to various consumer products. They became more careful about the hand washings and other hygienic practices. They also became more cosmopolitan, as in some cases for the first time in their lives they met and worked with their fellow workers from other regions. They learned about the modern technologies and current fashions and good apart from the electronic goods and clothing they produced first for export and then for the local markets. As they began to be able to afford more than just foods and housing, they learned that how to use televisions, washing machines, refrigerators, microwaves and air conditioners. To young women following fashion in Hong Kong learn how to use cosmetics and style their hair in new ways. And when the worker wrote letters home or returned to their villages either for visits or for a long run, they became model for the others who wish to be modernist. As Akio Morita, co-founder of the Sony, noted, as he built factories around the world, countries without modern industry tend to preserve the inefficient bureaucracy, but one modern industry introduces a new standard of efficiency. These standards begin to spill over into the governments. By global standard, government offices in China were still inefficient and vastly overstaffed. But once China businesses became more efficient, some party leaders, including Deng, began to demand that the party and government officials follow the same standard of efficiency. Guangdong progress cannot be explained simply by opening markets. For many countries with open market did not achieve the progress that Guangdong made. Instead, in Guangdong, a communist organization that less than a decade earlier had engaged in a class warfare became an effective vehicle to promote modernization. The party provided oral disciplines and encouraged study and competition. And the Hong Kong and Japanese enterprises were quick to offer assistance. The special policy for the Guangdong and Fujians and the unique leeway given to the special economic zones made these areas into incubators for developing people who could be able to function well in modern factories, stores and offices in cosmopolitan settings. Many of the lessons learned from the enterprises spread quickly from the Guangdong to other places. Okay, that's reasonable. Okay, so page number 411. Okay, pioneer faced conservative political winds. Pioneers faced conservative political winds. Okay, once the experiments on Guangdong's transfusion became official in both areas, fell under constant political pressure from Beijing. Although they had been given the responsibility for moving ahead, the wake and the uncharted situation required them to required them to be imaginative and to engage in a broken field running to get their jobs done, which left them vulnerable to criticism from conservative worried about the changes. Directives after directives issued from the various ministries in Beijing ended up with the phrases that Guangdong's and Fujians were no exceptions. The official in Guangdong's and Fujians then struggled to strike the delicate and dangerous balance between what was needed to attract foreign investments and doing what is required to avoid being accused of stealing out to the foreign imperialist. How much in the way of tax incentives could they allow to pursue a foreign company to establish a factory? If a joint ventures with a foreign company was allowed to make a certain products, should they be allowed to make other products outside the mandates? Could some goods intended for export be sold locally? Since there was no sharp line between officials and personal interest, it was also tempting for local officials, then still very poor, to use their official position for personal benefits. Could they accept invitation from foreign businesses people for free dinners? Were they allowed to accept New Year's present of cash in little red envelopes? Could they use a company van to drive to and from work or to drop children at the school? When foreign companies, including companies in Hong Kong, were given incentive to set up a plants in Guangdong, who was to know that if some Guangdong people secretly set up a fake foreign devils company in Hong Kong that could receive those tax benefits back in China's conservative official always alert to opportunities to slow the rush away from the planning and to claim reforms. Reformers' zeal for working with the foreign businesses had little difficulty finding activities to criticize. Envious official investors also found opportunities to complain about what Guangdong officials were doing. Some complained to Beijing about the supplies they had to send to Guangdong's transfusions, even though they were urgently needed in their home provinces. Other envious officials managed to slow down the flow of supplies needed in Guangdong to make sure that all the coal of locally officially located to Guangdong made it there. Guangdong dispatched hundreds of official transshipments to centers to ensure that its assigned coal was actually put onto the appropriate coal cast. Some high-level Beijing officials, aware of the collapse of the party discipline during the Cultural Revolution, were deeply concerned that opportunities for making money were eroding party discipline even further. What better way to drop sharp line by criticizing some of the pioneers in Guangdong and this one? Because Chen Yun was deeply concerned about keeping their planning system functioning effectively, maintaining party disciplines. Other officials were similar wordies went to him as their champion. In the meantime, Guangdong's official regarded him as a constant thorn in the. Besides all high official except Jing Jun and this one's made at least one visit to the SECs and praised their achievement. Yang Zhong went south every winter to Guangdong and Shanghai and elsewhere, but he explained that his health did not permit him to visit Guangdong. Chen Yun, in talk on December 12, 1981, acknowledged that it was important to look at the positive sides of the ECA, special economic zones, but he said it was also necessary to look at the side effects. 10 days later, at a meeting of provincial first party secretaries, Chen Yun declared 4 special economic zones are sufficient. We should not establish anymore. A month later, he said, now every province wants to set up a special economic zones. If they're allowed to do so, foreign capitalists or as well as domestic speculators at homes will come out boldly and engage in speculations and profiteering. Therefore, we should not do these things. We should not do things this way. Chen Yun was also concerned about the varied complexities of the creating borders and around zones and was particularly opposed in creating a separate special economic zone currency that feared might be more attractive to investors, thereby weakening the power of the Chinese yuans. Chen yuans could be determined, but really he He rarely displayed anger. One of the few times he became visibly angry was when he heard about the huge scandal that had occurred in Guangdong. A chairman of the party central committee mission for discipline and inspection, Chen Yun vigorously pursued cases where Guangdong official had violated party disciplines, with hundreds of thousands of party members involved in bringing in foreign goods, helping to fair practice and sell their products. Smuggling, bribery, corruption became serious problem. Chen Yun criticized high-level leaders in Guangdong's infusion for not doing more to disrupt them. Deng Xiaoping stayed above the fray and did not defend the officials under secure scrutiny, but Hu Yongbang, as general secretary of the party, kept in close touch with the regional officials responsible for promoting reforms. In January 1980s, when local official came under the pressures because of the smuggling, who they went to this responsibility to offer support to the local official, accused of not stopping it. When he received a report several months later from the official in secret indicating that the system of giving reward to the workers for surpassing production target was being blocked by the Chinese official, Beijing official, he sent a note to Guomo telling him to make certain that Sekoa had the freedom to carry out the works. And when Hu received a report that the Beijing bureaucrats were blocking road building in Sekoa, he again wrote a note to Guomo telling him to clear the bureaucratic interference. Guangdong official reported that the Hong Yongbang was fully committed to supporters who continued, who tried to help in whatever they could. This one, with the reports of the corruption in special economic zones mounting, tension between Chen Yun and the defenders of the special economic zone mounted as disciplined party members. Chen Yun and Yun avoided taking their disagreements public. On January 14, 1982, however, when the party secretary held its first lengthy discussion about the special economic zone, Chen Yun attacked the widespread corruptions without directly disagreeing with the Chen Yun's. Hu Yongpeng concluded his discussion by saying the special economic zone must advance, not retreat. High-level provincial, officials serving the Guangdong provincial party committees, the Guangdong Economic Commissions, and the Guangdong Discipline Inspection Commission were appointed to Beijing, but second-level provincial officials were appointed to the provincial leaders. Beijing official, concerned that the lower level might unite and withhold informations, asked that all the reports about provincial colleague, even if negative, be reported to the centers. Guangdong officials who complied, however, were referred to by their local colleague as informers. To the two officials in Guangdong, Wang Guomu and Ji, this ones had personal and professional reasons for keeping cautious planner in Beijing. We were well informed about the Guangdong problems. Vice Governor Wang Wen, who was head of the Guangdong Planning Commissions and who originally came from Hubei, had been passed over in the selection of the governors. Ordinarily, the person chosen as a governor as was the members of the party central committee as a Wang was. But Ren Zhuodi, hoping to gain the wholehearted cooperation of the many of the local officials, had instead chosen a governor, vice governors. Liu, this one's a former members of the local guerrilla forces who was not a member of the central committee. In 1981, when Guangdong held a meeting to promote Chen Yun's readjustment policy, when in letter to the Beijing noted that Ren, this one's at the meeting, emphasized Deng's statements about reforms and opening apart more about the Chinese yuan, remarks about the retrenchments. Zi Yuan, a member of the Guangdong Provincial Party Committee, reported the Beijing on corruption problems, and this one, Zhu had served under the Chen Yun both in the party organization department in Yuan and in the northeast during the civil war. Zhu contacted Chen Yun directly and complained that Guangdong was pursuing capitalism, that the problems of smuggling, bribery, and corruption were becoming increasingly serious, and the Guangdong officials were not doing enough to control the situation. Work on constructing new factories had begun, but in the meantime, the provinces were suffering from the budget shortfalls and shortage of foreign currency. Beijing complained that Guangdong was lax in managing foreign exchange and in collecting and passing on to the Beijing for the custom fees. Guangdong, meanwhile, was complaining that it was not receiving enough coal and that Beijing had not built adequate transport facilities to meet its growing demand after the third plenum. When Ren Zhuanzi arrived in Guangdong in October 1980s, Chen Yun was vigorously promoting his readjustment policy, trying to restrain new construction as to lessen inflationary pressures. Guangdong's efforts to expand infrastructures to attract foreign capitalists and investment did inevitably strain the supply of material, leading to the inflationary pressures. But Ren Zhuangzi, who personally respected Chen Yun, under whom he had served in Northeast during the Civil War, saw his primary missions in Guangdong to be attracting foreign investments and contributing to Guangdong's rapid development. Now, two summons to the palace. Two summons to the palace by late 1981 among Beijing officials. The furor over the economic crimes in Guangdong's and infusions was reaching a fever pitch. In December, Deng Xiaoping responding to Chen Yun complaints about smuggling and profiteering in the Guangdong played defense. He wrote a note to the Hu Yongpeng saying that Beijing should send a small delegation to Guangdong both to investigate and to warn all party members about the problems. In response to Chen Yun's hard-hitting January 5, 1982 reports on the Guangdong smuggling issued by the Central Discipline and Inspection Commissions that Chen headed, Deng wrote in the margins of the reports, with the power of thunderbolt and speed of the lightning, grab the issues and don't let it go. With his experiments now under pressure, Deng chooses to spend his winter vacation from January 22 to February 1929 in Guangdong. He announced that he was going to Guangdong for a rest and that He was not going to listen to the official reports or talk about the work. In fact, for an hour and a half, he did listen intently to Ren Zhuangzi, who told him exactly what was happening in the Guangdong, especially in Shenzhen and Zhuangzi. Deng told Ren that he believed Beijing policy of opening those areas was correct, and if you in Guangdong believe it to be correct, you should carry it on. Deng's visit to Guangdong and his meeting with Ren showed that he cared deeply about the experiments, but Deng did not put himself on the line by publicly supporting Ren. Okay, while Deng was in Guangdong, Chen Yun in Beijing called in Yua Yunlin and other planners to engineer this one and reminded them of what had happened during the Great Leap Forward when China set its goal too high. Chen complained that all the provinces wanted to stabilize the special economic zones, and if they were allowed to do so, foreign capitalists and speculators could get out from the cages. At the same time, then Liquin was stoking further criticisms of the special economic zones by saying special economic zones SEZ were becoming like the pre-1949 foreign settlements in the treaty port cities which had been dominated by imperialists. The situation came to ahead when Ren Zhongzi and this ones were detected to appear in this one's February 13, 1982, before Beijing's Central Disciplinary Inspection Commission chaired by the Chen Yun's local official, informally referred to the call to Beijing as the summons in imperial times of local official to the capitals to receive criticisms. The two men were told to explain the failures to stop the smuggling and corruptions and warned to do better in the future. As required, Ren undertook a self-criticisms, though he also brought 68 people from the provinces with him, showing that Guangdong officials were united in their effort to promote reforms and were making serious efforts to stop smuggling. The presence of so many Guangdong officials complicated Chen Yun's task of carrying out the criticisms and could not have enhanced whatever sympathy he might have felt for Ren Zhuangzi. Some of the other Beijing officials at the meeting joined in the criticism, going so far as to say that a class struggle was taking place in the Guangdong and the bourgeoisie were benefiting. When Hu Ji this one remarked that the situation raised broader political and ideological question, Guangdong official understood that the case against them was becoming very serious. But before leaving Beijing, Ren Zhuangzi consulted privately with the Ho Guangbang, his key supporters in the Beijing, about how to pass on Beijing's message to his subordinates and the business community in Guangdong. If he relayed the passionate attack from the critics in Beijing, especially the discussion of the class warfare, he could stifle the economic dynamism in his provinces. Hu Yongbang told Ren this once that Ren himself could decide what should and should not be passed on. After returning to Guangdong, Ren called an enlarged meeting of the province standing committees to convey Beijing concerns about the smuggling, but he did not convey the full force of Beijing's anger, and he did not mention class struggle. He did say that where they had made errors, they should be corrected, illegal activity should be ends, but he added, we're not going to carry on campaigns or lay the blame on particular people. We will firmly oppose personal profiteering, but we will firmly support reforms and opening at party secretary, at the first party secretaries, be a responsibility. My subordinates do not. Ren's subordinates were very grateful, for they knew that without his willingness to accept responsibility and protect them from the criticism, the experiment in Guangdong would take up to be vastly scaled back. After the Beijing meeting, Chen Yun told his Ho Yang that he was deeply disappointed with the Guangdong's responses, who then called the Tinsmans to tell him that they had not passed the test and he must return to another round of criticisms. Ren asked if he could bring Governor Liu this one and this one, and who agreed. A meeting of the party's secretaries and scheduled from 23rd February to 25th February was to examine Ren's failure to control smuggling, corruptions, and bribery. Immediately after his arrival, but before the meeting, Ren and Governor Liu this one had a long talk with Hu Yongpeng and this one, who, as a friend of Guangdong reforms, explained the criticism against them. Who told Ren this one to write a new self-criticism, which Ren agreed to do. Ren also accepted Liu this one in revisions, which strengthened his self-criticism. The formal meeting during the Ren's second summon was attended by more party and governor representatives than the first meeting. Of the criticisms and was more severe. An official with the Central Discipline Inspection Commission said that the strange things were happening in the Guangdong, and yet Guangdong's official did not seem to consider them strange. Another official said that the Guangdong leaders were allowing the ship to get out of their sights. One critic announced that the struggle against corruption was a class struggle. Ren responded to these comments by presenting his penetrating self-criticisms, but he and Louis also explained the efforts Guangdong had made to deal with the problem. When Ren and Liu asked the special policies for the Guangdong not to be withdrawn, Zhuo Zixiang and this one assured them that these policies would not change, but Guangdong would have to crack down on smuggling and corruption with more vigor. This second visit to Beijing, still did not resolve the problem. Following the two Beijing meetings, Cuomo spent most of his time from April to September in Guangdong leading investigation. The Central Discipline Inspection Commission also dispatched a team headed by the Zhang Jun, a senior official and deputy head of the commission, for 2 months of the further inspection. At the end of the 2 months, she concluded that the Ren Zhongzi and others in Pandas had made great efforts to deal with the problem. Then Xiaoping had been following the reports raised at the various meetings, yet avoided speaking out in the public to support Guangdong and Virginians. When he read Zhongzi's reports, however, which resolved the issues in favor of the Guangdong, he immediately sent it to the Polybubu. The Polybubu owned document number 50 issued on December 31st December 1982 affirmed the efforts in Guangdong to deal with these economic times. It quoted Chen Yun's conclusion, we must operate the special economic zones, but we must continually summarize our experiences and seek to make sure that SEZ are done well. Deng had succeeded in continuing his experiment without putting his personal authority on that line. Guangdong official breathed a sigh of relief. Until he left office, Ren Zhao was under constant pressure from the Beijing, but he continued to reforms and kept up the rapid pace of growth. In 1985, Ren reached the retirement age of 70s, and although the other original regional officials were compatible achievements were asked to stay on board beyond retirements, Ren was honorably retired. He was allowed to keep his housing and his perquisites. First Party Secretary Jiang Nan of Vogel suffered a worse fate. He was held responsible for the crimes of Xinjiang Pharmaceutical Company Infusions, which had been found guilty of selling fake drugs. Jiang Nan had been enormously respected by reform-minded officials in Beijing for his ability and dedication to reform, but in February 1986 he was removed, forced to write a series of 5 humiliating self-criticisms and given an inner party warning by the Central Discipline and Inspection Commissions. Yet even though conservatives in Beijing managed to remove Ren Zhao and Jiang Tang, the groundbreaking policies they pursued in Guangdong and Fujian not only continued but were expanded. Affirming the experiment 14-count coastal cities 1984, Deng carefully waited for a favorable political atmosphere before expanding the policies in Guangdong and Fujian to other areas. After the Central Discipline Inspection, the Commission gave its stamp of approval for Guangdong's efforts at the end of the December 1982. The tide of hostility began to ebb. In June 1983, Deng was able to announce, now most people are saying good things about special CZs. Deng encouraged Beijing's officials to travel to Shenzhen to see for themselves. He knew that they would be impressed by the visible progress. By then, support for the Deng and his policies of reforms and opening in general had built up a strong momentum within the party. The problem had led to widespread support for the Cheng Yun's readjustment policy had begun to disappear. Food supplies were adequate. Economic growth were rapid and budget imbalances had declined. Export in 1984 surpassed 100 billion yuan and 238% increase from the 1978. 78. Okay, so 6 years. 6 years is more than 2x. Okay, on January 24, 1984, during his winter vacations, Deng arrived in Guangdong and his special trains. He spent more than 2 weeks visiting Guangdong and Fujian, including 3 of the 4 special economic zones: Shenzhen, Zhuhai, Xiaoping, strategic dynamic countries near Zuzi, Tushun, and Shuri. Deng already had a positive view of the developments in the special economic zones before his trip, but he was cautious about raising them until he had listened to the local reports and seen them with his own eyes. Deng was sufficiently excited by the modern skyscrapers and the factories in the Shenzhen that he affirmed Yuan Ken's slogan displayed on the billboards on the centers of the city: "Time is money. Time is money. Efficiency is our life." Only after observing Shenzhen and so on and arriving in Guangdong did he say, "The development and the experience of the Shenzhen proved that our policy of establishing such a zone is corrected." In Shenzhen, several square kilometers of high-rise building, virtually unknown in China in 1970s, had already given Shenzhen the appearance of the modern Western city. Okay, just wait. Okay, I want to see. When did Hong Kong became part of China? Became part of China in 1997. Okay, so that's, I think, after retirement of Deng Xiaoping. Televisions were just beginning to become popular in 1987. Okay. Chinese could see televisions. Millions could see Chinese televisions on the high-rise building and factories as Deng saw them. After visiting Guangdong and Fujian, Deng announced for our policy of opening, the problem is we haven't opened enough. In Shanghai, we need 10 more big hotels, and we can rely entirely on outsiders to be the sole investors. He announced that if that phase 2 of the Boston Steel works could begin, there was no need to wait until the next 4-5 years to plan. Reports of the success then had observed in Guangdong and Fujian's helped build a report and support from the opening of the coastal cities and the decision on structural reforms that were announced later in the year. In saying that the basic policies of the special economic zones were correct, then did not defend local officials, and in fact his message was that smuggling, bribery and corruptions were not a consequence of the policy but of its implementation and should be stopped. Conservative attacked the leaders in Guangdong and Fujian for promoting Deng's policies, but they succeeded only in toppling the targets of their attack and not in changing the policy. Deng's concern was not with the fate of the individual official, but with the plan to extend the opening to 14 coastal cities and other areas along the coast. On this, he was both vocal and successful. On February 24, shortly after returning to Beijing, Deng called in Hu Yangpeng, this, and others to prepare the policy statement that would open for 14 coastal cities, reporting on the speed of the construction in Shenzhen. Deng said that the construction workers were from inland cities and that their efficiency was due to the contract responsibility system where they were paid based on their performance. Deng stressed the advantage of SEZ for learning about the foreign technologies and management skill. He reiterated that it would not be possible to pay high wages everywhere immediately, but that they should allow some areas to get rich fast. He also reported that because of the new job opportunities in Shenzhen, many of those who had fled to Hong Kong were now returning to Shenzhen. He then instructed Yao this one to convey all the views to the Shen Yu. Over the next 2 months, the party secretaries at the Senate, State Council worked on preparing a circular to be issued on May 4, announcing that the extension of the opening policy to 14 coastal cities, each of which would be allowed to adapt the policy to the circumstances. Gomo experiments in negotiating with the Guangdong's fusions was tasked with a coordinating relation between Beijing and 14 coastal cities. The expansion of privileges representative public acknowledgement of Guangdong's infusion success in building modern industries and accumulating foreign capital. It was also testimony to the pressure from the other areas and wanted to be granted some of the same privilege. To mollify officially in inner China, the circular also stated that the coastal areas would assist the inland areas by providing material and financial support and by helping the train workers. The content of the circulars were presented in such a way as to soften the object of the Chen and other more conservative official. Chen Yun did not oppose the gradual opening of the more coastal areas, but he was especially critical of the new economic zones with the boundaries to create new troublesome procedures, good flows between the zones and the surrounding areas. Some other official too had complained that their Guangdong was supposed to bring in high-tech factors. It had concentrated instead of a low-tech, labor-intensive factors and service factors. The development officials were very eager to China for moving quickly in technology to put pressures on the new areas to upgrade the technology and to get around the moratorium on new, especially SEZs that had been initiated in January 1982 by the China. This one document in 1984 authorized that the new zones be called economic zones and technological development zones, and that foreign firms located there should bring in more high-tech industries. The truth is that the Guangdong then lacked the technical and managerial personnel to introduce high technology immediately, and foreign companies had invested in China to take advantage of the comparative advantages of this one. Nonetheless, to pacify the critics, the 14 coastal economic and technological development zones were given instruction on how to set up and administer this one areas, including guidelines on the decision of the reforms of the economic structures. Deng issued at the third plenum of the 12th Party Congress in October 1984. Although the documents were written in a formal language, they were not taken by officials as precise binding legal documents. Instead, they believed cooperatively that the instructions reflected Beijing's willingness to support a high degree of openness and flexibility in attracting working with the foreign enterprises. Although Guangdong's confusion official felt relieved at the decision to open up the 14 coastal areas and took this as a vindication and affirmation of the policies, then expansion of the privileges to other areas created new problems for them, namely increased competition. Foreigners and ethnic Chinese abroad who had been investing mostly in Guangdong's and fusions now increased investments elsewhere. As it turns out, however, there was enough foreign investment to go down in late 1980s. Not only did the countries around the SEC and Guangdong and fusion, albeit at a slightly lower rate of growth, but also built up a special economic SECs within the Guangdong, Shenzhen, Zuozi. This continued Chanta special economic zones was expanded into the entire islands on which SEC was located. With the opening of the Taiwan in the late 1980s, investment funds from the Taiwan, Southeast Asia, United States increased. The Xiaoping SEC near Taiwan began to prosper. Deng had great reasons to be satisfied that the success of the Guangdong experiment was now spreading to the other areas. In October 1984, Deng told a meeting of senior officials that he enjoyed two major achievements that year, reaching an agreement on the future of the Hong Kong. And opening the 14 coastal cities to foreign investments. Guangdong as the new Dazai. During the Cultural Revolution, Dazai was Mao's great national model for moving to higher stage of socialist agriculture. Although Guangdong was not formally designated as a model, it became well known throughout the China as the de facto archetype of how to advance modernizations. Officials throughout the country learned about Guangdong through reports, meetings at which Guangdong experience were discussed, study tours, and visited by the officials who had worked in or had apprenticed in Guangdong. In particular, many high-level Beijing officials who had accepted invitation to visit and enjoy Guangdong in the winter times. The invitation made to win support for the provinces returned to Beijing and other northern cities and reported that what they observed in Guangdong. Ordinary people had learned about Zazai from all classrooms and work units, as well as from the books, propaganda classes, wall, poster, loudspeakers, and visits to Dazai. They learned about developments in Guangdong and Shenzhen mostly in their own homes, from the television sets that happened coming off the Chinese assembly, and mostly in Guangdong. Ordinary people went to Dazai because they were encouraged to do so. They studied in Guangdong, however, not to show that they were ideologically correct, but because they were eager to learn about what was happening there. If anything, the model was too powerful, raising hopes elsewhere, long before other areas could afford to copy the Guangdong and fusion experiments. Consequently, Beijing did not promote a study of the Guangdong, but rather tried to dampen expectations that it could be immediately copied elsewhere. Many Western practices had earlier been introduced into Hong Kong, entered Guangdong through the South Gates, and were later passed on also elsewhere in China. When Guangdong created its first toll bridge near Fosons, for example, officials they were criticized for engaging in the capitalist practice of the issuing bonds to be repaid by the tolls. But within a few years, the issuance of the bonds and tolls had become part of the conventional wisdoms about how to finance the building of the large bridges and highways in China. In 1983, Guangdong also became the first province in China to eliminate set prices on the many foods such as rice and fish. The prices of these goods rose dramatically, but as people responded to the market pricing more, The price declined. Another example, this time in the coastal cities of the Guangzhou, commercial taxes were introduced. Units until 1980s, virtually all automobiles in China were owned by the works units and driven by the chauffeurs who belonged to the work units. But after Guangzhou purchased all Hong Kong taxis and pioneered the use of the mainland, within several years, all the major cities in China had launched their own commercial taxi services. The sixth national games in October 1987 symbolizes Guangdong's new role. They were held in a new state-of-the-art stadium in Guangdong that features large television screen, loudspeaker, and other technologies carefully modeled after those used in 1984 Los Angeles Olympic. The event showcased Guangdong's advance in construction, manufacturing, and services, as well as its organized capacities, all developed during the reforms and opening. Premier Zhuo is returning to Guangdong, where he spent most of his work career. In a brief speech at the game, praised Guangdong for setting a new high standard for China. Management of the national games became a model for the Asian game held in 1990s and the springboard for the Beijing Olympic 2008. I want to see, Guangdong, right? G-U-N, Guangdong, during 1980s. I want to see the picture. Okay, so 3 decades of transformations to Guangzhou in early 80s above, and Guangxi in this one's early 80s, and now you could see, right? Okay, Los Angeles, right? So LA Olympic, let's see, 2020, no, Olympic 1984. Is it 84? Oh shit, man. That time also they had a good stadium, man. It's a good stadium, considering it's 1980. And the pace of change in Guangdong throughout the 1980s remained well ahead of that of the rest of the country, inspiring officials in the other areas of the China to continue trying new approaches to modernization. Deng had made good use of Guangdong as a pace setter for the rest of the country. In 1992, in final gesture before he stepped down, so he would return yet again to the region to make certain that the southern gate that played such a key role in modernization of China remained wide open. So now there's a picture. I can't show you because it's an audio. So there's a picture. It seems that this is the house of the Deng Xiaoping, the Deng family homes where Deng Xiaoping spent his childhood. Deng Xiaoping, a pictorial biography. Chengdu, Sichuan, Renmen. So this is a house. I think he was born into a good family, man, because house looks fine. More than fine. I think it's like a upper middle class. And then on the right, there's a picture of him. He looked like he was wearing a long coat blazer, and the dress looks like an English, Westerners dress. The student worker in France. Age 16, March 1921. Then Xiaoping. So it's age 16, and he is wearing the hat, the Peaky Blinder, the people of I think it might be Birmingham, the UK people, right? Who live in the village area. Not village area now, but yeah. So back then, in a Peaky Blinder, right? The Tommy Shelby, their family, they wear the hat. So he's wearing that hat with a long coat, and there's a picture. Most of them are in a suit, blazer, tie. Representative of the 5th Congress of the European Chinese Communist Youth League in Paris. Deng is the third from the right. Third from the right. Is the third from the right in the last row. In the first row, the first on the left is Nie Zhongjing. The fourth from the left is Zhou Enlai, and the 6th is Louis Fuxu. Then Xiaoping, and then there is the Hu Hai Campaign Front Commander. And then there is he looks weird, man. Honestly, I don't know, man. When the communists took over power in China, 1949, then Xiaoping. So he properly looks like a Chinese army man. And then there is General Secretary Deng welcomes Ho Chi Minh, President of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, 1965. And then there is reporting to Mao's Chairman Mao, early 1960s. Oh man, Mao looks like a fucking gangster, man. He looks like a fucking Russian gangster, man. But Deng Xiaoping is short, man. He's not tall. And then there is at the Central Military Commission meeting in Guangxi, from left to right, Ni Rongjin, Lin Biao, He Long, Zhou Enlai, Lu Renjie, okay, Penzi Mao Zedong, and Deng. Okay, and then there is Deng's first meeting with Henry Kissinger in New York with the foreign minister Zhou Guowei. Okay, Henry Kissinger with his typical class. Deng becomes the first Chinese communist leader to address the General Assembly of the United Nations, April 1974. With Chairman Hua Yuanguofin when Deng was serving under him, January 1978. With Inayama Yoshi, chairman of the New Japan Steel, visiting the Kimitsu steel plant, which became the model for Boston, China's first modern steel plant. Greeted by Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew on arrival in Singapore, November this one. Lighting the spark for reforms and opening in China's northeast, September. This is all army. Chen Yun and Deng Xiaoping launched reform and opening at the third plenum, December 1978. Chen Yun and Deng Xiaoping, autumn 1952. With Ambassador Leonard Woodcock toasting the conclusion of the agreement to normalize US-China relationship prematurely, December 1978. With President Jimmy Carter as they launch their talks and interpret January this one, okay. At the state dinner with the President Carter and former President Richard Nixon on Deng's only visit to White House after the Watergate affairs. Donning a cowboy hat at a Texas rodeo. Okay. Ford Motor Tour. Okay. Planting trees with the Wang Li who led rural reforms. Okay. Deng's view China's vast West Plains. Okay. Chengdu, Sichuan, Renmin, Chou. Okay. Giving direction to General Secretary Hu Yaobang early this month. Okay. With Hong Kong Governor Sir Murray McLeod initiating discussion on the future of Hong Kong, January 1976. Okay. Governor, this one's a McLeod. I don't know which country is it. With Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher signing the joint declarations on the futures of Hong Kong, December 1984. Prime Minister Margaret. And then going to the beach mid-1980s. Looks weird, man. Wearing that sumo underwear with his immediate family on his 70th birthday. Front row, Pufeng, Zhou Lil, Deng. Okay, so it's family members. Being kissed by grandson, summer 1986. Playing bridge, late. Okay. Inspecting construction in Shenzhen, the first SEZ with the Governor Liang Liang of Guangdong. Okay. I mean, 1984, man. They had a big building, man. With President Ronald Reagan after Reagan gave up his efforts to re-establish formal relationship with Taiwan. Hey, with President Ronald Reagan after Reagan gave up his efforts to re-establish formal relations with Taiwan. Okay, it's a good news for them. Meeting President George W. Bush when Feng Yizi tried unsuccessfully and went in reception with the interpreters. Okay, ambassador to the United Nations and foreign minister. Welcoming Mikhail and Rai, Gorbachev to Beijing despite turmoil in Tiananmen Square. General Secretary Zhu Ziyang bidding farewell to Tiananmen Square. Deng did not venture out to the square during the turmoil. Deng family vacation to the south attracted onlookers. Okay. Giving his final blessing to his successor, General Secretary Jiang Zemin at the 5th Party Congress. Bidding farewell to life after this one. Okay. And then UN Security Council observes a moment of silence on the passing of Deng. I mean, why? 1997. Okay, he passed in 1997. Okay, UN Security Council observes a moment of silence on passing of the Deng. Okay, now we'll talk about the chapter number 15, economic readjustments and rural reforms. Chapter number 15, economic readjustments and rural reforms, 78 to 82. In his pursuit of economic modernization, Deng liked to say that he was grouping for a stone as he crossed the river. But in fact, from his 5 decades of experience, he had developed some strong convictions about how to get across that particular river. One was that the Communist Party should be in charge. My father. One was that the Communist Party should be in charge. My father, Deng's younger son. I'll just wait. Okay, in proceed this one. One was the Communist Party should be in charge. This one, my father, Deng's younger son, Deng, this one told an American acquaintance, thinks Gorbachev is an idiot. Gorbachev, his father had explained, set out to change the political system first. That was a misguided policy because he won't have the power to fix the economic problems and the people will remove him. So Deng also admired success and had a particular vision for achieving it for China. He wanted Chinese to scour the world to learn about successes, whatever the nature of the system where they took place. He wanted to know that the true situation at home. He did not want to hear exaggerated reports of the progress which had caused such a deep problems during the great, leaps. He believed that the people needed material incentives and had to see palpable progress to remain motivated. And he was convinced that a robust economy thrived on competitions, not only among economic producers and merchants striving for profit, but also among officials trying to bring progress to their localities. Deng realized that the path to achieving the full modernization was very complex, and he knew that he personally did not have the patience to study all details. Consequently, Deng was not his own master. Okay, Deng was not his own master strategist in economic affairs. He was in a foreign policy and military affairs. In foreign policy, military affairs, he consulted with us to understand the current situation, and although he didn't read the reports of the specialists, he could mull over the issues and devise strategies without consultation. On economic matters, however, he needed someone else to serve as China's economic strategist, to examine details, frame the issues, select and evaluate options, and propose possible outcomes of action. For this important role, he turned first to Chen Yun and later to Deng, however, reserved the right to make the final decision. He would resolve political disagreement about the major economic issues by balancing economic and other consideration. He also accepted responsibility for explaining economic policies to policies with the public. Builders versus Balancer, 1970 to 81. When Deng became preeminent leaders in December 1978, Chen Yun, who had rejoined the top leadership teams, called attention to the potential crisis looming in the economy. Visions of growth had gotten out of hand, and the budget was out of balance, and commitment for purchasing technology from abroad had exceeded China's foreign currency reserves, which were indeed needed to pay for them. So among the leaders trying to provide directions for the economy in this uncharted era, there were countless opinions about how to proceed, but as official at the topic again, aggregating the various views, the different views tended to coalesce around two opposite poles. One group centered around the builders who eagerly sought to introduce new factories and infrastructure projects. The other groups, led by Chen Yun, the balancer, cautiously tried to ensure that the resources were available for all the national priorities. Beginning in the 1977, some of the leading builders began selecting foreign plants to import and arranging for its installation in China. As the economy began opening, the senior project managers sought proposal from Japan and from the West, drawing from China's experience in the 1950s to introducing new industrial plants and construction projects from the Soviet Union. The builders could see how Japan and the four little dragons, Hong Kong, Singapore, and South Korea and Taiwan, by constructing new facilities with the Western technology, had achieved the most rapid growth rates in the world, and they were eager to do the same. After Guo's trips to Europe in 1978, hope for importing foreign plants soared. High-level officials, mostly in the industrial and transport ministries, with support from many local leaders who wanted to build their own their localities, made wish their list of type of type of industrial plants that they hope to acquire for China over the next few years, then dispatch officials to Europe to select partners to supply the technology and financing. China's cautious balances were concentrated in the Ministry of Finance, the State Economic Commission, the State Planning Commission, and the banks, like their counterparts in the other countries. Officials who managed finance considered it their responsibility to balance the budget, to ensure that enough foreign currency was available to repay foreign loans and keep inflation under control. In drawing up China's economic policy, they strove to ensure that all the necessary material, technologies, and personnel were available for productions and construction in high priority areas of the economy. And then Chinese consumer would not face shortage. Deng Xiaoping, like Hua Yunfeng, was at heart of builders who wanted to see rapid progress. He admired project managers who, under adverse circumstances, had been able to complete important project that provided visible signs of progress. Deng, who had little patience with detailed calculation, considered the cautious balance necessary but annoying. When Deng became China's preeminent leaders, the most prominent project managers, called the petroleum factions, had been working together since 1950s. From 1952 to 66, Deng had worked closely with them. He was the then vice premier with the responsibility for the development of the energy resource and heavy industries. Usually, the leaders of the petroleum faction had been glorified with the Mao Zedong for leading the developments of the lacking oil field. But during Cultural Revolution, he was attacked as a member of the Deng Xiaoping factions in 1975 when Deng was in charge of the government. Yu was made head of the state planning commissions, much to dismay of the balances who were accustomed to having one of their own in that important position. After Mao's death, Yu will remained at his post, and Ho Yingfeng returned to him in the lead of work of the importing industrial plants for this months. Wu Yunli and the other project managers in China during the 1960s and 1970s encountered huge difficulties, unlike their counterparts in the advanced economies who could count on others to supply the necessary equipment and infrastructure. Chinese project managers had to deal with the untrained workers, equipment shortage, a lack of spare parts to power outage, and delays in the arrival of the needed supplies. The managers who successfully completed project completion, combined dedications and perseverance with the sheer ingenuity in coping with so many unexpected problems. After Mao's death, as who began to promote economic developments, the work of these project managers to increase dramatically. Officials from the State Planning Commission, State Construction Commissions, and other relevant ministries were overwhelmed as they rushed about trying to set priorities among the technologies to be imported, to conduct negotiation with the foreign companies, select the location for the plants, to calculate what material resources would be required, and arrange for transport and personnel. In addition, because many officials were just returning after years of absence during the Cultural Revolution, they were still entangled in political struggle with incompetent officials who had been promoted during their time away. The work that then began in 1975 were consolidating and selecting leadership teams was not yet complete. Ever since Mao's death, project managers under the Kuili had to scramble even to create wish list of technologies to be imported. They certainly did not have enough time to undertake careful analysis of the step needed to import the balanced plants and get them running. Less than 18 months after Mao's death, Ho Yingfeng, ignoring question raised by the cautious balancer, drew from the list compiled by the Yu Quinli project managers and presented to the Fifth National People's Congress a list of 120 mega project. The project was expected to cost some USD $12.4 billion, more than the value of the all Chinese for the years. Hua announced that the plan called for economic growth of 10% of each year. In February 1978, Hua announced that these plans were in accord with his 10-year visions, which was an outgrowth of the one that Deng had introduced in 1975. One special task that Hua assigned to Yuli was to develop the new oil field to take advantage of the high price of the crude oil. Following the oil shock of 1973, Hua expected to produce oil enough that the foreign currency from the petroleum export would pay for all the project imports. Unfortunately, despite high hopes and strenuous exploration efforts, no major new oil field were discovered. In the rush to select and import projects, the wish of the list of ministries, local officials soon became the basis of the contracts with the foreign companies. While critics later accused him of launching a Western-led leap forwards and of pressuring subordinates to come up with the plans hastily so as to consolidate his power by showing that he had produced economic progress. His supporters countered that Hua had done his best to bring modern industry to China quickly under difficult circumstances. Deng fully supported Yu Yongli and shared his enthusiasm for importing foreign factories. In the mid 1978s, the balancers, frustrated by the inability to slow the rush to modern projects, turned to Chen Yun for support, even though he was not then a member of the Pulpa. Thus, 3 weeks after the opening of the State Council Forum on Economic Principle, Chen Yu, who had not been invited to attend, wrote to this one to express his concerns on this, that some comrades were becoming overly enthusiastic about the borrowing from abroad and importing plans. In his view, they had failed to first ensure that China could provide the necessary trained manpower, infrastructures, and ancillary industries to make the plans work. Chen suggested that the forum be extended in order to allow the full discussions of the different opinions, but the organizers chose not to do so. At the time, Chen Yun was the only high-level leaders to question publicly the rosy estimates about the nation's future ability to pay for the proposed new project. In December 1978, when senior party leaders turned to Deng to provide overall leadership with special responsibility for foreign affairs and military issues, they turned to Chen Yun to lead the work on high-level personal issues and economic policy. They believed that Chen Yun had consistently supplied the best economic advice, and that in the area, then the new era, he was the wisest person to guide the economy. On December 1978, during the meeting of the Northwest Group at the Central Party Work Conference, Chen Yun voiced his concerns about the uncontrolled exuberance that had reached the highest levels of the party leaders, as if giving adult supervisions to overly excited teenagers. Chen Yun laid out the problems in the 10 years economic vision. He spoke with authority, suggesting that he already knew he would be appointed to the Politburo. He said we should maintain steady progress and not get caught up in the headlong rush when materials were not available for a project, whether at the local or national levels. It should not be launched. Before the third plenum, Deng Xiaoping had been fully supportive of the project managers, but after December 1978, when Chen Yun's warned about the lack of careful planning, Deng threw his weight behind Chen. On January 1979, within 2 weeks after the third plenum, Deng called in the leading project managers with whom he had worked. Quinn knew this once and told that Chen had presented some very important opinion, and that they should lower some of the planning targets. They were to avoid large foreign trade stats, and when making plans, they were to first check to make sure that the necessary materials were available. They were to give priority to project likely to provide quick returns on investments and expand employment and to avoid going into debt. And they were to accumulate capital before taking project. In short, Deng had completely supported Chen Yun's cautious balancing. Chen later blamed Yu for problems resulting from his excessive haste in signing contracts to import projects. Deng was not required to engage in self-criticism for his earlier supports of a US ambition plan. His earlier role in agreeing with her to push for the faster growth was simply ignored. Why did Deng shift course when supporting the builders to backing the balances led by this one? Deng recognized the importance of putting the economy on a solid base for the new era, and the summary economic data assembled in December for the past year reflected serious problem. At the time, there were only USD $4 billion in foreign currency reserves, and most of the foreign currency income from the export were already committed. Although contract had been signed to purchase over USD $7 billion for foreign equipments, even though the imbalances would seem infinitesimal when contrasted with the foreign trade figures a decade later. So they loomed large enough to worry cautious officials who were accustomed to smaller amounts and who were frightened by the leverage that such a debt might give the capitalist countries. At the time, Deng was ready to unite with the Chen Yuns, who enjoyed great respect in the party against Hua Yunfins. But there was another issue that influenced Deng's economic thinking at the time. He was planning to invade Vietnam for a few weeks later. That attack would be a further drain on the budget. It was prudent to cut back on commitments elsewhere. By March 1979, Chen Yun had collected more data, done more analysis, and was ready to systematically present his proposal for cutting back on the contracts to import foreign plants and for lowering the economic targets for the next several years. Some of his proposals and even the terminology were remarkably similar to the retrenchment policy that he had introduced to cover from the Great Leap Forward. Rather than use the term retrenchment, the term he used earlier, which would have sounded very negative, Chen Yun used the terms readjustments. As the attack on Vietnam was nearing completions and they could make some estimates of its cost, Chen Yun and this one presented a formal documents proposing a 2 to 3 year period of readjustment. They suggested that the new structure, the Finance and Economic Commission under the State Council, be established to oversee economic planning and finance. Chen Yun was to be named chairman, and Lee, this one who had been in charge of the economy for the past several years, would become vice chairman, serving under his former mentors. Chen Yun explained to his comrade that he was no longer as healthy as before and that he only had the energy to perform the most necessary task. He would provide oral guidance, but he would rely on the people under him to do the real work that he had done in the early decades. The person named Secretary General of the Finance and Economic Commission, that is the leaders who would head its daily work, was the economic official who Chen Yun most respected, Hua Yunlin. Chen Yun explained the need for the readjustment program at the Politburo meeting of this one. We have 900 million people, over 80% of whom are farmers. We are very poor. There are still people begging for food. We all wanted to modernize, but the question is what we can achieve. We need balanced developments in considering basic constructions. We must first consider agriculture. We want to produce lots of steel, but we cannot possibly produce 60 million tons by the 1985. We lack electricity, we lack transport facilities. Supplies of the coal and oil are inadequate to meet needs. Some people make fun of the cautious people, making it seem as if cautious people believe that the less steel we produce, the better. Ridiculous. Yes, we should borrow funds and technology from abroad, but how much can we be sure that we can repay from our own from our people's bank? We need to ensure that we will be able to make the repayments. Officials have not done the calculations. Local industries are competing with our nation, our national project for material. 5 people want to eat when there is only a food for here. We have made mistakes in our past work. We still lack experience, and I can do only my best. The essence of Chen Yun's approach to planning was balance income and expenditures, loans and ability to repay, and foreign currency income and expenditure. He also sought a balance between investments in consumer goods and producer goods, between heavy and light industries, and between industries and agriculture. In 1978, some 57% of the China's industrial output was from heavy industries and only 43% of the light industry. Chen Yun, like many other officials, believed that China's economy had been out of balance in 1958, with food and consumer goods sacrificed for more heavy industry than the people could bear. In 1980s, under Chen Yun direction, heavy industries grew only 1.4%, whereas light industry grew 18.4%, and in 1981, heavy industry declined by 4.7%, whereas light industry grew 14.1%. At the UXI conference held April 5th to 28th, 1979, shortly after the announcement of the readjustment policy, local officials and ministry officials complained of the overly tight centralization of economic planning. Chen Yun was willing to allow more flexibility for market at lower levels, but he insisted that planning remained primary. Those who had been expecting a new plans in their localities were understandably upset. As a participant from the Tangents said, reflecting the dominant mood at the meeting, we were in a high spirit. Now suddenly to propose readjustments, it is pouring a bucket of cold water on us. It is a blow to our high spirit. Whoever sought a directive to reassure local officials that the party will still wish to promote industrial developments. Zuo is supporting readjustment, explaining that it provided the necessary condition for the later reforms and developments. most, whose trip to Europe had set off the exuberance, joining loyally, explaining the need for readjustments. Once Zhuo and this had spoken, the atmosphere at the meeting changed. Local officials reluctantly approved the written reports supporting a readjustment. Deng joined in explaining as Zhuo that the readjustment policy was necessary to create a solid previous for future growth. Local officials were constrained by their readjustment policies, but they found a creative way to use their counter policies to Beijing's policies to avoid regaining in investments and expenditure as much as Chen Yun's thoughts. Chen's efforts were also hampered by his own illness. On October 24, 1979, while in Hangzhou, Chen was operated on for colon cancer, and he remained in the hospital there until December 14. After returning to Beijing, Chen was admitted to hospital from May 20 to May 29, 1980s for additional testing and recuperations. By the time Chen Yun returned to work in late 1980s, the budget deficit had ballooned to become the largest since the communists took over. The seriousness of the problem made Chen Yun more determined to clamp down and enable him to gain support from other officials, including Deng. The deficit had grown not only due to the cost of the Vietnam War, but also because of the increase in the procurement price paid to the farmer for grain. The decline in agriculture taxes and the cost of the resettling people who had earlier been sent to the countrysides and now were allowed to return to the cities. Moreover, the central government began allowing provinces and local enterprises to keep more of their own funds to stimulate local initiative strategy that had reduced the total amount of taxes collected by the central governments. The result was a great stimulus for many provinces, but Chen Yun considered the serious budget deficit alarming and potentially disastrous. By late 1980s, Chen Yun and the balances were on the defensive, and Deng supported them. At the meeting of Standing Committee of the NPC in September, those who had been promoting rapid industrial developments were accused of the following erroneous heavy industry policy of the Cultural Revolution, adding to the momentum favoring the balances. In the fall of 1980s, Deng taken in a series of four lectures at the Central Party School on Chen Yun economic thought, praised Chen Yun so lavishly that some accused him of promoting a cult of personality. Since 1949, Deng Liquin said, Chen Yun's policy proposals have all been correct. What went wrong with doing the Great Leap? Others failed to follow Chen Yun's advice. And what is wrong now? People are not sufficiently adhering to Chen Yun's word of wisdom. It is essential to carry out readjustment thoroughly. The balancer also jumped on the story of the collapse of an oil rig in the Gulf of Bohai, accusing Julie and the ones of trying to cover up the incidents, which had resulted in the deaths of 70 workers. Their alleged cover-up of the incident became a pretext for removing them from their administrative positions. In fact, as experienced professionals who knew they would be held responsible for their errors, Yu, Lilly, and the ones were more careful than the political leaders who had urged them to expand their projects. At the NPC meeting in February 1978, Yu Yinli had warned that China would have difficulty increasing oil export because no new oil had been discovered in the recent years, and because even if it were discovered, it would take 3 years to move from discovery to productions. It would take 3 years, okay? And after the oil rig collapsed, Yu Ying gave a thorough explanations of how and why it had occurred. Even Li Yongjin, who remained close to Chen Yun, later acknowledged that Yu Ying had accepted responsibility for things which he should have been held accountable. Although Yu Yunli was removed as director of the State Planning Commission, so he was allowed to remain on the Politburnos. Furthermore, Deng still had enough respect for Yu that he used his military connection to get Yu appointed as the head of the political department of the PLA. But late 1980s, Chen Yun had made sure that those officials who were committed to tighter financial controls over new projects and new construction had firm control over economic affairs. Accordingly, one of the Chen Yun's allies, Wang Bing Qin, became Minister of Finance, and Yu Qinli replacement was Chen Yun's longtime ally, Yua Yinli, who was widely respected for his administrative abilities as well as his knowledge of the economy. On October 28, 1980s, Deng, responding to the accusation that drawing up 10 years visions had led to the creation of his wish list without careful analysis, accepted because Chen Yun's view that they stopped drawing up 10 years visions. Long-term economic discussion would focus on the more careful process of drawing up 5-year plans. In November 1980s, China's economic growth target for 1981 were set at much lower rate, 3.7%, and capital construction allocations were reduced from 55 billion yuan to 30 billion yuan. And when there were complaints that such restraints would waste valuable times, Chen reported, "How much time have we wasted since the Opium War? Over 100 years. Why is it such a big thing to wait just 3 years to move ahead? What at most really China's advances 1910, he said, was the leftist error were made while rashly pushing ahead. Chen Yun was allowed to take firm control over the guiding the draft of the 65-year plans, 1981 to 85, and over bringing the budget and deficit under control. As 1980 came to a close, Chen and his balancers maintained a firm grip on the China's economic policy. In the late 1980s, Chen delivered a major address supporting a stricter readjustment policy. On December 15, just as the series of the 9 Politburo meeting pushing Hua aside was coming to an end, Deng said, "I fully agree with Comrade Chen Yun's speech." Further, he said Chen's policy of readjustment had not been effectively implemented because party members did not have a profound or unanimous understanding of the issues involved. To overcome these problems, they must resolve, resolutely cast away unrealistic ideas and over-ambitious targets. In short, Hua Yanfin was blamed for the unrealistic plan. Deng and Chen Yun were united, and Deng supported Chen Yun's efforts to undertake a more penetrating implementations of the re-engagement policy. Retrenchments created other problems. Deng had to explain to foreigners why China was breaking contract for the importation of the plants and equipment. Beijing had the power to handle disappointments local officials, but breaking contracts with the foreign companies affected foreign relations and raised long-term questions about the credibility of the Chinese government. The problem proved especially troublesome for Sino-Japanese relations because nearly half of the contracts with the foreign companies were with the Japanese companies. The Japanese business communities, while controlled in its communication to China, was furious at the cancellations of the signed agreement as early as March 1979, when the first efforts was made to reduce purchase some $2.7 billion of the Chinese contract with Japan were frozen. The postponements of the Baoshan steel plants in particular had a huge negative effect on many of the Chinese companies involved in the project. In late October 1980s, just before China formally announced the postponements of its contracts, Yao Yinli, who had worked closely with the Japanese, were dispatched to Tokyo to prepare the Japanese with implement impending announcements. But it fell to Deng Xiaoping to smooth things over with a high-level Japanese leader. Deng could not avoid the loss of much of the goodwill that had followed his visit to Japan in October 1978. So he did not engage in the deep, humble apologies in Japan, as Japan would have done under the similar circumstances, but he acknowledged forthrightly that China lacked experience, that it had made mistakes, that it faced a serious situation whereby it could not afford to pay for all things that it had hoped to buy, and that it had not always made appropriate preparations to use the plant it had hoped to purchase. But then reassured them China was willing to provide a compensation to the Japanese firms adversely affected, and it expected in the long run to stream purchase as it grew and was better prepared. On September 4, 1980, Deng gave his explanation to visiting Japanese Foreign Ministry to Ito Miyazaki. The visit was followed on January 13, 1981 by official letters to Bao Steel announcing cancellation of the second phase of the plant constructions. The first senior Japanese to visit Deng after that letter was former Minister Okita Saburo, and old friends of the China who arrived in February at the invitations of Guomo. When he met Deng acknowledged that they had been overly optimistic about oil production. So Okita was courteous and respectful, but he conveyed both Japanese government's request for full explanations and strong message from the Japanese question if the cancellation would tarnish China's reputation in the international business community. After he returned to China, Okita explained that because of the Cultural Revolution, Chinese officials who might have been able to provide expertise in a timely way had been unable to do so. Deng's meeting with Okita was followed by several others. On March 18th, Deng met with the highly respected Doko Toshia, the 85-year-old plain living as president of the Japanese largest business association, Kedarwinst. On April 4th, Deng met with a delegation from Sino-Japanese Friendship Association headed by the Furio Yoshima, and on April 14th, he met with the Prime Minister Ohira because who was making efforts to promote a Pacific communities. Deng conveyed the same basic message to all the leaders. China lacked experience and it had made mistakes, but it intended to revive the contract status. Many Japanese firms swallowed the losses so as to not endanger their future business relation with the China. Moreover, the Japanese governments extended new loans to help continue the project had already begun. One central and innovative example of such efforts occurred when Okita Sapporo became head of the Japanese Overseas Economic Cooperation Funds, the government agency that gives financial aid to promote Japanese export. In the first arrangement of this kind, hereby OECF gave funding to a second country so it could give aid to a third country. Okita arranged to lend money to Australia so it could ship iron ore and had high-grade coal to oceans, thus resolving the key stumble block in allowing the project to go forwards. The first phase of the project was assumed on a modest scale in the fall of the 1981s, and by the fall of 1982, the Bashon construction site was buzzing with a new activity. When it was completed in May 1985, it became the first large modern steel plant in China and the model for future plants. Before it was built, China produced less than 1/4 of the steel that Japan produces. Within 30 years, the Bashon plants and those built in its likeness had helped China produce almost 500 million tons of steel per year, roughly 5 years the amount of the steel produced in either Japan or United States. Some thoughtful Chinese officials believe that Chen Yun provided a much needed balance to impatient things. It was unfortunate that they acknowledged that China had barged ahead and then retreated just as it was beginning its modern rise, but then they argued Chen Yun's readjustment policy was seriously needed and some of the problems of the late 1980s could have been avoided had then initially listened more to Chen. Although readjustment policy ended with the 12th Party Congress in September 1980, one important policy that it held as of the part of the retrenchment efforts was still remained birth control. Chen Yun had long believed that China's population was too large for its resources based. As a party document of December 1970 acknowledged that grain consumption per capita was strictly less than it had been in 1957, and the average annual per capita rural income was 60 yuan, at the exchange rate at the time was $39. Roughly 12% of the funds have been used to pay the import was used for the grains when Mao was alive, despite some education programs and supplementing the birth control devices. Birth control made little headway on December 1980s. However, as a part of the oral readjustment policy, Deng sent a key documents on the birth control programs to a state planning commission headed by this one. 1981, the resulting document number 1 ordered that the official uses legal, administrative, and economic measures to encourage couples to have but one child. So it happened in 1981. The one-child policy was implemented in the urban area without qualifications, but because the Chinese government lacked funds to provide benefits for the elderly in the countryside, official allowed rural family whose first child was a girl to have a second child with the hope that it would be a son who could look forward after his parents in their old age. No other society in the world has enforced such a stringent birth control policy. Paradoxically, the strong neighborhood association in the city and countryside, which had been established for the Mao's, became the vehicle to enforce the new birth control policy, which Mao would have vehemently opposed. Once the one-child policy was introduced in the urban areas, most urban families chose to have only one child, and rural family had more than two. On March 23, 1979, Deng had declared his strong support for the birth control policy, which Li Zinswa and others helped put in place. In presenting the program to the public customary, Deng began with a broad picture, saying the policy was necessary to reduce grain imports and expand import of foreign technologies, and to attain a high average per capita income by the end of the century. Deng reiterated the same message in a several speech that followed. As he did with the other controversial issues, Deng carefully avoided going out on a limb by advocating specific measures. Instead, he referred to the work of well-known scientists and statisticians, along with the authoritative-sounding scientific analysis that laid out the need for a birth control. The policy introduced at the time of readjustment policy was to continue on only for the rest of the era, but in the decades after he stepped. So, Wan Li and rural reforms. 1978, China still did not have enough grain to feed its population. Collectivized agriculture, introduced in 1955 and later pushed to high levels, had led to the advancement in irrigation, but it had to also brought a massive starvation. The downsizing of the scale of the collectives after the Great Leap and the increasing supply of the chemical fertilizer led to the production increases, but grain shortage remains severe. At the time of the third plenum, some officials were already advocating a further decrease in the size of the agriculture units, but the atmosphere among the top leaders at the time firmly supported the continuation of the collective agriculture. Official then pushed for improved management, better seeds, more fertilizers, and more farm machinery. At third plenums, it was specifically forbidden for the rural areas to contract agriculture production down to the households. Party official in the collectivist had a vested interest in retaining the collective, so they were not willing to admit that collectivization had not been successful. Some party leaders even feared that if private landowners were allowed, poor farmers would end up becoming tenants, landlords would return to exploit the tenants, and the pre-1949 rural problems would reappear. Some believed that the rural party organizations would also be seriously weak. In 1962, before Mao, going to Mao with the proposal to assign the individual rural household responsibility for grain popular productions, Chinn asked Deng privately whether he would support such a proposal. Deng told him he would, but if Deng had advocated such a proposal in 1978, he would have been vulnerable to the same acquisition level against him during the cultural revolutions, pursuing the capitalist road. So how did Deng find a way to permit experimentations with the farm households farming while managing the political opposition? The breakthrough came under Wan Li in Ahua provinces in June 1977. At the same time when Deng was allowed to return to the work, Wan Li was appointed by the Xiaoping as the first party secretary of the Anhui provinces. Wan Li's predecessors in Anhui had struck too close to the Maoist visions of supporting large collectives. Starvation was still widespread. Anhui was an overwhelmingly rural provinces, was one of the poorest in the country, and estimated 3 to 4 million starved to death during the Great Deforest. In the first few weeks after his arrival in Anhui in August 1977, Wan Li visited all the major rural areas of the provinces and observed and talked with the local officials. He was shocked to see the extensive poverty. The towns were filled with the emaciated people who lacked warm clothes and adequate housing in some places. There were only crude structures made up of mud instead of the wooden tables. As Wang Li told his children, he could not help but ask why. So many years after the communists had taken over, the condition could still be bad. So even before Wang Li arrived in Lahore, the party had directed its rural policy research office to survey several counties in Ahua Chung provinces, where all people were still dying of starvation, and to formulate a recommendation for dealing with the food shortages. Wan Li, on the basis of the several months of the study and his personal visit to the area, had guided the drafting of the provincial party community 6-point proposal for dealing with the rural problems in NUI. The proposal recommended that the production teams, depending on the circumstances and as long as the production responsibilities were met, allow certain tasks in the field to be assigned to a small group work or even to an individual. That autonomy of the production teams in the making decision to be respected by the high official. The autonomy of the production team in the making decision be respected by the higher officials, high levels. That the quotas assigned to the production remains production teams and individual members be reduced. That the produce be distributed to members according to their work, not according to the needs. The decision on the allocations of the grain reflected the interests of the nations, the collectives, and the individuals, and that team members be permitted to work on their own private plots and to tell the producers at a local market, to sell the produce at a local market. The document did not directly attack the almost sacred Tazai collective model. It simply did not mention it. Wang Li knew that Chen Yuji, the Dangzi hero, was still officially in charge of the agricultures, would regard the 6 point as bourgeois. At the time of Wang Li's 6-point proposal, national policy explicitly prohibited contracting down to the households, and Wang Li could not oppose national policy. But when Deng saw the NPA party committee 6-point proposal produced under the Wang Li's leadership, he, like a number of other officials, immediately affirmed the value of the experiments. Deng said that that where there is serious starvations in the poor mountain areas, peasants should be allowed to find their own ways to avoid starvations. Leftists realized that Deng was giving permission to decentralized agriculture production down to the household in the poor maintenance mountain areas, but it was hard to argue against peasants finding ways to avoid starvations. In November 1977, Wang Li addressed an assembly of the Yongnu County Party secretaries to discuss implementation of the 6-point proposal. The assembly was large and official enough to reassure Anhui official of a frightened step that if they followed Wang Li and the political line were to change, they would be attacked for pursuing capitalism. Wang Li, standing firm, simply declared that any methods or policies that interfered with the advancements of the productions were wrong. Instead, officials should rely on practice to determine which days works best, to give full play to sort of creativity and not to worry about making it. As Wang Li's conviction and his willingness to take personal responsibility qualities that he had displayed with ending the railway stoppage in Zhongzi in 1970, gave the official measures of the confidence to move ahead. Despite some lingering concerns, and the policy was implemented, and in early 1970s, Wang Li allowed local areas to continue to decrease the size of the agriculture units. In some places, as Fangyang countries, when starvation remained widespread, production responsibility was contacted down to the household. A week later, February 1st, 1978, the day after Deng arrived in Sichuan on his way from Maniaba to Nepal, Deng told Sichuan party secretaries Zhou and Zhuo success in Anhui, and with the 6-point proposal, in fact, Zhou, this one had already begun permitting production teams to decentralize work to smaller units. Although this step had not been fully reported to Beijing, Deng encouraged Zhou to allow bold experiments similar to that of those of Wang Li, and Zhou complied, quickly developing a 12-point programs for decentralizing responsibility for agriculture production. He declared that the basic accounting unit could be a small group, but he did not go as far as the Wang Li. He did not allow the responsibility to be passed down to the households. By the fall of the 1970s, officials in Anhui, cheered by the successful mid-years harvest produced by the smaller work groups, reported their success, setting off arguments with those supported large-scale cooperative at meetings of the National Agriculture Economics Association held in Suzhou in the fall of the 1970s. An official from the Anhui Agriculture Policy Research Office had their courage to say that one should not blindly follow the Danzai model, and the government should not launch so many political movements that interfered with the local economic initiative. But on the other side, Chen Yun, still vice premier in charge of agriculture affairs, accused Wang Li of secretly promoting individual household farming. In the newspaper articles too denounced Wang Li for opposing Dangzi and for restoring capitalism, but Wang Li had gained confidence from the successful harvest in the areas that had tried to his work assignments and was rapidly winning support within the party. In November 1978, when criticized by the Chen Yonghui, Wang Li, living up his reputations for bravely replied, "You say you are speaking from the Dangzi experience. I say Dangzi is an ultra-leftist model, so you go your way and I'll go mine. Don't impose your views on me and I don't impose mine on you. As for you, who is right and who is wrong, let's see which way works best." Until he fell from the power, Hua Yongfin continued to support the Dazai models and advocated improving agriculture production by introducing new seeds, more chemical fertilizers, as well as water pumps, tractors, and other machineries. His goal was within 5 years to have a large tractors in every brigade and even small tractors in every production team. The 18 large-scale fertilizer plants that have been approved in 1975 when Deng was at the helm were in full production for 1970s. Hua contributed building large chemical fertilizers to factories, when by 1925, twice as much chemical fertilizer was available throughout the country as in 1978. Electric power in the countrysides doubles between 1978 and 1982 as well. But was expectation because initiative positive effect on the agriculture proved widely optimistic. And although Deng did not object to Hua's efforts to introduce more and better industrial products to help agriculture, He also believed that a successful Chinese government system would require spurning the enthusiasm of the peasants by decentralizing rural productions. The third plenum in December 1970s continued to support the Danzian model, creating concerns about the new official that they might be vulnerable to later attacks. Although Chen Yun was replaced as a vice premier in charge of the agriculture after the third plenum, state replacement Wang Xin was still supported the Danzian models. And in the spring of 1979, the new vice premier of the agriculture wrote letters to Hu Jin, editors of the People's Daily, asking him to help but put a stop to decentralization of production teams. A series of articles was published that opposes the further decentralization, and most members of the parliament were still too cautious to take a different stance. Okay. In this atmosphere, Wang Li had serious doubts about whether his tolerance for further decentralization would be supported at high level. At a meeting on June 18, 1979, Wang Li took Chen Yun aside and asked his views. Chen said to Wang privately, "I support you with both hands." Wang Li also asked Deng his views. Deng, not yet ready to support him publicly yet, replied, "You don't need to engage in debates. You just go ahead. That's all. Just seek the truth from facts." As the debate heated up, Wang Li was buoyed by the quiet supporting from Deng and Chen Yun. At a meeting in Beijing, when a vice minister of the agriculture attacked the practice of the contracting down to the household, Wang Li shot back, "You're Fetio Tidur, fat heads and big ears. In other words, like a pig, you have plenty to eat. The peasants are thin because they don't have enough to eat. How can you tell the peasants they can't find a way to have enough to eat?" After on, you enjoyed a very successful media harvest in 1979 in areas where contracting down to the household was being implemented. To former New China engaged New China news agency reporters who had spent time in Iowa was encouraged by the high official in Beijing to publicize those success in 1992. When looking back at his action from 1979 to 1981, Deng recalled that he was aware many people were then opposed to contracting down to the household and then had even labeled it as capitalism. But rather than attacking them, he had waited until the results were proven. Gradually, people recognized that the new strategy was working, and within several years, the experiments became national policy. Indeed, by the end of 1979, some estimated that half of the production team in the country were distributing work down to small groups, and one quarter had made contracts with the household. In early 1980s, when Wang Li, seeking Hu Yongbong's supports, told Hu that it wouldn't work to have people at lower levels, surreptitiously practicing contracting down to the households. Instead, they needed the full support of the top party leaders. Wang Li thus suggested to Hong that they convene a meeting of our provincial party secretaries to give clear public support for the policy. It was only at this time, before the meeting of the provincial secretary, that they then gave permission to allow the decentralization of a rural production down to the household. And on May 31, 1980s, Deng called in Hu Yongping and Deng continued to express his support for contracting out of the households and to tell them publicize his views. Many local areas moved quickly to allow household production, but even then, some local officials remained unaware of Deng's position. Deng's request to his two writers in effect marked the end of the collective agriculture that he had been launched with the Mao's famous speech of July 31, 1955. At that time, Mao had proclaimed throughout the Chinese countryside a new upsurge in the socialist movement is in sight, but some of our comrades are tottering along like a woman with the bound feet. The tide of the social reform in the countryside, in the shape of the cooperation, has already been reached in some places. Soon it will sweep the whole country. In his talk to Hu Ying in the sentence once, Deng avoided Mao's dramatic appeal. He said, "Now that more flexible." Okay, just wait. Okay, I'm sorry for digressing, but I want to know about one specific topic about the feminism, right? Who started the feminism? FEMI. Feminist movement. That's okay. Feminism. Right? Who started feminism? Feminism was not started by a single person, rather evolved through a series of historical waves driven by the countless activities, philosophers, and organizations over centuries. However, several key historical figures laid the philosophical foundation and initiated the first organized movement in 18th and 19th centuries to pioneer and philosopher. Pioneer and philosophical 18th, 19th centuries. Mary Wollstonecraft, widely recognized as the foundation figures in modern response. Okay, so I'll just keep it at side. I'll just read it later. I'm back. Now that more flexible policies have been introduced in the rural areas, the practicing of fixing farm output quotas on a household basis have been adopted in some localities where it is suitable. It has proved quite effective and changed things rapidly for the better. Fixing output quotas on a household basis have been adopted in most of the production routines in the Fexi County, Anhui provinces, and there have been a big increase in production. Some comrades are worried that this practice may have an adverse effect on the collective economy. I think their fears are unwarranted. Some comrades say that the pace of the socialist transformations had been too rapid. I think there are some grounds for this view. If the transformation had advanced step by step with a period of consolidation followed with the further development, the result might have been better. It is extremely important for us to proceed from concrete, local conditions and take into account the wishes of the people. Then acutely aware of oppositions among many, oppositions among party conservatives who made his arguments to not to a large audience, where there was certain to be unsympathetic critics, but only to his two writers, who then spread the message to the broader public. 4 years after Mao gave his rousing speech, tens of millions of peasants were starving, and 25 years after his speech, the collectives were dissolved. By contrast, 4 years after Deng's cautious, reasoned explanations to his writers, most of China's farming was being done by individual households, and agricultural production was rising rapidly. The 25 years after Deng's speech, the system as he installed was still going strong. Personal changes accompanied the changes in policy. At the 5th plenum of the 11th Party Congress in early 1980s, when Deng brought in his own team headed by the Hu Yongpongs and Zhou to lead the country, Wang Li became a vice premier, director of the State Agriculture Commissions, and members of the party secretary in charge of the agriculture. As the head of the State Agriculture Commissions, Wang Li, with the Deng's permissions, could extend the model of the household production nation. So August 1980s, the leaders opposing contracting down to the household, Huang Gongping, Cheng, this one were formally relieved of the post as a premier and vice premier respectively, and the media began criticizing the ultra-leftist of the Dazia model. In the summer of the 1980s, Wang Li began to prepare the formal document supporting the new policy, which was to be issued in late September. At a meeting of first party secretaries to discuss the rural issues, when Wang Li called on Du Renchen, so the highly respected agriculture specialist who had been head of the secretaries of the rural development work and rural work departments, and also head of the Rural Development Institute on Agriculture Policy. After Du made presentations analyzing the result in Nova, the provincial secretaries expressed varying views. Some of the strongest opposition came from Heilongjiang, where the larger fields were suitable for dry lands and crops and greater mechanizations, and where it was not easy to divide the land down to the households. Some of those areas chose not to contract down to the households. There were also differing views on what forms household farming should take in. In the end, the way that was chosen, contracting down to the households, to retain public ownership of the lands and allowed local officials to assign a certain production quotas to each individual household. In the contract with the household, village officials specified which crops the household had to cultivate and how large the quotas turned over to the government should be. In the contract, the local official agreed to supply the land and machinery to the thousands and households, and in return, after harvest, the household would turn over a certain amount of the grain and other crops. If a household no longer had to be, had enough able-bodied people to work at the lands, village leaders could reassign the land to the other household. The term Boachan Badu, contracting production responsibility down to the household, was suggested by Du Russians to compare to some expression. This term reassured conservative that there was still a local unit that was assigning responsibility from the perspective of the Beijing authorities. The system ensured that the national needs for grain, cotton, and other crops would be met by the sum of the contracts with the farm household. Farm household had the freedom to grow crops in their own way, and once they had turned over the goods in their contracts, any remaining produces could be used by the family or sold in the market. Based on papers and discussion at the meeting of the provincial official, Wang Li had his staff prepared Directive Number 75, which was issued on September 27, 1980. The document was creatively crafted and permitted local collectivists to assign responsibilities for production down to the household in especially poor areas in order to avoid starvation. By October 1981, over half the production teams in the country had chosen some forms of contracting down with the households, and by the end of the 1982s, 98% of the rural households were listed as having some form of a contract with the production teams. In 1982, the communes, which had been established in 1958 to mobilize peasants for large public works projects and large-scale collective farming, were abolished. At the highest of the three levels in the collective structures, commune, brigades, and teams. The commune had originally combined economic and political function as a single organization. After they were abolished, the political functions were taken on by the own towns or large administrative village governments, and the commune workshops and other economic units became independent collective enterprises. Meanwhile, the doubling of the chemical fertilizer production between 1978 and 1982 and the 20% increase in the procurement price of the grain in 1979 insisted the improvement of the grain productions and the growth of the rural income. Albeit less than this shift to contracting production down to this household from 1978 to 1982, peasants' income roughly doubled. Some observers have argued that this idea of the decentralizing production down to the household was invented by the peasants, but in fact, many officials knew about the ideas and had been considering it ever since the beginning of the collectivization. It became more accurate to see that when the peasants were given a choice between collective or household farming, they overwhelmingly chose the households. Gradually, officials who had doubts about the household agriculture were won over. And at the 13th Party Congress in 1987, the constitution was revised to guarantee the right to the contract down to the household for the indefinite future. It took several years after decollectivizations and introductions of the household agriculture to make adjustment in supply and demand and to stabilize and effective national systems of productions and sale of agricultural crops. For several years, agriculture specialized drew up documents each year dealing with such issues as the rural organization, machineries, and other inputs to aid rural productions. The documents were published in early January each year as a central government's document number 1 and document number 1 to 1982's contracting down to the household, and similar programs were called declared socialist. The ideological battle was over. After household farming was introduced, grain productions to continue to rise rapidly, indeed as early as 1987. As early as 1984, grain production surpassed 400 million tons compared to 300 million tons in 1977. After 1981, the growth in the grain supply led the government to encourage farmers to diversify into vegetables, fruits, and industrial crops. Of official estimates of per capita grain consumption rose from 1977 to 1987 from 195 kilograms to 250 kilograms, and consumption of pork, beef, poultry, egg increased even more sharply. The government had been completely unprepared for the huge grain harvest of 1984. As a result, there was not enough warehouse space to store the grain, and some local governments, lacking sufficient funds to purchase all the grains that had been produced, they had to give the farmers paper IOUs. Before them, the government, fearing urban unrest since 1978, had not passed on to the urban consumer the increase in prices paid to the farmers for rice. The subsidy was a strain on the government budgets, and after 1984, the costs were passed on to the urban consumers. On January 1st, 1985, the government announced that it was no longer obligated to buy grain produced by the farmers, because farmers planting their field in 1985 worried that they might not get full payment of rice. They planted smaller rice crops, and grain productions consequently dropped 28 million tons, or about 7%, which was still 60 million tons more than the product produced in 1980s. When the household farming first began to take hold, it took several years after 1985 adjustments for the grain production to recover to 1984 levels and to put rural production on the menu. But when 1989 grain output had surpassed the 1984 peak, and it continued at high levels thereafter, by then there was sufficient rice production so that the government abolished grain rationing. The consumer could buy all the rice they needed. Contracting down to the household was not a panacea for all the rural problems. Some areas, specifically those in the northeastern, where the large dry fields instead of the rice paddies produced wheat, sorghums, or other grains, the farmers used tractors that could plow more land than they farmed by a single family. Some of those areas chose to retain collective agriculture under the collective systems. The more successful production team had been able to provide more careful for the elderly and infirm residents who did not have families to look after them. So with the end of the collective agriculture, it was difficult to provide a local community welfare. The 25 years of collective agriculture had devastating consequences, especially when it was carried to extreme. But rural collectivization had also made it easier to expand irrigations and to develop a strong local party structures grounded in the collective party structure that did not entirely disappear with the introductions of the household productions. In addition to the ending grain shortage and raising peasants' income, household production allowed for expansion of the industrial crops such as cotton, flax, tobacco. In 1981, China was the fourth largest importer of the cotton, and 4 years later, it was exporting cotton. Rural families, motivated to work hard, could meet their agreed upon grain production targets and release their young adults to work in rural industries. Farmers selling produced in towns and cities to improve the quality and quantity of the food for urban consumers. Even officials who had opposed to the abolition of the collective agriculture found that their views and their wives and children were pleased with the expanded choice and improved quality of the vegetables, fruits, chickens, and porks in the urban markets in 1980s. As refrigerators and refrigerations and transport improved, the varieties of vegetables, meat, fruit continued to grow rapidly. Hundreds of millions of rural peasants were lifted above the poverty line, increased rural incomes, provided outlet for expanding light industries. Yet most peasants, except for those on the outskirts of the urban areas, on average remained far poorer than urban residents, and their healthcare and education lagged. They then continued to follow the adjustments in rural policy. After each year, the transition to household production was completed in 1981, but not with the same intensity and personal involvement as in 1978 to 81, when he had personally supervised the process of decollectivizations by allowing Wang Li to tell local rural officials where they could allow peasants to do what was necessary to solve the problems of starvations, and then publicizing the successful results. Deng had accomplished his goal, relieving China's grain shortage. Deng had no ideological commitments to household farming. He allowed it because it solved the grain problems and the problems of the rural livelihoods. To reach this goal, he had to decollectivize agriculture. He had accomplished that politically difficult task without deliberating in a split in the party and without personally becoming a target of attack by conservative officials. The popular enthusiasm for the result of the rural reforms, but both among peasants who enjoyed more freedoms and income, and among urban consumers who enjoyed more varieties of the food supplies, greatly strengthened public support for future reforms, for further reforms. Township, okay. Township and village enterprises. In a talk with Yugoslav official in 1987, Deng recalled, in the rural reforms our greatest success, and it is one we by no means anticipated, has been the emergence of a large numbers of enterprises run by the village and township. They were like a new forces that just came into being, spontaneously. Deng did not launch the township and village enterprises to experiment, but it fits his philosophy. So when something works, support it. It also, dovetailed with the recommendations of researchers in ZOA's think tanks to continue the economic planning structure, but allow a market to expand as long as they do not interfere with the plans. When commune were abolished in 1982, the small commune workshop and commercial store automatically became enterprises under the jurisdictions of the recently re-established towns and village. Commune industrial workshop had relied on manual labors and primitive machineries. Almost all of the which except for tractors and water pumps was made locally. Because the transportation system was so rudimentary, commune enterprises had to repair their own tractors and maintain the water pumps used to irrigate the rice paddies. Some commune workers wove reeds into a basket. The other forged metals in the small iron foundries, and then with lattice-shaped simple plow discs and harrows to be pulled by water buffaloes. Some small tractors or a team of young peasants. Many towns had simple food processing plants, were husking rice, making soy sauce, okay, and drying fruits or pickling vegetables. Some commune had simple brick kilns, which they made low quality bricks, and cement factories where they could crush rocks and added sand to make simple cement for local use. Some village had sewing machines, okay, for making or repairing clothes. People in towns in hilly and mountains gathered herbs and roots to make simple Chinese medicines, and many built pits where they created organic or even or in some cases simple chemical fertilizers. Although TBEs were not plants, conditions were in fact ripe for the growth. So when commune workshop became TBE with the abolition of the commune, they did not only gain some independence from the communes and management, but they were no longer bound by the geographical area of the commune. They were free to produce goods that they could sell whatever they wanted, unlike state factories. They had the flexibility to adapt to demands, and unlike independent businesses that were still restricted to having more than 7 employees, they were considered collectives and thus ideologically acceptable with no limit on size. Farm workers who had little incentives to become more efficient when working for the productions team had a great incentive to be more efficient when farming the land allocated to the households. For fewer workers were needed to farm the lands, and more rural youth were available to work in TBEs. And with the increased productions of industrial crops like the cotton, the flax, and the tobacco, the TBEs could turn the harvested crops into cotton goods, canvas, secrets, and other products. Furthermore, the growth of the TBE was fueled by the investments flowing in from the outside. Throughout the 1980s, more than half of the productions of the TBE was taking place in the 5 coastal provinces of the Guangdong, Fujian, and Shandong. Investment in the provinces and the technology came from Hong Kong, Taiwan, overseas Chinese. Many of the towns, village, and Guangdong brought in the foreign technology and partnered with the local officials in creating increasingly modern factories in producing for global market. In short, as Deng Rongxin said, when the commune was abolished and the government and enterprises were separated, the former commune enterprises could begin to act like economical animals, responding to the need of the market. By mid-1980s, under the pressure from the government to be more efficient, some states' enterprises even subcontracted out to the TBEs to help them meet their production plans. Compared to the state-owned enterprises, the TBE had many advantages. State enterprises, including all the enterprises in the basic industries, transportation, utilities, and national defense production, given a quotas of goods according to the annual plans, with a mixed numbers of the person whose salaries were set up with the grades. The materials were brought and sold at a price when they were set by the bureaucrats to reflect the priorities of the time. In short, state-owned enterprises had no flexibility, but the TBEs were completely flexible in adapting to market conditions. Furthermore, state enterprises were expected to supply many benefits of their employees: housing, welfare, medical, and schooling. The TBEs could draw on young labor and avoid paying higher and extensive welfare payment that went to older forces. Work was in 1978. 28.3 million people were employed in commune enterprises. In 1992, when Deng stepped down, the TBE employed 105.8 million people. In 1978, the value of the production in commune enterprises was reported to be 49 billion yuan. In 1992, when Deng stepped down, the value of this one was reported to be 1,798 billion yuan, almost 50 times as much. In commune, 1978 communes, enterprises comprise 9% of China's industrial output. By 1990, the TBE enterprise comprises 25%. By 1994, 42%. TBE began to draw material and labor from state enterprises in the Yangtze Delta area, for example, engineering working in state factories to produce goods according to the annual plan as a part of the regular weekdays jobs. Moonlight on the weekends in TBEs in Suzy, this one, Kushang, not far from west of the Shanghai, that went far more efficient than the regular state factories. By the late 1980s, Cheng Yun had become upset that the TBEs were, consuming material needed for the state enterprises, that small TBE were wasting fuel and other resources that could be used more efficiently by the state enterprises, that competition from the linear TBEs was making it more difficult for this one's black to provide for the older staff and retirees. As a result, the balance in the state planning and the finances began to demand stricter supervision of the TBE, so they could not drain too many resources and labor away from the state enterprises. I'm curious, back then in I'll search, during late 90s, late 1900s, late 20th century, Chinese defense, China's defense equipments were manufactured in China or imported. I think it's imported, if I'm not wrong. During the late 20th century, China defense equipments were primarily manufactured domestically through a massive state-owned military-industrial complex, heavily supplemented by strategic arms technology, unable to build a completely modern system. Beijing relied on strategy of purchasing foreign hardware in response to domestic manufacturing. China possessed an extensive indigenous defense industry, originally built in the 1950s with the Soviet assistance. The factories produced large quantities of equipment such as the tanks, 25, 20, and 59 Type 69 basic fighter jets, aircraft. Importing key technologies. After the Sino-Soviet split in 1960, China military equipments grew increasingly this obsolete major turn of this one, like Tiananmen Square, The first turns post-Soviet, particularly Russia, they copy and adapt strategy. Rather than simply buying whole fleet, China imported advanced weapons such as this one from submarine. Transition to self-reliance. This era, I'm talking about this one. This era of foreign dependency from the foundation for China's military, it allowed the country to eventually shift from the importing weapons on this one's, Would like to, no. While when China opened its economy, that time they had they didn't have a good relation with Soviet. So did they import defense weapon from USA or any other country? I don't know, man. Let's see. Yes, China absolutely imported defense equipment and technology from the United States and several European countries during the late 1970s and 1980s. When Deng Xiaoping opened the Chinese economy in 1978, the Sino-Soviet split had left China completely isolated from its former communist ally, facing a heavily armed Soviet Union on its northern borders. China found a strategic alignment with the West. The shared anti-Soviet stance triggered a brief historic window military intelligence cooperation within China and Western democracy. Rather than purchasing entire fleets of ready-to-use weapons, China primarily bought Western technology, electronics, and engine to upgrade its aging Soviet. This one's helicopters, naval propulsion, General Electric. The turbines to Project Peace Pearl. This was a joint U.S.-China foreign military sales program where the U.S. military aimed to provide advanced, avionic package to upgrade the radars and fire control, artillery, and radars to gain. While the US sales required heavily political oversight, Western European nations, specifically the UK, France, and Italy, were eager commercial partners to provide some of the most critical technologies. France, Super Frelon Dolphin, Dolphin helicopter. This Western assistance modernizing came to a sudden halt in June 1989 following the Tiananmen Square crackdowns. Okay, now I understand. So yeah, they did get this one from the West. Now, individual household enterprises, although the TBE were independent of the governments, they were still under the supervision of the local party officials. Since the TBEs were considered cooperative, they were easier for the communist conservative to accept than private enterprises that were owned by the individual. Yet there were tremendous pent-up demand for the services and product that such individuals only owned a business typically offered. After collectivizations in 1955 to 56, urban private businesses had been eliminated. But when the reforms began in 1970s, people were eager for restaurants, neighborhood shops, to repair shops, and stores with all kinds of the goods. Deng and his colleague knew there was a need for a small private enterprises in the urban areas, but how would they win acceptance from a conservative official to allow such a business to restart? The answer lay in the urgency of the finding employment for young people to curb urban unrest. By 1978, there were several hundred million people who were underemployed, and yet because socialist societies theoretically eliminated unemployment, even the term unemployment was then too sensitive to be used. If urban youth did not have work, they were waiting for assignments, and although rationing in the early 1970s had made it difficult to unauthorized or youth to return to the cities, as peasants in the countryside increasingly sold off their surplus in the market, urban families found ways to feed the returns to youth without rations coupons, and more youth began slipping back into the urban areas where they could not find jobs. Also, beginning in 1977, once youth in the countryside who passed the university examinations were allowed to return to study, the envious who were left behind in the countrysides began to find ways to trickle back in the cities. 1978 and 1979, an estimated 6.5 million youth returned to urban areas from the countryside. By the early 1980s, an estimated 20 million intellectual youth and workers, largely former urban residents, had also moved back to the cities. Within the state budgets under great strains, state enterprises lacked the funds to hire them. By 1979, reports of the increasing crime among youth waiting for employment, employment grew more worrisome to the political leaders. So just as Deng had used the danger of starvation as a leverage to permit peasants to find their own solution, in 1979 he used the danger of increasing crime among urban youth, to convince other leaders to let them form individual household enterprises. As long as they relied on their own labor and did not exploit the labor of others, they would still be considered workers, not capitalists. And so Deng said that they should be allowed to open a shop, repair stations, or some other household enterprises. By early 1980s, then a small market and a food stall began to appear in the cities and towns. But how should one draw the line between heads of the household enterprises and the capitalist? In volume number 4 of the Das Kapital, Marx described the case of an employer who had 8 employees, and was exploiting the labor of others. Practical Beijing politician that suggested that as long as the household had no more than 7 employees and the household head himself or herself worked, the leaders of the household enterprises would be classified as a worker. Once they were permitted, household enterprises proliferated like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Stalls sprang up in towns and cities, offering haircuts, repairs of the shoes, knives, and bicycle tires, rings, or prepared fruits and handicrafts or manufactured goods. In some areas, such shops were allowed to be openly in the evenings and became night stalls. In July 1981, the State Council issued regulation to guide the development of the households, enterprises, and local communities began to regulate where they could be located and require them to be licensed. The revival of the urban services, like the revival of the household agriculture, proved enormously popular, both to those who now had had a way to earn a living, and to the consumer who now had access to immediate service and product. By 1982, it was discovered that some household enterprises were hiring 8 or even more workers, and a debate ensued. Deng asked what people were afraid of, that it would harm socialism. He used simple examples to make his case. If a farmer has 3 ducks, he has no problem. But if he gets a 4th duck, is he a capitalist still? The issue of where to draw the line on how many employees a private business person could hire remained so sensitive that the final answer required the personal involvement of Deng and Chen Yun. Deng said to Chen Yun that if they publicly discussed the issue, people would be afraid that policy allowing private enterprises would be changed. So he suggested that they let it continue for a couple of years, then see how it's working. Although some enterprises were reluctant to grow so much and large that they would be noticeable, others they continued to expand. Meanwhile, Deng continued to avoid public statements, strategies that allowed private enterprises to grow in a way that would not alarm conservative officials. At the 13th Party Congress in 1987, party official officially permitted individual household enterprises to hire more than 7 employees. Deng had scored another victory by using his basic approach. And just wait. At 13 parties, one party official, permitted individual household enterprises to hire more than 7 employees. Deng had scored another victory by using his basic approach to reform. So don't argue, try it. If it works, let it spread. I want to know, is there any book? Is there any, a book or article? Is there any book or article on Chinese economy? Whether is it capitalist or socialist or communist? But yeah, it's a socialism with the Chinese characteristics. The debate over whether China's economy is a capitalist or socialist or communist is one of the most heavily studied topic in national and modern political economy, because China operates highly unique blend of the both system, often called a socialist market economy. Different scholars and authors of the different entirely this one's argument for state capitalist and market economy. Many Western and heterodox economies argue that China has abandoned traditional communism to adopt it instead of the state of in form of a state capitalism. or authoritarian capitalism, where the free market thrives but the state maintains control over strategic sectors. The new China playbook, Beyond Socialism and Capitalism by Jin, data-driven look at how China built its economic juggernauts, examining, okay, what is juggernaut? Juggernaut, I think I know. Is a literal or metaphorical versus is merciless or destructive, unstoppable. Okay, it's described as massive, overwhelming entity like a large, heavy truck, and unstoppable sports team. Juggernaut, right? The juggernaut. Examining how China became a capitalist by Roland Coast and this one. This book explores how China's post this one reforms grassroots against argument for transformation, transitional or a socialist economy. China's capitalist socialist theorizing the political economy. This one's okay. Argument for transition equals to an academic article published by Taylor. This one's in which breaks down the theoretical debates upon Marxist scholars on whether China market is okay. China social capitalist on Sage Journal, a scholarly paper evaluating ideological politics. Okay. The rise of China and the demise of the capitalist world economy. Okay. The red capitalism, okay, fragile. Okay. I don't think I will read the entire book, but because I have other books to read, I'll rather read an article, right? Okay, China capitalist is one theorizing this one's okay. Let's see. Is China socialist theorizing the political economy of the China? Okay, there's an entire article. Okay, I shall read this. Abstract socialism and China, and will China become a socialist? Where is China now? Conclusion, acknowledgement, footnotes. Okay, this is one. Another one. Okay, China socialist or capitalist. There's an article on it. Get access. Because the party is the Communist Party. They themselves say that we are a socialist country with the Chinese characteristics, but they behave like a capitalist. Okay, this one's and rise of the China. Okay, rise of the China. Okay. China and demise of the capitalist world. This article explains the internal mechanism of China's state-owned enterprises and how they prevent the country from conforming perfectly to Western. Okay, is it a book? Continue to the site. 114 demise of the economist. Okay. Contents: an introduction to China and the capitalist world economy, accumulation, basic needs, and class struggles. To rise in the neoliberal global economy. Can the capitalist world economy survive the rise of the Chinese? Okay. Democracies. Okay. This book is just like many of this ones in China. It is not they'll discuss China's dramatic economic growth in this one, okay, geopolitical. Okay, we were convinced that the socialist country was not just oppressive and inefficient, they were good. Okay, I think this book, The Rise of the China and the Demise of the Capitalist World, Rise of the China and the Capitalist World. Okay, Ming Li. Is it written by which person? Just wait. I want to see. With the Chinese, then I have to be careful with it because obviously they will not. Okay, it is originally published in 2008, and okay, so is this author, Chinese political economist. Okay, so he was born there, China, and University of Massachusetts, Peking University. Okay, I'll look into it later. Chapter number 16, and it is accelerating economic growth and opening up, 1982 to 1989. By 1982, the success of Chen Yuan retrenchment policy had paradoxically given Deng a much stronger case for promoting a policy that Chen Yun would not have approved, rapidly accelerating China's growth. In 1980, the budget deficit. Okay, so it's more about economics now. In 1980, the budget deficit stood at 11.7% of the revenue. But 1982, it had dropped to 2.6%. In 1980, foreign reserves were only $4 billion. Okay, 1980, for foreign reserves goes to $8 billion. But by 1982, they had risen to $14 billion. In addition, in 1982, the grain harvest was 354 million tons, up 9% over the previous years, and the actual rate of economic growth was 7.7%, nearly double the 4% projected rate. Deng and Chen Yun disagree on the growth rates. 1981 to 1983. By 1981, Deng's effort to be patient with Chen Yun's readjustments policies that slowed growth rate was wearing thin. Deng had already begun talking about quadrupling industrial and agriculture outlay by the year 2000s. And at one meeting, he asked how fast China would have to grow to quadruple, GNP growth rate from 1980 to 2000s. Hu Yanbing, who had already done the calculation, immediately responded 7.2% per year. Yet in 1981, the economy grew at only 5.2 percentage. Chen Yun and Yun Yunin and the cautious planners who control the planning apparatus had restricted all play for investments and construction. Deng wanted to avoid an open slit with the Chen Yuns, but with the Hua Yun, this one removed. Deng no longer needed a Chen cooperation in political struggles, and he began to push harder for modernizations and economic expansions. And then diplomatically raised the questions of whether it was useful to have the larger disparity between plan rates and the actual growth rates that China had then had. Chen Yun answered that it was all right for production to surpass the planned goal. In fact, in his view, it was all right for production to surpass planned goals. In fact, in his view, it was better to have a low goals than was surpass them to set higher goals, because officials at lower levels were so eager to charge high heads. If higher goals were set, these officials would push beyond what the economy could bear. The result would be a shortage of supplies and inflation, and soon chaos would break out, and growth would be stymied. At the end of the 1980s, while discussing annual plan for 1981, Chen Yun's ally, Yao Yinlin, had said that the highest possible growth rate was 4%, though they could strive to achieve 5%, and over the long term, the most they could grow was 6% a year. Hua Yongbong's making every effort to defend Deng's goals, countered by saying that if that were the cases, all of their discussions about quadrupling growth by 2000s were meaningless. At the fourth sessions of the National People's Congress in December 1981, just when 5 year plans and the annual plan for the 1982 were being considered, disagreements over the speed of the growth were also so serious that the NPC did not pass an annual budget, nor did it spell out a precise growth target for the 5 year plans. In December 1982, when the Shanghai delegations to an NPC meeting visited Chen Yun at his winter residence in Shanghai, Chen described his view within a analogy used by the Huang Kenchens. The economy is like a bird. Okay, by this one, the economy is like a bird. You can't hold it in your hands, but have to let it fly. But it might fly away, and that is why you need. Okay, just wait. Okay, nice analogy. The economy is like a bird. You can't hold it in your hands, but you have to let it fly. But it might fly away, and that is why you need a cage to control it. Those who wanted a more open economy with a faster growth, Chen Yun's bird cage economics have become the symbol for outdated thinking that stymied market growth. Chen Yun would later explain that what he meant by control were macroeconomic controls. The cage would be in entire provinces, the whole country, or in some cases an even larger area, even larger than the single nation. This qualification, however, did not stop this crisis. His critics, although Chen Yun's critics sometimes sounded as if he were opposed to all reforms. This was not the case. Chen supported the enterprises reform that Zhou Yunjin had pioneered in Sichuan, which gave business increased responsibility for their own profit and losses. He agreed that Beijing should allow enterprises more freedom to buy material and sell commodities. He had not opposed rural contracting down to the household, and supported efforts to decentralize control over the commerce and industries, giving lower level officials more freedom to push ahead. He was willing to support some price flexibilities so that some of the smaller items that then underpinned under planning could be taken off the plans and be exchanged on markets. He too wanted economic vitalities, but he felt responsible for keeping the planning system in a good order for things, for seeing that the key industries received the resources they needed, and for ensuring that inflation did not go out of hands. Controls on this issue, he could be adamant. The document issued by the 12th Party Congress, September 1 to 5 to this one, and the NPC meeting that followed, reflected the widening gap between Deng and Chen Yun's over the targeted speed of growth for China. Most of the document at the Party Congress were prepared by the cautious planners, but at Deng's insistence, the Congress also took on the goal of quadrupling, literally doubling twice the gross value of the industrial and agricultural productions by the end of the century. Deng firmly reiterated that it was not a good to have a planned rate so much lower than the actual rate. As a disciplined communist, Chen Yun did not criticize publicly Deng's plan for quadrupling the economy by 2000, but he also did not endorse it. He reiterated that economic construction over the next 20 years should be divided into 2 decades. The first to lay the foundations for the moderate growth, and then the second decades of more rapid growth. The revised 6 5-year plans to 1981 to 85 approved the NPC, making representative a victory for the cautious planner. The annual growth rate targeted for the 5 year was set at 4 to 5%. A capital construction for the period would be $23 billion, essentially to no increase over the 5th year plan, with an emphasis on energy and transport, and spending on education, science and cultures, and healthcare would increases. Hu Yongbong believed that one of the ways he could best contribute to the modernization was to travel the country, giving encouragement to the locals, officials. He listened to their problems and tried to cut through the obstacle to growth, and based on his visits to the countrysides, he became convinced that local areas had the capacity to grow faster. In response to Chen Yun's argument that China should grow slowly in 1980s to build a base for the more rapid growth in 1990s, Hu Yongbong said that the current leaders shouldn't do as much as possible in the 1980s as not to leave unrealistic goal for those who could lead the economy in 1990s in the eyes of Chen Yun and his cautious planners, allies, and even to Zhuo Yingjiang. Hu Yongbong, in his effort to be supportive to local officials, was willing to create exception to the rules and not sufficiently concerned about the curbing inflations. Hu Yongbong local visits put him on collision course with the Chen Yun, although the two men had worked well together to reverse verdicts, and although Hu remained differential, Chen Yun was increasingly critical of Hu Yongbong at a meeting to discuss annual plan on January 12, 1983. Deng again noted that the 6-year plan beginning in 1981 still projected an annual growth rate of 3 to 4%, but that actual growth rate was more than twice as high. So GDP growth is equal to 1978. 1978, it's 11.7%. That's a huge 11.5%, and 1979, 7.6, okay, 1980, 7.8, 1981, 5.2, 9.1, 10.9. Then asked again if it were appropriate to have such a big gap between the plan and actual performance, and the planners answered that there was no problem. In typical Deng fashion, then he both avoided confrontations and enabled his own strategy to prevail without publicly criticizing Chen Yun's and the party decision. He did not restrain local officials from finding ways to expand more rapidly, nor did he keep Hu Yongbong from traveling to the local areas. Once again, Deng had been confronted by party consensus with which he disagreed, and his approach was vintage Deng. Don't argue, just push ahead. Don't argue, just push ahead. Conceptualizing reforms, Zhuo Yanxing. Chen Yun agreed in 1980s that Zhuo Yun should be given a staff to examine the economic issues of the new eras, which he realized were different from the period when he had set up the planning system. For more on Zhuo, see keep all this one. Okay, when Zhuo arrived in Beijing, he accepted that readjustment policies of the Chen Yun, and Chen Yun in turn supported Zhuo's effort to allow enterprises managers more autonomy and contract responsibility for rural production down to the households. In a more general sense, too, Chen Yun appreciated Zhuo's effort to speak with the Beijing accents, to give up his year of thinking like a provincial leader and focus on national economy as a whole. Zhuo preferred to avoid political struggle as a premier. He did not interfere in the work of the Chen Yun and cautions planners in guiding the daily work of the economic planning. So instead, Zhuo and his think tanks working outside the regular bureaucracy concentrated on big issues of how to guide the transition from a relatively closed economy to a more open one. It was natural that after they had been in Beijing for more than 2 years, Zhuo, with the help from his staff, had begun to formulate views about new directions for the economy, and that Deng would turn to Zhuo for guidance. As Deng became impatient with the slow pace of growth under Chen Yun and the cautious planners, he began turning away from Chen Yun and towards Zhuo and Ziyang and his think tanks for guiding on a basic principle policy. Zhuo was at the forefront in the working with the Japanese advisor as well as the economists and economic officials around the world who had been assembled by the World Bank to conceptualize how China should undertake the transition. To date, no socialist country had successfully and without serious disruption made the shift from the planned economy to a sustained open market-based economy. Thus, when World Bank officials and leading economists from around the world came to China, the most important meeting was with the Zhuo. Although Zhuo did not have formal university training, foreigners were impressed with his knowledge, his intellectual curiosity, his ability to grasp new ideas, and his analytical abilities. When he visited Beijing in 1988, the famous American economist Milton Friedman expected a half-hour in a session with Zhuo, but the discussion with Zhuo, Friedman's and interpreters plus alone lasted for full 2 hours. Friedman also said about Zhuo, he displayed so sophisticated understanding of the economic situations and how the market operated. Fred described the meeting was fascinating. One of Zhuo's think tanks that played a key role in research rural reform was the small 30 rural China rural development research group. It had its origin in discussion group of the proprietary university graduates who had a deep knowledge about the situation in the country from the years rusticating during the Cultural Revolution. In November 1981, it became an independent institute under the Agriculture Economic Institute with the Chinese Academy of Social Science. Later, it would be incorporated into the Research Center for the Rural Developments under the State Council, where it did the staff work in the policy formulation for contracting down to the household, and later the basic drafting of the yearly document number 1 of the Central Committee which adjusted agriculture policy. Another think tank was the System Reform Commission, which was established to consider fundamental system reforms because it could recommend bureaucratic reorganizations, and some bureaucrats were nervous about what it might propose. It began as a small group under the Chinese Academy of the Science studying system reforms in 1981. It was reorganized as a System Reforms Office and placed under Zhuo, and in March 1982 it was renamed to the System Reform Commissions and raised to ministerial level. By 1984, under the directions of the Premier Zhao Ziying, it was employing around 100 officials. Bao Tong, a loyal studious official originally assigned to Zhuo by the organization, department of the party began to function in effect as Ezra's chief of staff. Those who worked under Ezra at the think tanks, they had great respect and admiration for him. They appreciated his lack of pretense, his informal style, and his openness to idea from from people of any rank, and his skill in moving from ideas to practical policies that would move the country forwards. Learning from abroad. On June 23, 1978, after listening to a report by the Ministry of Education on plan to send students abroad, Deng said he wanted to increase the numbers of students going abroad to the tens of thousands, and Deng believed that for China to modernize quickly, it had to learn about and adapt ideas that were working overseas. The Soviet, who feared a brain drain, were reluctant to let their promising scholars and students go abroad. Mao had closed the doors with the West. Even Chiang Kai-shek had worried about rapidly losing some of the smartest young people. But Deng never worried about a brain drain. As a result, no developing country other than Japan and South Korea could compare with Deng China in the scope and depth of his efforts and to learn the secrets of the modernization of advanced economy countries. And China, with its huge population, quickly surpassed the so countries at the scale of its learning from abroad. So then sent official abroad on study tours. He invited in foreign specialists. He set up a centers for study foreign developments. He encouraged efforts to translate foreign information into Chinese, and all on a huge scale. Unlike Japan, Japanese and South Korean leaders who worried that their domestic companies might be overwhelmed by foreign competitions, then encourage foreign companies to set up modern factories in China to help train Chinese managers and workers. He made good use of the ethnic Chinese who live abroad and could assist in understanding developments overseas. But above all, he encouraged young people to go abroad to study Chinese. During the three decades from 1978 to 2000, more than 1 million Chinese students studied abroad, and by the end of those 3 decades, about a quarter of them had already returned to China. Still learning about foreign economic developments, the Deng allowed Ezra to make the economist. He preferred to talk with the scientists and successful business leaders like Y.K. Pao, Matsushita Konote, and David Rockefeller to collect their ideas on how China could progress. He also met foreigners involved in national economic planning like Okita Saburo and Shimoge Japan, beginning in early 1970s. Every few days, a report written by the senior Chinese official scholars was published outlining key foreign developments that were important for the Chinese economy. This were known as the Jingxi Kankao, this one economic reference material. When delegations went abroad, they wrote reports about what they learned, and the reports were then made available to Chinese leaders. In China's effort to study foreign economic experience, no institutions played a role that could compare in importance with the World Bank, and no country did the World Bank play a role as large as it did in China. In 1980s, when mainland China replaced Taiwan as the Chinese members of the World Cup, the president of the bank, Robert McNamara, visited Beijing to pave the way in developing the new relationship. McNamara declaring that the World Bank would not be a truly World Bank without China. This resisted pressure from the U.S. governments to slow entry of the China into the bank. This independence of the McMahon part gave Chinese officials, who at the time were still worried about nation or using China for their own purposes, and more confidence that World Bank did not represent the interest of any single country. Okay, just wait. Okay, just for the fact. Which year did China surpass India in GDP? Okay, 1980 to 81, right? So before 1980 to 81, India was bigger economy. China surpassed India in total GDP around 1980 to 81. Prior to this, the two nations were economic peers, but China's aggressive economic reforms coupled with the massive investments. Okay, so the gap today. Okay, nominal terms, search answer this one. The gap. China's nominal GDP sits around 19 trillions compared to India's 4 trillions, making China economy roughly 4 to 5 times large in this one. Per capita, China overtook economy in nominal GDP per capita. Okay, China overtook India in nominal GDP per capita 1991. GDP purchasing power parity. Okay, so what was GDP of this one in 2005? China's nominal GDP was approximately 2 trillions, while India's nominal GDP. Okay, so from there only the changes are started. Learning from abroad. Okay, that is done. And okay, after Deng's meeting with the McNamara, China's relation with the World Bank moved ahead quickly. Just 1 month later, on May 15, 1980s, China was formally voted into member status. Most members countries of the World Bank had joined in 1945 when the bank was founded, and the World Bank knowledge of each member country had developed gradually. But because China was such a large country with no previous relationship with the bank until it replaced China to make loans to China, the bank first needed a much better understanding of the Chinese economy. In 1980 October, the World Bank did something it never done for any country. It assembled and dispatched to China for a 3-month study tour a team of 30 experts of almost too many of the world's leading specialists on Chinese economy, as well as agronomists, engineers, and specialists on health and education. So counterparts team of the Chinese expert worked with them. One on the Chinese team was Zhu. This one later premier who volunteered to accompany them because he saw it as a learning opportunity. Deng's personal endorsement helped overcome the fear among Chinese team members that they might later be accused of passing on a secret to foreigners. To enhance trust and reduce suspicions of hidden motives, the World Bank team, while in China, had no meeting with to which Chinese counterparts members were not invited. These Chinese teams members, along with the supporters superior in Beijing, were entrusted with the daunting task of opening up the economy. Country, they were eager to think through the unique issues that China needed to face. The World Bank team, aware of its historic role in the opening of the China, in a special opportunity to learn about China, sought to establish a good long-term professional relationships. This way, by far the largest country study by the World Bank had ever taken. The bank, not then yet as the large and bureaucratic as it later became, provided great leeway for its team to adapt to the local needs. Edwin Lim, a Mandarin-speaking Philippine Chinese with a PhD in Harvard in economics and World Bank experience in Southeast Asia and Africa, was appointed the bank's chief economist on China shortly after Mike Madon's visit. He served as the de facto head of the World Bank team on the ground in 1980s. Beginning 1985, when the bank opened its Beijing office, and until 1990s, it was the first head resident representative of the World Bank in China. Lim described the special relationship with the China and the World Bank in 1980s as the made in heaven. During the 3 months in 1980, when World Bank team members were in China, they talked with Chinese officials in charge of the economy and visited local sites. The team members, although supported by the Ministry of Finance, met officials in all major economic ministries, including both the builders and the balancers. Official from the state planning commissions and the state statistical bureau played important leadership roles on the Chinese teams. The Chinese team had not been trained in Western economic theory, but its members had all experience in managing planned economy, developments. The Western specialists, many of whom had worked in the other developing countries, tended, like the Chinese hosted, to pay more attention to what was happening on the ground in the institutional setting than to the theoretical explanations offered by the economists. Upon its return, the World Bank team, drawing on the joint study in China, wrote a report on the history of the Chinese economy since 1949. Describing Chinese policies and endeavoring to distinguish which areas would not be amenable to policy changes. The 3-volume report was discussed with the Chinese as soon as it was completed in March 1981, and in June it was presented to the board of the World Bank to provide perspective as the bank made decisions about its first loan to China. The report was read by the Zhuozins and other high-level party officials, as well by the Chinese specialist. After approval of the Chinese authorities, it was published for general circulation. Such central issue from the beginning was how to keep the Chinese economy functioning while making transition to a more open system that had fewer control. The bank report suggests that the more attention should be paid to the use of the prices to promote more efficient investment decisions and greater flexibility in promoting foreign trades. It recommended allowing more internal migrations to make possible greater efficiency in the use of the labor, but it also advocated that changes in price and other reforms should be made too quickly. The team did not recommend comprehensive rapid market liberalizations or privatizations. For Chinese participation in the case study gave them an opportunity to understand the perspective of the economic professionals with the developments experience from around the world and to look at the Chinese structure afresh. Then given Deng's emphasis on training, it is not surprising that the first Grand China negotiated with the World Bank after becoming a member was for assistance in higher education. In addition, the World Bank set up a specific program to help to train Chinese specialists who would work on various economic issues. In this, China cooperated with the bank economic development stationary, which sponsored courses each year to train personnel. The bank also helped establish with the funding by NDP, United Nations Development Programs, development programs, and later the Oxford and Ford Foundations and a program to train Chinese economists for 1 year at Oxford University. Between 1985 to 1995, nearly 70 economists were trained in the program, most of whom later held key positions guiding the Chinese economy. The Ford Foundations also supported study in the United States by the Chinese economists. As a further aid to China, the World Bank used its incompatible network of contacts with economists and around the world to respond to the Chinese request to meet with the specialists in various areas. In the early 1980s, the Chinese official responsible for adapting their economic system had initially looked to Eastern Europe for reform models. First, they fixed their attention to Yugoslavia, but by 1983, their interest had focused on Hungary. Comprehensive reform that linked together all the plans in the various sectors. Two Chinese delegations visited Hungary to study its reform programs. Hungary sent a team to China to explain its reform. Those familiar with Hungarian issues suggest that China make a wider use of economic model to replace administrative control, to further decentralize authority to locate and permit more diverse forms of ownership. Like the Japanese, the Hungarian were using a kind of an indicative planning in which targets were set. They had stepped away from mandatory planning strategies that required specifying ahead of time precisely which inputs were needed from a broad range of sectors. Yet at the same time, some Chinese officials were beginning to have doubts about the applicability of the Eastern Europe model to a complex problem they faced. In August 1982, in response to the Chinese request, a World Bank assembled at Mogashonst, leading specialists from Eastern Europe and elsewhere who had the theoretical perspective and practical experience to discuss overall problems in the reforms of the specialist system. The Chinese sites were headed by headed by Zhu Mengwei, leading East European economies from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, including Vladimir Burst, presented the views, the discussions, and the post-meeting visits by the foreign consultants to the areas in China greatly strengthened doubts about the sustainability of Eastern Europe's reform as a model for China. So Eastern European had concluded if they only carried out partial reforms, it would build up a resistance in future reforms, and therefore they had to leap to scale reforms all at once. In China, the rural reform was already having a positive, seemingly irreversible effect, so as to was necessary to try to leap the full-scale reforms at all once. After the conference, as the Eastern European traveled to various localities in China, they came to agree with the Chinese host that the Eastern European model of introducing bold reforms all at once would not work in China because of its huge size and great variations in condition. The only realistic way for China to proceed was to open market and decontrol prices step by step, and then to allow gradual adjustments. The views of the conference participants were passed on to Zhou Ziyan, who agreed with their conclusions, and then on Deng, who supported Zhuo's views about reforming step by step rather than at all at once. When A.W. Clausens, who replaced McMara as the president of the World Bank in 1981, visited Beijing in 1983. Deng told Clausen that he had found the World Bank in 1981 reports interesting and useful. Interesting and useful. He then invited the World Bank to assess the feasibility of this goal and of quadrupling output by 2000. The issue of the speed seemed central to Deng. He wanted to grow as fast as possible, but to avoid the dangers of the Great Leap, and because he was concerned about that as before China's official might be excessively optimistic, he wanted to hear outside opinions. Deng expressed his desire of the World Bank to undertake another study on one that would consider alternative options based on a global experience. To realize that the goal was the next 2 decades. In response to Deng's request, the bank sent a second comprehensive mission to China in 1984, again led by the Edwin Leams on the basis of the research by the Chinese collaborators. World Bank staff members and consultants. The World Bank published a report in 1985 that played an important role in shaping the 7th five-year plan. The World Bank study confirming that quadrupling economic output in 2 decades was feasible undoubtedly. Quadrupling. Okay, so the World Bank study confirming that quadrupling economic output in 2 decades. That means they want to grow 4 times in 2 decades. That means every 5 years they have to double it. So let's take an example of India, right? Okay, India right now it's 2027, 2026, 2020. So 2 decades equals to 2036, 46. That means it's close to 20 years to its centurion of independence. So that means 20 years. So if India grows 4 times, that means right now it's close to 4 trillions. So it goes 4 times. That means 4 fours are 16 trillion. I mean, that's a big ask. Just wait, okay. I think I've seen it, but okay. At a projected growth rate of GDP, what is the expected expected GDP of India during its 100th independence? By its 100th years of independence in 2047, India's projected GDP is expected to reach between 26 to 30. I don't know, man. 26 to 30 trillion. I'll be 40 around that time, depending on the specific long-term scenarios. Okay, just wait. Okay, how is it possible? The US, the year 30 trillion targets the official government under Viksit Bharat 2024. Okay. Okay. If it's 27 trillion dollar, then what should be the yearly GDP? Okay, GDP growth rate. If it's true, if it were to reach 27 trillion. I thought it'll be like around 16. That too, it's too far-fetched. To reach 27 trillion economy by 2047, India requires an average average yearly nominal GDP growth rate of 9.3. No, I don't think roughly 6 to 7% of the real GDP growth when factoring in historic inflation and currency dynamisms. To understand how this is equals to calculate and you compound it annual growth equals to this one. So current GDP into 1 plus R all equals this one. So target GDP equals to 27. And current equals to 4.1 and into is equals to 1 plus R equals to what is the interest rate? Okay, this is a growth rate and number of years. Okay, so set up. Okay, Okay, so understood. Okay. In the early 19th, the Chinese official responsible for adapting their economic system had initially looked to Eastern Europe for reforms. Okay, I think it's done. 1984, another Morgan Chance conference of young and middle-aged economists, but without World Bank participation, considered issues such as the price reforms. The conference conclusion supported a dual price system, that is on set of a price for wine, on items on the state plans, and stated, another set of prices that would be more irresponsible market changes. State-owned enterprises that met the quotas would be allowed to sell whatever the other products they could make at the market prices. As a result, many enterprises were likely to orient their practices to the market while still relying on set prices to provide some response, stability during the transition to increase the use of the market. Some World Bank officials criticized the dual price systems because it created opportunities for officials, states and officials at state companies to purchase goods at the state price and then to make quick profit by selling them in the market at a higher price. Higher level Chinese officials, however, felt confident that they could keep the corruptions under control with administrative punishments. 240 and 461. Okay, and in 1985, following Deng's political success, then a Chinese official again asked the World Bank to assemble experts for some guidance about making the transition from a controlled economy to one where the market played a still larger role. The Chinese and foreign experts assembled for weak ownership, the Pashonala, where they engaged in necessary formal and private discussions as the vessel passed the Three Gorges on its way from the Chongqing to Wuhan. Okay, just wait. Okay, when was the Three Gorges Dam completed? Three Gorges Dam was built in which year? It was built in 1994. That's a huge success, technological, right? The Three Gorges Dam spanning the Yangtze River in China was built over a multi-stage project that began in 1994, with the main dam will complete in 2006. So 6, 7. Okay, so it took almost 12 years. The central issue not well understood by the Chinese before the conference was how to introduce other monetary and fiscal control that could regulate the market, avoiding the extreme of a cycle the Chinese had previously thought were endemic in the capitalist system. Tobin in particular helped convince the Chinese that they could use macroeconomic controls to keep a market system within the bounds. The Chinese economic left these meetings with an increased readiness to continue expanding the role of the market in China while introducing a macroeconomic control. Since inflation had become severe by the time of the conference, the Chinese quickly worked to apply the main lessons learned from the conference, how to use macroeconomic control to tame it. The Premier Zhuo Ziyang read the conference reports and exhibited the conclusion, and he was in charge of implementing them with Deng's blessing. In early 1980s, while Chinese leaders were exploring the experience of Eastern Europe and making use of the World Bank advice, they were also studying Japanese experiences. Although Japan was a member of the World Bank, Japanese effort to work with China were generally done bilaterally and were conducted on a larger scale than China's relation with any other countries. Although China was also interested in Taiwan and South Korea experiences modernization, mainland China did not have direct relation with them until 1980s late. So their experience in early 1980s play a major role in shaping Chinese view. Following Deng's visit to Japan in October 1978, Okita Saburo was also an economic planner's experience in helping Asian countries with their economic developments and arrived in China in January 1979 to discuss Kumo's plan to set up a Japanese advisory group and more broadly to consider the role that Japan might play in China's developments. Okita, born in Dalian, Liaoning provinces that studied engineering and had played a central role in Japanese economic stabilization support, which had guided the Japanese economy of the World War II as the country moved away from the wartime economic control and struggled with the severe shortage. After 1955, the Economic Stabilization Board was absorbed in the Japanese Economic Planning Agency, which provided indicative planning for the Japanese economy. Okita arranged with this one that he would lead a Japanese team of experienced bureaucrats to hold as a series of annual meeting with the Chinese officials led by Ma Hong, as Chinese officials were making the transition away from the tight control over the economy. When Prime Minister Ohira visited China in December 1978, Okita, then foreign minister, accompanied him, then jokingly asked Okita if he could continue as an advisor to the China, even though he was a foreign minister. Indeed, the joint meeting did end briefly while Okita was a foreign minister, but they were resumed in early June 1980s after they left offices. The Japanese advisory team that joined Okita included this. Okay. And the two Chinese organizations built on the Japanese model in early 1970s were a quality control associations and enterprise management association. They established training programs in Beijing for a regional office, who in turn set up a training program for factory managers in their respective regions on industrial management, addressing the ideas they had learned from Japan. It is difficult, of course, to measure the effect of such a training programs, but for factory managers and workers who had been operating at a very slow basis, these models and Chinese officials' strong encouragements that follow them did stimulate greater efficient improvement of the quality controls. In 1980s, Japanese gave more aid and built more industrial plants in China than did citizens from any other country. The Japanese factories built in China set standard by which China measured its progress in achieving efficient industrial production. For study of the modern science, the Chinese looked overwhelmingly into the United States, but more new machinery to build assembly line in Chinese factories came from Japan than any other anywhere else. Prime Minister Kiida's income doubling for the 1960s became the inspirations of the for Deng's goal of quadrupling the cross value of the industrial and agriculture output in 1980s and 90s, and from 1974 on, then with more delegation from Japan than any other nations. Delegation of Chinese economic officials visiting Japan also had been impressed on how consumer demands had become the driver of the factory productions, leading to reduced role for state wholesaler as reservations of industrial products. As a result, Chinese factories producing consumer goods were distributed to consult directly with the local commercials to outlet with which product consumer would wanted to buy. Chinese officials were especially impressed with how Japanese Ministry of International Trade and Industries analyzed what was needed in each sectors for Japanese firms to have the resources and technology to compete in the world markets, and then let the firm themselves lead the way in creating the products that would lead to rapid growth for the country as a whole. During his visit to Japan, Deng had marveled at not only the amount of the planning that goes on within Japanese enterprises, but also on planning was much more flexible and responsive to the market changes than was the planning in China. Mithi gave encouragement and support to leading companies, which then compared fiercely for market shares. China's readjustment policy of the 1980s and 81, which resulted in the cancellation of many contracts with the Japanese companies, had slowed down cooperation between Japanese companies and the Chinese counterparts. Step on this one, by 1982, when the most difficult readjustment step had been completed, Sino-Chinese Japanese relationship had revived in the late May and early 1992. This one visited Japan not only to seek further Japanese investments and technology advices, but also to restore Japanese interest in the Chinese economy. The Japan's External Trade Organization under MITI had several offices in China that conducted research on Chinese economy, helped Japanese companies locate sectors where there were business opportunities, and provided training to Chinese managers and technicians to various industrial sectors. By the mid 1980s, a huge change were occurring because of the introduction of the imported machinery, what might be called handicraft heavy industries, with the bay-backed men throwing coal into the steel furnace and other men with a heavy hammer pounding into the shape molten metal, was replaced by the portion modern oxygen furnace with a continuous casting and electronic controls. When modern assembly lines replaced men using a lathes to shape and machinery part one by one, an overall industrial output to law. Mid-level Chinese managers and joint ventures firms with important partners to also contribute to the search by learning how to use modern technological control and by implementing the latest management techniques. Some of these managers use the skills they learn in foreign firms to start Chinese firms. China as a computer were introduced in the West in 1980s. This spread quickly to Chinese firms. The cumulative effect of the new machinery and the new system introduced by the firms based in Japan, Europe, Hong Kong, and beginning in the late 1980s, Taiwan had at least as much of an influence within economic growth as the system reforms introduced by the Beijing official. The new opening had in effect also brought about an imported industrial revolution, information revolution, and a consumer revolutions. Now, Deng's economic offensive 1981. When the economy was doing well, Deng had the political support needed to speed up reforms and opening. But when the economy encountered problems such as inflation, Chen used and his cautious balances gained the political leverage to enable them to tighten the rein on planning and inflationary pressures. In 1982 and 1983, as the economy began to grow more rapidly and inflation was under control, the atmosphere favored Deng. Not only was grain production going up, but textile production, an important part of the consumer industry, increased so markedly that the clothing and rationing was ended. Per capita rural income, according to official figures, rose from 134 yuan in 1978 to 355 yuan in 1984. At a Central Party work conference, June 26 to June 30, 1983, Deng spoke out strongly in favor of an increasing rate of reinvestment, more than the rates advocated by Chen Yun's and state planning commissions. In December 1983, impatient with the cautious planners, then said that one cannot anticipate scientifically exactly what will happen. If one thought only about stability, it would be hard to make progress. That is, if the Chinese did not have the spirit to break new paths, then they would not be able to quadruple the output of the economy. In the favorable atmosphere, Deng was already to expand the opening of the other coastal areas. In January 1984, he had traveled to Guangdong and Fujian, where he announced a policy supporting special economic zones had provided success. The TV camera conveying the impressive construction that was taking place in Shenzhen through the rest of the China laid the basis for the public acceptance of the opening of the other coastal areas later in the years. In May 1984, the State Council issued the official documents on regulations for further expanding the autonomy of the state-owned enterprises. The development of the plans to grant more autonomy to state enterprises was largely done by Zhou staff at the think tanks. The document advances the use of the macroeconomic controls, including prices and taxes, to control economic activity. Zhao, a long-term advocate of the granting greater flexibility to enterprises, also expanded further the freedom to engage in the market once their official quotas were met. In June 1984, Deng began using the term socialism so that's when it started. 1984, Deng began using the term socialism with the Chinese characteristics, a grand but marvelously vague expression that perfectly fit Deng's basic approach, stretched the acceptable ideological framework to allow the country to pursue policy that worked. Deng used the term to promote his goal of expanding market and launching comprehensive reform in the areas in the areas of industry, commerce, science, and education. Following the 1984 Morgan Chance Conference of the Economic, the state enterprises using the dual track price system were allowed to expand the use of the market price. Consequently, executive increasingly focused their energy on the market, which offered the firm more profits, and in his way learned about the market even while the planning system with still provided measures of the stable output for the economy. In the ongoing tug of war between reformers and the conservative, the reformers who wanted to expand the role of the market were making progress in the entire Deng era. The peak of a popular support for Deng was reached on National Day, October 1st, 1984, when the Peking University students lined the streets and unfurled a banner that read Deng Xiaoping, Ni Hao, hello Deng Xiaoping, an informal friendly greeting. The crowds lining the streets spontaneously joined in and with the Deng Xiaoping Ni Hao. These words and these scenes were in sharp contrast to the orchestrated reverential long-lived Chairman Mao's slogans that the Red Army had shouted 17 years early in response to the orders from the But instead, the students were spontaneously expressing the sentiments of the people throughout the country who felt grateful to them for ending the disorders of the cultural revolutions, for solving the grain shortage, for improving their lives, and for providing a leadership that at last put China on the right path. Just a week earlier, Deng had concluded an agreement for the peaceful returns of the Deng had concluded an agreement for the peaceful return of Hong Kong. Less than 3 weeks after the National Day, Deng, taking advantage of the momentum, was able to get approval at the third plenum of the 12th Century Party Congress to pass the decision on the reforms of the economic structure, the most comprehensive statement of Chinese economic reform to date. The declaration included a broad theoretical explanations as well as an outline of the measures that would pave the way for an overall expansion of the market. The decision incorporated Deng's term socialism with the Chinese characteristic and stated that the fundamental differences between socialism and capitalism is not whether the economy is planned or unplanned, but whether there is a public ownership. The goal of socialism is not egalitarianism. The goal of socialism is not egalitarianism, but common prosperity. Zhou, who had guided the drafting of these documents, achieved what Deng was seeking, a clear explanation of why socialism could encompass market reforms. The decision on the reform of the economic structures announced that the pricing by the state would gradually be reduced and the role of the market in the pricing would be increased. The document gave a great boost to officials in various ministries who wanted greater flexibility. In his speech to the plenum in support of the documents, Deng admitted that the others had done the hard work in preparing the documents and refining the wording, but that he approved all of the parts of the final document. Deng said that the most important statement in the document was the phrase respecting knowledge and talented people. He repeated the basic argument for opening, saying that Chinese history shows that it makes great progress only when the country is open, a statement that became the basis for a television series that had an extraordinary, though a controversial effect when it appeared on June 1988, River Elegia. Deng then acknowledged that some problems inevitably arises from opening, but he expressed confidence that that they would be solved. At 1984, third plenum, Chen Yun did not publicly criticize the decisions on the reforms of the economic structure, but as Deng began pushing for faster growth and market reforms, the tension between the two became more intense. In meeting during the 1981, Chen Yun objected to the excessive 33% increase in the capital construction, with 15% rise in GNP and the 9% rise in the retail price index, the highest since the start of the reforms. Indeed, the inflation produced deep anxiety among the public. The expansion of the markets also required some adjustment of the government system for collecting revenue. On October 1981, the Chinese government, after trying some experiments, introduces a new nationwide systems of taxes to replace the prior reliance on the profit remittance of the taxations. Under the old system, the government assigned factories overall production targets and taxes. There was an economic incentive to increase efficiency. Under the new reform, by contrast, each enterprise was completely responsible for its own profits and losses. After remitting its taxes, managers could retain the tax after profit, thus providing local enterprises with an incentive to become more efficient. But both private and state firms, as well as the joint ventures with foreign firms, were eligible initially. However, the managers lacked sufficient experience to make the system work smoothly. During the first several years, there was no increase in the central committee revenue. The data announced that at the end of 1984 were deeply disturbing to Chen Yun. At an enlarged Politburo meeting in February 1985 held while Deng was away in Guangdong, Chen Yun denounced the large budget deficits, the excessive use of the foreign currency reserve, and the failure to keep tight controls of the spending. It concluded that the policy of the giving primacy to the plan over the market was not outdated. He used the data at the end previously. He used the data at the end of the year to pull back Deng's latest bold change aheads. Provincial leaders were called to a series of urgent meetings that resulted in the curtailing of the large-scale constructions, the tightening of the bank credits, and tighter controls on wage increase and the use of the foreign exchange. With high inflations by Chinese standards, even Zhou and Zai moved to tighten controls and constrain investment. Finally, Deng too, responding to the atmosphere, joined in the effort to reduce the overheating of the economy. As he had done in the early 1980s, Chen Yun again used his position as the head of the party central commissions for discipline and inspection to restrain the experiments in the Guangdong and Fujian. He and his allies publicized cases of smuggling, laundering of foreign exchange, gambling, and pornography. Chen Yun was also aware that the various ministries in the Beijing were illegally investing funds in SEZs, making it more difficult to enforce the party disciplines. As a part of this effort to curtail excesses, Hu Yomi traveled to Fujian, where he criticized provincial officials for creating foreign enclaves like the 19th century treaty ports. Yao Yinlin went to Shenzhen, where he complained that there had already been too many bold transfusions of state funds into Shenzhen. He said that it was the time to pull the needles. In addition, during the summer of the 1985, the Central Commissions for Discipline and Inspection published a report on an automobile scandal in Hainan, where local officials had abused their special privileges to import vehicle for development in order to sell the vehicle on mainland or at a great profit. And Gu Mu announced that China would give priority to only 4 of the 14 new coastal developments as well. This areas equals to Shanghai, Tianjin, Dalian, Guangzhou. Even Deng was constrained by the most critical mood towards these SEZs. He qualified the statements of an SEZ policy that he had issued in early 1984, saying that if the SEZ proves unsuccessful, they should be regarded simply as an experiment. In his speech at the National Conference convened in September 18 to 25, 1985, in order to set the basic policies for the 7th five-year plan for the year 1986 to 1990, Chen Yun declared that the growth rate target for the economy should not be more than 6 to 7%, roughly half the growth rate of 1984 and 85. Even if the actual growth might be somewhat higher, he added that township and village enterprises should be restrained from taking away resources needed by the state enterprises, and he warned that if they were not constrained, China could suffer serious energy shortage and transportation bottleneck. On the defensive because of the new atmosphere, Deng protected his ideological flank by opposing bourgeois liberations and advocating the strengthening of the education so that officials would better resist corruptions and injustices. Deng said he fully supported the 7th five-year plan growth target of 7%, which was agreed to unanimously by standing committees of the Politburo. In fact, Deng was not upset at this figure, for he knew that given the rapid growth during the last 2 years, if the country continued to grow at 7% per year until 2000. Some of the Deng's critics still complain, however, that it would have been better that had Deng not been so exuberant in 1984, that they could have avoided the inflations and corruptions that accompanied overheat the Chinese economy. Now, panic and backlash over inflation, 1988. I mean, obviously, if your economy in a country is growing rapidly, then inflation is bound to increase. Just as genuine readjustment policy of 1981 brought the economy under control and paved the way for things to speed up the growth and reforms, so too did Chen Yun's retrenchment policies of 1985 to 86, again bringing the economy under control and paved the way for things to parch ahead. In February 1987, when setting guidelines for the 13th Party Congress to be held that fall, then in direct contradictions to what Chen Yun had been urging, directed that in the past we said that in a socialist economy planning was primary. Okay, we should not say that any longer. In talks with various foreign leaders in 1987, Deng made it clear that he wanted to leave a legacy of further market opening before he retired. In his major address at the 13th Party Congress in October 1987, Zhao Ziyang, with Deng's approval, used the expression primary stage of socialism. It was again a marvelous concept that Zhou allowed and Deng to say conservative that they were applauding socialism and had not given up on the goal of achieving higher stage of socialism. They did add, however, that the higher stage could be postponed for as long as a century. The new concept planning should no longer be primary, and the primary stage of socialism. Okay, the planning should no longer be a primary. Okay, and the primary stage of socialism provided a framework of continued movement to market economy. Zhou declared that commodity exchange should be conducted according to the law of value, which with prices increasingly determined by value. If goods were in short supply, prices would be higher. Okay, if goods were in short supply, this price would be high. Private enterprises were explicitly allowed to employ more than 7 people. Zhou added that in the future, shareholders would receive cash dividends. While Chia also was when Chia was still speaking, Chen Yun walked out of the hall, which reformers took to his way of avoiding a public fight while making it clear what he thought of Zhou's speech. In early 1988, Deng decided to move boldly to remove prices control on the more goods, as he explained in midday to Zhou Jin, defense minister of the North Korea. Chinese standards of living had risen, and the public could absorb some price increases. At its meeting later that month, the Politburo, under a strong pressure from the Deng, endorsed a comprehensive plan for price and wage reforms. Deng, who had been briefed for years on the importance of the price reforms, realized that the market price was critical for achieving a market-led economy. He explained to his colleague that it is better to endure short-term pain than to endure long-term pains. Deng had been told over the years that if the prices were to rise, they would do so only temporarily. Market forces would cause this other suppliers to enter the market and the prices would come down. Deng was also concerned with the growing corruptions, and one of the main structural causes of the corruption was the dual price system that enabled some official to acquire goods at low state prices and sell them at a much higher market prices. Ending state prices would eliminate the costs the costs of the corruptions. Thus, the bold warrior then charged ahead to decontrol the prices, declaring that the price reforms should be completed within 3 to 5 years. In July, price control were reformed from the alcohol and tobacco, causing prices to rise for more than price control were removed from the causing price to rise more than 200%. But this did not stop Deng from barging ahead. Deng's economic advisor warned that the timing was not right for price reforms because many goods already under inflationary pressures were in short supply. Before lifting the price controls, supplies had to be ready so that the price could not skyrocket. Deng was undeterred. At a Politburo meeting at the held in this one, there was a heated discussions about the moving price ahead. Removing price controls. In the end, Deng prevailed and Politburo endorsed his plans of comprehensive removal of price control. Immediately after the meeting on August 19th, the decision was announced in People's Dailies. As soon as the editorial appeared, the urban public, already straining to cope with the inflation, panicked. People rushed to withdraw bank deposits and buy supplies widely to guard against future price increase. Stores sold out of goods, and the public took to the streets and demonstrations. And Deng was keenly aware that. Okay, so that's why did it happen in 1819 Tiananmen Square. Okay, I'm not exactly sure. Let's continue. The Deng was keenly aware that changing party decisions weakens party authorities, and since becoming a preeminent leader, he had stoutly resisted announcing publicly any changes in decision. But at this point, Deng had no choice. But the public mood was overwhelming. Deng accepted the August 30 decision of the State Council to withdraw the plan for removing the price control. This reversal of the party policy represented the most dramatic, great retreat of the reform measures since Deng had mounted the stage in 1978. Deng's decision to announce a plan for the large-scale price reform proved to be perhaps the most costly error of his career. His assessments of the long-term need was correct. Deng's decision to announce a plan for the large-scale price reform proved to be perhaps the most costly error of his career. His assessments of the long-term need was correct. To move to a market economy, price at some points needed to be released. In the 1990s, Zhou Rongyi would lift price controls, but he did so when inflationary pressures were lower and public. But by then, the more accustomed to moderate price increases was more accepted in Zhou. Zhou managed to avoid a hard landing, and his policies were judged at a great success. Deng had erred in his short-term assessment of the public moods. What is erred? Okay, I think I've seen this somewhere. Okay, just wait. E-R-R-E. No, E-R-R-E. Mean, right? What is the meaning of it? That's erred. To be or do wrong, to make mistakes. What does erred mean? Erred.
Aired.
Aired. Okay, aired.
Aired.
Okay, aired. Pronunciation.
Ad.
Ed. Okay, ed. 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 Ed.
Ad.
Ed.
Aired.
Aired. Aired.
Ugh.
Erred. It's erred. Then it erred in his short-term assessment of the public modes. He was mistaken in his estimate that the rise in the standard of living would enable the public to accept the freeing of the prices. At age 83, he no longer mingled with the public and was out of touch with the mood of the Chinese people. Deng's family had played a role in sensitizing Deng's to public sentiments, but their contacts were largely with the families of other officials who were not more insulated from inflation pressures than were ordinary salaried workers. Deng's mistake led not only to a loss of popularity with the public, but also to a loss of power within high-level party circles. His ability to move boldly and expect compliance was greatly reduced, but Deng, the soldiers, had learned long to regroup after his troop had suffered losses. On September 1988, Then called Zuozing, Ling Ding, this, Wung Ding, Zongzing, a mixture of the reformers and cautious planners, to his home to discuss the price reforms. He acknowledged right now things don't seem in a good order. There are all kinds of problems such as inflation. Prices are also rising, so some adjustment have to be made. Nevertheless, in our effort to stem inflation and prices down, so we must on no account jeopardize the policies of the reforms and opening. We have to maintain a proper rate of growth. Deng had little choice but to yield on lifting price controls, but he made it clear that he remained fully committed to overall reform agenda. The public reaction to the freeing of prices also weakened Zhou Zing, although he had not agreed with the decision to remove the price control at the time. He had already made the case for freeing the prices, and he had allowed inflationary pressures to rise more rapidly than Chen Yun had believed wise. From studying the experience of other countries, we believe that economies could grow rapidly with some inflationary pressures, but inflation had risen far more rapidly than any other times in 1949. The official retail price index was 18.5% higher in 1985 than it was in 1987, and the official retail price index in the second half of this month was rising 26% over the previous years. Many economists believe that other measures would have shown inflations too much, to be much higher. The cautious planner had disagreed completely with Zhou's decision in early 1870 to early 1988, and that permitted inflation to rise so rapidly. At the third plenum of the 30th Party Congress, Zhou Ziya was criticized for policies that had allowed inflation to grow out of control. Earlier in the year, Zhou accepted responsibility for his error. He acknowledged that some assumptions guiding policy earlier in the year were wrong, and that the problem of inflation had to be solved due to the overheated economy and excess aggregate demands. Thought he should have been removed from his post as a party secretary, general secretary. He managed to remain as a general secretary, but he was given some instruction from Chen Yun about economic policy on October 10, 1988. Chen pointedly told Zhou Zing that there should never be fiscal deficit. Too much currency was in circulation. So fiscal deficit means your budget, right? So when you talk about the budget, you have your revenue and you have your expenditure, government revenue and government expenditures. And when your government revenue is less than the government expenditure, that means your expenditure is more than your revenue, then the deficit, that is known as the deficit, and you can calculate the percentage. And if you ask, okay, if you don't have money, how can you spend? By borrowing. So now here you have to borrow the money, right? And more deficit means it's bad for the economy because you have to pay interest for that loan and all those things, right? And I'm not saying that if you're a growing economy, then initially you will have budget deficits, but yeah, gradually it has to be budget positive. Fiscal policy, that's okay. You have hygienic fiscal policy. He managed to remain as this one. Okay. In addition, there was always balanced development in the economy, otherwise chaos would ensue. The warning seems stern, but unlike Chen criticism the Yao in 1983, it was not delivered at the large public meetings. Power over economic decision was then handed to Li Ping, who in November 1870 had made acting premier, and in March 1980s became a premier. Needless to say, the relationship between Zhou, a committed reformers who believe in moving to the market, and Li Peng, who was also carrying out Chen Yun's retrenchment policy, was not an easy one. So although Zhao acknowledged errors, he was not ready to be completely sacrificed to protect the kings. He did not announce in a prominent public way that the responsibility for the decision of the free up price control was his. Knowledgeable party official reported that though Deng continued to support Zhou as a general secretary of the party, relationship between Zhou and Deng were strained because Deng was held responsible by both the high lower party officials and the public for taking out the lift of the price. So normally what happened is that in a free market economy, the prices of any product is determined by the market, right? The demand and supply. If the more demand, that means the prices will be higher, and the less demand goes this one. But in a socialism or in most of the communist country, Marxism, where the Marxism prevalent, the prices are determined by the state. State will decide what should be the price of it. So, and then what happens with the state is that even if there's more demand, even if there's less demand, the prices will stay the same, right? So there, the market is not that much of an efficient because some people are willing to pay more because there's more demand. Right, so that's why Deng wanted to change it. Deng Xiaoping wanted to change it. They wanted to change it to more efficient sort of a things where, that's the thing, right? Market led, where the market will demand. Okay, market will tell what should be the price, and yeah. But yeah, if you do it suddenly, if it's state controls, and suddenly if you change it to market, then obviously there are a lot of people who. There might be a lot of demand, so when the demand is more, then the price of the general product is increased, and when the price increases, then the poor people who can't afford, they suffer, right? Following the public panic of August and the weakening of the power of the Deng and Zhou, the caution planners quickly regained control of the economic policy. On September 24, 1988, the State Council promulgated a document stating that the focus of the work for the next 2 years should be improving the economic environment. No one familiar with the Chinn unit readjustment policy of 1979 to 1981 could have been surprised by the economic policies of the 1988s, where the cautious balancer took control. No new price adjustments were approved in 1988. Enterprises in the work units were told not to raise the prices. The People's Bank of China, which had been paying interest rates for far below inflation rates, guaranteed that if necessary, deposits would be raised in value to keep pace with inflations. Localities were told to scale back capital consumption. Investments were cut back and price control tightens. Bank credits were strongly controlled and loans to TVEs were suspended. In the 1990s, Zhu Rongji would manage to bring inflation under the control with his soft landing. But in the late 1988, Chen Yun was as bold as stopping inflation as Deng had been in removing the price controls. Not surprisingly, in the late 1988, there was a hard landing, as we see from declines in the growth during the subsequent years. Growth, growth. So this is the growth. Growth equals to 11.3%, and retail price index is to 18.5%, and consumer price index is to 18.8%. And so 1990s growth has slowed down. 3%, 3.8, due to the combination of economic controls and political decisions. Between 1988 to 1990s, the GNP growth rate fell from 11 to 4%, and the industrial growth rate fell from 15 to 5%. By the last quarter of 1990s, the increase in the retail price index had dropped to 0.6%. Consumer spending remained sluggish. Unemployment mounted, and the sign of the unrest repeated in many cities. Planners still aim to narrow the budget deficit, but because of the lower tax base, the budget deficit actually grows. Yet, despite these unsettling economic indicators, for 3 years after the outbreak of the opposition or the lifting of the price control, Deng could not muster support within the party to challenge Chen Yun's contradiction policies. Chinese and Soviet reforms to comparison. The socialist planning system, which was first introduced in the Soviet Union and later Indochina. The socialist planning. I think the main differences between socialists is that Marxism, right? Just wait, communist versus socialist. Socialism and communism are both economic and political philosophies that rejects capitalism, advocate for collective ownership. In short, socialism is a transitional system where the state or workers owns the means of production. Socialism is a transitional system where the state or workers own the means of production, while communism is the ultimate goal, a classless, stateless, and moneyless society. So is it same? Ownership, the public or the state owns socialism, the public or the state owns major industries like the healthcare or energy, but the privately property and smallness are still permitted. Wealth is distributed based on individual contribution or labor. Taxes are often used to repose this one. Mark state equals to, it operates within the democratic framework. Mixed collectives. Example, the Nordic model seen in the countries like Sweden and Norway is often described as a democratic socialism, combining free capital. So they are democratic socialism, combining free market capitalism with the extensive public welfare. Communism, the state or the public collectively owns or solves resources and means of production. Private property is generally eliminated. Goods and services are distributed based strictly on needs from the each one in the state market. Many moneyless socialists. Ruling like this one, China. Nations with the ruling communist parties like the China or Vietnam usually use state-led transaction. Just wait. I'll search. Is socialism? Is it fair to say? Just wait. Is it fair to say that socialism, that Marxism, communism, MMUN, communism is extreme form of socialism? I want it to be say yes. Yes, from a political science point of view, it is fair to say that communism can be viewed as an extreme or Marxist extreme form of socialism. While they share the foundational goals of collective and ownership, communism takes the core concept of socialism and pushes them to the absolute ideological. Property abolition. Socialism advocates for the public or the state to control major industries and the means of production, but it still permits individual to own private producers. Whether achievements equals to traditional socialism generally seeks to reform the society which graduated with the existing, often used democratic elections and socialism. The communism historically demands a violent overthrow of the capitalism. Ultimate, The counter perspective stage of this one, rather than extreme followers of the Karl Marx views, communism as a different version of socialism, but as a final evolved stage in the classic, in a classic Marxist theory, a society moves from a capitalism to socialism, where a strong state manages the decision. Only after achieving total equality does it graduate into true communism. At a point which the state, then is it fair to say, is it fair to say that socialism Okay, so SOCI, socialism is a transitional phase from capitalism to communism. I think that's the apt definition, right? Yes, it is entirely fair to say that socialism is a transitional phase from the capitalism to communism, as this is the exact core definition laid out in orthodox Marxist theory. Okay, so in a political, this is the Marxist timeline of transition. According to Karl Marx and Frederick Engels, society naturally evolves through distinct economic stages. First, capitalism, the starting point where the bourgeoisie, the wealthy elites, own the means of production. The proletariats provide the labor. Transitional, the working class overthrows the capitalism and takes control of the states. During that phase, the state manages all the factories, land, and resources. Wealth is distributed based on work to each according to its contribution. The state is explicitly designed to dismantle capitalist structures and prepare society for the final step. And then communism, the final destination. Once class divisions and the scarcity disappear, then the state naturally withers away because it no longer needed to police society. Society becomes stateless, classless, moneyless, distributing. Okay. The non-Marxist exceptions. While this transition is foundational role in Marxism, it is important to know that all socialists wants to reach communism. Modern democratic socialists and social democrats view socialism as a permanent standalone destination. They reject the idea of a stateless communist society or whatever this one. Then what if it's a mixed? Okay. Democratic led socialism. For example, the Nordic Reds for Norway, Scandinavian. Okay. Nordic countries. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I want to see. Nordic countries are, I think it's Iceland, Norway, Sweden, the countries. Scandinavia, right? Scandinavia goes to Nordic countries goes to. Okay, so Denmark. Okay, yeah, Denmark, Finland. Okay, along with their autonomous Finland, the foreign. So understood. And is it possible to have a free market economy? Free market. Okay, is it possible to have a free market economy with the dictatorship? Okay. Now, so yeah, I'm back to the book. Chinese and Soviet reforms and comparisons. The socialist planning system, which was first introduced in the Soviet Union and later into China to help late developing countries. Okay, just wait. Since Karl Marx was the founder of Marxism, why is that the Germany and surrounding area didn't follow it, and instead Soviet and China followed it, right? Karl Marx's ideas were formulated for highly industrialized Western nations like Germany, but they ultimately succeeded as a state ideologists in agrarian, less developed societies like Russia and China. This was largely due to the differing socio-economic conditions, state suppression. Germany pivoted to social welfare. Marx predicted that revolutions would happen in advanced capitalist societies where working class exploitation was highest. However, in Germany, the establishments implemented reforms in 1918 because Chancellor Otto von Bismarck introduced the world's first modern welfare state, including the health insurance incidents. Early suppression of the radicals, while strong socialist movement and groups like the Social Democratic Party did take root in Germany. They were heavily suppressed by the state after World War I. Radicals, the Marxist uprisings such as 1919 Spartacist, the Soviet and Chinese. This one stand in contrast to Germany. Society like Tsarist Russia and Imperial China had vast peasant population, widespread poverty, and lacked democratic reform. Soviet Union. Vladimir Lenin adapted Marx theory by arguing that the dedicated centralized vanguard party should push an agrarian society into straight social. Mao Zedong heavily localized Marxism. Just wait. Communist Manifesto was Communist Manifesto was written in it was already so 1848. 1848. And Marxism, Leninism. This one is a communist ideology framework and combining Karl Marx and this one with the Lenin strategies, vanguard party and executing a socialist revolution. Historical concept which was in 1920. So 1800 started and 1920. Understood. So I'm back. the socialist planning system, which was first introduced in the Soviet Union and later in China to help late developing countries to catch up with the early industrializing areas, enabled China to accumulate capital and channel resources into high priority areas. It had early in the Soviet Union. This planning system allowed China to develop heavy industry in the 1950s. In the late 1970s, however, the economies of both countries had fallen far behind those of the countries with a more open, competitive system. Yet by 1991, when communism fell apart in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, so 1991 there was a break in Soviet Union, and then it broke into many different countries. I think, if I'm not wrong, 13 to 14 countries. Ukraine, Russia became a separate. Ukraine. There's a Poland. There is a Kazakhstan, all those countries. Yet by 1991, when the communism fell apart in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, China could boast average growth of 10% a year since 1978, what had enabled China to outperform the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe in the 1980s. China had many advantages over the Soviet Union. It had long coastlines that made ocean transportation less expensive and far easier to expand than land transport as a resource, as a source of capital and knowledge. Mainland China could call on a pool of some 20 million Chinese immigrants. So Russia, I think they mostly had the water in, because Russia is in the extreme north, right, and their entire, and most of the south they have shared borders, so they don't have a sea, and most of the eastern and most of the western and the entire north area, it's all in the Arctic region. So in Arctic regions, they have in Arctic, entire thing is closed. There's no shipping as such because of the cold area. It's very cold and it's all iced, so they cannot take the shipment out, especially during winter season. So I mean, during summer season, I think the ice gets melted, but still, just wait. I want to see how many big oceans are there. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting, but I think it's important. I know when I was small, I started first because there's a big, biggest is Pacific Ocean, and I'm just closing my eyes and I'm just visualizing. So there's a Pacific Ocean, that is the biggest, and the Pacific Ocean exact area, it's in the middle of the entire Europe and the North America. It's all Pacific Oceans, and the deepest ocean is also there, deepest sea, the Mariana Trench, is in the middle, and then there's the Indian Ocean in the right below Indian Ocean, right below India, and the Arabian and the Southeast Asia. There's a big Indian Oceans, two oceans, and then there's the there's a two ocean, and then there is a I'm sorry, the Pacific Ocean. It's not between Europe and North America. It's between Russia, entire Asia side, and the America side, North America and Canada and Mexico sides. So that area, the biggest ocean, Pacific Oceans, and second Indian Oceans, and then there's an Atlantic Oceans. So that's why NATO, right, North Atlantic Treaty Organization. So NATO, I mean the North Atlantic, right, Atlantic Ocean. It's between. Atlantic Ocean is between this one entire North America and Europe, so it's in the middle. So there's a two ocean, and then there's Arctic Oceans, right? And then what ocean is there? And then I think 5 big oceans, 6 big oceans, and then there's Antarctic. Is there any Antarctica oceans, Arctic Oceans? Just wait. How many oceans are there? There are one global oceans, right? How many oceans are there in the world? There is only one. This one says distinct oceans. So there's a 5 oceans, right? Pacific Oceans, the largest and deepest ocean, covering about a third of the globe on Earth's surface. Atlantic Ocean, the second largest ocean, separating the America from the Europe, and Africa. Indian Ocean, the third largest ocean, which lies south of Asia and stretches between Africa and Australia. And so Arctic Oceans, there is Arctic Ocean. It's Arctic means the entire Russia side, and then there is a Southern Oceans or Antarctic Oceans. Antarctica, it's a continent, and there's an Antarctic Ocean also, the fourth largest and the second smallest ocean within circles. Antarctica, the smallest and the shallowest of the oceans, located in the Arctic regions, right? Just wait. So I'm just looking at the map, and so this is the Pacific and the biggest. There's a Arctic, Atlantic. I mean, India has its own, Asia. India has its own ocean name. So I'm looking at a graph. It's a good graph. There's a North America. So I'm just looking at a graph and then seeing, because in a geopolitics, the geography is very important, right? So if I close my eyes, I think I can pretty much say which country is in which country, continent, which side, which position, north, east, west, all those things, right? Okay, so there's a most of the continent also. So there's entire North America. There's Alaska. Okay, all of this thing. This is Greenland, and there's all the Guatemala, Caribbean Oceans, and all the West Indies and all those. Okay, it's here, and then there's a South America, and then there's an Africa. Okay, this is entire North. This is the entire Atlantic Ocean. There's a North Atlantic Oceans, and there's a South Atlantic Oceans. Okay, this entire area, North and South Atlantic Oceans, and then there's Middle East. Okay, European. There's a lot of ocean in between. There's a lot of small sea. There's a lot of strait. There's a lot of channel. There's a lot of all those things. Then there's Indian Oceans. And then there's in Asia. And Eurasia, this is Europe and Asia. Okay, the Pacific Oceans. Okay, all those equators, and this is the equator, right? Equator, right? Equator. So that's why there's an equator. Equator is equal to, okay, so this mostly passes from all of those things. And okay, so yeah, Australia and oceanic countries. So now I'll go back to the book. Mainland China could call on a pool of some 20 million Chinese immigrants and their descendants who in the previous centuries had left mainland China for Hong Kong, Taiwan, Southeast Asia and the West. Moreover, the vast potential mainland Chinese market encouraged many business people around the world to offer help so that they might eventually access the pool of 1 billion customer. Political motives played a part as well. So after China began its opening in 1978, many Western countries eager to wean China away from the Soviet Union were willing to be generous to China in terms of passing on a capital and technology and in welcoming student visitors. Geography and ethnic homogeneity. Okay, just wait. The deepest ocean, it's in which? Okay, it's a Mariana Trench. Okay, Mariana Trench. The fuck has happened? Mariana. Okay, Mariana Trench. So Mariana Trench. Okay. The Mariana Trench. From above, right? Okay, map. Let's look at the map. Mariana Trench. And Mariana Trench. Okay, so it's in. Okay, so I didn't know that it's near China, Japan. Okay, all those. Okay, so it's in Pacific Ocean. I thought it's in Atlantic Ocean. Mariana Trench is in which ocean? Yeah. Western Pacific Ocean. Okay. So there's no west, right? So Mariana Trench located this one's about 200 kilometers of our Mariana Islands. The crescent shaped and stretch approximately this one's is well known for its hosting a deeper Challenger's Deep, which is the deep below upon on Earth, nearly 11,000 meters. That means 11 kilometers. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. 11 kilometers. I mean, I don't know if you can figure it out, but it's very, very deep. Okay, so it's in the Pacific Ocean. I'm back. The geography and ethnic homogeneity also played an important role in China's success. The boost in enthusiasm in agriculture and output from dividing collective rice paddy fields could not be duplicated in the Soviet Union, where the large dry field could be better farmed with the large tractors. It was also easier to unify a country like China, in which 93% of the population came from the same ethnic group, than a country where over half the population came from diverse ethnic groups like India. The Soviet Union had expanded to a broad geographical area within the previous century by annexing minority groups that were either actively or passively resistant to Soviet authority. China, by contrast, had ruled most of its geographical area for over 2 millennia and was not overextended by occupying other countries resistant to its leadership. Chinese leaders too had a confidence that came from the country. It's a long history as the centers of the civilizations, where the Soviet leaders had long, being aware that the USSR lagged far behind in the Western European countries. And finally, China's neighbors, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore, which shared some common cultural characteristics, had recently made the transition to become rich, modern countries that could serve as a model for the Chinas. But whatever intrinsic advantage China might have enjoyed, at key points, Deng made choices different from those made by the Soviet counterpart, choices that proved to be far more successful in stimulating economic growth. First, he maintained the authority of the Communist Party in the Soviet Union. Gorbachev hoped to develop a new system of the governance, but abolishing the monopoly of the power by the Soviet Communist Party. But Deng never wavered in his faith that the Chinese Communist Party, originally model of the Soviet Communist Party, should be retained as the sole governing structure in the China. In Deng's view, only the party could provide the core loyalty, discipline, and commitment there was needed to provide a stable leadership for a country. It is believed that China needed to be led by a single ruling party, was shared by all three of the major Chinese leaders in the 20th century. Sun Yat-sen, Chiang Kai-shek, Mao Zedong. Yet Deng was also realistic about changes that needed to be made. He knew the party he had inherited in 1970 was bloated with the dead wood and unable to provide the leadership needed for modernizations. He was convinced that many senior communist officials, especially those who had risen during the political struggle for cultural revolutions, were useless in providing leadership for modernization. He did not expel many of them outright from the party, since doing so would have been disruptive, polarized the party, and distracted attention from dealing with the real problem the country faced. But he did quietly push them out of the most important positions, giving their jobs to those who could provide leadership for modernization. Indeed, Deng took great care to select able officials for the top positions and encourage lower-level leaders to do the same. Once selected, that these teams of leaders were given considerable leeway to make progress. Deng advanced step by step rather than being with a big bang. After 1991, Russia had followed the advice of the economists who recommended the opening market suddenly with a big bang. In contrast, Deng, with the advice of the expert brought in by the World Bank, accepted the view that the sudden opening of the market would lead to chaos. He understood what many Western economists who took instruction for granted did not, so that it was vitally important to take the time to build a national institution with the structure. Just wait, okay? I'm sorry to cut off, but when did China exactly open its economy? Because India, it's opened its economy in 1991. So China officially began operating its economy transition towards the market-oriented system. Okay. I think the timing was kind of similar. He did understood why many Western economists took institution for granted. Did not that it was vitally important to take the time to build national institution with a structure, rules, laws, and trained personnel adapted to the local cultures and local conditions. China did not have the experienced, rules, knowledgeable entrepreneurs or private capital needed to convert certainly to a market economy. They knew that it had taken many decades in 19th century Japan and later in the other East Asian economies to build institutions appropriate to catch up with the West. He could not suddenly disband China's existing state enterprises without causing massive unemployment, a result that would have been politically and socially unsustainable. So he allowed Chen Yun and others to keep the old system of functioning, to provide a stable economic base, while he permitted a market to grow, people to gain experience, institution to adapt into a more open economy. They did not impose the new structures, household agriculture, TVEs or private enterprises. Instead, he let the local areas try out those experiments, publicizing any success to allow other areas to adapt them to their own circumstances. Underpinning of all Deng's strategies was a commitment to opening China fully to ideas and trade with the outside world. Soviet leaders had been cautious about following foreign business people and foreign businesses to establish enterprises in the Soviet Union, and were worried about sending large numbers of the Soviet students abroad. Deng knew China would face a huge adjustment problems for changes brought by the outsiders and from returning students, but he firmly believed that the nation grew best when they remain open. Unlike some of his colleagues who feared that China would be overwhelmed by foreigners and foreign practices, Deng was confident that the Communist Party was strong enough to control them. He strongly supported sending officials and students abroad, translating foreign books and articles, and welcoming foreign advisors and businessmen to China. He was prepared to face criticism from those who feared that Chinese lifestyle and interests would be adversely affected by the foreign competition. He believed that competition from foreign companies would not destroy the Chinese economy, but rather stimulate Chinese businesses to become stronger. He also did not worry if a substantial percentage of those who went abroad did not return, for he believed, I'm not exactly sure, but most of the Chinese who immigrated to United States and other to study, most of the time they go back, and it's like a rule that you have to go back and contribute to your country. For he believed that they too would continue to help their motherlands. The process that propelled China's dramatic opening to 1970s and 1980s did not begin with Deng Xiaoping. Instead, Mao first began to open the country after clashes with the Soviet Union in 1969, and both Zhou Enlai and Hao Kofin continued the initiative, but Deng was unique in that he pushed the doors open far wider to foreign ideas, foreign technologies, and foreign capital that his predecessors, and he presided over the difficult process of expanding the opening despite the disruptions it caused, radiating his deep confidence in China's potential and maneuvering skillfully through political obstacles. He set the stage for a new era in Chinese history. With Deng at the helm, the Chinese people were willing to swallow their pride and admit their backwardness and keep learning everything they could from abroad. I'm not exactly sure how accurate that person, Mr. Ezra, has depicted the personality of him, but it seems to me that he's a very honest person. Deng Xiaoping is a very honest person. Honest in a sense that first you have to admit that if you're a backward, then you have to understand that you are a backward economy, low economy, and first you have to accept who you are, right? We are technological, not advanced. He agreed. He also agreed that we are a backward economy, and now he wants to acknowledge the fact that this is all he is, and he wants to improve. I think it takes a lot of guts, right? For example, like big country like China. I mean, that time economically they were like I wouldn't say weak, but equal to most of the countries, not very strong. But in terms of military, in terms of geography, and in terms of the seat in the United Nations, they had a seat at the table, right? P5. So they are a big country, big civilizations, long civilization, but still to admit that okay, we're a backward economy, backward country, it takes a lot of guts to say that. And yeah, props to that person who said it. Okay, because if you don't accept who you are, where you are, then you can't move forward. If you don't accept, right? First you have to accept your conditions, and then you move forward. Chapter number 17. One country. Okay, now I think there's a mention of Tibet. Hong Kong. Okay, so chapter number 17. One country, two system. One country and two system. Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Tibet. So what I know about the Taiwan is that Taiwan is right now an independent. There's no as such a role of the Chinese. So it's like an independent. They have their own government. They have their own presidents. But yeah, Hong Kong, it was in the British in 1990. I think around 1997. It was taken. I mean, I think it was diplomatically taken peacefully from the British people. I think yeah, it is British people and China and Hong Kong right now. Hong Kong, and then there's a Macau also, right? There's a Hong Kong, there's a Macau, and then there's one more. I think these two, they have their own economic policy. Everything is independent, but yeah, something has to be there. But yeah, in Tibet, I think it's mostly right now a part of a China. Right now, you could argue about should it be or is it in real, but right now it's in China, so that's why it's known as I think a TAR, right? TAR, TAR, Tibetan Tibet Autonomous Regions. So chapter number 17. Throughout China's imperial history as dynasties decline. But see, okay, China call themselves a communist country, right? And if you see Marxism and communism, the first thing is that they don't believe in religion, right? They don't believe, they're an atheist, yeah. And second, they are not imperialisms. They're actually opposite of imperialism because they think that capitalism is an imperialist. But the counter to that, they say that okay, Tibet and all those countries which they claim it is theirs, they're not being imperialism that they're taking the other lands, but they're saying that it has been historically a part of China. So we are not imperialists. We are just taking what is our rightfully back. So yeah, you could argue about that. Throughout China's imperial history, as dynasties declined, territory along the country's long borders would begin to slip away from central controls, only to be reclaimed and fortified with the bold warriors who founded the next dynasty in the 1890s. As the Qing, China's last dynasty was declining. Li Hongxing, a Chinese official facing much stronger Western powers, was forced to sign the unequal treaties, which gave the Western nations control over the territory along the Chinese coast after China lost the Sino-Japanese War. Okay, 1894 to 1895, Li signed away Taiwan to Japan. Okay, so this one, and in 1898 he signed the lease passing Hong Kong new territories to the British, yes, for yielding China to foreigners. I think Hong Kong took because of the Opium War. Li was regarded as a traitor, and indeed he became one of the most vilified officials in Chinese history. Mao Zedong, like the strong warrior before him who had founded China's great dynasties, regained most of China's territory lost by the Qing, Shanghai, Qingdao, and elsewhere. But he was unable to recover position of Taiwan and Hong Kong. The task would fall to Deng. And I think even right now the current president of China, Xi Jinping, it has been said that, I'm not exactly sure if it's said by him or not, that his most important mission or the mission or his main aim in his presidential this is to leave a legacy. It would to unite Taiwan to China. So just wait, okay. I'll search it. Did Xi Jinping actually said that his legacy would be to reunite Taiwan in China, or to China? Yes, President Xi Jinping has repeatedly stated that achieving the reunifications of Taiwan with China is inevitable of part of his political legacy, and a core requirements of a great rejuvenation of the Chinese nations. Right now, because of the all of those things, geopolitical okay. Unlike emperor before him, Mao had access to radios, movies, the press, and the modern propaganda structure to marshal publicized support for patriotic goals. He was particularly successful in mobilizing Chinese youths who were outraged at the past humiliation of the great civilizations. Once communist leaders had fanned the flames of nationalism to build support for their struggle, no Chinese leader, certainly not Deng Xiaoping, could consider betraying that popular sentiments. Indeed, when he took commands, Deng Xiaoping regarded regaining Taiwan and Hong Kong as among his most sacred responsibilities. Deng also worked to firm up control over areas inside China's borders. Many of the China's borders to north, west, south were mountains regions where minorities were eking out an existence even closer to the subsistence level than were the peasants of the flatlands. Most minority group lacked the skill, the organization, and the foreign supports to challenge Beijing's efforts to control them. But Tibet was different. More than a millennium earlier, Tibetan had claimed a geographical area almost as large as China, and as Tibetan territory had contracted over times, small communities of Tibetans had remained behind in several Chinese provinces. Tibetan had temples and monasteries that could. I don't know what is someone is saying that's very important. And if you study the history, Tibet was under, I wouldn't say China, but it was under Qing dynasty. Some dynasties, and then later it became independent. I think during 1920 to close to 1955, around that time, it was an independent country, and then later they came and started coming from 1950s, and then in 1959, 10th of March, Tibet officially lost its freedom, independent. Yeah. So I'm sorry, I'm back. Tibet was a different more than millennium earlier. Tibetan had claimed a geographical area almost as large as China. And as Tibetan territory has contracted over time, small communities of Tibetan had remained behind in several Chinese provinces. Tibetans had temples and monasteries that could become centers for resisting in China rule. In Deng's era, they were supported by a large politically active community of exiles in India who remained hostile to China. Above all, Tibetan had the leadership of the Dalai Lama, who inspired a worldwide following beyond that of any other Asian leaders to regain Taiwan and Hong Kong and to keep Tibet firmly under Chinese rule. Deng, like other Chinese leaders, was prepared to use armed forces if necessary, but he much preferred to expand and maintain control through the peaceful means to gain the cooperation of local people and avoid the use of the force. He was willing to grant considerable autonomy. In January 1976, immediately after becoming preeminent leaders, Deng announced a policy that proclaimed Chinese sovereignty and ultimately control over Taiwan and Hong Kong. It also granted a high degree of local independence. The essence of the policy had already been enunciated by the Zhou Enlai, but in 1982, under Deng, it was elaborated on policy and systemized at the one country, two system. So one country, two system policy. One country, two system policy. As a part of this policy, Hong Kong and Taiwan would be allowed to keep their very different social system in place for half a century or even longer. Deng also was willing to grant considerable autonomy to Tibet and to allow it to retain much of its own culture. So I think most of the culture destruction all happened during Mao Zedong's era, where not just Tibetans. I think he destroyed most of the culture and of the entire, even the Chinese, right? The Qing dynasty is all there, seeking a reunification with Taiwan. So even after he learned that United States would continue selling arms to Taiwan despite normalizations of the U.S. and China relationship, Deng remained determined to reunite Taiwan with the mainland where he was at the helm. The importance of regaining Taiwan did not derive from the geostrategic considerations. I think it is most of the, if you talk about the geography, right? Because if you see the border of China on the most of the coastal area, it's in the easternmost part. And most of the eastern part, if you see a little northeast side in the middle, then there is a North Korea, South Korea. And if you go a little further, there's a Japan all there. And so, but there in the middle, there's entire South Asia, South China Ocean, South China Sea. And in the middle of that thing, there's a Taiwan. So they don't have entire access because in the middle there is a Taiwan, right? So because Taiwan is not theirs right now officially, so that's why there's a sort of, they don't have that full control over, like, just to flex their muscles. They can, but there was a Taiwan and then Taiwan. There is a Japan that decide, and the South Korea, and where most of the U.S. militaries are based. Seeking reunification in Taiwan's okay response. Even after he learned that United States would continue selling arms to Taiwan despite normalization of the US-China relation, Deng remained determined to reunite Taiwan with the mainland while he was at the helm. The importance of the regaining Taiwan did not derive from the geostrategic considerations. Instead, the islands, which was ruled by the China's pretend enemies, was a painful reminder that the communists had yet not finished the civil war. Even more galling, Taiwan stood as a towering symbol of the centuries of the humiliations inflicted by the imperialists who had taken part of the China. In his New Year's message on January 1979, the day and the United States officially established diplomatic relations only weeks after he became the preeminent leader, Deng made it clear how important he considered regaining Taiwan. He listed his overall goals: achieving the four modernizations, normalizing US-China relationship, and settling an agenda for the return of Taiwan to the mainland. After a few days, he told the delegation of US senators led by Senator Sam Nunn that the use of Chinese forces for regaining Taiwan could not be ruled out, for that would be like trying behind one's back, and it would be make impossible any peaceful resolution of the Taiwan question. In Deng's logic was easy for the Chinese to understand. In their views, without US support, Taiwan would choose to unite with the mainland to avoid being overrun militarily. Thus, the United States, by maintaining its ties with Taiwan, was blocking this peaceful resolution of the Taiwan issues. 1980 January, when Deng spelled out his major goal for the next decades, again one of them was regaining Taiwan. At the time of normalization talks, he expected, as did Ambassador Leonard Woodcock, that Taiwan would become part of the mainland China within several years. A historical parallel gave Deng particular hope for the realizing his plan. In 1683, some 22 years after Kongzinga, with the remnants of the Ming troops, he had fled to Taiwan after being defeated by the newly established Qing dynasty. Koxinga, grandson, the then ruler of the Taiwan, had agreed that Taiwan would again become part of the mainland China. Deng hoped that his classmate in Moscow, President Chiang, the son of the Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek, who had fled Taiwan in 1949 after being defeated by the newly established communist governments, would follow the precedents. In 1979, a New Year's letter addressed to the Taiwan compatriots, China's National People's Congress declared that if the Taiwan were to join the mainland, China would respect the island's status quo. Deng also told Senator Nunn's delegation that if the Taiwan did rejoin the mainland, it could keep its own social system for as long as 1,000 years. Taiwan would have to take down its flags, but it could even keep its own army. When he was informed of Deng's proposal, however, Chiang Ding-ko was defiant. He repeated his intention to increase the military budget, build up in his fighting forces, and eventually retake the mainland. In addition, he continued to maintain, that his Republic of China on Taiwan served and represented all of China's, and that the members of his legislative yuan represented all of the China's provinces. In the U.S., Congress further complicated the situation when on April 10th, 1978, it passed the Taiwan Relation Act, which gave encouragement. Not just that, okay, and there's a lot of debate policy act passed by the United States also, which gave encouragement to the Chiang Ching-kwai. The act was designed in part to just adjust a variety of agreement with the Taiwan on trade, exchange, and other field steps that were needed, since officially Taiwan no longer represented the government of all China. Yet the content and the spirit of the Taiwan Relation Act beyond these updates reflect the sentiments of many in the Congress who were critical of normalization with the mainland. In normalization of discussion, the Congress had been kept in the dark, and Kissinger and Brzezinski, preoccupied with the relation of China, had little consideration to the security of Taiwan. Had they fully anticipated the strength of the political support in the United States for Taiwan. The insulting way that Chiang this once in December 1978 had been awakened in the middle of the night to be told that normalization was to be announced a few hours later after the congressional determination to help Taiwan. Members of the Congress, some of whom had received generous financial contribution of Taiwan sources or had connection with the American company selling arms to Taiwan, complained that the normalization process had been no way to treat loyal friends in Taiwan. The act sought to rectify these slights by committing the United States to supply the necessary military weapons to Taiwan to defend itself, and it stated that any effort to resolve the Taiwan Strait issue by any other peaceful means would be a matter of a grave concern to the United Nations. The spirit of the Taiwan Relation Act made sense in US politics. The United States was being loyal to its ally, but it was out of keeping with the spirit of the normalization discussion with China, and some contended even the letters of the Shanghai Communist of 1972, in which the US government acknowledged that all Chinese on either side of the Taiwan Strait maintained there is but one China, and that Taiwan is a part of a China, issue that later became important to members of the Congress. Taiwan as a beacon of democracy, respect for human rights, and rule of law were not then discussed, because Taiwan was still under martial laws and exercised repressive measures to control the opposition, practices for which human rights activists then criticized Taiwan and would on a far larger scale later criticize the mainland. Passage of the Taiwan Relation Act infuriated Deng, who was also criticized by other high officials for not having been tougher on the United States when he negotiated normalization. He was not concerned with the question whether the Taiwan Relation Act was technically illegal. He was worried about its political impact. The act made his, the act made the act made his deeply felt political missions of finishing the civil war, against the Kuomintang and regaining control over Taiwan, a mission for which he had, fought for so many years and had seen tens of thousands of his troops die, for more difficult and perhaps even more impossible during his lifetime. Deng objected particularly to the clause that specified the United States that they would supply Taiwan with enough defensive arms to maintain a sufficient self-defense capability. This U.S. commitment to provide military aid had destroyed Deng's leverage for persuading Taiwan to voluntarily rejoin the mainland. What more could Deng do to increase the possibility of reaching an agreement with Taiwan? So in addition to showing his feisty side through diplomatic channels, Deng invited members of the U.S. Congress to China, where he could present China's view directly. On April 19, 1979, Deng told Senator Frank Church, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, that the Taiwan Relation Act did not acknowledge that there was only one China, but the act, Deng added, contained clauses designed to assist in the defense of Taiwan, which violated the most basic premise of the normalization of relations. Deng later stated that the Taiwan Relation Act was even greater problem than the sale of the arm itself. Deng also pushed to isolate the people of Taiwan as much as possible. He supported lobbying other countries to keep Taiwan out of the regional and international organization. He vowed to shut out of the mainland market any foreign company that had traded with Taiwan. Even more disturbing to think that the Taiwan Relation Act was the presidential, campaign of the Ronald Reagan, who vowed to treat Taiwan with dignity, including seeking to establish formal relations with Taiwan. So on August 22, Reagan's running mate, Vice President candidate George H.W. Bush, traveled to Asia to meet an infuriated Deng Xiaoping. James R. Riley, who accompanied Bush and later served as the U.S. ambassador to China, called their discussions a particularly unpleasant meeting. Bush tried to reassure China that Reagan would not carry out the two-China policy, but during the meetings, Deng's aide brought him up-to-date news dispatch, including a report of the press conference in which Reagan had said that Taiwan was a country and that the United States should restore diplomatic relations with it and supply whatever it needed to defend itself, then complain. He did it again. He went on to say one more than one occasion. Reagan has said he supports official relations with Taiwan, no matter what one's views and positions are on the other international issues. Reagan remarked the Republican platform should be carried out. This is bound to damage Sino-US relationship. Deng also announced that if the Republican continue to support Taiwan, he would be forced to stand up for the interest of 1 billion Chinese, as much as Bush tried to soften the US stance. Lily reported Deng was unmollified. After Reagan's elections, the close bond between China and the United States that has been created during Deng's visit 2 years earlier gave way to growing Chinese discomfort as President Reagan nurtured warmer relations with the Taiwans and sold more advanced weapons to the islands, then sought to build even closer relations with the United States. He wanted the American help with China for modernization, but he considered the Taiwan issue sufficiently important that he was prepared to downgrade relations with the United States if it officially recognizes Taiwan. Deng was absolutely steadfast in the issues, as one American diplomat said at the time. Dealing with the China then was like pulling apart a calm with one's bare hands. On January 4, 1981, shortly before Reagan's inauguration, Deng laid down some marker when he met Republican Senators Ted Stevens and Anna Chinn, the ethnic Chinese widow of General Claire H. This one, the U.S. flying tiger hero who had piloted for China in World War II. Knowing that Anna Chennault was a friend of Taiwan's and a member of the Reagan Inauguration Committee, Deng warned of the serious consequences of the U.S.-China relationship. The United States were encouraged Taiwan's independence. Deng told his visitors that he wanted to see U.S.-China relations develop, but that China was concerned about some things Reagan had said. Deng said that he realized that some things a candidate say before elections are different from what he does after elected. Yeah, that's the thing, right? If you before elections, obviously everyone will say that, okay, I'll go with this. But he wanted to clarify his position given the comment in an American paper stating that as long as the United States took an anti-Soviet stance, China needed American help. While acknowledging that China was indeed poor and weak as the paper had claimed, Deng stated that the remaining comments were false. China, he said, had become independent by its own powers. It was not a supplicant and it would stand up for its views. It would not swallow the Taiwan issue if the United States took a firm the anti-Soviet stance. He further warned that if the Reagan were to send a private representative to Taiwan, China would regard this as a formal government decision, a violation of the Shanghai Cooperation, as well as a violation of the Communist as the establishment of the diplomatic relations. If this delicate relationship was not handled properly, Deng said China was prepared to return not to the US-China relations of the 1970s, but to the adversarial relation of the 1960s. He was absolutely determined not to allow Reagan to reach an agreement with Taiwan that would make it more difficult in the long run to regain the islands. And he let his view visitors know unequivocally that China would be watching careful what Reagan said and did. The fear that President Reagan would treat Taiwan as a country was reduced when China's ambassador to Washington, Chai Zemin, was able to attend Reagan's inauguration ceremony. Chai had threatened not to take part if invited a representative from the Taiwan dissidents, and in the day in the end, they did not, and development of the Chinese took as a policy time. But Deng remained deeply concerned about Reagan's relation with the Taiwans. Deng then tried to develop a package of carrots for Taiwans that would make improving relations with the mainland more attractive. China drew up a new document describing China's policy towards the islands after showing British Foreign Secretary Lord Carrington a draft in March 1981. This document, written under the direction of the Liao Chenxis, was formally presented to the public in the speech given by the Marshal Xi Yanjin on September 30, 1981, the day before China's National Day. Marshal Yi was chosen because he had many friends in the Kuomintang, dating back to his early days at the Wampao Military Academy during the Communist Kuomintang United Fronts. Marshal Yi's 9-point proposal included the following proclamations. Talks should be held between the Communist Party and the Kuomintangs. The two sides should facilitate trade, air travel, shipping, tourism, and mail between the mainland and Taiwan. People from Taiwan are welcome to invest in and carry on business in the mainland. After reunification, Taiwan can enjoy high degree of freedoms and maintain its own army. Okay, just wait. Okay, talks. Okay, this one 9-point proposal. Talks should be held between the communist and the two sides should facilitate trade, air travel. I think trade is happening like a dabaw ki trade ho raha hai bhai. Facilitate trades, air, this one, shipping, tourism to mainland within this one. Okay, people from Taiwan are welcome to invest and carry on a business in the mainland. I think that's also happening. After reunification, Taiwan can enjoy a high degree of freedoms and maintain its own armies. Okay, Taiwan's current social and economic system, including private companies and private companies, will remain. Taiwan did not respond to this overtures. However, as the relation between China and Reagan administration remained tense, knowing it would be fruitless to use military means against Taiwan that was backed by the American power, Deng continued to use the one tool he had, the threat that China would reduce and its cooperation with the United States. When told that the United States was prepared to sell some weapons to China, Deng responded that China would not accept such a deal if it meant that the United States would upgrade the weapons it sold to Taiwan. Reagan Secretary of the State Alexander Hong, accepting an invitation from Deng, arrived in Beijing in 1981. So on June 16, Deng told Hong that what he told had told others. Although China wanted relation with the United States to develop smoothly, the sale of weapons to Taiwan, if it was not handled properly, could cause U.S. relation to stagnate or even regress. Furthermore, he complained to Hague that when China had agreed to normalizations, it was told that military sales to Taiwan would be reduced, but the United States had still not done. But I think it was clear that the United States, in the normalization, trade, it had been made clear that United States will still supply a defensive weapons. Okay, Deng was ready to break off the relation with the United States if the United States did not reduce arms sales. Hawk convinced that the United States would have to comply in order to ensure Chinese cooperation against the Soviet Union, reassured Deng that for the foreseeable future, the United States should continue to sell Taiwan's only careful selected defensive weapons. 3 days after Deng had forcefully presented his view to Haig, President Reagan met with Singapore Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew, whom he invited to Washington to discuss relations with Taiwan and China. In answer to Reagan's question, Lee Kuan Yew said he believed that security of Taiwan did not require the proposal sale of US FX-15 fighter jets. At the end of the discussion, Reagan asked Lee Kuan Yew to carry the message to Taiwan President Chiang that it would be difficult to supply all of Taiwan's request, and the President Chiang would not press for high-tech weapons at the moment, but that President Reagan would not let Chiang this one down. So a few days later, Lee delivered the message to President Chiang. Meanwhile, Deng and his colleague kept up the pressures on the United States. A few weeks after the Hong visit, Arthur Hummel, then Dean of the State Department, China's specialist and U.S. ambassador to Beijing, was handed by the Chinese diplomatic demarche, saying that if the United States continued to sell weapons to Taiwan, there would be grave consequence for strategic cooperation. In an interview with the Hong Kong newspaper in the late August, Deng again warned that Beijing was prepared to let the relationship deteriorate, and in October 9 at the North-South Summit meeting in Cancun, Mexico Premier Zhou Ziyang told President Reagan that although China wanted to cooperate in an effort against the Soviet Union, the Taiwan issue remained an obstacle to such a cooperation. Also, while at Cancun, Foreign Minister Huang told Secretary of the State Huang that Chinese wanted to specify, just wait, 85. Okay. So Chinese wanted a specific date when when the levels of arms to sales Taiwan would not exceed the numbers or qualify quality sold during the Carter administrations. Also wanted such arms to be reduced, sales to be reduced each year until within a specific period they would end altogether. And the following week, Foreign Minister Huang Hu passed along Deng's request that the United States not conclude any agreement on weapon sales with Taiwan before US-China discussion on military cooperation was completed. The United States accepted Deng's request, and Huang replied to Huang Yun that although United States could not agree to cut off date for arms sales to Taiwan. Arms sales would be restrained and selective, and they would not exceed those during the Carter administration. To convey Beijing continuing frustration at the failure of the United States to reduce arms sales, Premier Zhou Ziyang not only rebuffed President Reagan's invitation to go to the United States to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the 1972 Shanghai Communique. He did not even respond to Reagan's letters, following the Chinese aphorisms of killing the roosters to warn the monkey. China downgraded relations with the Netherlands for selling 2 submarines to Taiwan in January 1982. The United States. Okay, I mean, just wait. Okay, even right now, those since because of the Tibetan issues and all those things, Tibetan people who are in exile in India, and we have our own Tibetan administration in exile. There's a president who is elected democratically. I think there's a population of close to 2 lakh people, Tibetan people outside Tibet. That means right now China, and there are some countries who show open support to the Tibetan cause, and the leaders of a different country, they meet the Tibetan leader in exile, Dalai Lama, and all those. And whenever this thing happens, China will put some conditions, or stop trading, or impact any of those things. Really, stop relationship with those specific countries. I think this recently happened with some European countries, and this continues to happen still. And even right, it's here mentioned that okay, the relationship has little gone down with the Dutch because they have sold a few submarines. In Jan 1982, the United States and Assistant United States sends Assistant Secretary of the State John Holbridge to Beijing to head off a further deterioration in relations. Although at first this one's rejection received very equally, the Chinese became more cordial when Holbridge announced that the United States had decided not to sell SFS aircraft to Taiwan, but Holbridge had its own mandates. He had been told to seek a broader agreement with Beijing on a framework of relations before the United States would decide which weapon system to sell or not to sell to Taiwan. He had brought a draft agreement for his framework, but the Chinese ought considered the initial draft too vague and unresponsive to their concerns. Instead, Beijing demanded that for the talks to continue, the United States had to forego any new transfers of the arms to Taiwan. The lines had been drawn, and in the early months of the 1980s, the Chinese press continually attacked the United States for interfering in the Taiwan issues, with the Chinese regarded as domestic Chinese affair. Okay, I want to know, does Taiwan, do they have a aircraft carrier? What is the budget of defense of Taiwan? Taiwan's total defense spending includes a base annual military budget for 2026 of approximately Taiwanian dollars, about $30 billion. That's a quite lot, man. That's a lot for a country so small. Country is very small, and they have like 50% of the India's defense budget. India, I think it's right now, I think it's going to 70-80 billion dollars. They have 40 to 50% of India's annual budget. Proposal goes to this one's USD 30 billion equates about 3.32% of Taiwan's gross domestic product. Okay, so okay, just wait. Okay, does Taiwan have aircraft carrier? Aircraft carriers? I hope not. No, Taiwan does not have any aircraft carrier. The Republic of China Navy focuses resources on coastal defenses. Okay. Does Taiwan have any missiles? I don't know. Let's see. Yes, Taiwan possesses a robust arsenal of both defensive and offensive missiles. Its military strategy for deterring to potential. Okay. Okay, just wait. Okay. Okay. Have any fighter jets? And yes, then model and the brand. I think they might have. Yes, Taiwan has a robust fleet of jets. This focuses on the mix of American-made, French-made, and domestically developed aircraft. F-16V Viper, FCK Mirage. Okay, so I think it's like the old one only. And what do I have to search? I was about to search something. Taiwan, right? Okay. Taiwan capital Taipei, right? If I'm not wrong. Capital Taipei. Okay, so Taiwan dollar to INR. Let's see. So one Taiwan dollar is equals to it's okay. So Indian rupee one is equals to 0.33. So 100 is equals to 33. So yeah. So it's 2.99. That means one Taiwanese dollar is equals to 3 rupees, close to 3 rupees in India. Taiwanese dollar, okay. Okay. Hoping to break the tension, President Reagan suggested that Vice President George H.W. Bush, who had managed to retain cordial relationship with the Deng and other leading Chinese officials, visit Beijing while on a trip to Asia. The Chinese did not respond at first. Only after Bush had visited several Asian capitals did they notify the United States and that the Bush would come be welcome. During his first several days in Beijing, Bush found the Chinese to be adamant on arms sales to Taiwan. Then Deng invited Bush in for a talk. At one point in which the conversation, okay, just wait. Okay, I want to see Taiwan's trade partners 2026. Taiwan's primary trading partners are the United States, its largest export destination, China, its largest source of import. See, I think that is the thing, right? If you're able to keep the relationship professionally, that means, I mean, both of them, they have the understanding that both are their enemies. I mean, in a sense that Taiwan consider China as their enemy, right? And China also consider their independent as their enemy. They want them to be united, but still they're doing a lot of trade, right? I think same, because if you see in the long run, China has an advantage, right? Because China has an advantage because they earn more of money from Taiwan, right? Because they are exporting. I wonder sometimes. I know that I understand the concerns of the people that okay, if Indian people that we don't want to have a relationship, economic relations or a trading relationship with Pakistan. Absolutely, I agree with it. But sometimes I do feel that Pakistan, man, they're a very poor country and with a huge potential, right? A huge potential, large population. If and we could do a trade, then obviously we'll be exporting more. At the end, you see our economy will grow. So I think if the political, case of the country is able to see the differences in professional and economic and all those things, then I think they should continue relationship. I'm not sure. I'm still 50-50. We should do 50% trade because it will be, the more beneficial to India because, I mean, obviously Pakistan have a, big 300 something, 200, 300, 240, I think, million people. And if you do a lot of export and then because, we have a border, right? So it'll be cheaper for, them to buy it because we don't have to pay much of the transportation. So it will be cheaper. So they'll import more Chinese product, scooty and all those things. Our, export will grow. Economy will also grow. And the 50% says yes to trade, but 50% says the no to trade because of the relationship. So, I mean, yeah, I'm confused, man, honestly. So, yeah, I'm back to the trading partners of the Taiwan. Major export partners, Taiwan, United States. So, 31% of the Taiwan's total export driven largely by the high demand semiconductors and computing chip, it goes to the United States. And 15.6% it goes to the mainland China, and Hong Kong 11%. Okay, why Hong Kong is written separately? Singapore has gone 3.6%. Malaysia has 5. Okay, major import partners. They mod means 20 points okay from China, okay, ASEAN countries imports, and United States 11.8, South Korea 10-11%. What about the India, man? They don't have a good relationship, it seems, is it? And I want to know about these things also, right? Okay, what was it? Japan, okay, 85. Taiwan is okay. Who relies on Taiwan's trade principle? Germany 20, US $105 billion, Brazil 4.3 billion. Does India trade with Taiwan? In 2019's India-Taiwan trade volume was $7 billion, growing at 20% year on year. Okay. But still, I mean, India is very less. Okay, Deng suggested that he and Bush step up into a nearby room for a 15 minutes conversation with only ambassadors Arthur Hummel and the interpreters present. The small group remained for an hour, during which the time Bush and Deng reached an informal understanding that would eventually be incorporated into the formal documents on the limiting of the U.S. arms sales to Taiwan. Deng knew that he had achieved the best he could hope for. The United States did not stop arms sales to Taiwan, but it placed limits on the sales, and as US sales declined, Deng could be optimistic that in the long run, Taiwan would be incorporated as a part of China. After the conversation, the invective stopped and the mood lightened. Deng, who for more than a year had behaved like a stern, truculent soldiers lecturing American officials, again became a good-humored partners. The understanding that emerged from the Deng-Bush conversations became the basis for the detailed negotiation between Ambassador O'Meal and his counterparts, and was incorporated into the United States Joint Communion on the United States arms sales to Taiwan. The agreement, which put a lid on the weapon sales to Taiwan, specified the United States has no intention of infringing on Chinese sovereignty and territorial integrity, or pursuing a policy of two Chinas or in one China and one Taiwan. It specified that arms sales to China will not exceed, either in a qualitative or a quantitative terms, the level of those supplied in recent years, and that intends to reduce gradually its sales of arms to Taiwan, leading over a period of time to a final resolution. To calm Taiwan and members of the Congress who objected, President Reagan invited 30 senators and representatives for a briefing to persuade them why the agreement did not undercut Taiwan. When the August 17 communique was issued, Deng invited Ambassador Hummel to an informal meeting where he exuded a goodwill and congratulated him on achieving the historic agreements. The communique became, along with the China's communique of February 1972 and the normalization communique of the January 1979, one of the three fundamental documents underpinning US-China relationship from then until the Tiananmen tragedy of the 1989. Okay, so 1989, I think the relationship also broke off, I think, at a bit in the phase, provided a stable basis for the Sino-American relationship. So Tiananmen Square, and then late, the COVID-19, right, that also broke up really trust in the China. So I think if the COVID-19 would have not happened, right, I think China would have gotten, in terms of the economic growth, far more. When he became the first president to visit China since the establishment of the formal diplomatic relationship in 1979, during Reagan's trip, Deng and Reagan met for the 3 hours of friendly conversations. After explaining the Chinese positions on Taiwan, Deng asked Reagan to consider the Chinese point of view and to not simply be whacked by a tale of Chinn's woes. Reagan, pleased with his remark that Deng didn't seem like a communist in the mid-1980s. Deng still had a thin reed of hope for resolving the reunification issues before he went to meet God. God, in a sense, he died. His personal relationship with Chiang Ching-kuo, his classmate at Swansea University in Moscow in 1926, when he met Lee Kuan Yew on September 10, 1985. Deng, aware that Lee had seen Chiang recently and that Chiang's diabetic had become serious, asked Lee if Chiang had made any arrangement for his succession. When Lee replied that he could not say who would eventually replace Chiang, then said that he feared that after Chiang's death, there would be chaos in Taiwan as forces there to attempt to join with the parties in the United States and Japan in a quest for independence. Deng then asked Liu to convey his regards to Chiang and to convey a suggestion that the two meet soon. Within a month, Lee flew to Taiwan carrying Deng's message, but Chiang, who retained bitter memories of his many years of dealing with the communists, said he could not trust them, and he declined the invitation to meet. Thereafter, Deng, already 81-year-old, had little reasons to hope that he would be able to resolve the Taiwan problem, and all he could do was to block any move Taiwan made towards independence, thus paving the way for his successor to regain control of the Taiwan. And 2 years later, in 1987, Chiang Ching-kuo, on his deathbed, abolished the long-standing martial laws and legalized political opposition parties, thus creating the basis for the democratization of Taiwan. He also allowed residents of Taiwan for the first time to visit their relatives on the mainland, so not by direct travels, but by rather transfer from Hong Kong. As people from Taiwan began to visit with relatives on the mainland, they also started new business here. It was difficult to distinguish between those who had relatives and those who did not, and soon all Taiwanese were allowed to visit the mainland. Deng welcomed the visitors from Taiwan and their businesses ventures, seeing both as a possible step towards eventual reunification, even if not in his lifetime. As he observed, if we can't reunify China right away, we will do it in a few centuries. If not in a century, then in a millennium. Okay, I want to know, is Hong Kong a country? No, it's not a country, right? Hong Kong is not an independent, it is a special administrative, it's a SAR. So there's a TAR, right? Tibet Autonomous Region. So there is a special administrative regions of the People's Republic of China. Well, it is legally part of China. Its unique history as a former British colony allows it to operate under one country, two system policy because, one country, two system. Because of this framework, Hong Kong functions somewhat like a separate country in a mini daily and corporate context. Government and law, it maintains its own legal system, constitution, the basic law, and police forces. They have their own police forces, economic and currency. It uses its own currency, the Hong Kong dollars, and operates an independent capitalist economy. travel and border, it maintains its own immigration control, customs and border checkpoint, issuing its own passport. Okay, it has its own part, international representative. It participates independently in a global organizations and events such as the World Trade Organizations and Olympic Games, where it competes as a Hong Kong, China. Okay, while stating GDP of China is Hong Kong GDP included or not? Clear or not? I think it is included, right? When it's not included when stating the official gross domestic product of China. Hong Kong GDP is generally not included because Hong Kong operates as an independent economy entity with its own currency, tax laws, and financial institutions. Major global and domestic report structures say, okay. I mean, this is the first time I'm hearing it. I thought it's the same country. I know that they have some special status, but I didn't know that they have their own currency. They have their okay. Because Hong Kong operates as an independent economic entity with its own currency, tax laws, financial because to international organization. The IMF and the World Bank always track and report Hong Kong's financial metrics completely separate from the mainland China on the global economic leaders. So we will see it, okay. Hong Kong SAST, special administrative, okay. Special administrative, okay. Administrative region, okay. Administrative regions. The Chinese government's China's National Bureau of Statistics excludes Hong Kong, okay, as well as Macau and Taiwan. Macau, yeah, I know. Taiwan also, I know. When publishing its headline annual GDP numbers of the country, global trade and custom, because Hong Kong is a separate economy, is its own reported independently of China's national. The exceptions, the only times they are bundled together in generalized, non-technical macroeconomic view of this one presents the Greater China's regional term specifically used to group the economies of mainland economic scale. When Hong Kong was handed over to the China in 1997, its economy was equivalent to roughly 18.4% of the China's 18.4% of the China's entire GDP due to the rapid economic expansion of the mainland China this ones. So now what is the GDP of Hong Kong? The nominal gross domestic product of Hong Kong is $450 billion. That's equivalent. I mean, not more or less same to Mumbai's normal GDP for this one. And purchasing power parity GDP equals to 600. So GDP per capita equals to 60,000, close to real economic growth. Okay, so let's see Hong Kong in map. Hong Kong president. Is there any president of Hong Kong? Let's see. The head of the state and top leader of Hong Kong is the chief executive positions currently by John Lee Kuan. He assumed the office equals to John. Okay, that's an interesting name. Is he a British or what? Just wait. Looks like a Chinese. Chief executive of Hong Kong. Okay, he was born in British Hong Kong. Janet Lam. Okay. Okay, so Hong Kong map. I want to see the Hong Kong map. Okay, so this is Guangdong. Okay, China. Just wait. Okay, Hong Kong map in world map. Okay, it's there. Okay, small. Okay. Hainan, Hainan, Macau, Hong Kong. Okay, it's a part of it, but yeah, it isn't. It does look like geographically. It is. It looks like it's in the proper. Okay, China. Okay, new territories, Hong Kong. Spoken language. What is a spoken language? I'm assuming it's Chinese. Hong Kong has two official languages, Chinese and English. In daily life, the vast majority of the population speaks, Cantonese. While traditional Chinese is used for writing, the spoken language about 88% of the population speaks Cantonese as their first language, as the primary tongue of this one. Okay, written language. Hong Kong primarily uses traditional Chinese. English is widely understood, so is the population uses this one. Mandarin. Okay, what is Cantonese? Cantonese language. Cantonese. The Cantonese is a major prestige variety of language spoken by this one. Okay, 70 million. Cantonese. What is Cantonese? Is it a Cantonese is a major language? Okay, people. Cantonese people are called. What is Cantonese people are called? The Cantonese people are primarily called Guangdonglins, Guangzhongzhang. They are native, Cantonese speaking subgroup of the Han Chinese originating from the Guangdong and Chinn provinces. So this one as well, region like Hong Kong, Macau. Okay, are people from Hong Kong and Macau mostly Han Chinese or I think it is, right? People from Hong Kong and Macau are overwhelmingly Han Chinese in both regions. Over 90% of the population consists of ethnic Han Chinese, and the vast majority, okay. Language, okay, Cantonese, okay. So, yeah, but I want to know, okay, then what does China mainland control? Okay, China mainland control, CONT, control of Hong Kong. Yeah, if everything is independent, I think it's the foreign policy and defense. While mainland China allows Hong Kong to maintain its own capitalistic economy, currency, and day-to-day administration, Beijing exerts absolute control over Hong Kong's sovereignty, defense, foreign policy, political structure. Following major pro-democracy protests, mainland China fundamentally shifted how it exercises control. Beijing now dictates the limits of the Hong Kong legal and political boundaries, military defense, and foreign policy defense. The Chinese military maintains a permanent presence by the Chinese People's Deputation Staff in Hong Kong. Garrisons, diplomacy. Hong Kong cannot establish independent embassies or sign this ones without Beijing permission. Legal supremacy. The veto power, the standing committee, okay. The national security laws, okay. Mainland security agents, total political vetting, the executive, okay. Legislative, oaths of allegiance, education, being mandates, okay. One country, two system framework has evolved into a system where the economic system is separate, okay. Just okay. Now, was Hong Kong came under China peacefully or any war with the British? I don't know. They had 1997. The actual transfer of Hong Kong to China in 1997 was entirely peaceful and resolved through diplomatic negotiation with no shot fired. However, the historic events that originally placed Hong Kong under British colonial rule were born out of the violent military conflict. I know that. You don't have to tell me. Just answer what I asked. The separation of Hong Kong industry into its violent colonial beginning, its history to provide this one. The violent beginning of the Opium War, okay. Initially, okay, Britain initially seized control of the Hong Kong from China's Qing dynasty through the brute force of the First Opium War, 1839 to 1842. So Britain attacked China after Chinese officials seized and destroyed illegal British opium shipments. Britain wants forcing China to sign the Treaty of Nanking, which ceded Hong Kong Island to the British in perpetuity forever. The Second Opium War, another conflict broke out, resulting in a second Chinese defeat through the Convention of Peking. Britain expanded. What is Peking? There's a Peking University. There's a lot of Peking meaning in China. What is Peking? Peking is the former English name for Beijing. Okay, so that's why there's a Peking University. Peking means it's a former English name for Beijing. Peking is the former English name for Beijing, the capital of China. In Chinese, the city name is written, literally translates northern capital. While spelling, European missionists and the traders in the 17th century created the spelling to roughly match the pronunciation of Chinese dialect at the time. Current spelling, it's a Beijing. Okay, the 99-year lease. Okay, so yeah, I think there was a 99-year lease, right? Okay, just wait. Okay, 1997 it went to the China, and there was a lease, 99 years lease. That means 100 years before, right? 99 years before. It's 1896 around that time, right? The 99 years lease equals to seeking a defensive buffer zone and its new colony. Britain signed a lease for the new territories. Unlike the first two regions, this land was explicitly rented for exactly 99 years when the expiration date set for 1st of July 1997. The peaceful handover, then 1997 negotiation. As the 1997 expiration date approached, Britain faced a major logistical problem. The new territories accounted for over 85% of the Hong Kong lands and contained its vital water and this one. It was impossible to divide the territory and keep just the island. Instead of fighting a war it could not win against a rapidly growing Chinese military, Britain opted for diplomacy ultimatums. During tense preliminary talks, Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping made it clear to British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher that China wanted the entire territory back and possessed the military power to simply march in and take it if necessary. The treaty in 1984, both negotiations signed the Sino-British Joint Declaration. Britain agreed to peacefully hand over all the Hong Kong. In exchange, China promised to preserve Hong Kong's unique capitalist economy and legal freedom for at least 50 years under the one country, two system framework. I mean, the handover ceremony in July 1st of July 1997, a formal dignified ceremony took place in the pouring rain. British forces lowered the flag and departed with the ship while the Chinese, okay. If you wanted to explore more about how life changed for local citizens right after the transitions and details, let me know. No, I don't want to know that. Okay. It's good to know that it was a peaceful.